Chapter 1. Alan. Year 423 of the Dawn Calendar. On the first Sunday of June, the black and yellow earth lay in a profound silence. In a corner of this desolate land, a stone stirred, and a rock scorpion, nearly a meter long from head to tail, emerged from beneath it. Following the Dawn War, 50 of Earth's species had vanished completely. However, the remaining creatures had evolved into perilous beings. The surviving humans referred to these creatures as dangerous species. The rock scorpion was in search of sustenance when a colossal and ominous presence suddenly arose from the distance. This aura was so immense that it seemed to emerge like a mountain. The scorpion raised its head and beheld a shadow creeping forth. This shadow was so vast that it nearly spanned the entire horizon. It advanced at a slow yet steady pace, casting a shadow that belonged to a floating island comparable in size to the state of Texas. This was one of humanity's greatest creations following the Dawn War. The Babylon floating island was powered by a cube energy source, orbiting the planet like a low-orbit satellite on a predetermined trajectory. By evening, the Babylon floating island had become a mere silhouette against the distant sky. At this time, the Gobi Desert had once again come alive. Some dangerous species, like the rock scorpion, began to move toward the western edge of the desert, where a small town thrived on mining. In the eyes of these creatures, humans were the most delectable of prey. The town was modest, home to a few hundred residents. The shelters were rudimentary, with the iron-roofed shacks being the epitome of luxury. Most abodes were hastily constructed from wooden planks and rusty sheets of metal. Surrounding the town was a fence of barbed wire, coupled with sharpened wooden palisades. These barriers effectively deterred some of the lesser dangerous species from entering the town, while at night, a handful of hunters stood guard at the town's entrance, brandishing torches. Nightfall did not mean complete darkness in the wilderness outside the town. Ethereal blue, green, and red glows danced about. Suddenly, a rough gunshot rang out from the town's entrance, the sound of gunpowder echoing through the night, causing the wandering glows to diminish significantly. A man donned in a cowboy hat and a patched plaid shirt, wearing well-worn jeans and oil-stained boots, lowered the smoking barrel of his double-barreled shotgun. He was in his prime, with steely gray-blue eyes and a sharply defined face, adorned by a rugged stubble that resembled steel thorns. "Blast it, there are more and more dangerous species," the man muttered under his breath. "Come on, Yuzi, you are the best hunter in our town. The more dangerous species there are, the more you earn. I think you're secretly pleased," a bald black man jested, his left eye covered by an eye patch and his right leg fitted with a mechanical prosthetic. He carried a submachine gun, a second-hand piece, yet it wielded more power than the cowboy's shotgun. "Shut up, pig. I'm serious," Yuzi retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. "All right, pig. Don't provoke Yuzi, he's in a bit of a foul mood," said the last hunter, who wore a miner's helmet and a leather jacket that seemed somewhat out of place. He toyed with a dagger, which twirled gracefully between his fingers, reflecting the firelight in rings of orange glow. The black man slapped his forehead and laughed. "Oh, I almost forgot. Tonight Lanny is about to give birth." "That's not the worst part, pig. The biggest issue is that our Yuzi seems to have never even kissed Lanny's pretty lips, and now she's about to deliver," came the retort, accompanied by raucous laughter at the town's entrance. A furious voice echoed through the night. "God above, if you don't shut up, they'll shoot you both in the rear." However, his anger only amplified the laughter of Pig and the others. Just as Yuzi contemplated taking action, a woman's piercing scream erupted from the town. The three hunters turned their gazes toward the town. The black man sighed. "I wonder which lucky bastard gets to be with Lanny. But to abandon a woman like that, he's no damn man." The dagger-wielding hunter looked at Yuzi and said gravely, "What's your plan, Yuzi? Lanny is no longer just a girl, she's about to become a mother. No matter who she is, I will take care of her," Yuzi declared firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. In the darkness, at the town's entrance, a faint sigh wafted away with the wind. Inside a somewhat decent iron shack at the town's center, several middle-aged women clustered around a bed. "Push harder, Lanny. I can see the little head. For heaven's sake, stretch a bit more. Yes, that's it. Use your abdominal strength, dear." The process of childbirth was arduous, but this was merely the first hurdle for the new life. Fortunately, this tiny being had a resilient mother. With a strained cry, the new life finally emerged into the world. "Look, it's a boy," exclaimed a woman with short hair, wrapping the infant in a tattered blanket and placing him beside his mother. The young mother, weary, gazed at her offspring. The blood-streaked little face bore a long, straight nose and large, bright crimson eyes curiously surveyed this unfamiliar world. His lips were pressed into a thin, stubborn line, and unlike other newborns, he neither cried nor fussed, but remained eerily silent. The women nearby chattered amongst themselves until they were silenced by a stern look from the short-haired woman. "Lanny, he is your son. Have you thought of a name?" The young mother nodded, looking at her child, her eyes filled with complex emotions, yet her voice was as soft as a gentle breeze. "Alan. His name is Alan." Upon hearing his mother's voice, the infant's expression momentarily stiffened. Then, turning his head, he focused on the woman who had brought him into the world. At last, the tightly pressed lips formed a gentle curve. He smiled. Seeing that tender smile, the mother felt the flames in her heart quell significantly. In June of the year 423 of the Dawn calendar, the year Alan was born, the first image he retained was of his mother's breathtaking yet weary face. Yet what others remembered was the silent infant, unaware that just moments after his birth, Alan possessed the gift of memory. The world continued to advance at its own pace, the gears of time grinding onward. The nobility on the Babylon floating island reveled in their pleasures, while Mobit, the newly elected president, had just concluded a celebratory feast. In an inconspicuous corner of the earth, however, an extraordinary life had just begun. Fate has a penchant for leaving small surprises when one least expects them. In the year 428 of the Dawn calendar, on the last Saturday of autumn, a clanging sound echoed through the town. This was the signal for gathering winter supplies. As a woman entered a narrow alley carrying large bags of food, a few men sitting at the street corner nodded and followed her. As night fell, the woman sensed her pursuers. Quickening her pace, she noticed the men preparing to strike when a double-barreled shotgun suddenly emerged from the shadows of the corner, silencing them instantly. Just like 5 years prior, Uzi, clad in cowboy attire, stepped out from the shadows with the shotgun raised. A cigarette hung from his lips, nearly burnt down to the filter. Uzi flicked the cigarette butt aside and commanded in a low voice, "Get lost." Under the threat of the firearm, the men gradually retreated, disappearing into the alley. Only then did Uzi sheath his weapon and approach the woman. "I returned just in time, Lanny." The woman removed her headscarf, revealing a beautiful visage, and sighed softly, "I owe you yet another favor. Please, do not say such things. I am counting on receiving your free treatment when I get injured," Uzi replied, tilting his cowboy hat with the barrel of his gun, his face adorned with a generous smile. "Here, let me help you with that. It looks quite heavy." The cowboy took the bag from Lanny's hands, and together they returned to their abode in town, a modest tin house, simple yet sturdy enough to withstand the winter's icy embrace. As soon as they stepped inside, a small figure dashed into Lanny's arms. She crouched down and lifted him up. In the light, a 5-year-old child was revealed, though he appeared more robust than others his age. He sported a rare shade of ash-gray hair, which shimmered like a myriad of stars in the soft glow. The boy, with his youthful face already possessing chiseled features, promised to grow into a handsome young man. However, a small bruise marred his cheek, prompting Lanny to furrow her brow. "What happened?" A flicker of panic crossed the boy's eyes as he sought Uzi's assistance. Uzi smiled and shrugged, indicating his inability to help. The boy bit his lip and confessed, "Today, Mose from next door called me a white-haired pig, so He glanced at Lanny, who wore a stern expression. The boy continued, "So I punched him in the nose, and he pushed me to the ground, and that's how I got this bruise. But don't worry, Mom. I took care of that guy. He won't dare insult me again." Uzi whistled appreciatively. "Well done, Alan. That little Mose seems to be a year older than you. To be precise, he is 13 months my senior," the boy corrected. Lanny shot Uzi a disapproving glance, prompting him to fall silent. She sighed and gently stroked the child's hair, saying, "Alan, not every problem can be solved with your fists. Besides, there will always be someone you cannot defeat. What will you do then?" The boy's vivid red eyes twinkled as he replied impulsively, "I will run away, and when I grow older and stronger, I will return to show him." He then added proudly, "But, Mom, so far, there hasn't been anyone I couldn't beat. Uncle Uzi's teachings are incredibly useful." Uzi's face turned awkward as Lanny turned to him, and he smiled wryly. "I only taught him some self-defense techniques, truly. By the way, I suddenly remembered that Burge needs to discuss something with me. I must take my leave." The cowboy hastily departed, and watching his retreating figure, Lanny shook her head. "Come now, it is time for us to eat." Chapter 2. The Devil's Tribute. A boy exclaimed with joy, "Nothing brings greater satisfaction than mealtime." Lanny unwrapped a bag and retrieved a plain round loaf of bread. It bore no special ingredients, and, on the floating island of Babylon, was considered food unworthy of the nobility's disdain. Yet on the surface, it was a treasure beyond compare, free from radiation and imbued with a delicate aroma of wheat. Wheat, on the surface, was akin to a mythical dragon, a thing of legend. As far as Lanny knew, only the enclosed agricultural bases on the floating islands could cultivate such entirely unpolluted grains. Watching the child receive the bread from her with an almost reverent expression, carefully tearing off small pieces to savor, licking the grease from his fingers with meticulous care, Lanny felt a pang of sorrow. If it weren't for her so-called resolve, perhaps this child could be living a better life now. Yet, everything was irrevocably lost. Following the sorrow, a surge of anger welled up within her. If it weren't for that man, today wouldn't he have unfolded as it had? With this thought, Lanny clenched her delicate fist tightly. She withdrew a dagger from her bosom, sheathed in black leather. Gently, she drew the blade, single-edged and adorned with a band of golden patterns along the spine. Its design was simple, save for a red gem at the end of the hilt, carved into the visage of a demon, bestowing upon it a most fitting name, the Devil's Tribute. In a small room, a bed constructed from several planks and a patched yet relatively clean blanket comprised the entirety of the space. Stepping down from the bed led directly to the doorway. Rather than a room, it resembled more of a cramped cabin. Alan sat on the bed, nestled in the corner. The orange glow of the ceiling light illuminated the boy's small face. In his hand was the dagger, which he had just learned from Lanny was called the Devil's Tribute, alongside the matter concerning his father. To Alan, father was a foreign term. From birth until now, he had known only his mother, devoid of even the slightest information regarding his father. Lanny never spoke of him, the sole exception being last year when he fought with the other children in town, who taunted him as the child without a father. Upon returning home, Alan had asked Lanny about it, but she gave him no answer, only delivering a few swats to his backside. Subsequently, Alan equated the concepts of father and punishment. Yet tonight, Lanny seemed unhinged. Recalling the moment she handed him the dagger, her usually gentle demeanor twisted into something unrecognizable as she exclaimed, "Alan, this knife was given to me by your father. Now I pass it to you. In the future, use this dagger to plunge it into your damn father's chest. Can you do that?" Instinctively, Alan nodded, yet he could not comprehend why his mother bore such an expression. At 5 years old, he lacked the capacity to grasp the emotion called hatred. It would be many years hence that Alan would understand this was not merely hatred. It encompassed a profound love so deep it was suffocating. From love springs hatred. He explored the leather sheath of the dagger, the finest gift he had ever received. Alan had long desired the small knife that Usby promised to bestow upon him when he turned 10. However, now he possessed something far more exquisite. He vowed that he had never seen such a beautiful dagger in town. The soft sheen of the sheath under the light, along with the gem reflecting a spectrum of colors, captivated him. If he had to describe it, he could only employ a newly learned phrase. It was simply too cool. Unable to resist, Alan drew the dagger from its sheath. The silver blade, adorned with dark golden patterns, left him breathless with awe. He could even see his own astonished and excited expression mirrored in the smooth surface of the blade. He licked his lips and gently brushed his small hand over the dagger. His fingers felt a chill, followed by a slight sting as the edge nicked the tip of one finger. So sharp. Rather than fear, Alan felt exhilaration. He quickly tucked the dagger away and sucked on the blood from his fingertip, relishing the metallic taste that spread across his tongue. Then he burrowed into the blanket, emitting a few low chuckles before drifting off to sleep. Unbeknownst to the boy, the small droplet of blood left upon the blade began to move of its own accord, seeping into the edge. Thus, the dagger within its sheath returned to its original state, though the demon gem upon the hilt quietly shimmered with a faint iridescent glow in the dim light of the blanket. 3 weeks later, the small town welcomed its first snowfall of winter. Silver-white snowflakes drifted gracefully from the heavens, akin to a divine gift to the earth, covering the ugly, concealing the sinful, transforming the world into a pristine white. Life was gradually awakening. After breakfast, Alan stepped outside. A delicate layer of snow blanketed the ground, obscuring the dark yellow pavement and leaving a dazzling silver path. He looked up and sensed that this winter felt somewhat different. Alongside the falling snowflakes danced strange, ethereal lights, reds, greens, blues, and purples. Colorful glimmers mingled among the snowflakes. This was the most beautiful sight Alan had ever witnessed. Excitedly, he fetched a high stool from inside, climbed atop it, and reached out to grasp those luminous lights. The lights seemed to possess a will of their own, evading Alan's little hands as he grasped at them in vain. Yet the boy was undeterred, his face radiant with joy. At last, one of the glowing orbs descended into his palm. It felt cold, slipping into his hand and revealing a soft glow that traced patterns across his palm before vanishing in an instant. "Alan, goodness, what are you doing out here?" His mother's voice suddenly rang out, startling little Alan. He jumped down quickly, and Lanny, exasperated, scooped him up and carried him back indoors. Didn't I tell you that staying in the snow would make you sick? Alan's small face was tinged with a rosy hue from the cold as he exhaled a puff of warm breath and declared, "Look, I'm perfectly fine." He was as stubborn as ever, leaving Lanny to roll her eyes at him. Alan then tugged at his mother's hand, directing her to the door, pointing skyward. "Mom, what are those?" "Snow, of course." No, I mean the things in the snow. They're so colorful, and they glow." Lanny flicked his forehead gently. "Stop with your nonsense. There's nothing glowing in the snow." Alan rubbed his forehead, gazing curiously at his mother, and then back at the sky. The lights remained. Yet Lanny and the townsfolk seemed oblivious to the unusual winter snowfall. At this moment, Alan was unaware of what he had witnessed. Those were the source energy, the primordial force of the universe. Humans capable of perceiving source energy with the naked eye were exceedingly rare. Something was awakening. It must be said that the world often repeats itself, monotonous and predictable, much like life in the small town, which passed almost identically day after day, year after year. 3 days had elapsed since the first snowfall. That evening, as Alan slept in a drowsy haze, he felt a cool sensation on his forehead, as if someone with icy fingers were touching him. He struggled to open his eyes. In the dim room, a hazy figure stood before him. Alan murmured in a dreamlike state, "Mom?" The figure responded with a sound, remaining silent. Those cool fingers danced lightly across the boy's face and body, their rhythmic motions lulling him back into slumber. The following day, the boy had completely forgotten the events of the previous night. However, today, Alan felt an inexplicable sense of apprehension. As night fell, that feeling intensified. The intensity of the moment rendered Alan unable to find solace in sleep. His heart racing with an unrestrained fervor, the secretion of adrenaline surging beyond its usual measure. As he gazed out the window, his pupils involuntarily dilated. In those vibrant crimson eyes, the moon appeared particularly full and resplendent tonight. He could even discern the majestic mountains upon the lunar surface. Just as the boy was entranced by the moon's beauty, an unexpected explosion reverberated from afar, growing ever closer. Startled, the boy rose from his bed in a daze. Outside, the harsh clatter of gunfire and the furious curses of men echoed, interspersed with the piercing screams of what might have been women or children. Ronnie burst into the room, swiftly climbing onto the bed and shutting the small window beside Alan. "What is happening, Mother?" she asked. The mother embraced her child tightly, forcing a smile as she replied, "I don't know, perhaps a danger species has invaded the town. It's all right, Yuzi will handle it." No sooner had she spoken than the air was filled with more explosions, their intensity far greater than before. Danger species had invaded the town before, but in the past. Battles concluded quickly, the sounds remaining at a distance. Yet tonight, the explosions and gunfire seemed to have infiltrated the town, advancing toward its very heart. "That is not danger species." A chilling voice echoed within the boy's mind. Suddenly, a frantic knocking reverberated like torrential rain, the frequency of the blows threatening to breach the flimsy metal door. "Stay here, do not come out, my dear," Ronnie urged. She leapt from the bed, ruffling Alan's hair before turning to open the door. Outside stood Yuzi, bloodied from head to toe, the source uncertain, whether his own or that of another. Ronnie noticed a long, deep gash on his face, nearly exposing bone. "Oh my God, you're hurt. Come in, let me tend to your wounds," Ronnie instinctively urged. Yet, Yuzi grasped her hand, shaking his head. "There's no time. Listen, Ronnie, you must take Alan and leave this place." "Is it?" Ronnie glanced outside. The small town ablaze with fire. "Is it danger species?" "No, Ronnie. This time it's not danger species. It's the predator clan," Yuzi insisted urgently. "The men of the town are barricaded at the entrance, but we cannot hold out for long. You must escape now, head for Gaul City or some other safe haven." He then retrieved 2 items from his person. "This is a handgun. You know how to use it, right? And this is a grenade. Remove the safety pin and throw it to annihilate any threats that come your way, understood?" He placed them into Ronnie's hands, then suddenly smiled, his grin radiant as it had been 5 years prior when they first met. Beneath the blood-soaked night, it felt as if sunlight had cascaded upon them. "I love you, Ronnie." Ronnie trembled at his words before resolutely replying, "I know." He laughed heartily, said nothing more, and turned to leave the small room. The silhouette that dashed toward the town entrance was resolute and unwavering. Chapter 3. The sudden change. When Lonnie turned around, she found Alan standing at the bedroom door. The 5-year-old boy was astonishingly composed. Alan gently inquired, "Mom, what is the predatory clan?" "Demons," Lonnie replied succinctly, adding, "pitiful demons." Many years later, Alan would come to grasp the weight of her words. But in that moment, Lonnie had no time for such reflections. "Alan, we must leave at once. Take your dagger." There's no need to gather anything else. With their meager belongings, the mother and son dashed out the door. Suddenly, a fiery blaze surged from the direction of the town center, followed by an explosion that erupted nearby in a cluster of humble dwellings. Flames spewed from the windows and doors, tearing off the rooftops, shooting up to heights of 10 meters. Accompanied by the crackling of fire, a powerful shockwave radiated outward, violently thrusting Lonnie and Alan back into the house. They tumbled together, and after a few moments, Lonnie regained her senses. She shook Alan, who struggled to rise, reassuring her that he was unhurt. However, as they turned to leave the house, Lonnie spotted several figures emerging from the inferno just a few meters away. These were men, but not from the town. Their bodies were adorned with paint or tattoos, wielding chainsaws or submachine guns, and they were mercilessly slaughtering the nearby residents. One man glanced toward the house, his gaze locking with Lonnie's in the air. With gritted teeth, Lonnie rushed to shut the door, then dragged a table to barricade it securely. She returned to the corner of the room, lifting a patched blanket to reveal a cellar beneath, typically used for storing food. Lonnie opened it and beckoned Alan over. Alan seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, his body trembling slightly, yet he uttered not a word. He approached, and Lonnie kissed his forehead, saying, "Hide in here and do not come out, Alan. You must survive. That dagger killed your father. His name was Archimedes. Without him, we would not be cursed with this fate." Alan shuddered at the name, instinctively remembering it. Inside the cellar, it was not entirely dark. Faint light filtered in from above, accompanied by distant sounds, the sound of pounding on the door, followed by a loud crash, as if something heavy had fallen. Then came Lonnie's scream, coinciding with the discharge of a gun, as Alan silently curled up in a ball. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed overhead, and searing flames swept over the cellar. The intense light penetrated the flimsy wooden door, casting a glow upon the boy's face. It was the sound of a grenade detonating. That night, the air was filled with screams, roars, and explosions. In the small cellar, Alan sat motionless, like a statue. He did not cry or wail, just as he had not on the night of his birth. Yet, the vivid redness in his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Simultaneously, a corner of his innocent heart hardened and turned cold. No matter how long the night, it eventually comes to an end. When Alan emerged from the house, he beheld a vast expanse of charred earth. Only yesterday, the streets had been blanketed with silver-white snowflakes, but now the ground lay bare, a stark black hue. Scattered across the scorched earth were fragmented corpses. Among them, Alan noticed a severed finger adorned with a silver ring, blackened by the flames. An indescribable sorrow surged in his chest, and he inhaled deeply to stave off tears. That was Lonnie's ring. On the streets of the small town, amidst the collapsed buildings, corpses lay strewn about. Many were townsfolk, predominantly men, but there were also women and children. Nearby, Alan spotted Mose, the chubby boy who lived next door, just a year older than him. Recently, they had fought, and now, the poor Mose was left with only half of his body. The other half was nowhere to be found. Alan looked up, appearing somewhat dazed. The small town bore no signs of life, whether survivors or the so-called predatory clan. They had all departed before dawn. The world felt vast, seemingly boundless. Yet, it was also small, too small to accommodate a single boy. In that moment, Alan was uncertain where to go. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, he felt a gentle breeze stir behind him, carrying with it a peculiar scent. Just as he turned, a shadow lunged from the house behind him. A resounding crash echoed in his mind, and then silence enveloped him, the world growing hushed. His pupils dilated, allowing him to discern that the shadow was, in fact, a wolf. A wolf the size of a calf, with a coat of gray fur. Its powerful jaws could easily snap a thick iron bar, and it could undoubtedly sever Alan's neck with ease. This was a snow wolf, a first-class danger species that hunted only in winter. Generally, seasoned hunters could manage such threats, but Alan was merely a 5-year-old child. In the eyes of the snow wolf, he was an easy target. Although the meat of a human child was scarce, it was exceptionally delectable, and the wolf could hardly wait to quench its thirst for the warm blood coursing through the boy's tender neck. However, when the wolf beheld Alan's eyes, which glimmered like red gems, a ring of silvery gray patterns forming around his pupils, it was struck by fear. It was as if it had encountered its natural enemy. Rather than a succulent, appetizing human child, what transpired next occurred in an instant. The snow wolf did not sink its teeth into the boy's neck. In the moment it lunged, Alan instinctively rolled forward, slipping beneath the wolf's belly. His dagger thrust upward, and without any further movement, merely relying on the sharpness of the blade and the wolf's momentum, he managed to slice a long gash across the wolf's abdomen. Wolf blood, entrails, and viscera splattered all over the boy. As Alan crawled out from the wolf's carcass, he had transformed into a boy drenched in blood. Yet, Before he could fully grasp the exhilaration of surviving, countless green glimmers began to rise from the street corners, the houses, and other places around him. Snow wolves, being a dangerous species, typically acted in packs. There were 23 of them, surrounding Alan in a tight circle. His attention was entirely consumed by the wolves, and he failed to notice that the blood of the slain wolf had vanished from his dagger. Only dark crimson stains remained, the blood of the deceased. The pack did not rush to attack, and Alan focused on one among them. This wolf was the smallest, adorned with silvery fur that shimmered in a way unlike the others. It bore a misty, silver-white glow, cold and lethal, reminiscent of a gust of wind at the end of autumn. The silver wolf stepped forward, circling around Alan. It sniffed at him with its slightly damp nose. And throughout the entire process, the boy remained rigid. Though only a few seconds passed, it felt like a century to Alan. The silver wolf stepped back slightly and spoke in human language. "Are you afraid of me?" Alan was taken aback beyond measure. The silver wolf smiled. A distinctly human expression. "Although our physical structures differ, we can still mimic your human voices using certain muscle vibrations. Have you never seen anything like this before?" The boy shook his head earnestly. A flicker of surprise crossed the silver wolf's calm blue eyes, and it continued, "Your scent is not unpleasant. I find you likable. Your kind has all perished. What say you? Would you like to come with me, or shall I make you our lunch? If I leave with you, will you kill me? Of course not. On the contrary, I will teach you how to hunt. However, if you desire food, you must earn it just like my other kin. Then I will go with you." Alan did not hesitate in the slightest. He had not forgotten his mother's final request. No matter what, even if it meant aligning with snow wolves, he would survive. To survive is to fulfill Lonnie's last wish. Thus, on this day, a young boy and a silver snow wolf departed from a town that had recently endured a massacre. "By the way, my name is Bifong." Along the way, the silver wolf spoke. "My name is Alan." The boy hesitated for a moment and asked, "Why did you spare me?" "Because you fear me, but more so, I am lonely." The world does not pause for anyone. The gears of time relentlessly advance at their own pace. 5 winters have passed in the blink of an eye. In the year 433 of the dawn, summer arrived. A group of soldiers traversed the mountains and forests. They were a hunting party, engaged in various commissions, occasionally hunting rare and dangerous creatures for substantial profit. The hunting party consisted of only 3 members, all of whom were source wielders, particularly their leader, Andy, a 9th-level source wielder. The soldiers were mercenaries hired from the nearby Gaul city, solely because this band was well acquainted with the local terrain. At this moment, the mercenary captain, Guter, spoke up. "Chief, we are now not far from the wolf den." Captain Andy glanced at him and replied, "Captain Guter, are you certain those damned snow wolves are in the vicinity? Last month, when we accepted an official commission from Gaul City to conduct a routine biological survey of this area, we indeed discovered the old den of the snow wolves. If those creatures have not relocated, we should not be mistaken." Guter paused for a moment and emphasized, "Summer is the season that snow wolves despise. During this time, they typically hide in cool caves for the entire summer, so the likelihood of them relocating is quite low." "Very well." Andy leaped up, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "I have heard that among this pack of snow wolves, there is a silver snow wolf, and its pelt is worth a fortune. It seems that this time, it would be difficult not to strike it rich." As the hunting party made their appearance, on the other side of the forest, a stag wandered through the underbrush, adorned with antlers as intricate as a crown, a weapon for its defense. It probed the grass with its antlers, testing for hidden dangers. Once assured of safety, it began to graze on the lush greenery, extracting moisture and fiber to sustain its life. Suddenly, the stag raised its head, and with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, it leaped gracefully. The stag sensed danger, an instinctive ability that had saved it numerous times. However, this time was different. From beneath a nearby tree, a flash of silver darted forth. The stag's body trembled mid-air before it fell to the ground with a mournful cry. A sharp dagger had embedded itself deep into its neck. Fear filled the stag's eyes as it felt something vital being siphoned away. It did not die immediately. Its limbs flailed helplessly, unable to rise, leaving it in despair as it watched its predator emerge from the shadows of the trees. Chapter 4. Cruelty. It was a human. To be precise, a young boy of humanity. He appeared to be around 10 years of age, yet he was sturdier and taller than his peers. Perhaps due to years of physical exertion, his limbs were long and brimming with vitality, resembling a newly matured snow wolf. The boy sported a tousled mane of ashen hair, evidently unkempt and roughly treated with a sharp object, lacking any discernible shape, yet exuding an untamed, wild essence. Most striking were his bright eyes, glimmering like rubies, radiating a defiant spirit. As he approached the stag, a faint smile graced his lips. He crouched down and gently stroked the stag's forehead, murmuring, "I am truly sorry. My friend, Food has been scarce of late, and thus, I find it difficult to spare you. Come now, let me set you free." With a hand resting on the hilt of his dagger, he pulled gently, severing the stag's artery. Strangely, no blood spurted from the wound. When the boy withdrew the dagger from the lifeless body, the blood appeared to be almost boiling upon the blade. The liquid was absorbed in a mysterious manner, vanishing entirely from the dagger's surface. The weapon remained immaculate, the golden patterns reflecting the sunlight and casting faint halos around it. The boy glanced at the dagger and remarked, "You, my dear companion, are becoming increasingly greedy." He sheathed the dagger in a leather scabbard and secured it at his waist. Grasping the stag's forelimbs, he hoisted the creature, which was slightly larger than himself, onto his back. As he walked toward the shade of the trees, he spoke in a voice only he could hear. "I hope Bifong consumes this stag and recovers swiftly." This boy was, of course, Alan, who had departed the Gobi town 5 years prior alongside the silver snow wolf. Bifong. Over the years, he had transformed from a small child into a young lad. During this time, Alan had lived among the wolf pack, hunting alongside Bifong, from whom he had learned much. Occasionally, when he gazed at the dagger his mother had left him, he would recall the stark black and white image, the dark ground, the white severed fingers, and the silver ring that shimmered with an aura of sorrow. Each time he encountered this vision, Alan felt compelled to bury himself in the winter snow to extinguish the burning flame of hatred within him. A flame fueled by contempt for that man who had abandoned his family. Archimedes, the father he had met only briefly. One day, he would plunge a cold dagger into that man's heart. As he neared the valley where the wolf pack resided, the sound of gunfire suddenly reached his ears. His expression shifted, and he cast aside the stag, sprinting forward. Hunters. This was dire news, for the wolf pack was enduring a particularly challenging period. Bifong was injured, gravely so. Half a year prior, the wolves had migrated to a valley within these woods, where they discovered a cave spanning several hundred square feet, an old den of the snow wolves. 6 months ago, to claim the cave as their own, Bifong had fought against the original occupant, a massive cave spider, also classified as a third-tier dangerous species. Ultimately, the spider had torn Bifong to shreds, but in its dying struggle, it had inflicted severe wounds upon Bifong. The passage of time had not improved Bifong's condition. Its once lustrous silver coat had lost its sheen, becoming dull and falling out in patches, with portions of its flesh already rotting. The air surrounding the silver snow wolf was thick with the odor of death. If the hunters were to attack now, the pack might refuse to retreat due to Bifong's presence, providing the hunters an opportunity to ensnare them all. The snow wolves had never abandoned a companion, and this trait had become deeply embedded in Alan's soul as well. The boy raced forward, swiftly reaching the outskirts of the valley. In the distance, he beheld several soldiers firing into the valley, where yellow smoke billowed, carrying a pungent odor. One by one, the snow wolves were driven out by the smoke, and before they could comprehend the situation, the soldiers' gunfire rendered them lifeless. Among them was a particularly robust male wolf that, despite being shot, charged forward valiantly. Just as it was about to breach the soldiers' line of fire, Guter raised his rifle and fired a long burst, sending the wolf tumbling to the ground. A series of shots followed, launching it into the air, while the snow wolf writhed on the ground, unable to rise again. That was Tony, a lazy yet decent wolf. The crimson hue of Alan's eyes intensified, resembling a torrent of blood threatening to spill forth. He emitted a youthful howl, using both hands and feet to leap up onto a camphor tree and then launch himself onto a soldier's back. Agile as a monkey, he drew his dagger and swiftly slashed the soldier's throat, extinguishing his life. "Damn it!" a nearby white soldier shouted, withdrawing a pistol from his waist and aiming at Alan with intent to shoot. Years spent in the wild had honed Alan's instincts, allowing him to swiftly duck and evade the shot. He landed nimbly, then slid beneath the white soldier. The dagger glimmered in the afternoon sun as it severed the soldier's Achilles tendon. The soldier cried out in pain, collapsing to his knees, and Alan sprang up from behind him, pouncing like a wolf. The dagger flashed once more, claiming the soldier's life in a swift motion. Gunfire erupted, and Alan felt a bullet strike his right shoulder, causing the dagger to fall from his grasp. Seizing the moment, he dove forward, taking cover behind the twitching body of the fallen soldier. The boy retrieved the dagger, clenching it between his teeth, and swiftly maneuvered sideways to evade further fire. His gaze caught Guter's furious expression. In mere seconds, a boy with white hair had managed to slay 2 men. Word of this would surely lead to ridicule for Guter's mercenary squad come spring. Enraged, Guter's resolve hardened, and he unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets. Each shot aimed at Alan. The boy's agility surpassed Guter's expectations as he weaved in a zigzag pattern, causing Guter's shots to frequently miss their mark. After several evasive maneuvers, Alan found himself in Guter's blind spot. With a powerful leap from the ground, he released the dagger, which was deftly caught by his left hand. Alan's pupils dilated, blood coursing through his veins at an accelerated pace, and he flipped the dagger, aiming its tip toward Gutter's throat. Gutter gritted his teeth, shifting the gun to his left hand, aiming it at Alan's forehead. Just as the two were on the verge of mutual destruction, a hand materialized from seemingly nowhere, gripping Alan's wrist tightly and flinging him aside. Alan crashed against a tree trunk, followed by a fist that struck his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. A boot pressed against his head, the weight increasing as if intent on crushing his skull. "Do not kill him," commanded Captain Andy. "Why not?" A woman's voice responded from above. "That boy looks like he was raised by snow wolves, a wolf child. Don't you see the potential here? Perhaps some adults in Babylon would welcome a curious new pet." Andy shrugged, adding, "Furthermore, isn't that old man Hearn seeking a boy without any record to replace his son in the survival games? I believe he would pay a handsome price for him." With great effort, Alan shifted his head, catching a glimpse of the woman's thigh. She lowered her gaze and spat at the boy. "Consider yourself fortunate, kid." At that moment, a mournful wolf howl echoed through the valley. Upon hearing it, Alan's heart clenched. It was Bai Fong. Andy raised his hand excitedly, signaling Gutter's men to hold their fire. Moments later, a wobbly snow wolf emerged from the valley. Bai Fong had changed drastically. It no longer bore the shimmering silver coat that Alan had first encountered. Now, its fur lacked luster and had large patches missing. In the areas where the fur had fallen out, signs of decay were evident. The only constant was those serene blue eyes. Upon seeing Bai Fong, Andy's smile abruptly faltered, and he exclaimed in frustration, "What on earth is this? A silver snow wolf? It may have been one once, but what of it now? Have I expended all this effort and resources merely to hunt down a creature on the brink of death?" In its current state, even if Andy were to dispatch Bai Fong without a scratch, it was evident that he would not fetch a good price. While Andy was vehemently cursing, Bai Fong cast a glance towards Alan. In the meeting of their eyes, Alan understood that Bai Fong was silently questioning why he remained. Alan responded with a stubborn smile. Bai Fong comprehended, letting out a low growl before sprinting forward. Just as Alan would not abandon Bai Fong, nor forsake the wolf pack, Bai Fong reciprocated his loyalty through action, having long regarded Alan as one of their own. The survival of the young wolf was an unyielding tenet of the pack's ancient code. As Bai Fong charged towards the battleground, Andy shrieked and leaped at it. Bai Fong opened its mouth, releasing a breath of icy wind. Unfortunately, it was summer, and with Bai Fong weakened, the frigid breath was thin and feeble. Andy effortlessly sidestepped the icy gale, delivering a powerful punch to Bai Fong's head. Instantly, Bai Fong collapsed to the ground. It shook its head, sprang back up, and lunged at Andy once more. However, Andy executed a peculiar twist, evading Bai Fong's bite entirely. Subsequently, he merely circled around Bai Fong, leaving onlookers puzzled as to his intentions. Yet, in Alan's eyes, he observed purple threads of source energy emanating from Andy's fingertips, delicate as spider silk, gradually ensnaring Bai Fong. The more the source energy entwined around Bai Fong, the slower its movements became. Ultimately, Bai Fong was rendered nearly immobile. At that moment, Andy patted its head, even taking a moment to smile at Alan, before pulling on the threads of source energy with both hands. Consequently, Bai Fong was torn asunder. Alan's pupils dilated in horror. "No!" he screamed, an inexplicable surge of strength allowing him to lift his head. Cinna expressed surprise, then cursed under her breath, forcefully pushing Alan back down into the earth. Once again, he sank heavily into the mud, leaving only one eye exposed to the outside world. His gaze caught Bai Fong's eyes, its head severed cleanly. Those twin blue orbs gazing quietly at Alan. It was reminiscent of that fateful night 5 years prior, when Lanny had bid him farewell with a final glance. That fleeting moment was laden with emotions too profound for words to capture. Alan stared fixedly at Bai Fong, as though intent on etching its gaze into his very soul. A profound sorrow engulfed him. Yet, he shed no tears. 5 years ago, he lost Lanny. 5 years later, he lost Bai Fong. Now, he was left utterly alone. The world remained as ruthlessly unforgiving as ever. Chapter 5. The training camp what? $5,000. Andy, you might as well go rob someone. A hoarse yet furious voice pierced through the haze in Alan's mind. As he slowly opened his eyes, he beheld the desolate wilderness of the outskirts. Not far away, a campfire flickered, beside which a black sedan idled. A man draped in a fur cloak, adorned like a gentleman, was bellowing at the leader of the Black Widow gang. In the firelight, Alan could even see the spittle flying from his mouth. Behind this man stood 2 burly figures in black, each wielding a submachine gun, evidently serving as his guards. Alan shifted his body, only to be met with excruciating pain radiating from various parts of him. His pale face remained silent, betraying no cries. The boy was in dire circumstances. After Bai Fong's death, he had been knocked unconscious. The following moments were a blur, oscillating between consciousness and oblivion, with the latter prevailing far more often. He now found himself confined within a sturdy iron cage, its bars measuring at least 3 centimeters thick, far too formidable for a mere boy to bend, especially with the demon's praise confiscated by Andy. Currently, the dagger twirled deftly in the leader's grip. Alan wished fervently for a misstep, for the dagger to plunge into the man's own throat. "Calm down, Mr. Hearn," Andy interjected with a beaming smile, gesturing towards Alan. "Indeed, he is just a boy, but he meets your criteria, with not a single blemish on his record. Most importantly, he is in good health and bears a resemblance in age and stature to your son. I wager you won't find a more suitable candidate within a week. So, you see, 5,000 is really not too steep. Or do you believe your son's life is not worth that much?" Andy maintained his cheerful demeanor. Hearn snorted disdainfully, revealing his sharp white teeth. "You bloodsucker. Listen, if it weren't for the impending deadline, you'd never seal this deal. I'll take the boy now, and you can collect the payment from my company in 3 days, you bastard." He forcefully shoved Andy aside and approached the cage, pulling out a handkerchief to cover his nose, glancing back to bark. "Damn it, you two idiots. Hurry up and get him in the car. Do I have to do everything myself?" The 2 guards hurried over, lifting the cage and Alan together, heading towards a 4-wheel drive vehicle. Inside the cage, Alan turned his gaze towards Andy, who still waved goodbye with a smile. "Hey," Alan called out to him. Andy shrugged, replying, "What? You can't bear to part with me? White-haired boy, while I do have a fondness for you, you are now Mr. Hearn's possession." Alan's eyes fell upon the dagger in Andy's hand. "Take care of it for me. I will come back for it, and when I do, I will use it to sever your throat." Andy hesitated momentarily, as Alan's vivid red eyes pierced through him. He then glanced at his 2 companions and chuckled. "I'll be waiting for you, little boy. If you manage to crawl back from that place, that hell." Ultimately, Alan and his cage were tossed into the SUV. After a bumpy ride, they arrived at a sprawling estate in the wilderness. The estate was vast but sparsely constructed, consisting of a main building, several auxiliary rooms, a water tank, and nearby shanties. Alan was unceremoniously thrown into one of the shanties, where coal and firewood were piled beside him. In the dead of night, rain began to fall. The water trickled down the terrain, transforming the ground beneath Alan's cage into a muddy mire. The cold water seeped up to his feet, sending chills coursing through his body. The cage was only 70 centimeters high, forcing Alan to curl up in the muck and endure a sleepless night. By noon the next day, a guard brought a basin filled with cold leftovers. This was to be Alan's meal for the day, which was even less than what Hearn's wolfhounds consumed. Alan silently devoured every morsel, though the guard delivered the food with a look of disdain. However, when he returned to find the plate completely empty, the guard's expression shifted. 2 days later, a sedan drove into the estate. A boy of similar age to Alan jumped out, plump and dressed in a well-tailored suit. Ignoring the protests of the 2 guards, he rushed over to the shanty, gazing at Alan with amusement. "Is this the bastard who will replace me? Not even a bit like me. Master Bess, looks do not matter, as long as the age matches. Other details will be handled by Lord Hearn," a guard flattered nearby. The boy named Bess crouched down and made a face at Alan through the bars. "You're going to die, bastard, but being sent to that place is an honor." He then turned to the guard. "I heard he is a wolf child?" "Indeed, Captain Andy of the Black Widow said he was raised by snow wolves." "How amusing. Hey, do you bite?" Bess waved his hand at the cage. "Do not do that, young master," the guard cautioned. "It's fine, he wouldn't dare." Just as the young master's words trailed off, Alan lunged forward, gripping Bess's arm and wrenching it violently, snapping it with a sickening crack. As Bess screamed like a slaughtered pig, Alan coldly declared, "I do not bite. I only kill. Let go. Let go." The guards thrust a rifle into the cage, striking Alan with the butt, finally dragging Bess away, who continued to wail about wanting to kill Alan, but was helplessly carried off by the guards. Moments later, Hearn stormed into the shanty, brandishing a rubber baton in a fit of rage. That day, Alan received no food, only a brutal beating. A week after being captured, at the peak of the midday sun, a transport vehicle arrived at the estate. Hearn, having been notified in advance, stood waiting at the entrance under the blazing sun. The vehicle halted, and several individuals emerged. Among them, a rotund man was ushered inside by Hearn, while 2 soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms, tactical helmets, and armed with automatic rifles stood guard. The soldiers bore an emblem on their chest, a crossed flintlock and longsword, with a black jackal insignia in the center. This marked them as part of the 13th District Ground Defense Force, indicating their military pedigree. Before long, Hearn and the rotund man emerged. Hearn pointed in Alan's direction, eliciting a series of guffaws from the man. Nodding, he called out to the 2 soldiers, "That's the one, take him away. And remember to assign him a number." He turned back to Hearn, adding, "Rest assured, those high-ranking officials only care about the numbers. they wouldn't bother checking the background of a little brat. "Thank you very much," Hearn replied. Beside him, Bess, with an arm in a cast, gave Alan the finger. The two sturdy soldiers approached, and Alan regarded them with indifference. One pulled out a peculiar handgun from his waist and warned, "For your own good, it's best to stay still." As he reached for Alan's arm, Alan swiftly struck at the soldier's throat. Just as he moved, a jolt coursed through his body, and he collapsed to the ground. Before losing consciousness, he caught sight of the other soldier, who brandished a taser. The soldier chuckled to his comrade. "This little brat is certainly wild. Perhaps he has a chance of survival." With that, the soldier pinned Alan's arm down and pressed the gun against his hand, firing a shot. The weapon emitted a slight tremor, and Alan felt a tingling sensation in his arm. When the soldier withdrew the gun, a number had been branded onto his arm: 666. That day, Alan departed the estate. He was hoisted from the cage and thrown into the transport vehicle, under the watchful eyes of two heavily armed soldiers. Alan dared not make any movements that might be misconstrued. Through the window of the transport vehicle, he observed as it departed from the estate, traversing a narrow canyon and crossing vast stretches of untouched wilderness, eventually arriving at a military encampment at the foot of a mountain 3 days later. As soldiers hastily ushered him from the vehicle, a man marked with a number smiled and welcomed him, saying, "Welcome to hell." Reluctantly, Alan was coerced at gunpoint by 2 rifles to advance towards the military camp, where a number of transport vehicles were stationed at the entrance. Upon entering the camp, he encountered a rudimentary yet sufficiently spacious square. The ground was unrefined, and the dampness suggested it had recently rained, leaving muddy impressions with each step. In the square, dozens of soldiers stood in a straight line, their rifles held at the ready, aimed at a group of youth, of whom Alan was one. After being escorted to join these young individuals, 2 soldiers handed a folder to the commanding officer at the forefront. This officer towered nearly 2 meters tall, his sun-kissed skin glistening with an oily sheen. Beneath a crookedly worn beret rested a visage twisted in a menacing grin, marred by an X-shaped scar that instilled fear. This imposing figure, comparable in stature to a silverback gorilla, bore the insignia of a second lieutenant on his epaulettes. He strode forward, surveying the anxious faces of the 100 or so youths, and declared, "Welcome, you little wretches. I am Lieutenant Ron, and here, I am your god. Whatever I command you to do, even if it entails eating excrement, you shall comply without hesitation. You are indeed fortunate wretches, for you have been randomly selected by the system to represent District 13 in the upcoming death arena. Yet, you are equally unfortunate, for in the ensuing 6 months of training, only one of you shall emerge from this encampment. You little wretches may often lament your existence on this hellish surface, but now, I can assure you, your previous lives were as sweet as paradise. Now, you have truly arrived in hell." As he concluded, Lieutenant Ron's voice resonated like summer thunder, leaving the youths beneath him dizzy and disoriented. Chapter 6. Class Alan's expression was equally grim. Not because he was intimidated by the brawny lieutenant's voice, but due to the radiant aura that emanated from him as he bellowed. This was the glow of elemental energy, distinct from the cold silver luminescence of Bai Fong. The lieutenant's light shimmered in a pale red hue, exuding a fierce and domineering essence. Aside from the lieutenant, Alan also noticed several instructors radiating a faint glow, albeit their light paled in comparison to that of the lieutenant. Regardless of how dim, Alan understood that these individuals were not to be trifled with, at least not at this moment. He resolved to adhere strictly to the lieutenant's commands, recognizing that provoking such a person would be as futile as crushing an ant. He wished to survive, for only by doing so could he seek retribution against Andy. Moreover, this aligned with his mother's wishes. At the lieutenant's signal, several soldiers scattered yellow powder around the young boys and girls. Meanwhile, Andy continued, stating that the upcoming assessment would be a simple one. "Trust me, it's truly easy," he sneered. "All I require is for you to stand still for 10 minutes and remain silent. The most crucial point is that you must not leave this yellow circle. Anyone who disobeys the order will face," he said, pulling out a rugged firearm and shaking it slightly, the implication clear. In no time, the yellow powder had formed an unmistakable circle in the square, with around 100 youths standing within it. Many appeared anxious, and as Alan inhaled deeply, he detected a pungent, sour scent in the powder that nearly brought tears to his eyes. Such a strong odor suggested it was not merely for demarcating a circle, but rather to confine something. Alan's suspicions were soon confirmed when several soldiers brought over sealed alloy barrels. After entering a code, the electronic locks clicked open and the lids shrank, revealing a dark interior flickering with myriad crimson lights. The youths could not mask their fear, retreating, with some of the more timid ones collapsing to the ground. Suddenly, a small creature leapt from the barrel, a large ant, roughly the size of a cicada, with a dark red body and sharp mandibles that moved gently. These are volcanic ants, sensitive to vibrations and typically found near volcanic craters. If I were you, I would remain still, Lieutenant Ron said with a sinister grin. The soldiers began to strike the barrels, causing a swarm of volcanic ants to emerge, cascading like a dark red tide. Initially, the ants appeared disoriented, adjusting to their new surroundings. However, when some youths could no longer contain their screams, the ants swiftly honed in on their targets, surging towards them in a relentless wave. Alan took a deep breath and slowed his heartbeat, employing the snow wolf's camouflage technique to diminish his presence, preparing to strike with deadly precision. After a few breaths, the volcanic ants swarmed around the feet of the youths. Dozens began to crawl up Alan's legs, and he endeavored to maintain a long, gentle breath to avoid provoking a violent reaction. However, the other youths were not as composed. Over half of them screamed, stomping with their feet and swatting with their hands. Their frantic movements provoked the ants, whose mandibles easily tore through the tender skin of the children. The ants found every crevice, invading ears, nostrils, and other vulnerable areas. In less than a minute, several youths collapsed, blood flowing as their insides were gnawed upon by the ants. A boy of around 12 or 13 could no longer bear it and bolted from the yellow circle, with Lieutenant Ron making no effort to stop him. Seeing this, other youths followed suit, and as a dozen children fled the circle, Ron signaled to the soldiers behind him. A barrage of gunfire erupted, mercilessly taking down each child daring enough to escape. Ron himself used his rugged revolver to sever a girl's head, her lifeless body quickly becoming a feast for the volcanic ants. Alan held his breath and shut his eyes, remaining motionless as the ants crawled over him, akin to a statue. Lieutenant Ron soon noticed him and exchanged glances with an instructor, remarking that the young boy exhibited remarkable composure, managing to slow his heartbeat and conceal his presence. Make a note of his number, the instructor nodded. Finally, 10 minutes elapsed, and Ron snapped his fingers. Immediately, several soldiers armed with water guns began to spray the children. A torrent of cold water drenched them, and Alan felt a sense of relief as the ants covering him were washed away. They struggled in the water, but soon ceased to move. Alan extended his tongue to taste the droplets trickling from his mouth, detecting an intensely sour flavor. The water had been laced with a substance that was likely lethal to the volcanic ants. The deluge continued for a full minute, and when it ceased, less than a third of the youths remained standing. Nearly 50 had succumbed to the ants' bites, while several others had been shot down by Ron and his soldiers. In a mere 10 minutes, the camp's numbers dwindled to 35. At this moment, Alan began to grasp the true meaning behind Ron's earlier words regarding hell. Congratulations. You have survived the first trial, the most arduous one, Ron remarked, surveying the drenched youths, their clothes clinging to their bodies. Some of the girls, their garments soaked, revealed their youthful forms, drawing the eager gazes of both the instructors and the boys, Alan included. This is your first lesson. Complete obedience to my commands. Follow my orders, and you may live. Defy them, and you are as good as dead. I believe the fate of those deserters sufficiently illustrates this point. Ron clapped his hands. All right. That concludes this morning's session. Here are some manuals regarding the death arena. I know some of you may not even understand why you are here, so take this opportunity to read them thoroughly. The instructors will take you to the barracks, and when you hear the whistle, I expect you before me within 15 seconds. Otherwise, consider the consequences for yourselves. With that, Alan and the others were escorted to a rudimentary barack, constructed from iron sheets and supported by thick steel beams. The barack contained only 2 rows of iron bunks. Alan chose a bed tucked into a corner, at least 3 meters from the nearest window. Many children preferred to sleep near the window, but Alan, accustomed to the wilderness, instinctively selected a spot less susceptible to attack. His clothes were soaked, so he removed his shirt. Soon, the instructors delivered several sets of uniforms, a grass-green tank top and camouflage pants, accompanied by black military boots. This was the finest attire Alan had worn in 5 years, and the instructors supervised the children as they changed. The barack was co-ed, and the girls had no choice but to change before the watchful eyes of their peers, some of whom had developed noticeably, their figures becoming more pronounced. This naturally attracted the attention of the instructors and the boys, including Alan. Having lived alongside the snow wolves for many years, he possessed little understanding of matters concerning the opposite sex. In contrast, the other boys, some of whom were already 13 or 14, had accumulated experience in such affairs, causing their gazes towards the girls to intensify with fervor. As the youths were changing their clothes, a sudden surge of instructors burst through the doors and windows of the barracks. Each wielding a whip, they indiscriminately lashed out at the naked boys and girls. A cacophony of screams erupted within the barracks. Due to his chosen position, Alan had a brief moment to react, granting him a second or two more than the others. When an instructor's whip came slicing through the air, he rolled off the bed, allowing the whip to strike the iron frame instead. The instructor let out a surprised sound, flicking his wrist to unleash another lash. Seizing the opportunity, Alan dropped to the ground to evade the second strike. Damn it, the instructor muttered under his breath. Swinging the whip once more, aimed at Alan's head, the latter instinctively raised his hands for protection, curling into a ball to minimize the area of impact. He then slightly shifted, causing the whip that was intended for his head to ultimately strike the outer side of his left arm, leaving a swollen mark in its wake. Several more lashes followed, and the barracks resonated with anguished cries. Yet, this sudden assault was fleeting. Within mere seconds, it ceased as abruptly as it had begun. Each child had endured at least 2 or 3 strikes, while Alan bore the brunt with 6 lashes, twice as many as his peers. At that moment, Lieutenant Ron entered with his characteristic grin, addressing the children. Well, you little rascals, how do you find the experience? Remember, you are here to undergo the most rigorous training to survive in the harshest of games. Do not delude yourselves into thinking you are still at home. Assaults can occur at any moment under my watch. Your task is to remain vigilant at all times and to learn swiftly how to endure punishment. This, my dear students, is your second lesson. Chapter 7. The Arena of Death. On Monday, we aim to ascend the new book rankings. My dear siblings, I implore you to cast your red votes in my favor. Every collection and click is of paramount importance. I seek your unwavering support. Lieutenant, what does it mean to endure a beating? A timid black youth inquired. Lieutenant Ron nodded, stating, a pertinent question indeed. Enduring punishment is an art in itself. In combat, injuries and blows are inevitable. The key lies in minimizing one's wounds, necessitating a profound understanding of both the circumstances and one's own physique. Once you grasp these principles, you shall comprehend the essence of evading critical harm. He approached an iron bed marked with stains of blood. A young girl lay motionless upon it, her naked form marred by several crimson lash marks on her left ear and cheek. This girl had been mercilessly whipped to death by the instructor. Without a trace of compassion, Ron dragged the corpse to the ground, turning her head aside to point at the ear, declaring, "Behold, this is the fate of one who lacks the ability to defend herself. When compared to the head, the ear is far more vulnerable. Her arms could have withstood greater damage had she understood the necessity of shielding her head with her hands. The worst outcome would have been an injured arm, rather than the loss of her life." Further elaborating on the arm, Ron continued, "Should one thrust a knife downwards?" He gestured to an instructor behind him, who promptly handed him a dagger. With a swift motion, he slashed at the shoulder of the corpse's arm, stating, "Here, the muscle and fat are relatively thicker. A mere cut would only draw blood. But if I were to strike here..." He swiftly cut into the artery at the wrist. The recently deceased body, with blood yet to coagulate, erupted with a spray, dousing Ron's face. Unfazed, he wiped his face and grinned. "Now do you see? You little rascals must begin with self-awareness if you wish to survive. Only then will you discern which areas to sacrifice during an attack and which could lead to death." Utilizing the girl's corpse as a teaching tool, Ron delivered a vivid anatomy lesson with the dagger. By the conclusion of his lecture, the girl's body was unrecognizable, even her innards removed. The barracks reeked of blood. The instructors wore impassive expressions, while 9 out of 10 older children retched until bile emerged. Alan did not vomit. He had witnessed far bloodier scenes. His face was pale, and Ron's disregard for the girl's corpse made him uneasy, for just moments ago, she had been a living being. Ron surveyed the children with satisfaction, instructing the instructors to note the names of those who had not vomited. Spotting Alan, he approached, saying, "Well done, lad. I have taken note of you. You display more agility and alertness than the rest. Pray tell, what is your name?" "Alan." "Very well, Alan. Let me guess. Your father is a hunter?" "No, I have no father. My mother passed when I was 5, Alan replied. This revelation surprised Ron. If the skills exhibited by this white-haired youth were not inherited, they must have been self-taught, indicating a life spent in the wild. This thought deepened Ron's interest in him. "I like you, Alan. Therefore, strive to survive until the end," he said, clapping Alan's shoulder with such force it nearly crushed his arm. After exiting the barracks, Ron returned to his office and summoned an instructor to fetch Alan's records. Upon reviewing the information, Ron chuckled darkly. "It appears someone intends to play tricks right beneath my nose." According to the records, the youth designated as 666 was named Bess, not Alan. Furthermore, this Bess had a father who operated a mining business, a stark contrast to Alan's circumstances. Ron summoned an instructor, tossing the file before him. "Who brought this little rascal here?" "The one who brought him is Lewin, Lieutenant," the instructor quickly responded. "Excellent. Have Lewin come to me." In the barracks, 2 soldiers provided the children with ointments to treat their wounds. After applying the salve, Alan took out the manual previously distributed and began to read. Before turning 5, Lanny had imparted many lessons to him, the most crucial being literacy. In this barracks, more than half of the children could not comprehend the contents of the manual. Yet Alan grasped the general idea. The arena of death was established following the Dawn War, initiated by the federal government amidst the ruins, intending to ensure future generations remembered this great battle and understood the significance of survival. Initially, the arena was held exclusively on floating islands. However, as the population surged, countless individuals were driven to the surface. Over time, the discord between the floating islands and the surface intensified, leading to the inclusion of surface candidates in the arena. Every 2 years, the system would automatically select citizens from 22 administrative districts. Most participants were youths aged 10 to 15, undergoing training and elimination. Ultimately, only one from each district would compete, totaling 22 individuals battling for their lives in a designated area of Babylon's floating island. The victor would receive numerous rewards, including weaponry, initial funding, and formal residency on the floating island. Some fortunate individuals might even be adopted by noble families, granting them access to additional resources and opportunities for advancement. More importantly, the winners possessed the privilege to designate between 5 to 10 direct family members to relocate to the floating island alongside them. This was an immense temptation for surface dwellers. In summary, the arena of death represents a pivotal opportunity for surface citizens to alter their destinies, provided they survive until the end. As Alan finished reading the manual, a cacophony akin to a slaughtered pig erupted outside. He and the other children rushed to the windows, witnessing a rotund man bound and helpless in the square, as Lieutenant Ron lashed him mercilessly with a whip. Alan recognized the man, a military official who had conspired with Hearn to have Alan take the place of Hearn's son in the arena of death. At that moment, an instructor burst into the barracks, shouting, "Number 666, step forward." Alan complied and was escorted to the square. After delivering a final strike, Ron stood over the bloodied man, whose head hung low, unconscious or possibly deceased. With a vicious expression, Ron radiated an unrestrained aura of menace as he approached Alan, whose complexion paled further. Yet he stood resolute and silent. Ron tempered his hostility slightly, stating, "I have verified your information. This number was not meant for you. Lewin, that pig, has confessed to accepting bribes. I detest when my intelligence is challenged. Both this fat pig and the Hearn family deserve death. As for you," Ron continued, "you may choose anew, remain and continue your training, or depart. I am seldom this merciful, so seize the opportunity wisely." Alan bit his lip and raised the manual. Shaking it, "I wish to know if what is stated here is true. I refer to the rewards." "It is true," Ron replied, taking a towel from the instructor to wipe his hands, then looking skyward with his hands on his hips. "Although the arena of death has been corrupted under the manipulation of the noble lords, one thing remains unchanged. Its rewards are still substantial enough to alter the destinies of individuals. Then I choose to stay." Alan gritted his teeth. Ron lowered his head, squinting slightly. "Why? If it's those little brats in the barracks, they would eagerly welcome the chance to escape this hell. Trust me, I have shown exceptional leniency today. From here on, your days will only become increasingly arduous." Alan shook his head, turning to the second lieutenant. His crimson eyes were notably calm, yet chillingly cold. "Because I need to alter my fate. Only then will I possess the strength to settle some scores." Ron fixed his gaze on Alan, who did not waver under his scrutiny. After a brief moment, the lieutenant nodded. "Very well, since you willingly choose to remain in hell, I hope you are prepared to transform into a demon. Otherwise, survival will be beyond your reach." After Alan returned, Ron remarked to the instructor beside him, "I find myself growing fonder of this lad. There is purpose in his eyes, much like a wolf poised for the hunt, if he manages to endure until the end. I truly pity his prey." The instructor chuckled awkwardly, his expression slightly uncomfortable. Those familiar with Ron knew that earning his favor was not a promising sign. At 4 a.m, the hour of sweet dreams, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the stillness outside the barracks. Alan immediately opened his eyes, leaping from the iron bed, and swiftly dashed to the nearest window, vaulting through it. He had slept fully dressed, even leaving his shoes on, while many of the boys had opted for comfort by shedding their clothes. Upon hearing the whistle, the more astute among them sprinted out of the barracks entirely unclothed, while some, slower to react, hesitated over whether to don their shirts. In a mere 10 seconds, Alan was the first to reach the playground. Following closely behind were a dozen other boys, all uniformly clad in their barak attire, evidently having slept fully dressed as well. The third group consisted of 7 or 8 boys wearing only their trousers, while those who lagged behind managed to send only 5 by the deadline. As the 15-second mark arrived, the fierce instructors stormed into the barracks, followed by the sharp crack of whips and the anguished cries of the boys. For boys, who had failed to escape in time, Each received 5 lashes, the instructors showing no mercy as they left them bloodied before driving them out. As they beheld the bloodied boys, a chill ran through the others. Ron stated calmly, "This is their first mistake. I shall administer 5 lashes to each as a reminder. The instructors will record their numbers. Should they err again, the punishment will be doubled. This will continue until they cease their misdeeds, or, perhaps, until they become lifeless. Now, all of you run. Circle the playground until I tell you to stop. Do you understand?" "Understood." The boys chorused in unison. Chapter 8. The Source Force, and the imprint. Ronan nodded, gesturing forward with a grand sweep of his hand, prompting the youths to sprint. Those who lagged behind were met with the sting of the instructor's whip. This prolonged run persisted until the dawn broke at 6 o'clock, at which point Ronan declared it concluded. Breakfast followed, a lavish spread that ensured everyone had ample sustenance to quell their hunger. The meal was not only plentiful but also thoughtfully curated, featuring some substances that could stimulate human growth, resulting in peculiar flavors for several items. Many of the boys devoured their food ravenously, and Alan, equally famished, found himself in a similar plight. His stamina had always been commendable, having survived 5 arduous years in the wild. Yet, the extensive run nearly drained him of all energy, and the lieutenant regarded him with a newfound perception. Whenever Alan managed to pull ahead slightly and attempted to conserve his strength, the lieutenant would delight in unleashing his whip, compelling Alan to sprint with all his might. In this manner, Alan consistently lapped the group of boys 3 times. Now, even his fingers trembled as he reached for a piece of bread. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his hunger and forced himself to consume the food slowly. Meanwhile, a few of the overeager youths had already doubled over, clutching their stomachs on the ground. Ronan instructed the instructors to attend to these boys. Walking among the remaining youths, he declared, "Remember, after rigorous exertion, it is crucial to avoid consuming large quantities of food too quickly. It could be perilous, especially if you have gone 2 or 3 days without sustenance. At first, it is best to drink only water and to strictly control your portions." Upon hearing the lieutenant's words, the boys realized that dining was indeed a skill to be mastered. After their meal, they were granted 15 minutes of respite before the next session of strength training. Ronan's statement evoked grim expressions across the faces of the youths. The ensuing 2 months passed amidst rigorous physical conditioning, strength training, and various other exercises. Intermittently, instructors would launch surprise attacks, wielding whips, soft clubs, knives, or even engaging in hand-to-hand combat. These assaults were unpredictable, with the exception of nighttime, when no attacks occurred to ensure the youths had adequate sleep. Otherwise, it would have been sheer torment. As 2 months swiftly elapsed, Alan gradually acclimated to this new existence. Many techniques imparted by Ronan bore striking similarities to those he had learned from the snow wolves, yet there were numerous methods that the wolves could not teach him. After all, humanity possessed a refined heritage of knowledge, while the snow wolves relied primarily on instinct and experience, rendering the two vastly different, akin to clouds and mud. On the first day of the 3rd month, following breakfast, Ronan unexpectedly did not instruct the youths to engage in strength training. Instead, he gathered them in the square. After 2 months of training, 6 boys had been eliminated, leaving 29 remaining. Gazing at the surviving youths, Ronan displayed his characteristic smile. "Your performance has truly surprised me. I initially anticipated that at least half would be dismissed after 2 months, yet here you stand, still many in number. Congratulations, young ones. You are about to encounter the true power of this world. Listen closely. In the war academies of Babylon, the verbose scholars would likely begin explaining principles. But here, in this training camp, you have only a few months before one of you fortunate souls will participate in the death arena. Therefore, I lack the luxury of time for detailed explanations. Just know this, the true power of the world, and indeed the entire universe, is known as the Source Force. As for what the Source Force entails, I shall provide you with a most vivid impression. However, before we proceed, I must inform you that the Source Force is divided into 2 categories, Cosmic Source Force and Life Source Force. For more detailed explanations, the instructors will provide you with a manual to review during your breaks. We shall not concern ourselves with the Cosmic Source Force. That immense power is beyond the reach of you youngsters, and even the most elite of today's warriors. It is not merely a matter of effort. It requires innate talent. What I need you to grasp and master is the Life Source Force. Alan felt a tremor run through his body. He began to comprehend the radiant essence he had observed in by Fong and Ronan. If all went well, it would indeed be the Life Source Force the lieutenant spoke of. Observing the contemplative expressions of the youths, Ronan smiled gently and continued, "What is life? The most superficial explanation is merely the biological reproduction between male and female. But is it truly that simple? No, competition pervades the universe. Each life's inception demands enduring, ruthless competition. When your father releases his life essence within your mother, Your chances of being conceived are a mere fraction, perhaps 1 in several million, or even 1 in a billion, among countless sperm. Only the strongest and swiftest can achieve the union with an egg, embarking on the journey of life. Viewed from another perspective, those of you fortunate enough to be born carry the finest genes from both your parents. Ronan paused, allowing the youths to digest this information before continuing. The life source force is the catalyst that awakens the latent energies within your genes, extracting, absorbing, and amplifying them, thereby distinguishing you from ordinary mortals. Those who wield the source force will have the opportunity to attain wealth and power unattainable by the average person. The source force is power, possessing power. You shall find paradise wherever you roam in the universe. Without power, you are merely sheep and cattle, vulnerable to slaughter. The lieutenant's voice resonated like thunder, forcefully embedding each word into the minds of the youths. Now let us broaden your horizons and unveil what the source force can truly bestow upon an individual. Ronan raised his right hand, his arm thick as a woman's thigh, muscles bulging and veins snaking across its surface. At that moment, luminous trails began to manifest upon the lieutenant's arm. They were faint yet visible to the naked eye, eliciting gasps from several boys. These shimmering lights danced along the lieutenant's arm, forming patterns reminiscent of electronic circuits. Ultimately, they converged on the back of his hand, creating a radiant design akin to a blade's edge. Ronan shook his hand, displaying the emblem. Listen closely. Igniting the potential of your genes is merely the first step. Within the entire framework of the source force, we refer to it as the spark. Kindling the spark of the source force simply grants you a ticket into this vast world. Once the spark is ignited, a vortex of source force is formed. At this stage, those individuals are known as source force bearers. But do not be deceived into thinking this is remarkable. Source force bearers are merely at the bottom of the hierarchy. In genuine warfare, they are nothing more than cannon fodder. To be of real significance, one must achieve the formation of 9 source force vortices, culminating in the first genetic circuit. This moment will be the most pivotal in your life. The formation of the genetic circuit will manifest as a mark upon your skin, much like the one on my hand. We refer to it as the imprint. The imprint represents innate talent, and its nature is contingent upon the genetic potential you possess. Once the imprint is formed, you will unlock your first ability. Subsequently, you must diligently cultivate your source force, continuously enhancing its strength, and forming additional genetic circuits to fill your imprint, thereby awakening even greater powers. Through this process, you may hope to ascend step by step towards the pinnacle of the source force hierarchy. Ronan waved his hand again and added, each imprint is unique, just as each of you is one of a kind. The imprint upon my hand is called the steel blade edge, and its first ability allows my arm to possess the hardness of steel and the sharpness of a blade. As Ronan elucidated, the youths were captivated, their expressions reflecting awe and fascination. Ron opened a gateway to an entirely new world for them, leaving the exploration of what lay beyond to the young adventurers themselves. However, this journey could only commence once they had harnessed the source power, at the very least igniting the spark of that energy. Observing the eager youths below, Ron resembled a ravenous wolf, casting bait before revealing his formidable fangs. You fortunate souls, he remarked, if it were not for your participation in this training camp, you might never encounter an opportunity such as this throughout your lives. In 7 days, the first batch of enlightenment elixirs will arrive. They will assist you in awakening your latent source power as swiftly as possible. Be advised, however, that this elixir poses significant risks to your nervous system. An ordinary person may only utilize it 2 or 3 times. Exceeding this limit will result in the degeneration of your neural network, rendering you a fool for eternity. The youths gasped in shock, and Ron's subsequent words plunged their earlier excitement into despair. Moreover, within the next 2 months, you must ignite your sparks. Any failures to do so by dawn 60 days hence will result in immediate elimination. The young aspirants understood all too well that elimination equated to death. They now had merely 2 months, with a maximum of 3 uses of the elixir, to awaken and ignite their source power. The brevity of time and the magnitude of the challenge were unprecedented. Among the 29 youths gathered here, it remained uncertain how many would survive in 2 months' time. It was anticipated that the number would be minimal, for source users had yet to proliferate significantly. Following this, Ron intensified their strength training. From this day forth, he raised the standards to the utmost limits that these young individuals could achieve. His precision in gauging their capabilities was remarkable, even imposing additional burdens on certain exceptional individuals. For instance, Alan's training regimen was nearly double that of his peers. Chapter 9. Igniting the spark after a week that felt akin to hell. A girl succumbed to her exhaustion and passed away on the very day the Enlightenment serum was delivered. In a cruel twist of fate, she brushed past the lifeless body still radiating warmth and the coated box filled with the serum, an image that served as a grim jest from destiny. The boys felt a heavy gloom settle over them, for they knew that perhaps one day, they too might meet a similar fate. Alan's scarlet eyes fixated on the coded box as it was carried into the lieutenant's quarters by two soldiers. He clenched his fists, vowing to survive at all costs. The memories of Lanny and Bai Fong flickered through his mind, the pain of their farewell glances still entwined around his heart like tendrils of despair. He would not spare those who had taken away their gazes, whether they were from the Predator clan or the Black Widow hunting group. They must perish. Yet, for this to happen, Alan must first claw his way out of hell. The flames of vengeance burned brightly in the boy's eyes. And his first step began with the serums. Once the serums vanished into the confines of their quarters, Lieutenant Ron addressed the boys. I hope you have read the material in the manual. This afternoon, you will receive the injection of the Enlightenment Serum. At that moment, you must induce the potential of your genes as instructed. A word of caution. You ought to ignite the spark within the first 2 injections. Otherwise, even if you manage to ignite it during the third, your accomplishments will be severely limited, and your lifespan may be short-lived. With 2 hours remaining until noon, Lieutenant Ron displayed unusual leniency today, allowing the boys to return to their quarters. The first thing each of them did was to seize the manual and study it ardently, striving to memorize every word and phrase, hoping to ignite the spark in one attempt. Alan was no exception, though he merely glanced at the manual before setting it aside. In truth, after perusing the instructions, he could recite them verbatim. Amidst the hellish training, not only had his survival skills, physical fitness, and strength developed rapidly, but he also discovered an astonishing memory within himself, a dormant ability awakened by the relentless pressures of Lieutenant Ron's brutal regimen. Compared to his condition upon entering the camp, Alan's physical prowess had at least doubled. The manual provided by the lieutenant included detailed instructions on the source power and the procedures for igniting the spark. This method had been meticulously refined by the federal government over centuries. It was widely promoted within the military, leading to the emergence of numerous source power wielders each year. Naturally, some aristocratic families residing on the floating islands possessed their own unique methods of enlightenment, dismissing such standardized teachings as mere commonplace. After all, the use of the Enlightenment Serum had its flaws. While the lower classes were indifferent to these drawbacks, the upper echelons of society sought excellence and perfection. Unless absolutely necessary, even the lesser signs would refrain from using such serums. Having thoroughly studied the manual, Alan did nothing further. In this rare moment of respite, he lay back on his bed and relaxed completely, while the other boys exhibited signs of nervousness and anxiety. Time flowed differently for each of them. And soon it was afternoon. After lunch, the boys were gathered in a hall, a cavernous space within the mountain, resembling a bomb shelter. It was spacious enough to be quiet. Once the 2 steel doors closed, the outside world was silenced. In the hall, apart from the boys and Ron, only a few medical personnel were present. Following instructions, Alan and the others sat cross-legged on the floor as the medical staff opened the coded box and prepared the syringes containing the 3-centimeter-long vials of green luminescent serum. Then, at Ron's direction, they injected the Enlightenment Serum into each boy's arm, proceeding from left to right. As the cool needle pierced his skin and the serum was forced into his vein, Alan's consciousness began to drift. He understood this to be a sign that the serum was taking effect, maximizing human neural sensitivity. Simultaneously, it induced a euphoric sensation akin to a drug high. The manual indicated that when the serum activated, the user needed to concentrate their mind, allowing it to settle in a meditative state to resonate with the source power, thereby activating it from within their genetic fragments. The cosmic source power and the life source power were 2 sides of the same coin. The cosmic source power sought outward, exemplified by the energy cube. In contrast, the life source power turned inward. Thus, one could not access the latent strength buried deep within their genes without settling their mind. Following the manual's guidance, Alan focused his mind through prolonged breaths, visualizing himself sinking deeper and deeper. Under the influence of the Enlightenment Serum, his neural sensitivity surged exponentially. Soon, he could hear nothing but the rhythmic beating of his own heart, echoing like a drumbeat at a steady tempo. As Alan's consciousness merged with the cadence of his heartbeat, the world around him transformed into a serene silence. His past experiences played back in his mind like a film reel, revealing the moment Bai Fong fell, the sight of himself leaving with the wolf pack, and the image of the severed white finger on the scorched ground. His fleeting life raced through his consciousness. After an influx of countless images, all finally faded into silence. Within the depths of his soul, the once quiet world began to glimmer with a faint light. Under the gentle red glow, something pulsated slowly. When his consciousness reached out to touch it, Alan suddenly realized it was a fetus. It was himself. With the serum's aid, Alan's spirit delved deeper into the essence of his soul, embarking on a remarkable journey to trace his origins. First, he revisited various fragments from his birth onward, and soon he found himself experiencing the sensations of his own fetal existence. As this journey continued, something within his soul silently shattered. Then, Alan beheld countless flickering lights, akin to stars across the cosmic sea, filling his entire consciousness. A surge of joy welled up within Alan as he recognized that he had successfully penetrated the depths of his genes, witnessing his own life source power. He dared not falter. His consciousness extended toward the luminescent flickers. The light that appeared closest to him seemed infinitely distant. Alan refused to give up, and as he stretched his consciousness, it became increasingly delicate. When his consciousness reached a thinness akin to a single hair, he finally grasped one flickering light. Upon contact, the previously still radiance suddenly pulsed and surged rapidly along his consciousness. In an instant, that flicker transformed into a dazzling brilliance before his eyes. And with a gentle jolt in the realm of awareness, Alan found himself uncontrollably lunging forward. This time, he truly opened his eyes to behold a pair of sturdy, square-toed military boots. Lifting his gaze, he met the astonished face of Lieutenant Ron. Ron stared at him for a full minute, leaving Alan feeling slightly unnerved. Finally, breaking into a grin, he refrained from knocking Alan back down and chuckled. "You certainly did not disappoint me, kid. Igniting the spark on your first use of the serum. Well done." Alan, momentarily taken aback, soon felt something circulating within him, flowing with the rhythm of his blood. It was the first whirlpool of source power. The formation of this whirlpool marked the ignition of the spark. From this moment forward, Alan stepped into the ranks of source power wielders. Lieutenant Ron summoned someone to bring over a notebook containing a list of the boys' names. Under the auspices of Alan's name, Lieutenant Ron succinctly documented the circumstances under which Alan ignited the spark, concluding with remarks of immense potential. However, had Ron known that Alan possessed the extraordinary ability to witness the entirety of his life, tracing back to his fetal stage, ultimately gazing upon a vast ocean of source energy akin to a starry sea, his remarks would undoubtedly have merited an elevation to prodigious talent. It is worth noting that, typically, even those who successfully stabilize their minds after consuming potions merely glimpse fragmented memories of their past, rather than experiencing a comprehensive journey, as Alan did. Furthermore, it is beyond the realm of possibility for individuals to recall their fetal phase unless they had established their perception during that very time. Lastly, when one's consciousness fully intertwines with the depths of their genes, the visibility of the luminous source energy serves as a direct assessment of potential. Ordinarily, one who can perceive a single galaxy is already deemed to possess immense potential. Yet, what Alan witnessed was a boundless expanse of source energy, reminiscent of celestial bodies scattered throughout the cosmos. 2 hours later, as the effects of the potion dissipated, all the youths gradually opened their eyes. It was as though they had emerged from an extensive dream, each displaying a lingering sense of incompleteness. Yet soon each received a sharp reprimand from their instructor. Ron shook his head and remarked, "You lot are utterly useless. Aside from Alan, not a single one of you ignited the spark, squandering a precious opportunity. Remember, such chances are scarce." The resilience of the youths had significantly improved. They could at least endure the instructor's lash. However, upon hearing that Alan had ignited the spark, their gazes shifted dramatically. As Alan exited through the azure steel gates, he felt a myriad of eyes upon him, some filled with jealousy, others with envy, and still more with resentment, a veritable tapestry of emotions. Please support by favoriting and sharing. The journey of this new book is arduous. I humbly ask for your support. I've been uploading this new work over the past few days, and the rhythm has been somewhat chaotic. I will adjust and focus on writing. I entrust the rest to you all. P.S. An additional chapter for the Captain of the Sword. Chapter 10. Cleansing upon returning to the barracks. Alan discovered himself to be uncomfortably sticky. After igniting the flame, he had broken into a profuse sweat, a stark contrast to the perspiration accumulated during regular training. The emergence of the first source power vortex naturally expelled a portion of toxins accumulated within his body. This is one of the benefits bestowed by source power. As the intensity of the source power increases and the level of the system ascends, it continuously purges the body, facilitating its evolution. According to the manual distributed by the instructor, for every 10 levels gained, a significant evolutionary node is encountered. Upon crossing this node, bodily evolution becomes increasingly pronounced. Currently, igniting the flame merely facilitates the expulsion of toxins. However, forming the first gene circuit will present an opportunity for comprehensive bodily enhancement. The manual, however, lacks detailed descriptions on what transpires upon forming the second or third gene circuits. Such matters must be explored by Alan himself. A new world awaits. After taking a shower and returning to the barracks, Alan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Several boys, around 13 or 14 years old, seemed to have been waiting for him. Upon his entrance, they began to approach him with ill intentions. "Step aside," Alan said coldly. One of the Caucasian boys grinned and remarked, "I heard you were raised by the snow wolves." After more than 2 months of interaction, the boys had engaged in some conversations, and Alan's past was not entirely a secret. It was peculiar, however, that they chose this moment to bring it up. "That's none of your business." Alan pushed past him, attempting to move forward. 2 larger boys blocked his path. Behind them, a black boy observed with a knowing smile. Alan, not being naive, understood that these boys were instigated by the black boy, whom he remembered was named Mao. In terms of size, Mao was the most imposing in the barracks, commanding a small group of followers. Until now, everyone had been focused solely on their training, with little interaction among them. But today, having ignited the flame first, Alan stood out as particularly conspicuous. It was evident that these boys were seeking trouble under Mao's direction. Realizing this, Alan stepped back, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the boys. "I know what you intend to do. However, if you have the energy, it would be wiser to save it for the second injection of the serum and strive to ignite the flame." "Oh, what is this? A threat?" The Caucasian boy laughed. Alan shook his head. "No, merely a reminder. It would be best not to provoke me, as it would not bode well for you." The boy's expression shifted, and the Caucasian boy glanced at Mao, who had darkened his expression and clenched his fists. The Caucasian boy then signaled to his 2 companions, who moved toward the door to check outside, subsequently shutting it. One by one, the windows were closed, enveloping the barracks in an eerie silence, an unsettling atmosphere brewing. The other boys huddled on their beds, unwilling to intervene. As the last window was closed, the smile faded from the Caucasian boy's face. He approached Alan and shoved him, saying, "What has got you so worked up? You just got lucky igniting the flame. You're nothing but trash, a piece of garbage following the snow wolves around for scraps." Alan responded with a calm smile. "Is that so? Then what about you? You've squandered your opportunity, making you even less than trash." Suddenly, the tension escalated, and the Caucasian boy's face flushed with anger. "You bastard. You're the product of a snow wolf and your mother." Before he could finish, a fist struck his face, sending him reeling sideways, blood and a few white teeth flying from his mouth. With one punch, Alan had sent the Caucasian boy staggering back, his crimson eyes radiating a murderous intent. In that moment, he transformed back into the feral beast that roamed the wilderness, the wildness that had seemingly been dulled by Ron's training returning with ferocity. He did not roar nor shout. Instead, he quietly asked, "Do not insult my mother. Are you seeking death?" A chill swept through the other boys, their gazes shifting towards Mao. Mao pointed at Alan, and the boys, still carrying a childlike innocence, charged at him. Though their physiques had been strengthened through 2 months of intense training, they paled in comparison to a seasoned mercenary. Alan had already taken the lives of more than one mercenary before entering the camp. To him, their movements appeared clumsy, riddled with flaws. Though he had not undergone formal combat training, the 5 years spent wandering with the snow wolves had imparted upon him a set of lethal maneuvers. Alan suddenly dropped low, executing an unusual slide on all fours, then pounced on one of the boys, pinning him down. With a slight lift of his head, he struck downwards, instantly disorienting the boy. He then maneuvered effortlessly among the others, his agility having improved significantly since 2 months ago, dispatching them with ease. In mere moments, he had taken them all down. Had this occurred elsewhere, they likely would have met their end at his hands without hesitation. In the dictionary of the snow wolves, mercy was a foreign concept. Mao stood dumbfounded, witnessing a scene that diverged greatly from his expectations. Alan retreated to the window and struck the glass with a punch, shattering it into a crisp cacophony. Mao's expression changed, fearing Alan had alerted the instructors outside. He let out a growl and lunged at Alan, but as he did, a flash of white light caught his eye, followed by a slight sting at his neck. The black boy instinctively halted, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow from the shard of glass in Alan's hand. Though Mao towered over Alan, at this moment, Alan's presence overshadowed him. Clutching the shard, which had cut his own hand, Alan remained steady, the sharp edge poised at Mao's neck, threatening his carotid artery. A mere push forward would send Mao to meet his maker, if such a deity existed. "I warned you not to provoke me. You've chosen the wrong target," Alan declared. Suddenly, the door to the barracks burst open, and several imposing instructors stormed in. One of them brandished a long whip, striking Alan's hand, sending the shard flying. Next, Lieutenant Ron entered, surveying the scene of boys sprawled on the floor. With a whistle, he demanded, "Can someone explain to me what the hell is going on here?" Mao called out, "Lieutenant, it's Alan, But before he could finish, a whip lashed across his face, splattering blood as he staggered back. Ron, now wielding the whip, sneered, "Do you take me for a fool? Trying to insult my intelligence with such juvenile tactics? I've told you all that you're a bunch of worthless fools. 8 of you can't even handle one person. Beat him. Each of you will receive 10 lashes. Then he turned to Alan, grinning maliciously. You're no exception, kid. Fighting is strictly prohibited in the barracks. Alan and the other boys involved in the brawl were taken to the training ground, where, under the sweltering sun, they were bound to wooden posts and subjected to 10 lashes each. The whips struck their chests with brutal force, eliciting cries akin to slaughtered pigs. Alan gritted his teeth, suppressing his screams, though every muscle in his body trembled. After the 10 lashes, Mao and the others were carried out of the barracks. 8 boys left, but only 7 returned. The Caucasian boy who had first provoked Alan had been beaten to death, thus sparing him the chance to ignite the flame a second time. Alan made his way back on foot, and upon witnessing the frail, white-haired boy entering the barracks, leaving behind a trail of bloodied footprints, the remaining boys shuddered. That day, they learned that size does not necessarily equate to ferocity. The following day, Ron offered no respite for the injured boys. They were obliged to participate in the rigorous training regimen as usual. Competing with injuries inevitably placed them at a disadvantage, resulting in further brutal beatings. Today, Alan could only grit his teeth and struggle to keep pace with the group, unable to surpass the other boys as he usually did. It took 3 days for his wounds to show signs of improvement, and after half a month, the boys were once again presented with the opportunity to use the Enlightenment potion. This time, Alan was fortunate enough to be exempted, granting him a rare moment of reprieve. As the blue steel doors of the air defense hall swung open, the proud black boy, Mao, strode out with an air of superiority. This time, he successfully ignited the spark. A month later, the third source wielder emerged among the boys, a white girl named Mary. Thus, before the 2-month deadline arrived, only Alan, Mao, and Mary managed to pass through. On the last night of the 4th month, the barracks opened once more. Ron entered, calling out, "Numbers 666, 548, and 273, step forward." Alan, Mao, and Mary complied and stood forth. Ron nodded. "You will come with me." As they exited the barracks, 5 instructors along with a fully armed squad of soldiers entered. They shut the heavy door behind them, and almost immediately, gunfire erupted, accompanied by the anguished cries of the boys within. Witnessing the flickering flames and splattering blood through the windows, the 3 youths turned pale. It was evident that Ron was ruthlessly eliminating those deemed unfit in his own manner. As dawn broke, Alan welcomed the 5th month of his military training. He had just completed his physical training and was seated at the dining table, relishing his breakfast. Today, the dining area felt unusually quiet, with Mao and Mary each occupying their own separate tables. Since the barracks had been cleansed yesterday, only the 3 of them remained in the vast camp. Chapter 11. The carnage. After finishing their breakfast, the 3 youths were gathered in the square. Several rows of racks had been set up in the square, adorned with an array of weapons. From daggers and heavy swords to handguns and rocket launchers, the selection was truly dazzling, encompassing every conceivable type. Lieutenant Ron stood with his legs together, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an undeniable authority in his military posture. He flashed a grin, revealing a row of teeth that instilled fear in the young boys. "I must congratulate you. At least 2 of you among the 3 will survive for another 60 days. Now, let us not squander time. Starting today, we shall introduce new courses. The first will be martial arts. I shall teach you the art of killing. The second will be source energy training, which can refine your source energy into stronger spirals, thereby increasing your chances of leaving the camp." The boys exchanged glances. Mao and Alan's eyes sparked with intensity, almost igniting a fire in the air. However, the final girl, the one who ignited the spark, Melly, hesitated, unable to meet the gaze of the 2 boys. "Very well, today we shall begin with combat lessons. Before we commence, you may select any weapon from the racks that pleases you." Ron stepped aside, unveiling the array of weapons before the 3 youths. Alan, having never encountered such a vast assortment of weapons, felt overwhelmed. The black youth raised his hand, seeking Ron's counsel. "Lieutenant, I would like to hear your advice." Ron replied in a low tone, "My advice is to remain true to your instincts. Choose with your intuition. The weapon you select often signifies your innate talent in a particular domain." As Ron spoke, Alan ventured towards the cold weapons section and ultimately selected a black steel broadsword, which was almost taller than himself. The blade was square-edged, measuring a total length of 150 centimeters, with a grip measuring 30 centimeters. It could be wielded single-handedly or with both hands. Its blade width was 25 centimeters, thickness 3 centimeters, yet it weighed only 50 kilograms. Given the dimensions of the blade, it seemed implausible for it to weigh so little, indicating that it had undergone some specialized craftsmanship. The sword's long handle was painted a deep crimson, contrasting sharply with the pitch-black blade. On the steel surface of the blade, Subtle lines meandered along the edges, their purpose unknown, whether decorative or functional. For a 10-year-old, 50 kilograms is no trivial weight. However, having ignited his source energy, Alan was now a level 1 source energy wielder. According to the source energy manual, each advancement in level doubled one's physical strength. Hence, this weight was manageable for him. Alan chose this sword because he perceived a faint, gentle glow emanating from it. That glow flickered like a candle flame in the wind, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Though feeble, it was the only weapon among the selection that radiated a soft light of source energy. Subsequently, Mao and Melly also selected their weapons. The black youth chose a sniper rifle, appearing quite enamored with it, as he clutched it closely after taking it from the rack. Melly opted for a pair of automatic pistols, though her selection seemed rather haphazard. Once the three youths had made their choices, Ron waved his hand, and several soldiers swiftly dismantled the weapon racks and carried them away. The lieutenant stepped between Mao and Melly, stating, "You have made astute choices." While firearms, particularly in higher-level combat scenarios, have their limitations, they still hold irreplaceable advantages in preliminary stages, especially in the death arena. For instance, the sniper rifle in Mao's hands has a shooting range of up to 1,200 meters. With exceptional shooting skills and an understanding of the environment, he could easily eliminate both of you. Mao beamed at this commendation, casting a challenging glance at Alan, as if to assert his superiority. "And as for you," Ron approached Alan's side, "you have made a foolish choice, selecting a weapon that may not be entirely suitable. Yet, you also possess a discerning eye." Ron concluded, returning to his original spot without elaborating on Alan's supposed insight. He summoned two instructors, instructing Mao and Melly, "You should follow the instructors. They will impart to you some fundamental shooting techniques. White-haired boy, come with me." Ron beckoned Alan. "The weapon you have chosen is one that only I can teach you to wield." Ron led Alan to the air defense hall, where he had previously ignited his source energy. Observing Ron carefully close the azure steel door, Alan was puzzled by the lieutenant's cautious demeanor. It seemed he wished to shield the forthcoming lessons from prying eyes. Once the door was secured, Ron gestured for Alan to hand over the broadsword. Upon receiving the broadsword, Ron traced his fingers along the cold blade, exclaiming, "How surprising. I had intended to use this hefty piece as a teaching tool, yet you have chosen it yourself." Should Kanov discover that his weapon is being wielded by a mere child, he might very well rise from his grave in fury. With a swift motion, Ron plunged the broadsword into the hall's floor, leaning on its hilt as he addressed Alan. "Listen closely, lad. This sword belonged to a former comrade of mine. Since you have chosen it, it now belongs to you." Kanov referred to it as the Carnage, for he single-handedly slaughtered an entire predatory clan with it. Alan's pupils dilated, and he felt the flow of his source energy spiral within him accelerate. In an instant, he found himself utterly captivated by the blade named Carnage, for it had once quenched its thirst with the blood of the predatory clan. "Hey, don't get too excited," Ron observed with interest as he regarded Alan. "You may appear slender, yet you possess an innate warrior's spirit. This is commendable. However, at present, you are unable to harness the true power of Carnage. You must regard it as an ordinary cold weapon for now. Do you understand why? Because it bears another official name, a level 1 energy blade." Level 1 energy blade? Alan's expression was one of confusion. The term energy refers to the microcube sequence housed within it. Indeed, it can be powered by new energy. When you activate this sequence, Carnage will unleash an additional half-meter of energy blade. In combat, this extra half-meter of cutting range will enhance your attack efficiency by approximately 40. Furthermore, this segment of the blade is utterly destructive. Alan felt a surge of eagerness at this revelation. Ron was pleased with his enthusiasm. However, the next words that followed were akin to a bucket of cold water splashed upon him. But do not forget, there exists a prefix to its official name, a level 1. The term level 1 signifies the strength of the source energy required to construct a genetic circuit. In other words, only upon activating at least one genetic circuit will you be deemed worthy of wielding Carnage. Since there is a level 1, there exists a level 2, a level 3, and so forth, with limitations escalating accordingly. Such magical weapons, by current classification, can reach up to 20 levels. Observing Alan's previously excited countenance now clouded with despondency, Ron found amusement in the contrast. Energy weapons were developed after the establishment of the Federation, utilizing cube energy technology on a portable weapon scale, significantly enhancing the combat capabilities of humanity. Take the sniper rifle in Mao's possession, for example. It can reach targets a kilometer away. If it were a level 1 energy sniper rifle, this distance would double, and its power could obliterate a human body. For any sniper rifle above level 10, the shooting range would reach an astonishing 5,000 meters, capable of downing an unshielded energy vessel with a single shot. You need not despair. Once you refine 9-source energy spirals and construct a genetic circuit, you will be able to wield the true power of carnage. The lieutenant extracted the broadsword from the ground and tossed it back to Alan. Before you can activate the cube sequence of carnage, let me first teach you some fundamental combat techniques. In conjunction with the sharpness and heft of the carnage, it suffices to engage in combat with those two little devils. After Ron spoke, he scrutinized the large blade. The carnage is a square knife, devoid of a so-called tip. Hence, thrusting is certainly ill-suited. Thus, only the crescent remains. Crescent? Alan inquired, perplexed. Is it a form of combat technique? Indeed, the crescent is a leg technique in martial arts. With the waist and heel aligned perpendicularly along the central axis, one can theoretically unleash powerful sweeping kicks from any angle while maintaining balance. The trajectory of the sweep resembles that of a crescent moon, hence the name. Lieutenant Ron, with a serious expression, continued, the crescent, thrusting, and several other combat techniques collectively constitute what we call the 10 strikes. The 10 strikes emerged after the Battle of Dawn, synthesizing countless experiences of predecessors, refining combat movements into a martial art. It is regarded as the essence of all martial techniques. Even those renowned figures today have developed their unique styles by integrating their innate skills upon the foundation of the 10 strikes. Subsequently, Lieutenant Ron demonstrated the crescent leg technique to Alan. He procured a steel mannequin, maintaining an appropriate distance. With one foot firmly planted, he swiftly executed a sweeping kick. The sharp whistle accompanying the movement as his foot traversed the mannequin's head, which promptly flew off and fell to the ground. The entire execution was remarkably concise, devoid of superfluous elements, emphasizing the triad of speed, precision, and lethality. This was the singular crescent. Next, he would demonstrate the amalgamation of multiple crescents. Like before, Lieutenant Ron swiftly unleashed another sweeping kick, simultaneously making contact with the mannequin's body. He promptly altered his support point, alternating his legs in a whirlwind of relentless assault. Alan, astonished, dissected Ron's movements, realizing they were merely a series of simple sweeps. Yet, the angles of his strikes coalesced into a complex offensive. As Ron delivered the final sweep, the mannequin disintegrated entirely. Were it a human, the onslaught would likely have resulted in shattered bones throughout the body. Repetitive actions, varied angles, all while maintaining equilibrium. This encapsulates the crescent technique that Ron aspired to showcase. Chapter 12. The final assessment. Alan threw himself onto the iron bed, utterly drained, lacking even the strength to move a finger. From the afternoon until nightfall, under Ron's guidance, he tirelessly repeated the fundamental movements of the crescent moon technique. A simple sweeping kick was practiced throughout the day, yet it failed to meet Ron's stringent standards. It was evident that this monotonous motion would accompany Alan for a considerable time in the days to come. The martial arts of the military, known as the 10 strikes, when dissected, reveal moves so elementary that even an average person could employ them. However, to refine each movement through relentless practice, performing it thousands of times, requires a level of perseverance beyond that of an ordinary individual. The crescent moon, as demonstrated by Ron, demanded precise metrics in speed, accuracy, and power. Failing to meet these criteria rendered it merely a basic sweep. Moreover, the essence of the crescent moon did not lie solely in the sweep. It was paramount for the practitioner to maintain their center of gravity while identifying the balance point in their alternating attacks. Only then could one truly embody the crescent moon. Mastering the crescent moon's technique would subsequently extend to the use of weaponry, perceiving the weapon as an extension of the body, thereby applying the crescent moon's skills to the butcher technique, which marked Alan as competent. This is precisely why the 10 strikes, primarily attacks using fists and feet, are celebrated as the very soul of martial arts due to their remarkable adaptability. Gazing at the ceiling, Alan's eyes grew somewhat numb. The three of them were now assigned to a private room, an upgrade from their previous accommodations, yet the room remained constructed of iron sheets. Besides the iron bed, there were only a wardrobe and a few simple pieces of furniture. The butcher lay in a corner beside the bed, dark and unremarkable, resembling a hefty iron rod. Suddenly, a soft knock echoed against the iron door, followed by a girl's voice calling out, "Are you there, Alan?" He was taken aback. It was Melly, the third girl to ignite the spark. She was slightly older, a 14-year-old girl who had developed quite well. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her long legs consistently drew the attention of instructors and soldiers alike. The boys rarely conversed, particularly Alan, who was wholly consumed by his training. He scarcely exchanged words with anyone, let alone a girl like Melly. He found it curious that she sought him out. Upon opening the door, Melly hurried inside, her hands anxiously clutching the hem of her garment, her gaze fleeting over the dark steel blade, her breath slightly quickening. After a moment, she awkwardly smiled and said, "I guessed you had just returned." Alan had never been this close to a girl, let alone sharing a room. At his age, he should have understood the nuances between genders. However, after living in seclusion from humanity since he was 5, he felt woefully unprepared in this regard. Instinctively, he felt nervous, puzzled as to why he remained composed in the face of a raging beast, yet felt uneasy in the presence of the seemingly innocuous Melly. He sat on the bed, lowering his head to mask his peculiar feelings, and blurted out, "Do you need something?" Melly moved closer, sitting beside him, and saying, "I want to be your partner." Partner? Alan lifted his head, nearly brushing against Melly's face. He quickly recoiled slightly, and she nodded, saying, "That Mao, I can't stand him. So you see, perhaps we could join forces, and then he wouldn't stand a chance." She paused for a moment before adding, "My intentions are simple. I just want to survive. I've heard that in 2 months, we will undergo an assessment. Only one person can leave alive. If we work together, taking down Mao should be manageable." Alan furrowed his brow. "And then what?" "I'll escape from here, and you can return to the camp and report that I eliminated you. Although I've ignited the spark, I've used the enlightenment potion 3 times, and according to the instructor, I can only survive for another 10 years at most. Thus, any chance to alter my fate is of no use to me. I merely wish to live out the remainder of my days peacefully, nothing more." Melly gazed at Alan with clear eyes. After a minute of silence, Alan whispered, "You shouldn't have told me all this. No, I genuinely want to be your partner. I can help you and bring you joy." Melly gently took Alan's hand and placed it on her thigh. It was Alan's first encounter with a girl's skin. Though Melly's skin was not particularly smooth due to her rigorous training, it evoked an unfamiliar sensation within him. As Melly guided his hand deeper along her thigh, Alan instinctively sensed what might transpire next. Just as the temperature within the iron room began to rise, Ron's voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Melly, get out here. I know you're inside. You'd best not test my patience." Melly's expression shifted, and she rushed out of the room. A resounding slap followed, along with Ron's furious reprimands. Alan emerged from the door, witnessing Melly hastily covering her face as she retreated. When he looked at Ron, he was met with a sinister grin. "You should thank me, kid. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have the strength to continue training tomorrow. Now, get back to bed and stop thinking about women. What you need to focus on is survival. Survive, gain strength, and there will be no shortage of women." Ron glanced in the direction Melly had disappeared. As for her, she's just a little wench. In the ensuing month, Alan diligently repeated various tedious training routines. The most blissful moments were those 2 hours of meditation training, one of the pathways to honing his source power. Currently, the refinement of source power primarily involved 2 methods. One was meditation, where conscious manipulation of the source power within the body allowed for regulated movement, enhancing its efficacy. During this process, if the mind was sufficiently settled, one could even delve deep into the genes, awakening latent source power. The second, simpler yet perilous method was combat, referred to as training through battle, which involved cultivating combat prowess through fighting. When one is engaged in life and death struggles, their mental resolve becomes intensely concentrated. At such times, the speed of source power operation exceeds that of the meditative state by 10-fold or even 100-fold, causing the survivor of each deadly encounter to experience significant increases in strength. Of course, relying solely on one of these methods is unfeasible. It is only by combining both that one can most effectively refine their source power. After a month, Alan finally met the most basic requirements of the crescent moon. In a swift motion, he executed a sweeping kick that shattered the head of the iron mannequin, barely achieving the necessary speed, power, and precision. Consequently, Ron permitted him to begin practicing with the butcher. The action remained the same, but the change in weaponry exponentially increased the difficulty. However, thanks to his earlier practice, Alan managed to perform a standard crescent moon sweep with the butcher in half the time. At this juncture, through extensive practice and meditation training, Alan had condensed 3 source power vortices. On that day, Ron commenced teaching Alan the advanced techniques of the crescent moon. Alan's task was to explore and master the balance point between attack connections, which Ron referred to as the breath of battle. Much like our ordinary breathing, there exists a subtle balance between inhalation and exhalation, maintaining a steady level of air in the lungs. Identifying the balance point between attacks would similarly allow Alan's combat rhythm to flow as naturally as breathing. The smoother the attacks, the fewer openings there would be, which meant a longer duration of suppressing the enemy. Remember, combat is about suppression, seizing opportunities, and delivering a decisive blow. Do not employ unnecessary movements that lack decisive impact. We are warriors, assassins, not performers upon a stage. From that day forward, Alan's physical and strength training sessions were halved. The extra time was entirely devoted to practicing the advanced techniques of the crescent moon, and he continued training until utterly exhausted. Only then did Ron permit him to conclude his lessons. Since that enchanting evening, Alan has not exchanged a single word with Mary. Occasionally, they would merely nod in acknowledgement upon encountering each other. While Alan's skills advanced by leaps and bounds, Mao and Mary were not idle either. The three youths engaged in their respective targeted training. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed, and Alan began to glean some insights. He could now execute 5 consecutive crescent slashes with his frenzied butcher technique. This signified that if he seized the opportunity to attack, his opponent would have to wait until he completed all 5 strikes before retaliating. Should Alan's source energy deepen and his mastery of techniques become more refined, the number of consecutive slashes could further increase. Once he could achieve over 100 slashes, he would have mastered a widely recognized combat technique, Thousand Moons. Those proficient in Thousand Moons could easily attain the rank of second lieutenant within a formal army, much like Ron. On the last day of the 5th month, the three youths were granted a precious day of respite, free from any duties. Aside from the restriction of leaving the camp, they were free to engage in any activity they wished. However, tomorrow would herald the final and most critical assessment of their training camp. The 3 boys would be cast into the mountains and forests surrounding the camp, and within the next 3 days, they must eliminate 2 of their own to earn the right to leave the camp. Tomorrow's battle would be a matter of life and death, directly impacting their fates. Alan remained diligent, heading to the air defense hall to continue honing his skills with the iron dummies. Meanwhile, Mao and Mary locked themselves in a tin shed, training fervently throughout the day. It seemed that after that night, when Ron interrupted, Mary had shifted her focus. She and Mao had formed an alliance, which meant that tomorrow, Alan would face a combined assault from the 2 of them. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, Alan departed from the air defense hall, where several iron dummies lay shattered and mangled. On one of the dummies, there were 7 cracks, each consistent in both length and depth. Observing these marks, Ron smiled. Alan's technique had progressed further, achieving 2 additional strikes, effectively enhancing his power by 30. Remarkably, this improvement occurred within just a single day, and Ron's anticipation for the white-haired youth grew ever stronger. After a night of restful slumber, Alan awoke with the first light of dawn filtering through the window. He grasped the frenzied butcher from the corner and traced his fingers along the cold blade. Raising his gaze, his crimson eyes ignited with a fervent battle spirit. Chapter 13. The trap. At 6 o'clock in the morning, a small military magic-powered vessel descended into the center of the camp. This was a patrol airship, resembling a geometric prism, with a sharp nose and a broad tail. The metallic fuselage bore the emblem of the 13th District Surface Defense Force, the Owl Wolves. Powered by a magic cube energy source, it featured 2 propulsion engines at the rear, while the cockpit, shielded by a curved armored cover, was equipped with twin explosive cannons and ground missile launchers beneath the lateral wings. From a firepower perspective, this small magic vessel was far from exceptional. Its size and propulsion limitations dictated that it could not carry heavy weaponry, making it primarily suited for patrolling administrative peripheries. Nonetheless, it was the first time the boys had witnessed a magic vessel up close. Excitement gleamed in Alan's eyes, and the other 2 boys were equally thrilled. All right, if you ever get the chance to leave, there are more and larger magic vessels on Babylon for you to behold. Lieutenant Ron stood before the airship, arms crossed, and declared, "Listen, shortly this vessel will transport you to the assessment site. This assessment will serve as a warm-up before the arena of death. You have 3 days to eliminate your opponents, but all activities must remain within the designated areas. Should anyone attempt to escape beyond the forbidden zone, believe me, it will not be a pleasant decision." Upon hearing the lieutenant's words, Marilee's expression shifted. "Check your gear. If all is well, step inside." The lieutenant patted the vessel, and a hatch opened at the rear, revealing 4 seats. However, with only 3 boys, there was ample space. Their belongings were minimal, primarily weapons, as supplies had to be sourced from the forest. Alan was the first to climb into the rear cabin, carrying his weapon, followed by Mao and Marilee. The 4 seats faced each other. Alan set his weapon down beside him and settled into the left seat. Following the driver's instructions, he fastened his seatbelt, while Mao and Marilee took their places on the right. Their 6 eyes met in the air, charged with tension. The hatch slowly closed, and soft lights illuminated the cabin. Through the side windows, they could see the vessel ascend smoothly, without a hint of turbulence, only the faint hum of the propulsion engines beneath them. "Watch your back, for I shall blow it up with this thing," Mao jested, his hand resting on his sniper rifle while the other playfully landed on Marilee's long leg. Casting a triumphant glance at Alan, Alan grinned. "You know, I'll stab you with my weapon and then sever your head. So from now on, you should talk more, for soon it will be of no use to you." The 2 boys exchanged barbs, filling the cabin with a palpable tension. Marilee cast her gaze downward, too anxious to meet either of their eyes. Before long, the magic vessel reached the assessment site. The driver, following Ron's instructions, dropped the 3 boys at various locations within the forest. Alan was the last to disembark, when the vessel was merely 10 meters above the ground. He leapt from the cabin, rolling forward upon landing to dissipate his fall. Raising his head, he saw the vessel ascend, emitting 2 brilliant blue flames from its rear engines, vanishing into the distance. Once the vessel departed, tranquility returned to the forest. After 6 months, Alan inhaled the liberating air, orienting himself by the sun before plunging eastward into the woods. He did not rush to find Mao and Merrily. Instead, he first sought to ascertain the boundaries of the assessment area to familiarize himself with the battlefield. This was a habit cultivated from years of hunting. Any snow wolf must understand its surroundings before launching an attack to ensure its prey has no chance of escape. After more than an hour, Alan located the perimeter of the assessment zone. Barbed wire encircled the edge, with signs depicting skulls hung at intervals, their meaning unmistakable. Alan ran along the perimeter, taking the entire day to confirm the boundaries of the assessment area. It was vast, filled with dense forests, 2 valleys, and a river. Along the way, he felled a few small trees, hollowing out their tender trunks, and fetched water from the solitary river. He concealed the water sources in several hidden spots, recognizing that water was the most essential supply. With these caches established, Alan could avoid exposing himself at the riverbank. As night descended, he continued to navigate the woods. The darkness did not obscure his sense of direction. The stars above guided his path. At specific locations, he set up simple yet lethal traps. After completing his preparations, he climbed a tree to conceal himself among the dense foliage and fell into a deep slumber. When the sun rose, it marked the 2nd day of the assessment. Mao was feeling restless. After the drop yesterday, he found a vantage point nearby to search for Alan and possibly take him out. However, the white-haired boy seemed to have vanished without a trace. Mao squatted for hours without catching sight of him. In desperation, he decided to take the initiative, scouring the forest for Alan. As a sniper, he possessed significant advantages. Long-range shooting rendered him a formidable predator in the woods. Yet, the drawbacks were equally apparent. Snipers are meant to remain still, a lesson his instructor had repeatedly emphasized. When a sniper reveals their position, it becomes a perilous affair. Yet, driven by impatience to eliminate Alan, Mao cast aside his instructor's wisdom. After a day of fruitless searching, Mao stumbled upon the river. It flowed through the mountains, often meandering underground, with few accessible areas for water collection. A flash of insight struck him. While Alan might manage without food, he surely would need to drink. What better place to lie in wait than by the riverbank? As dawn broke, he selected a relatively flat section of the river as his ambush spot. Concealed in a camphor tree, he shielded his presence with leaves, aiming his rifle toward the riverbank. However, after a morning of waiting, Alan still had not appeared. Just as Mao began to grow impatient, he suddenly noticed movement in the foliage near the riverbank, where Alan cautiously emerged from the shadows. Here he comes, Mao thought, licking his lips as he focused on the sight. Come out. Yes, just a little more. In the scope, Alan surveyed his surroundings with vigilance. Yet, the distance of 600 to 700 meters meant he was oblivious to Mao's presence. After a careful observation lasting 10 minutes, Alan approached the riverbank, prompting Mao to mutter under his breath, "What a cautious fellow." Finally, Alan reached the river's edge. He, seemingly famished, plunged into the water, drinking eagerly. Mao grinned wickedly, aligning the crosshairs of his scope onto Alan's head. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his finger on the trigger. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Alan lifted his head, gazing in Mao's direction like a wary deer. Damn it, he spotted me. Without hesitation, Mao pressed down hard on the trigger. Simultaneously, Alan leapt into action, the bullet striking the water's surface. Alan turned and fled, prompting Mao to adjust his aim and fire again. At that moment, Alan disappeared into the woods, leaving Mao uncertain if he had made contact. Descending from the tree, Mao sprinted toward the riverbank, entering the thicket where Alan had vanished. A few steps in, he discovered a bloody handprint, with droplets of blood staining the fallen leaves beneath. Mao chuckled quietly, knowing that Alan had been wounded. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity that he does not wish to squander. With a firearm slung over his shoulder, Mao followed the trail of blood deeper into the woods. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the mountains, Mary lifted her head. The distant sound of 2 gunshots reached her ears, and upon discerning their origin, she departed. Half an hour later, Mao crouched behind a thicket. Not far off, to the left of a rocky outcrop, he spotted a grass-green military uniform. Suddenly, the uniform shifted, retreating behind the stone. Alan was concealed there, as Mao deduced from the trail he had followed. The increasing bloodstains indicated that the second bullet had struck Alan, and his injury appeared grave. Unable to restrain himself, Mao felt an urge to whistle. Alan had nowhere to escape. He was convinced of this. According to the instructor's guidance, he should remain hidden, awaiting Alan's emergence, then take his life with a single shot. Yet, Mao was not inclined to wait. In his view, The half-dead white-haired youth was hardly capable of any resistance. He emerged from the underbrush, but refrained from rushing forward. The ground was carpeted with fallen leaves, and running would betray his position. Mao advanced slowly and cautiously, covering a mere few dozen meters over the span of 10 minutes. As he quietly ascended the rock, he envisioned the goddess of victory smiling upon him. "You are doomed," he thought, and with a swift motion, he leaped onto the stone, his gun aimed downwards. However, the sight before him was not Alan leaning against the stone, but rather a stag with its throat slit, draped with a bloodied military uniform. Stunned, Mao was suddenly assailed by a rush of wind from behind. He turned just in time to see Alan, bare-chested, springing up from the leaf-laden ground. In his hand, the brutal weapon traced a graceful arc through the air, aimed at his own head. It was a trap, Mao finally realized, shouting as he dove beneath the stone. The weapon narrowly missed his head, grazing his chest, the sharp edge carving a wave of blood. As Mao fell to the ground, he raised his gun and fired upwards to fend off Alan, then turned and fled. He plunged into the woods, and not long after, a scream echoed through the trees. In that direction lay another trap set by Alan, designed to prevent prey from escaping. It seemed Mao had unwittingly stumbled into it. Alan, gripping the weapon, was about to pursue Mao when suddenly every hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Instinctively, he rolled on the ground and then dove into the underbrush. Gunfire erupted behind him, the sound unmistakably that of an automatic pistol. A fleeting image of a hesitant, fearful girl crossed Alan's mind. Mary. She might be feeling hopeless and helpless. Yet at that moment, she too had taken up her dual pistols to fight. Considering their close proximity over the past 2 months, Alan felt she would not collaborate with him. Thus, without hesitation, he veered in another direction. Chapter 14. Abandonment and Perseverance. Alan entered a concealed supply point, a cave shrouded by foliage. It would be difficult to notice unless one scrutinized the area carefully. He drank every last drop of water from the supply point. Finally taking a breath, he was on the brink of success. After 6 months in the training camp, he had come to understand a person well enough. Especially someone like Mao, who was proud and impulsive, with a personality that was distinctly defined and weaknesses glaringly apparent. Alan used himself as bait, exploiting Mao's character flaws to draw him away from his sniping position. Then, he used the sight of a stag to capture his attention, waiting for the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack. Even though Mao's reaction surpassed Alan's expectations, he was well prepared. Along Mao's potential escape route, Alan had set additional traps. Indeed, Mao, like a startled prey, stumbled into the trap. The trap would not claim his life, but it would sufficiently hinder his movement. This series of hunting actions was intricately connected, yet Alan had not strategized thoroughly enough. He had overlooked Melly. Perhaps Melly's timid demeanor led him to subconsciously disregard her, failing to see her as a genuine opponent. As a result, Melly not only thwarted his plan, but nearly cost him his life. Behind Alan, a gash marred by bullets bled. Fortunately, it was just a superficial wound and did not allow the bullet to strike him directly. He tore his uniform into strips and bound the injury before lifting his weapon, the slaughter, and departing from the supply point. He had no time to rest. He needed to eliminate Mao before he recovered. Otherwise, should he and Melly join forces, Alan's situation would become dire. Exiting the supply point, Alan scaled a towering camphor tree. He climbed to the treetop, his head emerging from the dense foliage, revealing a sea of trees. Occasionally, when the mountain breeze swept through, the leaves undulated like waves, creating a magnificent sight. The forest was tranquil, and Alan did not rush into action. He patiently awaited the moment his prey would reveal their presence. Before long, a flock of birds suddenly took flight from the tree half a kilometer to the west, chirping as they moved to another location. Alan grinned, set his direction, and swiftly descended the tree, slipping towards the western woods. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Mao fumed, leaning against a tree, striking the ground with the butt of his sniper rifle to vent his pent-up rage. He was injured, but not mortally so. His chest was a bloody mess, the result of a close encounter with the blade of the slaughter. It was merely a graze, had he not dodged in time. That dark blade could have severed him in two. Recalling Alan's swift strike sent shivers down Mao's spine. That blow had been so rapid and precise, yet lacked the finesse of experience. Otherwise, he would not be here, seething in frustration. Besides the knife wound on his chest, the 2 sharpened wooden stakes embedded in his right leg infuriated him even more. They were traps, undoubtedly the handiwork of Alan. They had pierced deep into his calf, nearly penetrating through. Now, the stakes lay scattered, and his leg had been hastily bandaged, yet the pain burned like fire, causing every nerve to quiver. Suddenly, the foliage ahead rustled, and Mao swiftly turned his gun towards the sound. "Don't shoot, it's me," a timid voice called out. "Melly?" Mao watched as the girl emerged from the shadows, her gaze falling upon the pair of handguns in her possession. The young black boy coldly commanded, "Stand there and don't move." Melly bent down, placing her handguns on the ground. "Don't be like that, Mao. I just want to help you." "Help me? How can I trust what you're saying?" Melly sighed and shook her head. "Listen, Mao. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have chased Alan away. We agreed he is the common enemy. After you kill him, you can help me escape. It's that simple." "Did you fire that gun?" Mao had heard the shot and had a hunch it was Melly, but his injury made him particularly wary. Melly shrugged. "Besides me, do you think anyone else is here?" Mao nodded and finally lowered his weapon. Melly approached him, leaving her guns where they were. Now reassured, Mao felt that without a weapon, Melly posed no significant threat. As she reached Mao's side, Melly frowned. "How bad is your injury?" "I won't die. I'll take a look." Melly bent down, carefully untying the makeshift bandage on Mao's leg. Her movement inadvertently pulled the collar of her uniform down, revealing her youthful curves. As Melly continued her task, fleeting glimpses of pink flashed across her skin. Mao swallowed hard, the sight evoking memories of their previous wild and pleasurable encounters. A fire ignited in his lower abdomen, and his breathing grew heavier. Melly finished rebandaging his wound and looked up. "All done. You." Suddenly, Mao reached out, cupping the girl's face before pushing her down onto the ground. He gasped, mounting her and reaching for her trousers. "What are you doing? This isn't the time for that." She protested softly. "Quit talking nonsense. You belong to me. You'll do as I say." Mao vented his pin-up rage onto her, shifting his fury from Alan to the body beneath him. And all of this unfolded under the gaze of a pair of crimson eyes. Minutes later, Mao screamed, his body trembling violently. Hidden in the grass, Alan tightened his grip on the slaughter, ready to charge. Now was the perfect moment to strike while Mao was unguarded. There was no better time to end his life. Just as Alan was about to sprint forward, a scene froze him in place. Pinned to the ground, Melly quietly picked up a wooden stake nearby and forcefully drove it into Mao's neck. He let out a muffled cry as Melly stabbed him repeatedly. Mao clutched his neck, blood flowing uncontrollably through his fingers. Gazing at Melly with his last ounce of strength, he managed to utter, "Why?" After pushing Mao's lifeless body aside, Melly first donned her trousers before straddling him, viciously stabbing at his chest with the stake. As she thrust, she screamed hysterically, "Why? Of course, it's to survive. Did you think I genuinely wanted to sleep with you? It was to make you desire my body. Did you think I wanted to escape? No, I want to stay and live till the end. Unlike you, I've used the Enlightenment Serum 3 times. And even if I escape, I want to live past 10 years. I must survive and win to obtain the chance to heal my neural injuries." Melly's face was smeared with blood, Mao's blood. At this moment, her expression bore no trace of timidity, only madness. "So you must die. And that white-haired brat must die too. I'll seduce him, then make him suffer, just as you did." With one final thrust, she stood up. She wiped some of the blood from her face and turned to retrieve her handgun, but her entire body froze. Before her, Alan stood, the slaughter gripped coldly in his hands, watching her intently. Melly forced a smile. "You're here? Look, I just took care of him for you." Alan remained silent, but his gaze rendered Melly almost breathless. Seemingly frightened by his stare, Melly stumbled backward and fell to the ground, tears flooding her eyes. She shook her head, pleading, "Please. I don't want to die. I just want to leave here. You see, as long as you don't kill me, I can make you very happy." She removed her uniform, trying her best to thrust her chest forward. Though her developing form was not overly ample, it was firm and youthful, adorned with a touch of pink. "You've never been with a woman, have you? Come, you can do whatever you want." Alan shook his head. "I don't want to become like him." Melly's body stiffened. "Did you hear that? What do you say?" The young girl suddenly rolled over, seized Mao's sniper rifle, and leapt into the air. With the gun's muzzle directed at Alan, she shouted, "Yes, I shall kill you all. I merely wish to survive. Is that truly a fault? Indeed, it is unfortunate that I too possess a reason to live. So perish." Melly pressed the trigger, yet Alan crouched and sidestepped, the bullet shattering a thick branch on the ground. Ron had once remarked that when one's power was insufficient, firearms were indeed the best option. Their advantages were evident, yet their weaknesses were equally pronounced. As long as one could evade the trajectory of the bullets, even the most formidable weapon would prove useless. Thus, when Melly picked up the sniper rifle, Alan had already calculated her shooting trajectory and preemptively avoided it. The distance between them was merely 6 or 7 meters, which Alan swiftly negated with a few agile movements, leaving Melly no time to fire again. He darted to her left side, his physique thrice that of an average person, granting him the agility of a cheetah. Without mercy, without hesitation, the deadly blade in his hand transformed into a dark crescent, gliding across Melly's neck. The arc of the crescent combined with the sharpness of the blade sent the girl's head soaring, ultimately landing beside Mao. Gazing at the headless corpse sprawled on the ground, Alan straightened, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, which eventually settled into tranquility. I sympathize with you, but I loathe deceit even more. With that, the boy departed, dragging the massive sword behind him. At dusk, the magical airship descended into a valley. The rear hatch opened, and Ron waved from within, "Come aboard." As the airship ascended once more, the view from the porthole revealed the encroaching forest shrinking away. Watching the woodland, Alan felt a part of himself left behind forever within its depths. The following day, Alan donned the new uniform Ron had prepared for him. In addition to the original vest and camouflage pants, he now wore a black leather jacket. 6 months had passed, transforming the warm summer of his induction into the current cold winter. Upon awakening, Alan noticed snow falling outside the barracks. Amidst the snowflakes, peculiar hues of source energy glimmered and danced in the air, as beautiful as that morning 5 years ago, yet Alan was no longer the boy he once was. 6 months of rigorous training had seen him grow an additional 5 centimeters. Once slender, his physique now bore the contours of muscle, giving him the appearance of a young lad of 14 or 15. Stepping out of the barracks, he found the magical airship and Ron waiting in the square. The lieutenant waved to Alan. "Hurry up. This fellow will transport you to the garrison base in District 13. There, someone will take you to Babylon." As Alan approached, he expressed, "Thank you for your guidance, Lieutenant. You ought to be grateful to yourself for surviving, kid," Ron replied, giving Alan's shoulder a firm pat before ushering him into the ship's rear hatch. As the compartment began to close, Ron suddenly called out, "Listen, Alan. Sometimes we must forsake certain things, even transform into a devil. But never forget, there are still things worth holding on to. Otherwise, what awaits you is true hell." Upon hearing these words, Alan was momentarily taken aback. The closing compartment severed his view of Ron, yet a smile gradually emerged on his face. Ron's words rekindled a flicker of warmth in his otherwise icy heart. Chapter 15. Babylon. Alan had never felt more constrained than he did at this moment. He sat in his seat, his head bowed, his gaze flitting back and forth between his feet. A soft, effeminate voice echoed in his ears. "Has anyone seen my nail polish? Goodness, if it doesn't show up soon, my poor nails will lose all their luster. Oh dear God. Didn't I tell you that clothes must be perfectly pressed? This is what quality of life means. Do you understand, you uncouth brutes?" A man rambled on, and suddenly a finger jabbed under Alan's chin, lifting his head. He was met with the visage of a man adorned with eyeliner, eyeshadow, false eyelashes, and lipstick, a sight that made Alan feel an overwhelming urge to claw his own eyes out. "Oh, darling, why the long face? Toto tells you. Babylon is just around the corner. Come now. Cheer up," the man said, his lipstick-clad lips hovering perilously close to Alan's face. Alan clenched his teeth, the pressure causing a soft clicking sound. He had already grasped the nearby weapon tightly. A voice in his mind shouting, "Let me take this creature down with a single blow." Of course, that was not an option. Not only was this insufferable man a federal officer escorting him to Babylon, but he also held the rank of lieutenant, equal to Ron, making him far beyond Alan's current capabilities to defeat. Alan could only entertain such thoughts in his mind, but the man's face was too close for comfort, and he could not guarantee that he wouldn't lose his reason in the next moment. This lieutenant, known fully as Tanisfew, harbored peculiar preferences, the most pronounced of which was his penchant for dressing as a woman. With golden, Rococo-style curls adorning his head, he wore an exquisitely tailored coat with a fur collar, paired with tight trousers and, abominably, sparkling purple high heels. Upon first glance, Alan thought that the inhabitants of Babylon must be utterly deranged, and indeed, Tanisfew was the epitome of such madness. He preferred to be called Toto. Currently, Alan found himself aboard a medium-sized transport airship, which could be designated for either passengers or cargo. The vessel they occupied was intended for passengers, and its cabin was far more spacious than the patrol ship used for previous assessments, accommodating up to 50 individuals. Yet, this space had been transformed into a setting reminiscent of a private bar. Upon entering through the automatic doors, one was greeted by a curved bar lined with highball glasses, and behind it, shelves brimming with whiskey and brandy. The floor was made of tempered glass, treated with a frosted finish, casting a soft glow when illuminated by the overhead lights, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat ambiguous. A lavish chandelier adorned the dome, remaining perfectly still even during flight. On the opposite wall, a portrait of Tanisfew hung prominently. The oil painting, vibrant and bright, depicted Tanisfew with an alluring smile, a sight that provoked an almost primal urge in Alan to tear the canvas to shreds. "All right, darling, let us confirm the procedures." Tanisfew extended his hand, and someone placed a square object into his palm. He tapped it, causing an image to materialize on its surface. Alan had learned just yesterday that this device was called a smart brain, which Tanisfew explained could assist individuals in managing various life tasks. Alan had never encountered such a contraption before, And since meeting Tonisfew, an array of fascinating novelties had been introduced to him. As Tonisfew's fingers danced across the screen, he spoke, "We will dock at Liberty Harbor. Other transport ships from various administrative districts will also request docking there. At that time, you and the other contestants will be welcomed in a grand ceremony. From Liberty Harbor to the training base. Thousands of Babylonian citizens will be there to greet you and watch your every move. We have about an hour until we reach the harbor." "What? Only an hour left?" Tonisfew tossed aside the smart brain, clutching his face in a fit of melodrama, resembling a neurotic woman. He leaped up, exclaiming, "Quick, quick, get our darling a new outfit." Alan frowned, glancing down at the leather jacket Ron had gifted him. "I have clothes. Is this what you call clothing? Goodness. It's merely a haphazard assembly of cheap leather, and it doesn't even fit properly. Wearing such a thing on stage will ruin my reputation. People will say, 'Look, the beautiful and noble Toto has brought back a wild child from District 13. Absolutely unacceptable." Tonisfew exuded an overwhelming presence, his eyes, heavily made up, almost blazing with fury. "You must make a perfect entrance. Appropriate and noble attire is what I require, not this ragged military jacket. Quality," he reiterated, striding out of the cabin, shouting down the corridor, "Ethan, you scoundrel, hurry and bring me the outfit I prepared for our darling. You have 10 seconds. Moments later, a handsome young man rushed into the cabin, clutching a silver-gray suitcase. Tonisfew snatched the case, placing it on a chair before opening it. An automatic hanger rose from within, bearing a tailored black suit, complete with a shirt, matching shoes, lace cravat, and a genuine leather belt. Looking at Alan, Tonisfew commanded, "Put it on." "Here?" "Indeed." As Alan removed his clothing until he was clad only in his underwear, Tonisfew's eyes lit up. "Look at those well-defined muscles and perfect proportions. Darling, you are simply breathtaking." The lieutenant even pinched Alan's backside, causing the boy's pupils to dilate. Teetering on the edge of losing his sanity and drawing a weapon against this pervert. Ultimately, he opted to don the suit, and when he stood before the mirror, he could scarcely recognize himself. The crisp white collared shirt paired with the sleek black suit created a strikingly simple, yet elegant aesthetic. The fitted waistline, narrow sleeves, and cravat transformed Alan from a wild child into someone adorned with a touch of nobility. Coupled with his increasingly refined features, vibrant red eyes, and proud silver hair, Tonisfew became increasingly enamored. "My little beauty, come here. You look absolutely perfect. I dare say, those fellows will go wild when they see you. You are simply..." Tonisfew twirled his fingers in the air before dramatically declaring, "A star. Yes, you shall become a star in their eyes." "Lieutenant," his hair Ethan, the assistant, reminded him. Tonisfew slapped his forehead. "Damn, I almost forgot this crucial detail." The lieutenant took a pair of silver scissors from Ethan and began the final touches on Alan's hairstyle. During the 6 months at the training camp, Alan had neglected his hair, and now the strands were longer than before. As silver locks fell beneath the lieutenant's scissors, he continued, "Listen, darling. You and the other children from various districts will each receive guidance from a mentor for a month. After that, the death arena will commence. I have already checked, and your mentor will be Houghton. That old man was once a major general and a master of weaponry. My advice is this: whatever Houghton instructs you to do, execute it with the utmost precision." Alan thought to himself, at last, this man was saying something useful. "All right." As Tonisov laid down the scissors, the reflection in the mirror revealed that Alan's tousled hair had vanished. The lieutenant had crafted a simple yet masculine hairstyle, and even Alan had to concede that he now appeared far more handsome than before. At that moment, the intercom in the cabin crackled to life, announcing that in 10 minutes, the airship would arrive at its destination. Everyone returned to their seats and fastened their seatbelts. After completing these tasks, the viewport ahead of Alan opened, revealing a rectangular window ample enough for the young man to perceive the world outside. Initially, all he could see were the blue skies and wispy clouds, but suddenly, a sloping expanse of land burst into his view. Below lay countless structures that nearly submerged the horizon, a steel metropolis suspended nearly a kilometer above the ground. This was the Babylon floating island, humanity's greatest creation following the Dawn War. The magic-powered airship began to glide diagonally above Babylon, allowing those within the cabin to behold the magnificent edifices below, towering skyscrapers, a labyrinthine network of roads, vast green spaces, and expansive squares. Yet, this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Babylon. On this floating island, comparable in size to Texas, nearly 700,000 square kilometers encompassed forests, canyons, rivers, and mountains. As the airship's altitude began to decrease to a horizontal angle with the ground, Alan spotted a spire on the horizon. It rose majestically from the earth, its pointed pinnacle reaching for the heavens. Though merely a blurred silhouette, it emanated an air of solemn grandeur. That was the cube spire, the heart of Babylon, the forefront of energy utilization techniques, transforming cosmic energy into the lifeblood that sustains the floating island. Without it, there would be no Babylon, nor a present or future for humanity. Tonisov, in an unusually serious tone, gazed towards the horizon with a hint of something special in his eyes. That sentiment was reverence. Chapter 16, Babylon, Part 2. Space itself embodies an immense power. As Alan descended from the transport airship and stood upon the expansive port square, he profoundly sensed this truth. Fully armed soldiers maintained order around the square, and behind their human barricade stood the onlookers of Babylon, the noble residents who inhabited the floating islands. Gazed eagerly at the children disembarking from the arrival airships, cheering and shouting in delight. A total of 22 arrival airships had docked at Liberty Harbor, and today, this grandest port in Babylon was exclusively opened for the participants of the death arena. Alan observed a group of youth, approximately his age, stepping down from their respective airships. Like him, most were momentarily stunned by the spectacle before them. Yet, a few of the boys and girls smiled and waved at the Babylonian nobles, even blowing kisses, prompting even louder cheers. At that moment, a colossal shadow loomed over the square. Alan looked up to see a dirigible gliding overhead. Beneath its streamlined hull was a rectangular metallic pod. On either side of the pod were large screens displaying a welcoming scene from Liberty Harbor Square. It was a live broadcast produced by the organizing committee of the Death Arena, devoid of any creativity, as they perpetually aired the same content. "Come on, darling," urged Tonis, giving Alan a gentle nudge. "Time waits for no one." At the square's exit, an array of land aircars awaited. These vehicles, powered by cube energy, operated on a system of anti-gravity engines. Resembling gigantic dragonflies, they featured streamlined bodies and rear stabilizing bars equipped with rudders and control flaps for directional navigation. Each land aircar accommodated only 2 seats, designated for the escort and the contestant, to transport them to the designated training base for a month of final preparation. Tonis guided Alan into one of the aircars marked with the number 13. Just as Alan was about to sit, the lieutenant insisted he stand. "You must stand so they can see you. Listen, darling, although the competition doesn't commence for a month, your rivalry with the other children has already begun. Trust me, you must perform well. The more people favor you, the better your position will be." The aircars activated one by one as stabilizing wings extended from the sides, and the power units began to hum. With the influence of the anti-gravity engines, the vehicles smoothly lifted off, halting 20 centimeters above the ground before turning and exiting the port in an orderly fashion. The convoy followed the designated route laid out by the organizers, while the steam dirigible trailed above. On the screens, 2 hosts, a man and a woman, introduced the youths from various administrative districts to the residents of Babylon in a humorous tone. Throughout the journey, the young contestants were met with enthusiastic cheers from the floating island nobles, who pointed and commented as they passed. Despite Tonis urging Alan to smile, he found it impossible to do so. After the initial shock, he realized that the Babylonian residents were jubilant. However, in their eyes, Alan perceived no hint of friendliness. They regarded him more like a rare specimen, perhaps viewing him and the others as mere entertainers on a stage, while they occupied the audience seats, eager to witness a grand performance. Indeed, they stood there to welcome the surface-dwelling youths only to indulge in a prelude of entertainment, indifferent to the fates of those they deemed mere props. The plight of surface dwellers, even their pets, were of little concern to them. Noticing Alan's expressionless demeanor, Tonis sighed. Meanwhile, in the sky, the host remarked, "District 12's Lucien is quite the temperamental child. We hope for better from him next." The host continued, "Now, let us meet the contestant from District 13. His name is Alan. Oh my, what a remarkable child." The screen shifted to reveal Alan, who stood in the land aircar. His face bore no smile, his lips pressed tightly together, and a flicker of anger danced in his eyes. Yet, his well-tailored attire, striking features, and distinctive silver hair evoked gasps of admiration from the Babylonian crowd. "Surely, you see our dear Alan. Goodness, if it weren't for the records indicating he hails from District 13, I would never believe this young man comes from the surface. I would sooner believe him to be the scion of some noble family, given his demeanor and that noble hair color. Can you fathom it? He comes from the surface?" At this, the nobles along the road erupted in disbelief. "Impossible. You must be mistaken. How could such a handsome boy originate from a place so rife with refuse? Goodness, could he be a lost young master from above? The organizing committee must thoroughly investigate. Surface dwellers could not possibly possess such noble bearing." Amidst the clamor, a young woman even screamed, "I love you, Alan." In the land aircar, Alan's expression darkened further. He muttered, "They are so loud." Tonis chuckled, "The louder they cheer, the more it benefits you, darling." On the dirigible, the host continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, Our little Alan has a special story. Did you know that the number he bears was originally assigned to a chubby boy named Bess? However, Bess's father arranged for Alan to take his son's place and surrendered our dear Alan. Naturally, this father-son duo has faced their just punishment. Yet, upon discovering this, Lieutenant Ron offered Alan a chance. He could have chosen to withdraw, but our young master opted to stay. What courage that displays. A segment of footage showing the execution of the Hearn father and son flashed across the screen, concluding with the host's words, "Let us anticipate Alan's forthcoming performance." A pocket watch clattered to the polished floor. In a secluded corner of the floating island, a room projected the live welcome scene. With Alan's youthful visage captured on the screen, someone paused the image, gazing intently at the boy. Moments later, he slumped onto a gray sofa, extending his hand to retrieve the pocket watch from the floor. Inside was a photograph of a girl, perhaps 12 or 13 years of age. Her delicate face bore an expression of defiance, and her features strikingly resembled those of the boy in the image. 10 or 11 years old. Regardless of the age, it aligned perfectly with the timeline. And that face, my heavens, Lonnie, could he possibly be your child? The man struck the table with a silver bell, and moments later, a butler entered. The man pointed at the screen, declaring, "I require a genetic comparison for this child." "Against whom shall it be compared?" the butler inquired cautiously. "Me." The butler bowed his head. "Sir, the committee will not permit outsiders to access these children. I do not care what means you employ. See to it that it is done. Otherwise, you may leave." The man roared, his tone brooking no argument. "Understood," the butler nodded, retreating. The man, feeling drained of all energy, sank back into his seat, cradling his head in despair. How could this be? What if he truly is Lonnie's child? How can I rescue him from that hell? I feel utterly foolish. Had I known you would be so stubborn, I should not have stopped you back then. At least this way, you could still be by my side, Lanny, my child. He gazed in anguish at the image on the wall, looking at Alan, and groaned, "Oh God, please do not treat me this way. I have already lost one loved one. Do not let me lose another." If only he knew that at this moment, someone was engulfed in painful memories because of his presence. Alan, however, remained oblivious to this, only aware that when the automatic doors of the training base building closed, the surrounding silence was almost palpable. The base, comprising 23 floors, had long served as a training ground for contestants preparing for the deadly arena. During this month, each participant would receive individual guidance from a mentor to hone their skills, thereby increasing their chances of survival in the competition. Each floor corresponded to an administrative district, while the top floor housed the organizing committee of the tournament and occasionally conducted evaluations of contestants from various districts. As he observed Tanasov striding before him with the poise of a model, Alan found that he no longer despised the seemingly effeminate lieutenant as much. At least, when he looked at Alan, it was not with the same contemptuous gaze that the residents of Babylon might cast upon a mere entertainment tool. Tanasov guided young Alan to the 13th floor, and upon the elevator doors opening, an intoxicating aroma of alcohol wafted through the corridor. I forgot to mention that old coot, Hutton, is quite the drunkard. With his striking high heels clicking against the floor, Tanasov approached an electronic door, entered a code, and the automatic door slid open, revealing a spacious area. Upon entry, Alan beheld a dining area furnished with a long table and neatly arranged chairs, accompanied by a refrigerator stocked with liquor and even an open kitchen. To the rear lay a training zone, ample enough to accommodate various equipment. In the southern corner stood a weapons rack laden with firearms and blades. At the far end, several rooms appeared to be designated for the rest of the contestants and mentors. A figure lay sprawled across the dining table, several empty bottles strewn about his feet. Clutched in his hand was a half-empty bottle, amber whiskey cascading from its tilted neck, forming a small puddle on the floor. "Oh, Mr. Hutton. Damn it, Major. You've gotten yourself drunk again," Tanasov exclaimed, striding over to shake the man awake. The man remained as unresponsive as a dead pig, impervious to Tanasov's vigorous attempts. Frustrated, the lieutenant stomped his foot like a petulant child, suddenly noticing the bottle in his hand. He seized it and waved it before the man's nose. At once, the man sprang to life, shouting, "Good liquor, such delightful liquor. Give it to me, give it to me." "Mr. Hutton, you are finally awake," Tanasov remarked, tossing the bottle back to him. Without hesitation, the man lifted the bottle and drained it in one go, then belched and said, "Ah, it's you, Tanasov. Didn't you go on vacation?" "Mr. Hutton, I was on the surface to retrieve someone." "Surely you haven't forgotten that the new death arena is set to commence in a month?" "Of course not." The man yawned. "The committee wants me to mentor a kid, promising me a case of top-notch volcanic beauty once the competition concludes. That exquisite wine from Idaho. How could I possibly miss out? Thank the heavens you haven't drunk yourself into oblivion. Now, this is the contestant you are to mentor. He hails from District 13 and is called Alan. Tanasov gestured toward Alan, who approached. At last, Alan could discern that this was a man in his 50s. Yet, he swore he had never encountered such a robust elder. Wrinkles had begun to etch their way across his face, and his eye bags were darkened from years of drinking. But his physique resembled that of a bear. Even leaner Ron paled in comparison. When the man finally stood upright, he towered like a mountain, casting Alan completely into his shadow. Curiously, despite Tanasov's assertion that Hutton was a major, Alan could detect no hint of source energy emanating from him. Whereas Tanasov's faint green glow indicated that his abilities remained intact. Is this the kid? He seems adequate. Let me see what you've learned in Ron's den, Hutton declared, extending a massive hand toward Alan's forehead. Instinctively, Alan recoiled, yet somehow Hutton's hand found its mark. Hutton's palm began to radiate warmth, and in that moment, Alan realized that this elder not only possessed source energy, but that it shone brilliantly. It was as if a miniature sun had ignited within him, prompting Alan to shut his eyes. You have already forged 4 spirals of source energy. Have you truly accomplished this in just 4 months? The attributes of your energy seem rather feeble, currently undetectable. However, your potential appears promising. Wait. Hutton, previously languid, suddenly transformed, his expression sharpening with intensity. Tanasov, standing nearby, seemed anxious for Alan. Noticing Hutton's sudden shift, the lieutenant nervously inquired, "What is happening?" Hutton released Alan, his gaze growing peculiar as he turned to Tanasov. "Are you certain you Haven Tea brought the wrong person?" "Of course not. Then this lad is beyond my guidance." "Why?" the lieutenant pressed. Hutton turned back to Alan, who wore a perplexed expression, and said, "His body has been subjected to source energy confinement, which you must comprehend. A person afflicted with such confinement cannot even construct a single genetic circuit. For someone like him, my mentorship would be futile. Competing would be tantamount to suicide." Chapter 17. The confinement of source energy. Upon hearing the term confinement of source energy, Alan noticed a distinct tremor in Tanasov's fingers. Subsequently, the lieutenant forced a smile, possibly due to his evident anxiety, as his eye makeup seemed to smudge slightly. Tanasov nudged Alan, saying, "My dear, I believe you should check your room. If anything displeases you, or if you require anything else, do let me know. Your room is over there." He gestured towards the last room on the left at the end of the training area. Alan said nothing, picked up his weapon, and proceeded toward the room, fully aware that Tanasov did not intend for him to overhear the ensuing conversation. Thus, it was clear that the confinement of source energy would not be a trivial matter. As Alan approached the door, a beam of laser swept across, rapidly scanning his pupils. A soft click sounded as the electronic lock disengaged, and the door silently slid open to the right. Upon entering the spacious 30-square-meter room, Alan found himself at a loss for words. If this was indeed a bedroom, it was extravagantly excessive. The room was larger than the tin shed he had lived in during his childhood. Furthermore, the amenities within the room were so comprehensive that it resembled a small home. Upon entering, he was greeted by a wooden-floored foyer, separated by a crystal chandelier that provided privacy. At the end of the foyer was a private restroom, where gentle lighting illuminated the pristine white, tiled walls, adorned with a decorative stone countertop and a potted plant in the corner. Golden faucets and a complete set of bathroom fixtures underscored the quality that Tanasov often spoke of. Transitioning past the partition, there were 2 stone steps leading into the main area, which was noticeably elevated by about 20 centimeters. This section also featured wooden flooring, while the ceiling employed a suspended design that concealed both main and auxiliary lights behind frosted glass, casting a bright yet soft glow throughout the room. Directly facing the entrance was a wall of floor-to-ceiling glass, offering a view of the surrounding landscapes of Babylon. Beyond the glass, a semicircular balcony held a set of elegantly crafted chairs and a table. In the right corner of the room, a seating arrangement of sofas awaited. Adjacent to the sofas was an exquisite liquor cabinet, extending towards a wall-mounted television. While usually a simple silver-gray wall, it could project any television channel via voice command. A bed large enough to accommodate 3 people was placed at the opposite end of the television wall, adorned with a quilt trimmed with tassels and plush pillows. Flanking the bed were 2 dark golden nightstands, each featuring unique table lamps and small green plants. Alan flopped onto the bed, and as the automatic door slowly closed, he faintly heard Tanasov's muffled voice outside, seemingly in dispute with Hutton. Once the door sealed shut, silence enveloped him. Tanasov, visibly agitated, tugged at his golden wig and nearly shouted, "Major General, are you mistaken? That is merely a child. Who would impose the confinement of source energy upon a child? It is utterly absurd." It was no wonder the lieutenant was upset. The confinement of source energy was typically reserved for the most dangerous criminals, especially those with formidable powers who could not be executed for various reasons. Such individuals would be subjected to this confinement and then cast into remote star systems, never to return, ultimately perishing in some corner of the universe. In over 400 years since the establishment of the Federation, the confinement of source energy had never been applied to a child, much less a child from the surface. I may be old, but I am not senile, Hutton retorted, tapping his head. Whether it is indeed confinement of source energy, do you think I would be unable to discern? This matter is indeed peculiar. You should investigate the identity of this child and who has imposed the confinement of source energy upon him. His potential was promising, yet with this confinement, constructing even a single genetic circuit will be impossible. Moreover, there are 3 layers of confinement within him. 3 layers. Tanasov leaped up again, exclaiming, that person must be insane. Who would use 3 layers of confinement on a child? How should I know? All I know is that this person likely fears the child's potential. Hutton rolled his eyes and reverted to his previous inebriated demeanor. In any case, whether I mentor this child is no longer significant. Regardless, he is doomed. Or shall we find someone else? Tanasov leaned forward, hands pressed against the table, his eyes ablaze. Major Hutton, you must understand that there is no such thing as substituting contestants in the arena of death. Now, regardless of the outcome, please fulfill your duty. Even if my dear Alan ultimately perishes at the hands of some other juvenile, before that, you must guide him responsibly. Hutton regarded him quizzically. When did you start caring about a surface child? Because Ron told me he willingly jumped into this hell, Tanasov replied, surprisingly earnest. Just this courage alone is worth my respect. Courage? It sounds more like foolishness. Who would voluntarily leap into hell? Hutton shrugged. Fine, since you insist, let the child remain. However, should you report this matter? Not at this moment. Tanasov shook his head. You know well that affairs related to the confinement of source energy are troublesome. I prefer to avoid complications. If he cannot survive, let this secret vanish with him. If he manages to live, let others deal with the ensuing troubles. Hutton shook an empty liquor bottle. You truly are a cunning individual. Of course. Now, I shall entrust my Alan to you. I will return to see him later. With a wave, Tanasov departed with an elegant stride. Hutton grabbed another unopened bottle of liquor, contemplating. Well, I have work to do. I cannot afford to get drunk again. Just a small sip will suffice. 10 minutes later, Alan returned to the hall. Hutton was belching, exhaling a potent scent of alcohol. Alan even mused whether tossing a match into the old man's mouth would ignite his belly. Hutton beckoned him. Alan, is it? Come, let me see your precious weapon. Alan handed over his weapon, and the old drunkard swept his hand, sending all items on the table crashing to the floor. Bottles and cups shattered, creating a cacophony of sound. At that moment, a cleaning robot scuttled over to the table, swiftly collecting all the debris before returning to its original position. Now Alan understood why Hutton, the old drunkard, could maintain such cleanliness in the hall. Hey, a magical energy weapon, although only a Class A, Hutton remarked, glancing at Alan. However, acquiring something like this on the surface is quite remarkable. I bet none of the other children possess such a weapon. Ron gave this to you, didn't he? He must have been quite generous, but with your limited source energy, don't expect to wield it effectively. Let me take a look. Perhaps I can adjust the magic cube sequence to reduce energy consumption. The power may diminish by about half, but at least you can make use of it. The old drunkard rambled on, descending into a monologue. He hopped down, swayed slightly, and told Alan, wait here, I need some tools. I might as well bring those treasures along. After a brief visit to his room, Hutton returned with a toolbox. Opening it revealed many tools that Alan could not name. Utilizing these instruments, Hutton began to disassemble Alan's weapon, causing him considerable anxiety. Under Hutton's deft hands, Alan watched as his weapon was dismantled into numerous components, ultimately revealing a matchbox-sized part extracted from the base of the blade. This object bears a resemblance to an integrated circuit, yet the intricacies of its patterns are far more elaborate than those found on a circuit board. Moreover, the flow of the designs subtly forms certain motifs, with circular crystals, each merely around 10 millimeters in diameter, embedded within some of the lines. Observing Alan's eyes glimmer with interest as he gazes at the item in his hands, Hutton chuckles. This is your first encounter, is it not? This is the cube sequence, the very heart of magical weaponry. Different combinations of sequences can bestow varied powers upon the weapon. What you hold is merely the most ordinary energy blade. Yet even so, you remain incapable of shouldering its energy consumption. But you can alter it. Alan interjects, and how might one do that? Hutton, his enthusiasm palpable, responds, naturally. Before you stands one of the greatest designers of cube sequences. Adjusting the energy consumption is as effortless for me as blinking an eye. Should you wish to learn. After the death arena concludes, seek me out, and I shall impart my knowledge. However, you must possess the requisite talent. Alan readily agrees, recalling Ron's words that magical weaponry constitutes a vital component of the current Federation's combat strength. Gaining insight into the design of cube sequences from Hutton would hold unparalleled value, whether for augmenting his own prowess or for other endeavors. Of course, that is a matter for after the death arena. As he observes Hutton busily manipulating various tools on the cube sequence, Alan cannot restrain his curiosity. Major, what is this source force confinement? Hutton momentarily halts his tasks before resuming, responding, you may simply regard it as a lock that seals the gate to the source force. A damned lock with a password. The principle of source force confinement involves employing combinations of source forces of different attributes applied within the target's body to inhibit the flow of their source force. The objective is to resist and ultimately deplete their source force. Typically, source force confinement targets the heart, which is undoubtedly one of the most vital organs in humans. The source force relies on blood vessels as its conduits within the body, and these vessels are interconnected with the heart. Take Alan as an example. Once he has forged 9 source force vortices, he must concentrate all vortices at the heart to construct the first genetic circuit. However, when source force confinement is applied to the heart, the vortices encounter resistance upon entering, making it arduous to form the circuit. The more powerful an individual, the greater the impact of source force confinement upon them. Chapter 18. Strategy. As Alan collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, he felt the weight of exhaustion. He was engaged in physical training, performing 300 one-handed push-ups in the gravity training camp, a common yet grueling exercise. However, considering he was doing this under double gravity, the intensity was significantly heightened. The 20 square meter gravity chamber could simulate approximately 10 times Earth's gravity and was adjustable according to the user's needs. This special room was designed for competitors' physical training. And in Babylon, such tenfold gravity rooms were not uncommon. Earlier, during a rambling conversation, Hutton had mentioned that the military and wealthy nobles possessed private gravity rooms capable of simulating up to 50 times Earth's gravity. Training in the gravity chamber was challenging for an ordinary human. Only by channeling his source energy could one counteract some of the gravitational force. Thus, physical training also served as a means to hone one's source energy. Alan flipped onto his back and called out to the ceiling, in training. Suddenly, he felt a lightness envelop him, a result of the room's intelligence system ceasing the simulation of Earth's gravity. Almost all facilities in the training building could be controlled by voice commands. Alan had begun to acclimate to this new way of life, even though he had only arrived in Babylon a mere half-day prior. Gazing at the silver metallic dome above, which reflected his image, the young man recalled Hutton's earlier words, and his heart felt as heavy as his body under the gravitational pressure. The confinement of source energy was far more intricate than he had anticipated. He remembered the conversation when he pressed Hutton about ways to break the confinement. The old drunkard had suddenly fallen silent. After a moment, he finally spoke. Of course, there are ways to release it, and there are 2 methods. However, neither is easy. The first, the simplest yet most challenging, is for the person who placed the lock to unlock it for you. The combinations of source energy are countless. Even the intelligent system struggles to compute the true answer. Different attributes, the strength of the source energy, and so on would yield innumerable possibilities. Therefore, only the one who imposed the confinement knows the password. And the second method? Alan pressed further. Hutton did not provide a direct answer, but instead looked at him and said, "Child, why are you so persistent? Let me put it this way. Even if you cannot form a genetic circuit, I possess a few tricks that may assist you, perhaps even lead to victory." Alan shook his head, memories of Lonnie's parting gaze and her admonitions flashing in his mind. He declared resolutely, "Major, my destination will never be the arena of death." Hutton, gazing into Alan's bright crimson eyes, seemed to sense something profound. He shrugged and said, "Very well, it's no harm to tell you. The second method relies on your own efforts. Fortunately, the confinement placed on your heart consists of 3 layers. From my assessment, the first layer is the weakest. Perhaps 9 spirals of source energy could forcibly breach it from the outside. This is akin to attempting to unlock a door without a key, resorting to brute force." He cautioned, "But I must warn you, the source energy confinement acts like a barrier, and this barrier resides in your heart. When you forcefully impact it, even if you succeed in breaking through, it will inevitably inflict damage on your heart." Hutton patted Alan's shoulder and advised, "If you wish to utilize the second method, then go to the gravity chamber and undertake a series of physical training. Only with a stronger physique and source energy can you withstand the damage that follows breaching the barrier." "Thank you, Major." Alan beamed, then dashed toward the gravity chamber without hesitation. Hutton shook his head, muttering, "What a foolish child. Yet, I find myself rather fond of him." He returned to his work. Now, Alan possessed 4 spirals of source energy, but he still needed 5 more to meet the basic requirements for impacting the barrier. With only a month remaining, he had 30 days to cultivate 5 spirals of source energy. an arduous task for any ordinary person. Gritting his teeth, Alan had the room's intelligence system resume the gravity simulation, plunging into another full regimen of physical training. No matter how daunting the challenge, Alan would not yield. He had already lost so much. He could not afford to lose the chance for vengeance for his mother and by Fawn. Outside the gravity chamber, Hutton had concluded his work. He observed Alan's training on a screen mounted on the wall. After taking a swig of liquor, Hutton remained silent. When Alan emerged from the gravity chamber, his legs trembling, he collapsed to the floor. Every muscle in his body quivered, and some tendons were already strained. Alan lacked the strength to move even a finger, barely managing to keep his eyes open. Hutton approached, lifting him up and saying, "It's commendable to push yourself, but exhausting yourself before the competition is unwise. You can exploit your potential, but you must not deplete it entirely at once. That could cost you your life, child." Hutton dragged him back to his room and tossed him onto the bed. After a brief departure, he returned with a syringe, injecting the liquid into Alan's arm. Hutton patted his face and said, "Now, don't think of anything. Just sleep well." As the world faded into a blur, even Hutton's face became indistinct, and Alan finally succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, it was the following morning. After a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, he made his way to the hall, where Hutton appeared to still be asleep, and the area was eerily quiet. The frenzied slayer lay on the table, and Alan approached to lift it. The black steel blade had been reassembled completely. Alan swung it a few times, finding nothing amiss. Suddenly, Hutton's voice broke the silence. "You could try infusing your source energy into the blade and see what happens." The old drunkard stood behind him, disheveled, bloodshot eyes betraying a night of sleeplessness. Following Hutton's suggestion, Alan concentrated and channeled his source energy into the frenzied slayer. Upon entering the blade, he felt as though it was a black hole, instantly draining his meager source energy. A wave of emptiness washed over him, forcing him to cling to his balance. Yet, the blade transformed, the dark patterns along its edges glowed, and a 20 cm long energy blade erupted from the tip. The energy blade shimmered a deep crimson, pulsating like a curtain of light, illuminating Alan's face. He gazed at Hutton in excitement. He could finally wield the frenzied slayer. After 30 seconds, the energy blade flickered and retracted. Alan could no longer maintain his grip on the sword, and it clattered to the floor. Hutton picked it up and placed it back on the table, observing Alan's pale face as he sat down, drained of source energy. "Look, you can now use this toy. The good news is that it's a promising development. The bad news is that to master it, you will need more source energy. Otherwise, you'll become a laughingstock, collapsing before you can even fully activate the energy blade's potential." That day, Alan experienced the agony of physical exertion to the point of depletion. The overwhelming emptiness felt like it filled his very soul, and his heart beat erratically, like a bellows out of control. The rhythmic pounding reminded him to be cautious, to exercise prudence. Alan remained seated on the floor for the entire morning, while Hutton continued to drink, indifferent to his plight. It was only after Alan managed to restore one spiral of source energy that the feeling of emptiness began to dissipate, allowing him the strength to rise. In the afternoon, Hutton tossed him back into the gravity chamber. For the next 2 days, it was nothing but physical training, leaving Alan to wonder if the old drunkard was simply slacking off, as he had yet to instruct him on anything else. During this period, Tonus visited twice, and after a brief encounter, he departed hurriedly, appearing quite occupied. On the 5th day, after breakfast, Alan instinctively headed towards the gravity chamber without needing any prompting. However, Lieutenant General Reston called him to a stop. Alan looked at the Lieutenant General with confusion, as the inebriate gestured for him to come closer. "I have reviewed the profiles of the other contestants. These young ones are no ordinary challengers. Alan, once the competition commences, what is your strategy?" Reston inquired casually. Alan pondered for a moment, then raised his fist and declared, "Eliminate everyone. That is how one wins. Isn't it?" No sooner had he spoken, a sharp rap from Reston's flask struck his head. The metallic vessel elicited a grimace from Alan, prompting Reston to shake his head in exasperation. "Is this all Ron has taught you, to brawn your way through? You fool, was my previous statement not sufficiently clear? Your competitors will not be vastly different in strength. Most are at least on par with you. If you charge in blindly without strategy, I wager you 1T last 2 days. What should I do then?" Alan inquired, rubbing his head. Reston snorted through his nostrils. "You must have a strategy, understand? Mere brute strength without strategy makes one a mere brawler. It is the combination of courage and cunning that will give you hope of becoming a renowned general like myself." Gazing at the so-called illustrious general, Alan couldn't help but question the veracity of Reston's claims. Clearing his throat, Reston continued, "Do not be deceived by my current state. When I embarked on expeditions in my youth, you were still a mere thought. Do you think the rank of Lieutenant General was bestowed upon me without merit? It was earned through battle. Now listen closely. Each day, you will have a segment of free time. During this period, while you cannot leave the building, you may explore other areas. My advice is to visit the training hall on the top floor, forge acquaintances, and if circumstances permit, form a temporary alliance. It will prove advantageous in the arena of death. Child, remember this, the power of one is limited. In the arena of death or on your future path, whether among your soldiers or friends, you must find ways to consolidate every resource at your disposal. You will discover that this collective strength far surpasses your individual might. After a moment of contemplation, Reston added, of course, personal prowess is also vital. It serves as the foundation and core for gathering resources. Lastly, make time to read these books. They will aid you, Reston declared, producing 3 volumes from his coat and tossing them into Alan's hands. Chapter 19, Lucy in Babylon. There exist myriad avenues for acquiring knowledge. For instance, the intelligence brain connects to the Federation's database, which houses an abundance of electronic books for reading. The traditional form of printed media has become increasingly rare. The 3 books handed to Alan by Hutton were wrinkled and evidently aged. These volumes comprise the lives of great generals, strategies of power, and Playboy. As Alan gazed at the 3rd book, he mused that it resembled a magazine more than a book. The cover featured a sultry woman striking an enticing pose, leaving Alan perplexed about its relevance to him. Suddenly, Hutton snatched back the magazine with lightning speed, clearing his throat and stating, "This one is a mistake." He then discreetly tossed him another book, which turned out to be a field guide to dangerous species. The death arena primarily focuses on the brutal competition among participants. Yet it also introduces a certain number of dangerous creatures to heighten the challenge and provide the audience with additional entertainment. Therefore, this field guide would prove invaluable for Alan, allowing him to familiarize himself with various dangerous species and their behaviors. The other 2 books, however, held far less interest for the young lad, as he had yet to reach an age where schemes and strategies captivated him. After lunch, free time ensued. Each day, there are 2 intervals of leisure, one at noon and another in the evening, each lasting 2 hours. After finishing his meal, Alan departed, taking the elevator to the top floor. When the elevator doors opened, a vast expanse unfolded before him. The open-plan design revealed a space of over 5,000 square meters, a breathtaking sight that momentarily overwhelmed Alan's youthful spirit. However, having encountered numerous wonders since his arrival in Babylon, he quickly regained his composure. Upon exiting the elevator, he encountered an information wall displaying the layout of the training hall. Alan observed the structure comprising a central meeting area and various training zones. The central area served as a place for relaxation and conversation, while the other training zones were supervised by different instructors or trainers guiding competitors in using the available equipment. Naturally, the best place to forge friendships would be the central area, yet Alan was not in haste to rush there. His curiosity was piqued by the specialized training zones, and a leisurely stroll would not consume much time. He could still spare ample moments to meet his rivals in the central area. The functional zones radiated in a circular fashion around the central meeting area, with arrows painted on the floor for guidance. Following the clockwise direction, Alan first encountered a shooting area, which was further divided into several smaller sections where 2 youths were practicing, one wielding a sniper rifle and the other a bow. Disinterested in shooting, Alan pressed forward until he reached a combat zone. This area allowed for both duels between individuals and simulated combat against the intelligence brain. After lingering there for a brief moment, he continued his exploration. Having traversed most of the circuit, he paused at a zone dedicated to reflex training. Several youths were engaged in simultaneous training, donning helmets and wielding metal rods, striking at invisible targets with fervor. Occasionally, they executed evasive maneuvers and flips, as if locked in combat with unseen adversaries. At that moment, a woman approached. She appeared to be in her early 20s, clad in a form-fitting silver uniform that accentuated her graceful figure. Alan noticed a nameplate affixed to her chest that read Trainer Tessa. "I know you, young Master Alan from District 13, am I correct?" Trainer Tessa stepped closer, leaning slightly toward him as she spoke. This angle revealed a tantalizing glimpse of curves hidden beneath her collar, stirring a reaction within Alan, who awkwardly stepped back and inquired, "What are they doing?" "Those are sensors. Utilizing them, one can train reflexes within simulated scenarios provided by the intelligence brain. They will enhance your speed, precision, and composure," Tessa explained, guiding Alan forward. "Come, give it a try." As Tessa straightened, Alan found himself nearly level with her chest, and he perceived an enticing softness behind him. At that moment, Tessa whispered in his ear, "If you wish, I can arrange for you to try something else. However, this is not the right time." Another tantalizing remark. Tessa led him to another vacant training area, assisting him in donning the sensory helmet and handing him a metal rod. The sensory helmet will immerse you in the simulated environment, and the device in your hand can replicate the weapon you are accustomed to. Your task is to strike down virtual discs. Each disc you hit will earn you points, and as your score accumulates, the difficulty will gradually escalate. Since this is your first time, let us commence with the simplest level. Once equipped, Alan's vision was initially shrouded in darkness, obscured by the helmet's visor. Moments later, a faint glow emerged and brightened, revealing a sprawling meadow, an environment simulated by the intelligence brain. Concurrently, Alan heard the brain's prompt, "Please select a weapon." A menu materialized before him, presenting a plethora of weapon options. Alan chose a combat knife, and the device in his hand transformed into a tactical blade nearly a meter long. After adjustments in weight, length, and width, a knife reminiscent of the slaughterer manifested in his grasp. Testing its feel, he murmured, "I am ready to begin." Before him appeared the designation LV1, followed by a spinning disc that suddenly hurtled toward his chest. With a decisive swing of his knife, he cleaved through the disc, which exploded into a burst of luminescence. One by one, discs approached him, some flying straight, others at angles, and some spiraling in varied trajectories. Alan wielded his knife with ease, dispatching the discs effortlessly. After successfully striking down a dozen, the intelligence brain raised the difficulty. In the next moment, 2 discs barreled toward him simultaneously, and Alan swung his knife, sending them crashing down. However, as the difficulty ascended to LV3, he found the challenge far less manageable. He began to evade while observing the discs' trajectories, even employing anticipation to successfully strike them down. Upon the difficulty increasing further, 4 discs appeared at once, their speed doubled. Consequently, the time available for Alan to react diminished considerably. At that moment, the 4 discs nearly encompassed all the space he could normally evade. Constantly retreating or sidestepping, he was bound to collide with 1 or 2. Just as the discs neared, Alan leaped forward, daringly weaving through the gaps between them. Landing with agility, he spun and slashed, calculating his strikes to bring down all 4 discs nearly simultaneously. Unbeknownst to him, a crowd had gathered outside the training area, comprising trainers, committee members, and several youths participating in the death arena. Some were even recording the events through the intelligence brain. As the score climbed to 485, a girl exclaimed in astonishment, "He has shattered Lucy's record. Who is this guy? Are you not aware? It is Aaron from District 13, that fool who voluntarily participated in the death arena." The youths were abuzz with chatter when suddenly a gasp erupted. Someone pointed at the scoreboard and exclaimed, "It has surpassed 500 points. My goodness, that is level 5 difficulty." At that moment, Aaron perceived 5 spinning blades advancing towards him simultaneously. Ultimately, the challenge exceeded the limits of his abilities. After successfully felling 2 waves of blades, he was finally struck in the left chest during the 3rd onslaught, prompting the neural interface to announce the conclusion of his training. Upon removing his helmet, Aaron was greeted by Tessa. The woman excitedly embraced him, enveloping Aaron in an almost suffocating embrace. He struggled to break free, only to realize that the training area was filled with spectators. Most applauded his impressive score, while the competing youths cast hostile glances in his direction, leading Aaron to understand that he could easily remove these individuals from his alliance list. "Well done, you've shattered my record," a haughty voice rang out, as the crowd parted to reveal a girl of similar age to Aaron striding forward with confidence. Following her were 4 or 5 other youths. The girl possessed long, sun-kissed golden hair, tied back in a ponytail that danced like flames with each step she took. Her features were exquisitely crafted, radiating a vivacious energy, and her rare emerald green eyes sparkled like fine jade, reflecting Aaron's image. She circled Aaron twice, casually nudging Tessa aside, before suddenly placing her hand on his shoulder and proclaiming, "I like you. Come, be my subordinate." Behind her, several youths averted their gazes, their faces betraying clear amusement. Aaron, however, found no humor in the situation. Indeed, the girl was strikingly beautiful, exuding an aura he found appealing, one that resembled distant mountains and forests. Yet, her demeanor was excessively brash, bordering on arrogance. Aaron delicately pinched her hand resting on his shoulder between his fingers and replied coolly, "I must decline." "Why?" The girl's expression shifted to one of surprise. "I have no desire to be anyone's subordinate, especially not a woman." Chapter 20. Lucy. As soon as Alan's words fell, the girl's expression transformed dramatically. Her small mouth formed an O shape, revealing her astonishment. Then, her brows arched, and a glimmer of ferocity ignited in her gaze. Finally, her demeanor shifted back to tranquility, even as the corners of her lips curled into a faint smile. She shrugged and remarked, "My mother was right. Men are indeed proud and arrogant creatures, particularly when it comes to belittling women." Alan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, unwilling to explain that he was not a misogynist, but simply could not tolerate the girl's brashness and arrogance. Hey, don't think that just because your score surpasses mine, you are inherently superior. If you believe otherwise, shall we duel? The girl crossed her arms defiantly, her chin slightly lifted, exuding the pride of a peacock displaying its feathers. I refuse. The girl ground her teeth in frustration. There you go again, you coward. The arena offers plenty of opportunities for duels, but right now, neither the time nor the place is suitable, wouldn't you agree? Alan observed the girl as her emotions oscillated from calm to agitated due to his teasing, and he smiled faintly before turning to leave. The girl stamped her foot in anger, and a nearby girl whispered, Lucy, if you can't do it, just let it go. There are other options. Look, they all want to become your subordinates. Indeed, those boys who had previously cast hostile glances at Alan were now vying to move closer, eager for Lucy's attention. The golden-haired girl snorted, Emily, I do not need incompetent subordinates. Besides, the term impossible does not exist in my vocabulary. I will definitely bring that little brat Alan down. Lucy, he seems to be around the same age as you. Enough. How could a leader be younger than their subordinates? That's why I call him a brat. He is indeed a brat. All right, fine. After this minor interlude, Alan lost interest in exploring other training areas and headed directly to the central hall. The central hall was spacious, akin to a grand plaza. Massive metal pillars encircled the periphery, delineating the central area from the other sections. Metal benches were arranged in a circular formation, with 5 concentric rows creating a central clearing. The central hall was not overly crowded. Groups of boys sat scattered about. As Alan entered, all eyes turned to him momentarily. He scanned their faces and discerned a myriad of emotions. 2 boys glared at him with hostility. 1 girl offered a friendly smile, while the majority glanced at him briefly before returning to their previous discussions. Alan approached a solitary boy who appeared to be a year or 2 older than him. With soft, light brown hair cascading to one side and a somewhat pale complexion that suggested malnourishment, the boy had a lean frame with long limbs. He was skillfully manipulating a device in his hands, seemingly engrossed in a game that involved guiding a hamster through a maze while evading rolling obstacles. However, at one corner, he inadvertently got hit by a ball, and the device signaled the end of the game. Damn it, I lost again, he lamented. Having seemingly noticed Alan's presence from the start, he turned his head with a nonchalant expression, even raising his device as he asked, Care to join? It's a good way to train your reflexes. No thanks, I just finished some reflex training. Hello, I'm Alan. A&S, the boy replied, a smirk playing on his lips. So, are you here looking for allies? And you? A&S shrugged, same, but I'm not particularly skilled at socializing. As you can see, despite being here for a few days, I haven't made a single friend. You're a new face. You must have just arrived today? You all came on the first day? Alan asked, somewhat surprised. A&S looked equally astonished. You didn't know? Forming alliances to tackle other competitors and then having allies duel to determine the victor has become a standard procedure over the years. Alan felt a bit awkward as he admitted, Actually, my mentor just informed me about this recently. A&S chuckled. Seems your mentor is rather incompetent. Recalling his mentor's often half-drunk demeanor, Alan nodded in agreement. The two exchanged smiles, but just as Alan wished to delve deeper into A&S's background, several boys approached them. The girl who had previously smiled at Alan said, You're the one who just set a new score record in the reflex training area. Aren't you, Alan? Surprised, Alan nodded. A freckled boy chimed in, That's awesome, Alan. Let us be friends. I'm Kjud, and this is Veer, Hask, Nordman. They enthusiastically pulled Alan away from A&S, with Kjud placing a hand on Alan's shoulder. Don't associate with A&S. He is quite devious. When Alan glanced back at A&S, he found the tall, slender boy had already departed. Alan, you've outdone Lucy. You've avenged us. That woman has been insufferable these past few days. Today is a joyous occasion. Why don't we head to the bar for a drink? Alan was astonished to discover that there was a bar here. He also learned that the bold girl was named Lucy. His new acquaintances seemed overly enthusiastic, practically escorting him toward the bar. Sensing something amiss, he glanced at Veer, who initially exhibited a flicker of panic before forcing a smile, further fueling Alan's suspicions. The bar was tucked away in a corner on the west side of the hall. As Alan stepped inside, he noticed the atmosphere was quite tranquil. Only a rotund figure occupied the bar area, resembling a mountain of flesh, his shirt strained to contain his bulk, revealing a ring of flab. The friends who had previously been so fervent withdrew, with Kjud even locking the bar door from the inside and thoughtfully hanging a closed sign outside. Alan began to piece things together, stating coolly, This doesn't seem like an invitation for drinks. The portly man behind the bar sprang to his feet, his massive legs shaking the floor slightly as he approached. With a sly grin, he introduced himself, I'm Lucen. Alan, I hear you've just shattered Lucy's record. And what of it? Nothing much, just that we only need one agile individual like Lucy. Adding another would be quite a headache for many. For the sake of everyone's well-being, what do you think about the idea of us breaking your arms and legs? Lucen said with a grin, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Alan's demeanor hardened as he scanned the faces of the boys and girls around him. Do you all agree with this? Veer lowered her gaze, nervously twisting her hands behind her back. The other boys, however, met Alan's stare defiantly, with Cute blushing furiously as he exclaimed, Indeed. If it weren't for the ruse to lure you here, do you think we would have any interest in befriending you, you white-haired brat? Of course, if you're willing to bend over, I believe Lucen would be quite interested in being friends. The group erupted in laughter, while Lucen remarked, You know, Alan, this is how I survived the training camp in District 12. It's quite simple, really. I smashed every one of their heads. Alan chuckled, Is that so? I'd like to share something with you as well. I am not only agile but also strong. As the words left his mouth, Alan collided with Cute, and his fist landed squarely on the freckled boy's nose, breaking it with a sickening crunch. In response, two boys lunged at Alan, gripping him as they began to pummel his ribs. The least skilled of these youths had already honed two swirling sources of power, granting them considerable strength when they exerted themselves. Although Alan had not yet grown strong enough to disregard such injuries, years of wilderness survival and training at Ron's camp had taught him the art of enduring pain. He seized their fists with his hands and executed a swift kick, driving his heel into Norman's groin, causing the boy to nearly roll his eyes back in agony, leaving him with no strength to retaliate against Alan. Releasing him, Alan delivered a powerful strike to Hask's throat, forcing the boy to stagger backward, clutching his neck and gasping for breath. A roar erupted from behind, and Alan had no time to evade as he collided forcefully with the massive figure of Lucan. He was propelled backward, crashing into several tables. While still on the ground, the hefty man charged toward him like a rampaging elephant, extending his thigh to kick Alan in the chest. Alan promptly rolled to the side, extending his leg to strike Lucan's heel. This kick caused the hefty man to lose his balance, and with a shriek, Lucan tumbled to the ground. Alan pounced on him, delivering a fist to his nose, stunning Lucan and causing stars to fill his vision. Suddenly, a gust of wind heralded a new attack from behind, and Alan raised his hand to block, only to have a glass bottle shatter against it. The bottle exploded, sending shards slicing into his hand and drawing several drops of blood. Watching his blood drip onto the ground, Alan's eyes grew even redder, his silvery hair standing on end as he gazed quietly at Cute, who still clutched a half-broken bottle. Without warning, he launched a kick that struck Cute squarely in the chest, sending him flying backward, his chest unnaturally caving in, clearly indicating several broken ribs. Seizing the moment, Lucan scrambled to his feet, wrapping his arms tightly around Alan and shouting to the girl cowering in the corner, Veer, finish him. Lucan's strength was formidable, and as he exerted all his might to restrain Alan, Alan observed the faint glow emanating from the hefty man's arms, indicating the surge of power within. Struggling to break free proved futile as Lucan's grip remained unwavering. The girl, referred to as Veer, timidly approached, now wielding a short knife. Her expression was rife with conflict, and just as she resolved to thrust the knife into Alan, the window behind Lucan shattered. A figure leaped through the opening, rolling across the table beside the window before springing up. The silhouette darted behind Lucan, delivering a double-fisted blow to his temples. Lucan howled in pain, loosening his grip on Alan. Seizing the opportunity, Alan grasped one of Lucan's arms, a spark of brilliance igniting in the depths of his crimson eyes. With a muffled grunt and a surge of power within, he hurled Lucan away. Veer, startled, screamed and recoiled, the knife falling from her hand. Seeing that Lucan was momentarily incapacitated, Alan turned to look back. A golden ponytail swayed behind, still adorned with a vibrant smile. Her emerald eyes resembled deep pools, seemingly capable of drawing in one's very soul. Is it you? Alan exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the one who had come to his aid at this critical moment was none other than the golden-haired girl who had previously clamored for him to join her as a subordinate. Lucy. Chapter 21. Night of Destiny. The door of the bar was suddenly forced open with great violence, and a squad of heavily armed guards streamed in, swiftly fanning out to either side. The glaring muzzles of their weapons were aimed at two groups within the bar, compelling them to separate. Then, a man dressed in a tuxedo, his complexion ashen and sporting meticulously trimmed handlebar mustaches, entered with white gloves adorning his hands. He surveyed the surroundings and spoke in a grave tone. What is the situation here? Mr. Smith, it is evident that the rotund Mr. Lucen is causing trouble. Lucy blinked innocently, then leaned in to whisper to Alan. This is Mr. Smith, the building's security chief, a man with an extreme aversion to disorder. Individuals like Lucen, who are both corpulent and foolish, are precisely the type he detests. Alan nodded, watching the unfolding events with quiet anticipation. Mr. Smith's gaze shifted toward them, first landing on the blonde girl. Miss Lucy, have we been meeting rather frequently of late? He inquired. His attention then turned to Alan. And with a nod, he stated, Mr. Allen, you may leave now. I will handle things here. Alan was taken aback. They had chosen to trust Lucy's word without so much as a question. Lucy tugged at his sleeve, and together they hastily exited the bar. Inside, Lucien's cries echoed, resembling the wails of a slaughtered pig, while Lucy's emerald eyes nearly slitted into crescent moons, brimming with mirth. They trust you immensely, Alan remarked. Lucy laughed heartily, delivering a playful slap to Alan's back. Don't be foolish. Every corner of this building is under their surveillance. Do you think they are oblivious to Lucien's antics? If that were the case, then why? Alan furrowed his brows, contemplating the possibility that Mr. Smith and his associates were deliberately allowing such occurrences to transpire. You are far too naive. Mr. Smith and his team are well aware of everything happening in the building. They are indifferent to the competition or even friction among contestants, as long as no lives are lost. Conversely, our performances are meticulously documented as a reference for their evaluations. At this point, Alan recalled that upon finishing his reaction training, there had indeed been several individuals recording data outside the training area. Forget about that fat pig, Lucy nudged him. You owe me a personal favor. So, how about considering becoming my subordinate? Alan, still youthful and brimming with bravado, retorted, even without your intervention, I could have dealt with that fellow. As for being a subordinate. Noticing his half-smiling demeanor, Lucy's expression faltered. Oh, not again, your same old answer. I've said it before, I dislike being someone's subordinate. However, we can be friends. My name is Alan. As he extended his hand, Lucy sighed. Fine, friends it is. Lucy. The girl grasped Alan's hand, introducing herself. Her gaze fell upon Alan's injured arm, and she unfastened the ribbon binding her ponytail. As her golden hair cascaded down like a flowing wave, it radiated an incandescent brilliance, akin to the sun rising anew, illuminating her with an unparalleled glow. For a moment, Alan was entranced. It was only when the ribbon wrapped around his arm that he snapped back to reality. Lucy playfully tied a charming bow on his arm and waved. I'm off now. Remember to wash it and return it to me, friend. Where can I find you? He inquired. Here, or come to the 17th floor to find me. With a radiant smile, the girl walked away, her sunlight piercing through Alan's heart, dispelling some of the cold darkness that resided within. Inside the bar, Lucien and several youths were taken away. The more severely injured Kurd was directly escorted for treatment. Mr. Smith stood in a corner of the bar, bloodstains vivid and stark against the floor beneath him. He crouched down, producing a test tube from his sleeve. Extracting a handkerchief from his coat, he wiped the floor before stuffing the bloodied cloth entirely into the test tube. A tremor in his hand caused the test tube to slip back into his sleeve, and the security chief nonchalantly stood and departed. Upon returning to his office, Mr. Smith summoned a trusted aide and gently placed the test tube on the table. Take this to Mr. Haysen, the butler of the Bescord family, and inform him that this is what he requires. The aide nodded, pocketed the test tube, and exited quietly. That night, Mr. Smith's aide entered a hotel, booked a room, and placed the test tube in the room's private safe. After completing this task, he left immediately. 10 minutes later, the room was opened by a man clad in a felt hat and a long black coat. He seemed to be well acquainted with the safe's code. Swiftly unlocking it and extracting the test tube to place it into a briefcase. Carrying the box to the lobby, he handed it to the manager, lowering his voice. Expedite a genetic comparison using the samples contained within. The subject for comparison is Lord Hone. Understood, sir, the manager replied with a nod. The night was profound, and gazing up from the floating island, the moon appeared significantly larger against the vast sky. In Babylon, one could even discern the majestic mountains upon its surface. The moonlight cast its glow upon the floating island, yet it was overshadowed by the myriad hues of vibrant lights. The city of Babylon was ablaze with activity, filled with laughter and song. The floating island thrived in its bustling splendor, contrasting sharply with the desolate and forlorn surface below, as if they were two disparate worlds. As the man in black emerged from the tranquil street where the hotel resided, he unexpectedly collided with two drunken men. The man in black prudently stepped aside as the two men raised their bottles in greeting. Care for a sip, sir? No, thank you. The man in black turned to leave, the boisterous voices of the drunken men fading behind him as he swiftly melded into the vibrant thoroughfare. In the distance, the rousing strains of the song of the great era echoed from a tavern, with many joining in unison to sing along. Yet, unbeknownst to them, on this seemingly ordinary night, another subtle melody intertwined with the world's fate. as Mr. Smith received a clandestine transfer of a long string of numbers into his account. Alan opened one of the books gifted to him by Houghton in his bedroom. This volume, Biographies of Great Generals, was already yellowed, its pages frayed, suggesting it had been perused numerous times by Houghton. Upon opening the cover, a single phrase greeted him on the title page. The outcome is always of greater significance than the process. Victory forever outshines defeat. As long as you emerge victorious, who cares whether you employed unscrupulous methods along the way? What truly matters is that you survive and thrive until the end. This book chronicled the remarkable battles fought by renowned generals since the establishment of the Earth Federation. It was through these pivotal conflicts that humanity's current existence was forged. The battles documented within were primarily fought beyond Earth, with only a select few occurring on its surface. The generals who led these campaigns ranged from those of unparalleled intellect to those of extraordinary valor, with many possessing a harmonious blend of both. Yet regardless of their type, the essence of their military strategies could be distilled into 4 words: deception is paramount. As one general wisely noted, a clever commander will exhaust every means to launch an attack from the enemy's rear or flanks. In contrast, those who insist on a frontal confrontation fall into 2 categories: those possessing an undeniable advantage seeking to enhance their own glory, and the arrogant fools who are utterly ignorant. The former exhibit clear superiority, feigning generosity, while the latter are irretrievably foolish. Such individuals have long been ground to dust beneath the wheels of time. It must be said that certain campaigns detailed within the book were rife with cunning and treachery, sending shivers down Alan's spine. Following some of these campaigns, Houghton had appended notes that incisively critiqued the depths of depravity. The book concluded with the words of the legendary General Osirite, a testament to the enduring legacy of strategy and fate. Perhaps some of our actions will leave a tarnished legacy for future generations. Yet, let those who scorn us not forget that without our endeavors, they might not even have the opportunity to cast their aspersions. War has never been cloaked in the guise of righteousness. Upon reading this, young Alan's heart was once again profoundly stirred. As he closed the book, Tanisov arrived. Alan made his way to the hall and witnessed the lieutenant directing several soldiers as they unloaded boxes. He approached, inquiring, "What are these?" "These are splendid items," Tanisov exclaimed joyfully, breaking the seal of one of the boxes and opening it to reveal 2 neat rows of fruit. The fruits were a vibrant red, glistening with droplets of water, as though they had just been plucked from the trees. Alan's eyes widened in surprise, and he hesitated, asking, "Are these apples?" Although the surface world was beginning to recover, it would still be some time before vegetables and fruits could be cultivated. Alan had tasted an apple once, a smuggled item purchased by Lanny from a dubious merchant. He recalled that it appeared quite desiccated. Yet biting into it revealed a lingering tartness and sweetness that he would reminisce about for years to come. Now, confronted with so many at once, Alan felt overwhelmed. Upon closer inspection, however, these fruits bore subtle differences from conventional apples. Their skins were thinner, almost translucent, revealing the tantalizing flesh within. "This is not an apple." Tanisov then retrieved one from the box and handed it to Alan, urging him, "Give it a try. They are absolutely delightful." As Alan took a bite, the skin and flesh melted in his mouth, transforming into a clear, sweet nectar that flowed down his throat. Suddenly, he sensed a gentle stirring within his inner power, as if it resonated with this extraordinary fruit. "Ah, Fireberry. Tanisov, when did you become so generous?" slurred the inebriated Houghton, leaning heavily on the table. Tanisov's face, adorned with flamboyant eyeshadow, seemed to radiate joy as he replied, "Because these are rewards for my dear Alan." Chapter 22. Provocation Reward? Alan could not resist taking another bite of the fruit known as Fireberry. As the succulent flesh transformed into a liquid within his body, he felt his internal source energy awaken, surging through his veins like a tempest. The source energy resembled a flickering flame, while the juice served as the most exquisite fuel. Once the entirety of the Fireberry had settled in his stomach, the source energy blazed with intensity, elevating his body temperature by 2 degrees. Heat radiated from his skin, and his cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson. "Kid, go sit over there and calm your source energy tide first," Houghton grunted. He then turned to scold Tanisov, "You fool. Fireberries can disrupt source energy, causing it to form tidal surges. If not managed promptly, not only will you gain no benefit, but you may also suffer harm. How could you let him consume it so easily?" Tanisov shrugged nonchalantly. "Aren't you here? With a major watching over. It would be difficult for my precious to come to harm." He concluded with a playful wink at Alan. Alan shivered and hurried to the training area, where he followed Houghton's advice to settle his mind and rein in the source energy that had been stirred by the Fireberry. As he focused inward, he observed the once tranquil source energy now swirling like a misty flame coursing through his veins, akin to surging waves. He was compelled to exert his will to control the tumultuous energy, soothing and consolidating it. Gradually, the flames of the source energy retracted and solidified, ultimately forming swirling vortices. Though the number of vortices remained unchanged, their hues deepened, indicating that while the quantity of source energy had not increased, its potency had intensified slightly due to the stimulation of the fireberry. 5 minutes later, Alan's complexion returned to normal and his body temperature lowered. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Tanisov and Hutton engaged in conversation. Recognizing that Alan had calmed the tumult within, Hutton remarked, "I'll step outside for a moment," and exited the hall. "Come here, Alan," Tanisov beckoned. Alan approached, and Tanisov guided him to several boxes, saying, "Inside these are fireberries. You've already tasted them. They stimulate your source energy, making it more concentrated. While they won't cause a dramatic leap in your power, they will solidify your foundation. With consistent consumption, they can strengthen your body, giving you a greater advantage when challenging the first barrier of source energy confinement." "Who provided these to me?" Alan inquired, clearly recalling the word reward. Tanisov patted his shoulder. "You earned them, my dear. Remember, though these fruits are beneficial, overindulgence may lead to excessive combustion of your source energy. If the energy burns uncontrollably, you could find yourself in dire straits. You must proceed gradually, allowing your body and source energy to acclimate to their stimulation. Now, I must share some additional information with you." The lieutenant picked up one of the fireberries and remarked, "Mind sharing one with me?" Alan nodded, and the lieutenant, without hesitation, took a hearty bite, saying, "Though this may not be of great assistance to me now, the flavor is indeed delightful. Let us discuss serious matters. Do you remember what I mentioned? From the moment you set foot in Babylon, the competition among you and the other contestants commenced." Recalling the earlier confrontation with the rotund Lusin, Alan nodded. Tanisov shook his head, finishing the remaining fruit. "You don't grasp it, Alan. The competition I speak of is not merely an abstract concept. It is quantified. First, let me congratulate you. During the initial round of public voting, you emerged at the top with an outstanding score, and your earlier altercation with Lusin has solidified your position. Thus, you have received the committee's reward, these boxes of fireberries to aid in refining your source energy." Alan was taken aback and asked, "What is public voting?" "When you first arrived in Babylon, the inhabitants of the floating island welcomed you while forming impressions of you. They provided ratings based on their perceptions of each contestant, which the committee will collect and record within this week. Your image and experiences have left a profound impact on the residents of Babylon. Consequently, you scored the highest in this public voting, placing you first in this week's assessment ranking," Tanisov explained. "I hope you maintain this momentum. Remember, your every word and action is under the committee's scrutiny. They will adjust your scores based on your conduct. Your performance in reaction training and your defeat of Lusin are both points of merit. Conversely, Lusin's loss will result in a corresponding deduction in his score. You are a clever lad. You should recognize some of the rules of the committee's scoring system. The rankings will be updated weekly, with the top scorer receiving varying degrees of rewards. This time it is fireberries. Next, it may well be a powerful energy gun. In essence, these rewards will enhance your capabilities." However, Tanisov paused, then stated earnestly, "The most significant purpose of ranking is not merely these weekly rewards, but rather to secure advantageous conditions when the death arena commences. Of course, it also serves additional purposes, such as attracting the attention of noble houses. If they are willing to invest in you, whether through scores or other means, you will possess advantages that other contestants lack." Tanisov lingered for nearly an hour before departing. After the lieutenant left, Alan organized his thoughts. As the lieutenant had stated, from the moment these youths from the surface set foot in Babylon, an omnipresent competition began, one that could be quantified by scores. These scores not only facilitated rewards such as fireberries, but also held significant implications for the death arena. When the death arena begins, the committee will determine starting positions based on the varying scores among the youths. According to Tanisov, those with higher scores will secure more favorable starting locations, such as being deployed in uninhabited areas or receiving a substantial supply of resources. Conversely, those with lower scores will be sent to more perilous locations. The 7 with the lowest rankings will be placed in the same area, leading to an inevitable struggle for survival, with only one emerging alive. Currently, Alan held a temporary lead, ranked first, with Lucy, the girl often associated with flames, trailing behind him. Remembering Lucy, Alan recalled that he had yet to return her hair tie. He took the elevator to the 17th floor and stood nervously outside the door. He pressed the electronic doorbell, and after a brief moment, a woman opened the door. In her 30s, she wore a sheer nightgown, so thin that it nearly revealed her exquisite form. The woman regarded Alan with curiosity. "Aren't you the little one from District 13? What brings you here?" Taking a deep breath to avert his gaze from her decolletage, Alan replied, "Hello, ma'am. I am Alan, here to see Lucy. Is she home?" "What a polite young man. Come in," The woman beckoned, revealing herself as Aisha, Lucy's mentor. Wait here. Lucy might be in the bath. In the bath? Alan stammered. Perhaps I should come back later. Not necessary. She should be out shortly. Or are you afraid I might take advantage of you? Aisha teased, lifting Alan's chin with her finger until his face flushed crimson, then burst into laughter as she departed. A moment later, she called from in front of Lucy's bedroom door. Go on in, little one. Lucy is calling for you. As the automatic door to the bedroom swung open, Elsa gave a gentle push, sending Alan inside. He came to a halt, noting that the layout and decor of the room mirrored his own. At that moment, the bathroom door creaked open, releasing a billowing cloud of steam. Lucy emerged, wrapped in a bathrobe, stepping through the vapor with an air of nonchalance. Spotting Alan, she unabashedly waved. Hi. You made it. Come sit over here. Why just stand there? As soon as Alan settled onto the sofa, Lucy unexpectedly discarded her bathrobe, revealing a vibrant, healthy form before his eyes. Alan inhaled sharply. In the soft glow of the room, Lucy's skin shimmered like fine silk, radiating a delicate luster. She stretched casually, inadvertently exposing some intimate areas to Alan's gaze. Though he quickly turned his face away, he had already glimpsed a multitude of captivating sights. The sounds of Lucy dressing filled the air, accompanied by her slightly husky laughter. I can assure you, if the hefty Lucian were in your position, he would have already lunged at me. I must say, Alan, you are quite the gentleman. All right, I'm done changing, Lucy announced, allowing Alan to turn back. She had donned loose-fitting attire, yet the subtle hints of her form beneath the fabric suggested a smooth body, certainly less overwhelming than the earlier shock. Observing his reaction, Lucy chuckled, plopping down beside him. Hey, you're not still a virgin, are you? Have you ever? Alan retorted with a question of his own. Lucy let out a playful huff. So far, all the male creatures eager to pounce on me have met their demise. I simply don't fancy them, but I do fancy you, Alan. If you're interested in something happening. Alan felt himself falter under the weight of her words, hastily interjecting. Actually, I came to return something to you. He quickly produced a hairpin, prompting Lucy to exclaim in delight. As she took it from his hand, she let her fingers trace gently over his palm, a playful smile gracing her lips. You truly don't wish for anything to happen? Alan clenched his jaw, warning, if you provoke me further, I want to be responsible for the consequences. Chapter 23. The little mouse. Alan was not foolish. He could discern that Lucy was merely teasing him, much like Aisha outside the hall. For them, such antics resembled a game. Of course, should Lucy take it too far, he would not hesitate to take action. Children of the surface world, at this age, were well aware of their responsibilities and capable of fulfilling them. Yet, Lucy always imparted a peculiar sensation to Alan. Her skin, as demonstrated moments ago, was smooth, akin to silk. Such flawless skin was nearly non-existent on the surface. The harsh winds, oppressive heat, and relatively hostile environment rendered women's skin coarse. Even with the best care, one could not attain the seemingly dewy complexion that Lucy possessed, a trait coveted by all women. Moreover, whether in the present or during their previous training sessions in the upper hall, Alan perceived a distinct absence of urgency in Lucy. The death arena was no mere game. It was a brutal contest of life and death. Alan had convinced himself to adopt a more relaxed mindset, while many others yearned to stretch a single day into two. However, Lucy exhibited no signs of tension, as if this entire ordeal was merely a game to her. In summary, Alan harbored doubts about her origins. Despite her records indicating she hailed from Zone 17, he had learned through experience that such trivial deceptions were easily orchestrated by certain officials. Consequently, Alan was reluctant to engage in any overly intimate conduct with her. Hey, what are you thinking? Lucy waved her hand in front of him. Alan stood up and remarked, It's getting late. I should head back. Not yet. There's plenty of time. You're just in time. Come with me to a place. Where to? Alan felt a slight headache. He found it impossible to fathom Lucy's intentions. Aisha has been acting strangely, Lucy said earnestly, gesturing towards the next room. For the past 2 nights, odd noises have been emanating from her room. As you know, she is my mentor, and I do not wish for anything to happen to her. Therefore, we should sneak over and investigate. Spying? That doesn't seem right. Alan shook his head. Lucy dismissed his concerns. It's called care and benevolent observation. It's definitely not spying. She glanced at the clock on the wall, grinned, and instructed, Get up and move the sofa over here. With no choice but to comply, Alan pushed the sofa to the center of the room. Lucy then directed him to prop it upright before she nimbly leapt onto it. Standing on the sofa, she reached up to the ventilation duct. After effortlessly removing the air filter, Lucy slipped into the duct and poked her head out, urging Alan, Hurry up. Alan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation as he followed her into the vent. As Lucy expertly navigated the inner sections of the duct, It became evident that this was not her first venture into such escapades. This quirky girl was both a source of frustration and a peculiar attraction for Alan. "Here we are," Lucy whispered, beckoning him closer. "But be careful. Don't make too much noise. Aisha has sharp ears." Alan nodded, proceeding cautiously. As he neared the air filter of the vent, he heard a faint sound laced with pain, startling him. Could it be that Lucy's mentor was in trouble? He hastened his movements, but as he peered down the vent, he was nearly driven back in shock. What lay beneath was a scene reminiscent of a painting, and Alan's breath quickened. He attempted to retreat, but Lucy squeezed in closer, inquiring, "What are they doing?" The duct was narrow, and despite both being youths, their proximity left no room to spare. As Lucy leaned forward, her chest pressed against Alan's hand, causing his breathing to quicken further. The delicate sensations transmitted through his skin evoked thoughts of elasticity and softness. "Is that?" Lucy turned her head back, her cheeks flushed. The sight was undeniably potent, prompting Alan to instinctively grasp her chest, causing her to exhale a soft gasp, igniting a fire within him. Suddenly, rhythmic sounds of impact echoed from below. Alan glanced down, his entire being aflame with embarrassment. The two figures below had begun to engage in a struggle, and Aisha, with half-closed eyes, glanced towards the vent, chuckling, "Two little mice." "What?" The man also looked up, and Alan quickly pulled Lucy back, not daring to linger any longer as they hastily departed. Back in the room, Aisha's voice rang out. "Nothing. Hurry, take me. Devour me." The man intensified his efforts, exploring Aisha's body with fervor. Upon returning to their room and descending from the vent, Alan noticed his limbs felt uncooperative, likely a result of the earlier encounter. As he jumped down from the sofa, he accidentally kicked it over, resulting in both him and Lucy tumbling to the floor. Fortunately, Alan landed first, and Lucy merely fell atop him, their bodies pressed closely together, evoking memories of the earlier scene. His youthful instincts surged, and he instinctively pressed upwards. Lucy gasped, and Alan gritted his teeth, flipping her over to pin her down. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. "Of course, I'm going to devour you," Alan declared fervently. Upon hearing this, Lucy surprisingly relaxed, encircling Alan's neck with her arms, playfully responding, "I'm not opposed, but you must think it through." "Think about what?" "You know, we have 3 weeks until the death arena. If something were to happen now, our relationship could become quite complicated. Only one can emerge victorious. And are you certain that tonight's events won't cloud your judgment then?" Lucy's words fell like a bucket of cold water, gradually cooling Alan's ardor. She spoke with reason. Although they were friends at present, that friendship would naturally evolve into enmity after they defeated their competitors. In that moment, Alan realized he could not be certain that tonight's actions wouldn't affect his decisions later. One wrong choice could cost him his life, until he fulfilled his mother's dying wish. He could not recklessly throw his life away. This realization sent a chill down his spine. He released Lucy, attempting to rise, but she suddenly clung to him tightly, planting a light kiss on his forehead. "If we both survive the death arena, then we shall see what happens." "How could that be?" Alan shook his head. Lucy blinked innocently. "You never know. Perhaps a miracle will occur." Skeptical yet intrigued, Alan left her side. Upon returning to the 13th floor, Hutton was already back. The old drunkard lounged on the sofa and, upon seeing Alan, asked, "What happened to your face?" "What?" Hutton pointed to Alan's forehead. "There. I bumped it." Alan hurried towards his bedroom. "It's nothing. I'm going to rest." Hutton rolled his eyes. "You reek of a woman's scent and claim you just bumped into something. Fool. You can't even spin a decent lie. I genuinely worry for your future." In the ensuing week, Alan operated with the precision and efficiency of a finely tuned machine. By day, he engaged in systematic physical training within the gravity chamber. Afternoons were devoted to honing his elemental powers and combat skills, while evenings allowed for personal discretion in his training regimen. During the midday and twilight intermissions, he would frequent the training hall on the top floor, where he focused on cultivating synergy with Lucy and indulging in various forms of individual practice. The scores from these sessions were quietly tallied by the committee to serve as a reference for weekly rankings. Lucy intentionally sought to integrate him into her small team. However, apart from a girl named Emily, the other boys harbored a palpable hostility towards Alan. Following his initial encounter with the endgame, Alan refrained from forcing himself into the group, his youthful arrogance and the pride inherited from his mother preventing him from conceding. As the week drew to a close, Alan maintained his position at the top of the rankings, earning a reward of a vial containing a physical enhancement elixir. Though it was merely a low-grade potion, it had the potential to double his physical capabilities. Thus, after 2 weeks, Alan's ranking soared unchallenged, leaving many behind in his wake. While he amassed strength, he also garnered a growing list of adversaries. In life, one cannot attain everything. The ranking rewards, seemingly unjust, thrust the top contender into the spotlight, rendering him a target of scrutiny, an intricate balance of sorts. On that day, artificial rain fell upon Babylon. During a break, a new combat technique, known as the whirl, was imparted to Alan, complementing the crescent moon technique he had previously learned, both being among the 10 foundational techniques of the military. The whirl is a method of evading attacks, utilizing the toes as a pivot, allowing for fluid repositioning during combat, thereby both avoiding strikes and creating opportunities for counterattacks. However, mastering the whirl necessitated a keen sense of balance and center of gravity. Just as Alan struggled with the technique, stumbling and faltering, a long black limousine came to a halt in front of the training center's entrance. Chapter 24, Mr. Horn. A man swiftly exited the front passenger seat of a luxury car, opening the rear door and unfurling an umbrella. At that moment, an elderly gentleman emerged from within. His silver hair stood upright, and his square face bore an expression of solemnity. A meticulously groomed beard adorned his chin, adding an air of authority to his presence. His piercing gaze and tightly pressed lips conveyed an impression of stoicism. Though he had surpassed 60 years of age, his posture remained remarkably straight, and his robust physique suggested he appeared at least a decade younger. "Sir, this way please," the butler, holding the umbrella, spoke softly. The silver-haired elder nodded and walked quietly into the building alongside the butler. Upon entering the lobby, a rotund man approached, rubbing his hands together. "Welcome, Mr. Horn. I did not expect you to attend this betting event. It is quite a surprise. Alstair, if you do not shed some weight, be cautious of your blood vessels, Mr. Horn replied with a hint of indifference. The plump Alstair retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his brow. "I am but a humble man, toiling daily, with little time to care for my health. Please, Mr. Horn, this way, the event is about to commence." Alstair, appearing much like a sales manager, led Mr. Horn and his butler towards a private elevator. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he was the chairman of the Death Arena Organizing Committee and had presided over the event for nearly a decade, simultaneously holding the position of federal treasurer. For someone of his stature, there were few guests requiring his personal attention. Indeed, very few. The private elevator ascended directly to the top floor. When the doors opened, rather than a multifunctional training hall, they revealed a banquet hall spanning 600 square meters. While not the largest venue of its kind, its decor was exquisite. From the David statue at the entrance to the vibrant Persian carpets. From the stained glass depiction of the fiery angel in the dome to the 4 Corinthian columns serving both structural and partitioning purposes. The myriad of decorative elements endowed the hall with a restrained opulence, perfectly aligning with contemporary aristocratic aesthetics. The butler handed the umbrella to a server as Alstair escorted Mr. Horn to a relatively quiet corner. At that moment, the so-called betting event had yet to begin. Under the hall's illumination, small clusters of individuals engaged in hushed conversations or boisterous discussions. No one noticed Mr. Horn's presence until a lady caught a glimpse and exclaimed, "Is that not Mr. Horn of Bethcord?" She swiftly approached with a radiant smile and elegant demeanor, but before she could reach him, the butler interjected, "I apologize, madam. My master prefers solitude." The woman's smile faltered, revealing traces of disappointment and a hint of anger as she retreated. Several men attempted to engage Mr. Horn in conversation, but were similarly intercepted by the butler. The individuals capable of standing in this banquet hall were notable figures. Even in Babylon, they rarely faced rejection. However, when confronted by Mr. Horn, they could only suppress their anger, often responding with bitter smiles and resignation. In the upper echelons of Babylonian society, while all were referred to as aristocrats, this title merely served as a broad classification. Within this circle, there existed a more stringent hierarchy. Few knew that above the so-called nobility, there lay the distinguished families, lineages, and esteemed clans. These 3 factions were comprised of families with rich histories spanning centuries, and they constituted the true aristocracy. The Bethcord family was one such esteemed clan, though not as noble as the illustrious families. It nonetheless stood apart from ordinary aristocrats by an insurmountable divide. Moreover, the Bethcords were no ordinary clan. A decade prior, they ranked among the illustrious families but fell into the esteemed category due to a series of upheavals and the rise of another family, the Alexanders. At that moment, the banquet hall's lighting dimmed suddenly, and a spotlight focused on a small stage at the front of the hall. Alstair, resembling a television host, cleared his throat and announced, "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Otherwise, this wretched light will leave me glistening like a roast." Perhaps confirming what an old friend suggested, Alstair should indeed lose some weight. Laughter rippled through the audience as the humorous opening lightened the atmosphere, after which Alstair continued. "As you can see, the Death Arena is about to commence, and the participating youths have undergone 2 weeks of evaluations. Their current rankings should provide a reference for you. So as usual, the betting event will take place today. Enjoy this grand celebration held every 2 years. With a snap of his fingers, the curtain behind him drew back, revealing a large screen. The screen first displayed the lowest-ranked contestant. And Alistair stepped off the stage as other hosts took over to introduce the participating youths to the nobility in attendance, allowing them to familiarize themselves with their preferred betting choices. The betting event was one of the entertainment programs associated with the Death Arena, open to all residents of the Babylonian floating island. In essence, it was a nationwide engagement. The federal government was the house behind the scenes, further stimulating public enthusiasm and fostering interactivity. Naturally, the participating youths also stood to gain from this. Each supported youth would receive a 1 share of the total bets, distributed in material form to aid them in gaining a competitive advantage. It could be said that the betting activity was a primary catalyst for the Babylonian residents' fervor for the Death Arena and was also a significant source of revenue for the federal government. Alistair approached Mr. Horn, likely the only individual in the banquet hall with the privilege of sitting near him. He summoned a server to present fine wine. After toasting with Mr. Horn, he remarked, "It appears there is a youth in this round that has captured your interest, Mr. Horn." Mr. Horn nodded with a smile, prompting Alistair to inquire further, "Which young lad has won your favor?" "You shall find out shortly," Mr. Horn replied succinctly, lapsing into silence thereafter. At that moment, the stage host had finished summarizing the profiles of the 21 youths and announced the opening of betting. While others calculated their investments and potential returns, Mr. Horn cast a casual glance at his butler. The butler, immediately understanding, raised his hand and softly declared, "We wager 1 ton of premium platinum on contestant Allen." Alistair's expression stiffened momentarily before he shook his head. "Ah, so Mr. Horn favors Allen. He is indeed remarkable, but do not forget, he currently holds the top rank. That position is not particularly advantageous." Alistair spoke the truth. The benefits of being ranked first in the Death Arena were mixed. The advantage lay in receiving substantial material support to maximize one's strength before the competition. However, the drawbacks were equally evident, being the target of many. The coordinates of the top 3 youths would be disclosed to the others at the start of the game. In past Death Arena events, there were numerous instances where the leading contestant was swiftly overwhelmed upon entry. Generally, it was safer to place bets on the 2nd or 3rd ranks. However, the odds for these top 3 were low, and often, a dark horse from the lower ranks could yield surprising results. "I have confidence in him," Mr. Horn replied calmly. Alistair nodded towards the host, and suddenly, an investment of 10 million federal coins appeared beneath Allen's image, equivalent to the market value of 1 ton of platinum. This figure would be promptly published on Babylon's government credibility platform, allowing all bettors to witness the fluctuations in investments for each youth in real time. The grand gesture of Bezicht left the other nobles in the banquet hall astounded, for a sum of 10 million federal coins is no trifling matter. Applause erupted suddenly as several individuals entered the hall in single file. Leading the procession was a middle-aged gentleman, his chestnut hair slicked back with pomade, each strand meticulously arranged as if by precise calculation, reflecting an unwavering attention to detail. His sea-blue eyes brimmed with mirth, yet a deeper gaze would reveal an abyss of icy blue akin to a vast ocean. His suit, crafted by a master tailor, fit impeccably, with workmanship that could withstand the scrutiny of the most fastidious observer. A black and white striped tie adorned his attire, serving both as a decorative accent and a further accentuation of his efficient and pragmatic demeanor. Upon sighting this man, Arsti could not suppress a bitter smile. This individual was none other than Mayan, the patriarch of the Alexander family and the arch-rival of Horn. From a distance, Mayan proclaimed, "Mr. Horn, what a grand display. A ton of platinum, no less." Others, unaware, might presume Bezicht to be extravagantly affluent. However, having recently reviewed the annual financial statements, I noticed that Bezicht's revenue has diminished by 30% compared to the previous year. "Mr. Horn, I trust this ton of platinum isn't your last reserve?" Horn remained unperturbed, replying coolly, "Even in dire straits, Bezicht stands in stark contrast to certain fortunate, yet self-satisfied nouveau riche." Mayan audaciously seated himself at Horn's table, an act that was undeniably impolite. Yet he assumed the position with a sense of entitlement. Considering the Alexander family's meteoric rise from obscurity to prominence within a mere 2 decades, no one dared to reproach Mayan for his audacity. The family's ascent was intrinsically linked to Mayan, who had taken on the mantle of leadership. While the Alexanders could not rival the deep-rooted heritage of Mr. Horn's lineage, they could certainly muster a modest sum. With a smile, Mayan glanced at the large screen, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the young contenders before settling on one. "I find that lad named Ons quite agreeable. I shall wager 2 tons of platinum on him." Instantly, the hall erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. It was evident to all but the blind that Mayan was provocatively challenging Horn. Chapter 25. The federal president. The significant wager placed by Mayan immediately propelled Yancey's value to unprecedented heights, elevating him from 6th to 2nd place, trailing only behind Allen. 2 tons of platinum. Hope this isn't your personal stash, Mr. Mayan, Horn remarked, glancing at the butler, who nodded in affirmation. Allen, 2 tons of platinum, the butler confirmed, raising 2 fingers. Mayan's expression darkened instantly. Since his political suppression 2 decades prior had led to his family's decline, he had maintained a low profile. Yet today, it seemed he was openly challenging him. Furrowing his brow, even his astuteness could not unravel the underlying motives. In previous death tournaments, affluent families had been known to lavish immense sums on certain contestants, but Horn's investment of $30 million in a mere youth was indeed a rarity. Yancey, 2 tons of platinum. Mayan raised his hand, placing another substantial bet. At this moment, all reputable platforms of the federal government on the floating island were continuously refreshing the valuations of Allen and Yancey, behind the fierce competition in their rankings. Many observers sensed that significant figures were orchestrating grand maneuvers, prompting a portion of the populace to invest in these 2 youths, causing their scores to fluctuate almost by the second. Horn remained unfazed, casting another knowing glance at the butler. Allen, add 2 tons of platinum, the butler promptly stated. The banquet hall fell into a hush. After 2 decades of silence, Bethcord was now betting 50 million federal coins for a surface youth, undoubtedly shattering the previous personal betting records of the death tournaments. The nobles in the hall now turned their gaze upon Mayan, curious whether he would further raise the stakes. Beads of sweat began to form on Mayan's forehead, for tons of platinum was already the maximum he could mobilize. To increase his wager, he would require the consent of the family council. Although he was the patriarch, he could not act without regard. 5 tons of platinum. Mr. Horn, I find myself perplexed. Given your family's current standing, can you truly produce such a sum? It wouldn't be a mere promissory note, would it? Mayan forced a smile. The butler, Haysin, expressionless, produced a check and handed it to Altais beside him. This is a bearer check from the Bethcord family, with a withdrawal limit of 50 million. Mr. Altais may collect 5 tons of platinum from our family vault shortly, or use it directly. As Altais accepted the check from the butler, Horn turned to his relatively young competitor. Mr. Mayan, will you continue to raise the stakes? Mayan retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the sweat from his brow. No. I am a businessman. To wager funds on a project that may not even return the principal out of mere spite would be irrational. I shall instruct my secretary to retrieve the check later. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Mayan regained his previously composed demeanor, though it was evident to all that his earlier arrogance had dissipated. As he was leaving, he turned back, placing a friendly hand on Horn's shoulder, slightly leaning in. As an old friend, Mr. Horn, I must caution you. While Bethcord may indeed be deeply rooted, I see no capable successors among the younger generation. If, after you, there are no rivals for Bethcord, I shall find myself quite lonely. He laughed heartily and departed. Horn brushed off his shoulder, his gaze fixed on Allen's image, muttering in a voice only he could hear, "Fool, the future of Bethcord lies here. Soon, you shall acquire a formidable adversary, dear Mayan." Alexander. To the left of the banquet hall, there was a small private room. One side of the wall was made of reflective glass, allowing those inside to observe the events unfolding in the banquet hall. At that moment, a tall, upright man stood by the window. Beneath his rare black hair was a distinctly European visage, with deep features resembling Michelangelo's David. His dark eyes, prominent nose, and well-groomed beard accentuated an air of authority and gravitas. In the banquet hall, the gentlemen were generally attired in elegant suits. Yet this man donned a military uniform and boots, his hands gloved in white, a slender saber sheathed at his waist. The saber's scabbard was a lustrous platinum, adorned with dark golden patterns, while the cup-shaped handguard and hilt gleamed with polished silver, reflecting the silhouette of another figure nearby. Horn is unusually sharp today. Poor Mayan thought he could seize an advantage, only to realize that Bethcord remains a formidable challenge. The man in uniform remarked, his voice deep and slightly raspy, adding a magnetic quality to his tone. The man beside him whispered, "Thanks to Mayan, merely from the bets placed by him and Horn, our commission of 10 will yield a substantial income." However, Horn has aged. Provoked by Mayan, he has placed such a heavy wager. He must be regretting it by now. The man smiled faintly. The very fact that you say this reveals that, Vincent, you can only aspire to be a secretary, never to rise to Horn's stature. The man in military attire paused, prompting Vincent to lower his head, a flicker of discontent in his eyes, but his tone remained respectful. "I would like to hear more. Had you studied Horn's history, you would know that this old fox never makes meaningless investments. Do you genuinely believe that a mere Mayan could lead him astray? That would be a gross exaggeration of Mayan's capabilities." Horn's leniency towards Alexander was not due to Main's competence, but rather his own demoralization that led to his family's decline. Otherwise, three Mains would not pose a challenge to Horn. Mark my words, Horn's substantial bet on that youth is not without reason. Your insight is profound, my lord. Vincent replied respectfully. He then added, in your opinion, which youth has the greatest chance of winning this death tournament? Who can say? Even the young fellow Horn favors might not emerge victorious. After all, this world is rife with the unexpected, the man in uniform replied, making his way toward another grand door. Besides, this is merely a child's game. Held every 2 years, it allows the surface dwellers to cling to a flicker of hope, diverting their attention from matters I prefer they ignore. He emphasized, our true stage lies on the battlefield beyond, my dear Vincent. I hear our General Greedwolf is returning. I hope she brings good news. General Windsor-Bellow is both young and capable. She will not disappoint you. As he opened the door, the man in uniform seemed to recall something. Oh, Vincent, later, in my personal capacity, place a bet of 1 million on our little Alan. My lord. No, this is a tribute to Horn. Bethcourt has remained dormant for 2 decades. It appears they are poised to make a move. I am merely pleased, nothing more. With that, he exited the door. The secretary bowed his head behind the door, whispering, as you command, Lord Mobit. The man in uniform was none other than the current president of the Federation. Meanwhile, the rain continued to pour down on the floating island of Babylon. And within the training center, Alan was still tumbling across the floor as he practiced his spinning techniques. The world may seem static, yet the fates of each individual were undergoing profound transformations. As the weekend of the 3rd week approached, the rankings were once again updated. Alan remains firmly at the top, while Lucy has slipped to 3rd place. ANS has surged forward, climbing several ranks and closely trailing Alan. This time, Alan received a set of lightweight battlefield defense armor, a precious source energy stimulant, along with various other rewards. Among these, the first 2 are the most invaluable. The lightweight defense armor can be disassembled into tactical suits and armor components, providing Alan with additional protective capabilities. The source energy stimulant, as its name suggests, accelerates the user's source energy growth rate. Coupled with the previously obtained fire berries and physical enhancement potions, Alan finally formed his 5th source energy vortex by the weekend of the 3rd week. However, as he exited the training area, he wore a gloomy expression. Hutton took a swig of his drink and asked, "What's wrong, lad?" "Mr. Hutton, I have formed my 5th source energy vortex," Alan replied. Hutton appraised him from head to toe, saying, "This is a good thing. Why do you look as though you've lost your entire fortune?" "But it's too slow." Alan sighed heavily as he sat down. "As you mentioned, it requires at least 9 source energy vortices to breach the first barrier. With only 1 week left before the death arena begins, I have only 5 vortices. Be content, young one." Hutton shook his head. "Your rate of growth is already impressive. Besides, there are no shortcuts to enhancing source energy. It can only be accumulated through time and diligence." "Is there no faster method for growth?" Alan asked, lifting his head, unwilling to accept the situation. Hutton set down the bottle and said, "There are, but most people would not favor such methods. However, it matters little to you. Soon enough, you will encounter it, whether you like it or not." "What method?" Alan's eyes lit up. For him, any approach that could expedite the cultivation of 9 source energy vortices was worth trying. "Combat begets combat," Hutton burped, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. "In simple terms, it is fighting. Constantly engaging in battle and keeping oneself teetering on the brink of life and death is, to my knowledge, the fastest way to accumulate source energy." Chapter 26. Embracing the sunshine, Hodon casually tossed the empty wine bottle to the ground and reclined on the sofa, stating, "The paths to enhance one's source power are fundamentally threefold. The first involves meditation, allowing the mind to settle and the will to penetrate deeply into the cells and even the genes, thereby unlocking and excavating potential. The second resembles physical training, where one consciously drives the source power within to promote natural growth. The third method is to cultivate power through battle by engaging in combat. One can maximize sensory stimulation in the fleeting moments of life and death, resulting in rapid enhancement of source power. Among these methods, only the third serves the purpose of swift acquisition. However, my young friend, this approach comes with numerous side effects. It is primarily suitable for the early stages. Once your source power accumulates to a certain extent and your body and mind adapt to the brutality of slaughter, it becomes increasingly difficult to continue growing through this means. Those who no longer flinch at the thought of killing or being killed will hardly experience the intense sensations of life and death. To cultivate power through battle is, in essence, to exploit one's potential through strong sensory reactions, facilitating swift growth. This approach is akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs, yet for you. The arena of imminent death is about to commence. Hodon glanced at Alan. At that point, whether you wish to or not, you must kill. Thus, if you can survive until the end, the 9 spirals of source power will soon accumulate. After all, you have only recently entered the world of source power, and your senses have yet to become numb. This method is applicable to you. Alan nodded in agreement. Hodon continued. However, you must remember, if you manage to survive, do not tread the path of the berserker. This road is too narrow, with limited potential for growth. You should train like the offspring of many noble families, employing all 3 methods in conjunction. Guide your potential, refine your source power through will, and occasionally step onto the battlefield to accumulate combat experience and hone your skills. Only then can you forge a broad and prosperous path. At this point, Hodon yawned and waved his hand dismissively. Go on, your little girlfriend has arrived. As he finished speaking, the intercom sounded with Lucy's voice. Alan, are you there? By the time Alan left, Hodon had already fallen asleep. Outside the door, Lucy stood with her hands on her hips, grinning widely. Well done, you ranked first again this week. You must have received quite a few rewards. Huh, kid? She playfully slapped Alan on the shoulder, her hair styled in 2 high ponytails that swayed back and forth, much like her lively demeanor. Alan rubbed his shoulder, still sore from her playful slap, and replied, the rewards aren't as plentiful as you think. There's only 1 or 2 that are really useful. Is that so? Lucy leaned in closer, their noses nearly touching. This posture was rather intimate, prompting Alan to awkwardly smile. What? Do I have something on my face? No. You just look a bit off today, as if lacking energy. Alan chuckled. Not everyone can be as spirited as you all the time. My father once said that sadness and disappointment are manifestations of a lack of confidence. Lucy straightened her posture, gently patting her chest. For someone as confident as me, it's only natural to be full of energy at all times. You should cheer up too. Today, I have an incredibly interesting training project in mind. Let's go? The girl enthusiastically grasped Alan's hand, leading him toward the elevator. The warmth of her grasp seemed to seep into his heart. Emotions are contagious, and Lucy, like the sun, effortlessly brightened those around her. Ever since he met Lucy, perhaps even Alan himself had not realized that the solid ice within his youthful heart was gradually melting away. I truly wish to hold your hand forever, for in holding you, I can embrace the sunshine. Such aspirations are beautiful, but reality presents a different narrative. Thus, once they entered the elevator, Lucy released Alan's hand. A flicker of disappointment crossed the boy's mind, yet soon, his ears were filled with Lucy's lively chatter. Alan shook his head with a smile. Perhaps being with Lucy left no time for melancholy, as the golden-haired girl always drew his attention toward her. Consequently, when the elevator reached the top floor and the doors opened, Alan was still engrossed in their conversation, oblivious to their surroundings. It was only when Lucy pushed him out that he realized the elevator had stopped. Outside stood 2 individuals. One was Lucy's friend, Emily, and the other was a man with his back turned to Alan and Lucy. The man seemed to be speaking to Emily, then remarked, I must be on my way. When he turned around, both Alan and Lucy were momentarily taken aback, for the man was none other than Lucy's mentor's lover. The unexpected encounter left them feeling slightly awkward. The man, seemingly unaware of their previous interactions, nodded at Lucy before stepping into the elevator. After he departed, Lucy turned to Emily and asked, Did he do anything to you? Emily looked at her sister with confusion. He's my mentor, Mr. Hanny. What could he possibly do? Realizing her overreaction, Lucy stuck out her tongue at Alan, signaling her unwarranted anxiety. Come on, let's go train. The blonde girl, accustomed to giving orders, raised her hand and pulled Alan towards the training area with purpose. In the days that followed, Alan operated like a tightly wound machine, engaging in repetitive yet arduous training. As Hodon had mentioned, there were no shortcuts to growing one's source power. Alan diligently employed meditation and honing techniques to enhance his source power, though delving into the depths of his genes through meditation proved challenging, especially without the aid of the enlightening elixir that ignited the spark. Consequently, he found it difficult to access that peculiar sea of source power within his genetic depths. As for consciously driving his source power for refinement, the results were not immediately evident. After several days, the growth of his source power remained minimal. The sole benefit was his application of the technique known as spin. Under Hodon's guidance, Alan had learned to evade most of Hodon's attacks using this technique. After mastering both spin and crescent moon, Alan finally established a preliminary framework for his combat system. On Friday, during the midday free time, Alan arrived at the top-level training hall. Lucy appeared to be absent. Exiting the elevator, he unexpectedly collided with a large boy. Hey, Alan, called the boy with light brown curly hair, waving. Lucy is waiting for you in the combat area. Hurry, she wants to conduct some team combat training today. Alan frowned slightly, This boy was one of Lucy's friends named Mike. He often hung around with Emily and the other kids, forming a small clique. Typically, Alan preferred to avoid training with them, as the subtle hostility in their gazes made him uncomfortable. However, today Mike seemed unusually welcoming. Noticing Alan's hesitance, Mike approached him and quietly said, "Listen, I don't like you, but the death arena starts in 2 days, and there will be plenty of opportunities to take you down then. If I had my way, I'd want to eliminate you, but not now. And I don't want to upset Lucy, got it?" Hearing this, Alan felt a sense of relief. The two made their way to the combat area, where several youths were already engaged in battles, yet Lucy was nowhere to be seen. Mike called over a nearby spectator, asking, "Where's Lucy?" The boy shrugged, replying, "She went off with Emily for a bit, something about girl secrets." Mike turned to Alan with a wry smile. Women always have endless secrets. "So, Alan, care to spar with me for a while? Don't worry, I won't hurt you." With that, he exchanged amused glances with another boy. The subtle disdain that flickered in Mike's eyes pierced Alan, but he nodded. "All right, let's go." They stepped into the center of the arena, exchanged glances, and began to spar, both launching themselves at one another with fists and feet flying. It is evident that Mike possesses a solid foundation in combat, exhibiting a methodical approach to both offense and defense. In contrast, Alan demonstrates remarkable agility, launching fierce attacks whenever he identifies a vulnerability. The two fighters embody strikingly different styles, resulting in a fiercely contested bout. The interplay of attack and defense continues to oscillate throughout the confrontation. Seizing an opportunity, Mike thrusts his shoulder against Alan's arms, pushing him away. As Alan retreats, Mike's gaze sharpens, and he surges forward, delivering a punch aimed at Alan's throat. The force of his fist creates a sharp whistle in the air, forming a conical wave in front of it. This technique is one of the 10 strikes in military training, known as the thrust. By concentrating his energy at the tip of his fist, he generates an attack with formidable penetrating power. While Mike's execution may be merely the fundamental application of the thrust, a solid connection could very well leave Alan's throat with a gaping wound. Does he seek to take my life? As this thought flashed through Alan's mind, a surge of anger welled within him. Yet, driven by instinct, he pivoted on his toes, channeling his energy to gracefully evade Mike's assault. With a swift rotation, Alan launched himself, his toes tracing a delicate arc towards Mike's temple. The crescent kick. Mike, quick to react, guarded his head with his arms, absorbing the impact of Alan's kick. Simultaneously, he grounded himself and slid to the side, narrowly avoiding a blow capable of shattering iron. However, the force of the kick sent Mike stumbling, ultimately causing him to fall to the ground. Retracting his leg, Alan spoke with a measured tone. "What was that? Just now? Did you intend to kill me?" Mike's expression darkened as he rose from the ground, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed, you have grown too close to Lucy. That position was rightfully mine before you arrived. I had planned to eliminate you once the death arena commenced, but my patience has worn thin. Today, I shall incapacitate you." With that declaration, he unexpectedly struck his own face, causing his lip to split and blood to flow. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Mike grinned cruelly. "Of course, you may call for help. However, I will assert that you initiated the conflict. Thus, my actions in rendering you incapacitated would merely be self-defense." They would be all too willing to testify. It was then that Alan noticed several youths who had previously been engaged in their own fights had encircled them. Skillfully, they positioned themselves behind Alan and Mike, ensuring that anyone passing through the combat zone would remain oblivious to the unfolding situation. Moreover, their stance suggested they were aligned with Mike. Alan nodded, replying, "Rest assured, I will not scream." This unexpected response sent a chill down Mike's spine as he gazed into Alan's clear eyes. Chapter 27. The loser, you are not the best. I hope you regret it. Mike said coldly, flicking his wrist to draw a knife from his sleeve. With malicious intent, he flexibly flicked the blade open and looked at Alan menacingly. "How about I make a little cut on your face with this?" Alan regarded him with a chilling stare, remaining silent. This silence felt like humiliation to Mike. The disdainful expression on Alan's face seared through his nerves. His chest heaved, and he exhaled sharply. Turning abruptly, he aimed a quick slash at Alan's cheek, intent on obliterating that infuriatingly handsome face. In Alan's eyes, Mike's movements seemed to slow, almost as if he could dissect each frame. He discerned the trajectory of the knife and suddenly reached out, gripping the blade tightly, as if it were a vice. Mike was startled, feeling the blade lodged into the crevice of a stone, unable to withdraw it. Though Alan's palm was lacerated and blood flowed freely, his expression remained eerily calm. He extended his other hand, seizing Mike's arm with a sudden jolt. With a surge of force, the shockwave traveled up Mike's arm, dislocating his shoulder. Unable to maintain his grip on the knife, Mike looked at Alan in shock, only to be met with a powerful punch to his face that sent his world spinning. After a full rotation in the air, he fell heavily to the ground, tasting the metallic bitterness of blood in his mouth. His lips had split, and the sight of his own blood ignited a blaze of fury within him. As he attempted to rise, the knife in Alan's hand plunged down brutally, embedding itself deep into his palm. "Ah!" Mike gasped in pain, his mouth opening to scream. But a bloodied hand quickly muffled him as Alan pressed his weight down on him. One hand covered Mike's mouth while the other formed a fist that struck mercilessly at his abdomen. The punch forced Mike to double over, his stomach convulsing violently. As he fought to expel the contents within, yet Alan's hand stifled any sound from escaping. With one arm dislocated and the other pinned by the knife, Mike found himself utterly immobilized. Alan, like a merciless machine, mechanically raised and lowered his fist, each strike landing with relentless speed and force upon Mike's midsection. The dull thuds resonated throughout the arena, echoing in the ears of every onlooker. Their faces turned pale, and two among them trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. At the opposite end of the training hall, the elevator doors opened, and Lucy and Emily stepped out. Emily tugged at Lucy, saying, "Let us not worry about Alan today. Join me for reaction training instead." Lucy looked at her quizzically. "Emily, what has gotten into you? You've been keeping me from the training hall, and now you want me to accompany you? The death arena is about to begin, and I want to get stronger," Emily insisted. "Don't worry," Lucy reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. "Sister will protect you when the time comes." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the fighting area, a voice shrieking, "Come quickly, someone has been killed. Murder! Murder!" Upon hearing this, Emily's expression shifted, while Lucy dashed toward the source of the commotion. The fighting area had been surrounded by those who had rushed over, and Lucy pushed through the crowd, shoving aside several onlookers to find Alan standing, slowly turning around. Bloodied from head to toe, most of it from Mike, who had spat blood at him. On the ground lay Mike, motionless, leaving the question of his fate uncertain. "Alan, what is this?" Lucy gasped, her eyes widening. Alan stiffly moved his lips to reply. He made the first move. At that moment, a squad of guards surged in, led by Smith, the building's head of security. Upon seeing Alan and Mike, Smith shook his head. "What happened here?" A nearby boy snapped back to reality, screaming, "It's Alan, he." But before he could finish, Smith swept his hand, knocking the boy to the ground. Wiping his hands with a handkerchief, Smith said, "I didn't ask you." He turned to Alan. "Speak." Alan recounted the events succinctly, and Smith nodded. "You may leave now." He then instructed the guards, "Take this waste to the medical room." Alan approached Lucy, wanting to say something, but she preempted him. "You don't need to say anything. I believe you." Then turning to Emily, Lucy's voice dropped. "Emily, you've been keeping me from seeing Alan for this? To allow Mike to attack him?" "Lucy, Emily shook her head. "Mike told me he just wanted to teach Alan a lesson. I truly didn't know." "Enough." Lucy sighed, looking at the girl. "Mike's behavior is one thing, but you two? We're leaving." Lucy pulled Alan along, and they emerged from the fighting area. As they departed, Alan caught sight of someone, Anas. He stood quietly to the side, deep in thought. Sensing Alan's gaze, he turned, forcing a smile before lowering his head and leaving. Upon returning to his room, Anas had barely settled when Smith arrived. The head of security surveyed the room before smiling. "Mr. Anas, something quite intriguing has come to light." "Guess what we found in Mr. Mike's quarters?" "A performance-enhancing drug," he announced with a chuckle. "Is that so?" Anas feigned composure. "What of it?" "I reviewed the recent reward list, and there is no record of any performance-enhancing drugs being issued under Mr. Mike's name." Then came the curious part. Smith stepped closer. "You may not know this, but to prevent any discrepancies in distribution, we mark the rewards. On Mike's drug, we found that mark. Oddly enough, it indicates that the rightful owner is you. Can you explain, Mr. Ans, why your drug ended up in Mike's room?" Perhaps he stole it." Ans managed to stammer. "Is that so? I sincerely hope the representatives from Alexandria will believe your words," Smith said as he moved toward the door, pausing at the threshold. Turning back, he remarked, "You are clever, truly. Intelligent individuals typically avoid dirtying their hands, yet you haven't been thorough enough. I believe someone like Mike is not worth a performance-enhancing drug." After Smith left, Ans realized his back was drenched in sweat. In the afternoon, the representative from Alexandria arrived. Upon entering, he asked, "Why would you do this?" "Because he was getting too close to Lucy," Ans replied, this time without a hint of deceit. "Oh, you squandered Alexandria's goodwill over a woman?" "No, sir." Ans raised his head to meet the representative's gaze. "Before Mr. Mayan took notice of me, Alan and Lucy were ranked first and second. They are extraordinary, sir. Moreover, they appear to have become friends. Such individuals pose a significant threat to me, which is why I sought to eliminate Alan before the competition. This was a strategic consideration." After a brief moment of silence, the representative opened his eyes and said, "I believe you. Your judgment is sound. Regrettably, you have still failed. Failure is failure, with no excuses. Mr. Main despises losers. And Alexandria has its own system of punishment to ensure that the defeated remember their lessons. ANS clenched his teeth. I understand. Sir, please punish me. Very well. Considering this is your first failure, I shall be lenient. Remember, you do not have a second chance. After the representative departed, a man clad in a suit and donning sunglasses entered the room. He opened a black briefcase and retrieved a glistening whip from within. That night, ANS was compelled to lie supine on his bed, his back marred by 10 distinct welts, accompanied by an inescapable sense of humiliation. I shall repay you tenfold, Alan. ANS articulated, each word deliberate and measured. 2 fleeting days passed, and at last, the day of the death arena arrived. On that morning, Alan awoke at 5 o'clock, meticulously donning the lightweight armor awarded by the committee. The armor fits snugly, allowing for ease of movement even when layered beneath the garments provided by the event organizers. Once dressed, Alan seized the Ravager resting in the corner and quietly exited his chamber. To his surprise, he found Reston, who typically remained absent in the mornings, standing by the window, gazing out at the city that was gradually awakening. What? Planning to leave without a word? After a month of tutoring you, not even a farewell? Reston turned. Unusually devoid of his customary wine bottle, his attire impeccably arranged. Aside from the persistent redness in his eyes, he appeared remarkably ordinary. Mr. Reston, I am grateful for your guidance this past month, Alan stated earnestly. If I survive, I shall treat you to a proper drink. I like that sentiment. Reston replied with a grin. Come here quickly, there's still a bit of time. You need to remember this. He produced a note from his pocket, densely filled with writing. Alan, intrigued, took it and inquired, what is this? The method to breach the first confinement barrier. Frankly, it's best avoided if possible. I've endeavored to minimize the impact on the heart, but employing it in the death arena could pose additional peril. Regardless, commit it to memory. After reading, be sure to incinerate it, Reston murmured. Source power confinement is no trifling matter. I wish to distance myself from such complications. Despite his words, Alan felt a profound gratitude towards him. Taking the note, his exceptional memory allowed him to imprint each character indelibly in his mind. After reading, Alan burned the note. As the ashes drifted away, Reston nodded and said, Let us go. I shall accompany you to the assembly point. Tonus should be there as well. Gripping Alan's shoulder firmly, Reston urged him, Strive to survive, lad. Chapter 28. Abundant Rewards. The gathering point was located on the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, Alan and Hutton stepped out. In the training hall, youths from various administrative districts had already assembled in the central venue, receiving final advice from their mentors. Alan, darling. From a distance, they heard Tony's voice calling out. It was rare for the flamboyant lieutenant to don military attire, yet the outfit seemed rather awkward. After a moment of contemplation, Alan realized it was a women's military uniform. Before he could react, Tony had already enveloped him in a warm embrace. The lieutenant rubbed his face against Alan's, exclaiming, The important day has finally arrived. I truly can't bear to part with you. However, I believe my darling will undoubtedly triumph. Though grateful for Tony's unwavering confidence, Alan found his enthusiasm rather overwhelming. He felt an urge to wield a knife against this fellow. But ultimately, it was Hutton who could no longer tolerate the display, pulling Tony away. He then nudged Alan, urging him onward. Nodding slightly, Alan made his way to the center of the venue, standing beside Lucy. With a smile, Lucy encouraged, Good luck. You too, Alan replied, lowering his voice, Remember our signal. After their brief exchange, the ground began to tremble. Someone shouted about the above, prompting Alan to look up. The dome was cracking open, symmetrical fissures causing the ceiling to rise and spread like a blooming lotus, allowing brilliant sunlight to flood the hall, momentarily blinding the youths. With great effort, Alan managed to open his eyes just enough to catch a glimpse of a crescent-shaped shadow growing larger. Suddenly, his ears were filled with the roaring sound of aircraft engines. When he fully opened his eyes, he discovered a magic-powered airship hovering above the building, descending towards them. This was the planetary airship, the Fate, designated for the death arena. The vessel's exterior resembled a crescent moon, with 3 sets of engine thrusters along its inner curve. Its sleek hull was adorned with energy conduction patterns, while a series of catapult launchers lined the bottom of the outer hull, ready to propel the competing youths towards their designated targets. As an airship, the Fate was not known for its firepower. However, should anyone attempt to disrupt the competition or direct their attention towards the Fate, the 4 high-energy cannons on either side of the vessel, along with the hidden ion main cannon, would ensure the aggressor regretted their actions. As the Fate descended to a suitable altitude, a circular lift platform was lowered from its belly, tethered by 6 beams of light. Once the platform touched down in the central venue, 22 young men and women leaped onto it. The platform ascended, eventually merging with the ship. Meanwhile, Alan and the others had already entered the interior of the Fate. The youths found themselves in a spacious chamber surrounded by a cadre of guards. At that moment, the automatic doors to the main control room opened, revealing a portly man who entered with an air of joviality. He was nearly as large as Listen, his ample physique straining against the buttons of his suit. Clearing his throat, he donned a smile reminiscent of a television host and announced, "Greetings, everyone. I am Alstai, your guide. I will lead you to the venue for the Death Arena competition, located in the Yellowstone Park on the southern side of Babylon. However, due to the limited space of the floating island, our Yellowstone Park cannot be compared to the historical national park in the United States." Alstai provided a brief overview, noting that the Yellowstone Park on the floating island spanned approximately 800 square kilometers, a considerable area nonetheless. The floating island encapsulated various representations of nations from before the Dawn War. The Statue of Liberty Harbor was one, and Yellowstone Park was another. The competition's venue was similarly designed as a mountainous forest region, complete with mountains, lakes, canyons, and rivers. The geographical environment was intricate, harboring dangerous creatures of varying levels. From 1 to 5, contestants would not only contend with each other, but also remain vigilant against unforeseen threats lurking in the underbrush or caves, heightening the survival pressure on the youths and serving as a highlight of past competitions. Next came a few important points to note. First, do not attempt to escape. We will monitor the entire competition from all angles. Should you try to leave the competition area, congratulations, you will not die, but you will find that living is far worse than death. Alstai continued with a smile. Second, the time limit for the game is 15 days. If no victor emerges by the deadline, the organizing committee will guide the remaining participants into a bloody showdown. Thus, you had best eliminate your opponents before time runs out. Alstai elaborated on the final 2 points. Only one victor would emerge, and no surrenders would be accepted. After concluding, he pointed at the youths with a grin. Next, congratulations to you, the fortunate ones. This year's rewards for the victor are exceedingly generous. In addition to the floating island residency rights, monetary prizes, and weapons, the following rewards have been added. The first enhancement was an upgrade to weapon rewards. In previous years, victors received only a single magic-powered weapon matching their level. This year, the reward had been elevated to an entire set of energy equipment. This meant the victor would possess at least a full set of magic armor and weapons, with the value of the complete magic armor far surpassing the ordinary light armor Alan wore. The second addition was a potion reward, a category absent in previous competitions. Participants could choose between a full-body healing potion and a high-grade physical enhancement potion. The former would heal most conventional injuries, while the latter offered enhancement akin to the physical improvements experienced during significant level-ups, potentially resulting in evolution. The last reward, though more standard, was an increase in the victor's monetary prize, rising from 50,000 federal credits to 200,000. Upon hearing about these rewards, the youth's eyes sparkled with fervor. Alan, too, felt a surge of determination, fully aware of what these rewards could enable him to achieve, at the very least. They would empower him to obliterate the predatory tribe that had invaded his town years ago, along with a formidable Black Widow hunting group. Well, we still have some time before we reach our destination, so feel free to move about, Alstai announced before departing the chamber. The youths scattered in small groups, already forming tight-knit cliques. Alan and Lucy sat together, and since the incident with Mike, only Emily remained by Lucy's side, while the other boys sat at a distance. In a hushed tone, Alan said, "Remember, when we reach the ground, we will be separated. Therefore, our foremost task should be to regroup. Since we do not know each other's locations, we must head in the same direction and leave signals along the way for identification." Just as the three were deliberating their regrouping strategy, a shadow suddenly fell before Alan. Looking up, he was met with Lucen's rotund face. "Alan, you better not cross my path. Otherwise, I will surely stuff your head up my backside. Rest assured, before that happens, I will first chop off your backside." Alan retorted defiantly. The two exchanged fierce glares, their heated gazes nearly igniting sparks in the air. Lucen huffed and turned away. Alan surveyed his surroundings, noting the hostile glares directed at him. As the Fate flew toward Yellowstone Park, 2 steam airships also ascended from the east and west sides of the floating island. Each airship featured a large screen on either side, broadcasting the proceedings of the Death Arena to the residents of Babylon. At present, the game has yet to commence. Only a male and female host are engaging in a lively talk show. Horn finds himself in his study, an exquisite space steeped in European elegance, adorned with the opulent Rococo style that imbues the room with a grandiosity. However, due to the weight of the owner's somber mood, Even the 12 embedded crystal chandeliers illuminating the chamber fail to dispel the slightly oppressive atmosphere. Seated in a dark-patterned black leather armchair, Horn idly spins the intricately crafted agate ring on his thumb, a symbol of his status as the family patriarch. While his gaze remains fixed upon the luminous projection on the wall, the screen showcases the two hosts, who, with a humorous flair, introduce the 22 youths from the surface. At that moment, a knock sounds at the door. "Come in," Horn replies coolly. The butler, Hasin, enters with a tray bearing a bottle of brandy and a tall glass. Elegantly placing the tray upon the table before Horn, Hasin pours a third of the amber liquid into the glass, then stands back 3 paces with his hands clasped behind him, positioning himself beside Horn. "It's about to begin, Hasin," Horn states, lifting the glass to take a sip. "Is the master concerned about him?" "Alan, a bit, but this is a test for him. If he cannot endure the arena of death, what right does he have for me to cultivate him as an heir?" Horn replies with a hint of detachment. Hasin feigns ignorance. Family disputes have always existed. The conflicts among noble families are particularly ruthless, and as a mere butler, Hasin wishes not to be ensnared in such turmoil. Preserving one's own safety is the duty of a steward. To Hasin, who leads the clan, matters not, at least not for now. At last, the image of the destiny appears on the screen. The moment has arrived at Yellowstone Park. Inside the airship, the voice of Altai's resonates from the communicator above the chamber. "Children, we have arrived at Yellowstone Park. You will now be escorted to your designated individual ejection pods. They will transport you to the specified coordinates. Thus, I wish you all a safe journey." The hatch opens, and a line of soldiers enters, commencing the roll call. Each youth called is taken away by a soldier. When Lucy's name is announced, Alan discreetly grasps her hand. "See you on the ground." Of course, Lucy beams with a radiant smile. Chapter 29, The Dawn of Death, now entering the ejection countdown. 3, 2, 1. Ejection pod activated. The Destiny spacecraft hovered above a dense forest, with a ring of individual ejection pods continuously projecting from its lower edge. The pods, shaped like ellipses, activated their propulsion systems as soon as they detached from the vessel. Streams of delicate blue flames burst forth from the nozzles, guiding the pods toward their predetermined coordinates set by the intelligent core. Inside the pod, Alan experienced violent vibrations during the flight, causing a red light above him to flicker erratically, casting fleeting shadows across his face. Upon finally reaching the ground, the light shifted from red to a deep blue, and the pod's door descended, landing gently on the forest floor. Alan unfastened his safety harness and leaped out, finding himself amidst a thick grove of trees. The surroundings were eerily silent, punctuated only by distant, faint calls of some unseen dangers. The sound of flowing water indicated the presence of a nearby river, while the ground was carpeted with a thick layer of leaves, with sunlight filtering through the branches, casting myriad shapes of light upon the forest floor. The temperature was neither too cold nor too warm. The air was refreshingly fragrant with the scent of foliage, providing Alan with an overwhelming sense of comfort after a month spent within the confines of the training facility. He felt at home in the wilderness, as if he were a fish returning to water. A casual glance around revealed a patch of rather unnatural shrubs. Approaching them, he discovered they were cleverly disguised, concealing several large crates of supplies. The seals on the crates were unbroken, and Alan opened several of them to find an ample stock of food, purified condensed water, and a variety of first aid items, including hemostatic spray. To his surprise, there were also 2 handguns and a considerable amount of ammunition. Naturally, these handguns were outdated weapons rather than magical ones. The resources were plentiful, befitting a reward for the top-ranked contestant. However, for Alan, the condensed water and medical supplies, which he could easily carry, held far greater value than the food, such as bread and meat slices, or the firearms he was not adept at using. At that moment, the 22 ejection pods that had separated from the Destiny had all reached their respective destinations. Yet, 5 of these pods landed near a lake. Inside the 5th pod, Mike stumbled out, clutching his chest. Upon noticing the presence of several other pods nearby, his expression hardened. However, he soon forced a bitter smile, as a rush of energy surged towards his heart, causing his face to flush red before turning deathly pale. Overwhelmed, he involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. This scene did not go unnoticed by the 4 other boys who had emerged from their respective pods. Among them, a robust boy, seemingly around 14 or 15, spat and muttered, "Waste." The fact that they had all landed in the same vicinity indicated that these 5 were at the bottom of the rankings. Although Mike's rank should not have placed him here, his earlier provocation of Alan and subsequent injuries had caused his rank to plummet to 5th place. Observing his current state, it was evident that despite his previous performance, he now appeared quite feeble. By the lakeside, there was a sunshade shelter, beneath which lay a single crate of supplies. Indeed, just one crate. Yet this box represented the sole means of survival for the 5 boys. Even for one person, that crate seemed insufficient, perhaps not enough to sustain them for half a month. With 5 individuals, it was clear that sharing would be impossible. Aside from Mike, the other 4 boys, a trio of boys and 1 girl, stared intently at the crate, yet none were willing to make a move, instead watching each other closely. After 10 minutes, the only girl among them spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Why don't we divide the food? For portions should be sufficient. I second Mimi's suggestion. A lanky boy piped up, raising his hand. What do you think, Kahan? He asked, turning to the most robust boy among them. Kahan nodded, but grinned. I agree to divide it into 4 parts, but I want 2 portions for myself. The other 3 can split the rest. Throughout the entire discussion, they had excluded Mike from their consideration, not even sparing him a glance. To them, Mike had become as insignificant as a mere shadow, hardly a threat deserving of resources. However, Kahan's greed provoked discontent among the other 2 boys. Seizing the moment while the 3 boys were distracted, the girl Mimi dashed toward the supply crate. Kahan, taken aback, cursed bitch, before rushing after her. The other 2 boys followed suit. Mimi suddenly shouted, K. Cola, we need to take out Kahan first, or we'll all be done for. Don't worry, I won T run away. We can split these supplies. Undoubtedly, her last proposition held an inexplicable allure for the 2 boys. Cola and Kay exchanged glances before nodding in unison and turning to face Kahan. Mike observed the unfolding chaos with a cold gaze. Kahan snorted, pulling out a military dagger from either side of his legs, each 25 centimeters long with 3 blood grooves. Gleaming silver. Seeing his weapons, Cola drew out a military knife from behind his waist, while Kay connected 2 black copper rods to form a 2-meter-long staff. With a fierce cry, Cola lunged at Kahan like a leopard, while Kay circled around to the other side. Kahan grinned. As Cola approached, Kahan met him head-on, and in an instant, life and death were decided. Cola's knife was deflected by Kahan's dagger, while the other plunged into Cola's heart, twisting as it struck. Kahan released him, only to be met by a fierce blow from Kay, who had infused his strike with energy powerful enough to shatter stone. Kahan staggered, feeling as if his shoulder might crack under the force. He grunted, turning to block Kay's next attack with the staff, while simultaneously thrusting his dagger into Kay's body. To challenge me is to seek death, Kahan declared, pushing Kay's lifeless form aside. Ahead, he spotted Mimi opening the crate and snatching 2 bags of food, turning to flee. Kahan closed the distance, but just as he was about to reach her, he hurled his dagger through the air. A flash of silver sliced through the air, piercing Mimi's calf, causing her to scream and collapse. Kahan laughed maniacally as he approached, reaching for her chest. However, in a sudden twist, Mimi rolled on the ground, raising a gun in her hand. The gunshot rang out, and Kahan felt a searing pain in his shoulder, blood spraying from the wound. Enraged, he slashed at Mimi's hand, forcing her to drop the weapon. He then viciously slammed her head against the ground, rendering her unconscious. From a distance, Mike watched as Kahan dragged Mimi back to the sunshade. At that moment, Mimi regained consciousness, struggling futilely. Kahan cruelly pressed his foot against the dagger embedded in her leg, eliciting a scream of agony that stifled her attempts to escape. He tossed her onto the supply crate and, panting heavily, pounced upon her, hastily removing her pants. In a brutal act, he violated her, as she cried and pleaded, her cries falling on deaf ears. Kahan's grip tightened around her head, mercilessly assaulting her. Mike, observing the scene, could not help but reveal a cold smile, which Kahan noticed. With a grunt, Kahan stepped away from Mimi's body and kicked at Mike's leg, barking, "What are you laughing at, waste? You are the true waste, do you understand?" Mike retorted. Kahan's face immediately flushed, his neck thickened, veins pulsating ominously. He landed a punch on Mike's face, causing Mike's head to collide violently with the ejector seat, resulting in a gash. Kahan then seized him by the chest, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the boy. Suddenly, Mike sprang up from the ground, delivering a punch accompanied by a piercing shriek that struck Kahan's chest with tremendous force. Kahan recognized this as a thrust punch from the military's 10 strikes. However, he could not fathom how Mike, who had previously appeared weak, could suddenly harness his source power to execute such a blow. The punch collided with Kahan's chest, the force driven straight into his body, brutally impacting his heart. After a few violent beats, Kahan's heart ceased to function. Mike let out a cold laugh, pushing the gradually cooling corpse to the ground, then steadied himself against the ejector seat. He spat a mouthful of blood onto Kahan's body, stating, "See, I wasn't mistaken at all, was I?" Indeed, Mike was still nursing his injuries, yet he had not weakened to the point of stumbling while walking. Everything that had transpired was merely a facade, designed to make Kahan and his associates underestimate him, granting him the chance to survive. Mike approached the supply crate, forcefully knocking Mimi to the ground before tossing the fallen food back into the box. He patted the crate and exhaled, declaring, "These are mine now. Please help me. I beg you," whimpered Mimi, lying on the ground. "Mike, I know you're a good person, right?" Mike's body stiffened momentarily before he turned to face Mimi. His gaze traveled from her delicate face to her chest, and then to her exposed lower body. Suddenly, Mike burst into laughter. "I remember you saying to divide the supplies into 4 portions, correct?" Mimi shivered, hastily pleading, "Listen to me. Don't you also consider me a worthless piece of trash?" Mike gasped as he lunged at Mimi, forcefully twisting her head. In an instant, he snapped the girl's neck. Standing up to catch his breath, his eyes ablaze with fierce anger, he whispered in a voice only he could hear, "I am not trash. I will prove it to everyone." Chapter 30. The Beginning of Death, Part 2. Mike resealed the supply box, tearing the clothes of Coon and his companions into strips, which he twisted into a rope. Using this as a tow line, he dragged the box into the dense woods by the lakeside. After concealing the supply box in a secure location, he returned to the water's edge. Mike picked up Mimi's firearm and discovered 2 bullet magazines on her lifeless body. After taking a brief survey of the area, he also retrieved Coon's combat knife and Cola's dagger. After washing the bloodied knife in the lake, Mike equipped these trophies on his person, preparing to hunt down others. A spherical metal device flew from the lake's surface, hovering above Mike's head. He recognized it as a surveillance tool employed by the committee, and he defiantly gestured towards the orb before turning away. On either side of the city, steam airships broadcasted live programs. Now, the large screen displayed Mike's insolent gesture. A host remarked, "How cunning, Mike. With 4 competitors eliminated, he has become an unexpected dark horse. One wonders how far this dark horse can run. All right, viewers, let us observe the performances of other youths. By the way, I wonder how our top-ranked contestant, the privileged Alan, is faring. Oh dear, it seems the situation is not favorable." Indeed, Alan was in a precarious position, having just organized and packed his purified water and medical supplies. Before he could make his escape, he heard the rush of wind through the trees. Suddenly, he caught sight of a figure racing down a narrow forest path. It was a boy with slightly curled hair, who, as he sprinted forward, brandished 2 tridents that glimmered in the sunlight. Alan dropped his supplies and advanced straight towards the approaching figure, gripping the hilt of his slaughtering knife firmly behind him, ready to charge. No words were exchanged. Both young men recognized the lethal determination reflected in each other's eyes. Before long, their figures collided in the middle of the path. The curly-haired boy flipped his trident, thrusting it forcefully towards Alan's chest. He anticipated that Alan would have several ways to evade the attack, and regardless of which method Alan chose, the other trident in his hand would bring him considerable pain. To his surprise, Alan did not flinch. The trident struck Alan's chest, yet it met an unexpected resistance. To make matters worse, the object was remarkably smooth, causing the trident to slide off. The boy hesitated for a brief moment, and in that instant of distraction, Alan's arm swung into action. The slaughtering knife sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh, akin to the roar of a ferocious beast, leaving a streak of crimson in its wake. As Alan and the boy passed each other, the latter staggered, his head and body separating as he collapsed to the ground. Life and death transpired in an instant. There was no time for hesitation. Alas, the boy had not considered that beneath Alan's garments lay a suit of light armor, or he would not have been caught off guard and slain. However, after dispatching his opponent, 2 more youths emerged from the surrounding underbrush. Alan recognized them. He had seen their profiles. The boy on the left, named Hella, was not tall but appeared quite sturdy, adorned with a metallic arm guard and ranked 11th. The taller boy on the right, 14-year-old Joe, wielded a tactical long knife, glancing at Alan with predatory intent as they flanked him. "You 2 arrived quite promptly," Alan remarked. "What choice do we have?" "You're the top-ranked competitor," Joe replied. "The committee disclosed your coordinates upon your entry. We are the closest, so we are more than willing to claim your supplies." Alan chuckled. "All right then, as long as you can kill me." The taciturn Hella roared like a young lion, charging towards Alan with a powerful gust of wind as he swung his metal arm guard, aiming for Alan's face. Should that strike land, Alan could not guarantee that his head would withstand the blow. The slaughtering knife sprang to life as Alan suddenly exerted force, delivering a powerful strike against Hella's arm guard. The clang of metal rang out sharply as their weapons collided. Both Hella and Alan retreated, the force of their clash suggesting they were evenly matched. Yet, Alan understood that in pure strength, he was at a slight disadvantage. He was merely leveraging the weight of the slaughtering knife to hold his ground against Hella. As they both withdrew to absorb the impact, Hella found himself isolated, while Joe remained at Alan's back. Joe smiled faintly, thrusting his tactical long knife towards Alan's neck from behind. The attack was exceptionally treacherous, although Alan wore light armor. It offered no protection to the vulnerable area at the back of his neck, given that he had just engaged Hela in a fierce confrontation. It appeared as though Alan was unwittingly stepping into Joe's knife. Just as the blade was about to pierce him, Alan suddenly planted his foot, twisting his waist with newfound vigor, allowing his body to spin like a top. As Joe's strike missed, Alan seized the momentum, sweeping his slaughtering knife horizontally towards Joe's midsection. "Curse you!" Joe shouted, quickly drawing back. However, he felt a chill at his side as the blade grazed him, blood seeping from beneath his clothing. "Let's take him down together," Joe yelled, rallying Hela as they both lunged at Alan, their long knives and iron fists creating a flurry of attacks. Alan remained composed. The heavy slaughtering knife was not suited for a battle of speed against them. Yet, its characteristics were maximally utilized in his hands. The broad blade served as an elongated shield, deflecting many of their strikes while he occasionally countered, alleviating their onslaught. The slaughtering knife danced in his grasp, safeguarding Alan's vital areas while Joe and Hela grew increasingly frustrated with their futile assaults. Alan knew that the relentless barrage from these two would swiftly deplete their stamina. Once their energy was exhausted, they would inevitably expose a weakness. Fighting with these two reminded Alan of his days with Bai Fong, who had taught him how to combat formidable foes by exhausting their physical strength. The moment they tired, that would be the opportunity for a decisive strike. The attacks of the snow wolves were never half-hearted. When they struck, they did so with lethal intent. After living among a pack of wolves for 5 years, Alan's tactics were subtly influenced by their hunting methods. He now resembled a predatory snow wolf, calm and patient. However, the more composed Alan became, the more restless Joe and Hela grew. Frustrated by their inability to break through, Hela suddenly seized an opportunity. As Alan shifted, the slaughtering knife slipped slightly, exposing his vital area. The boy's eyes lit up, and he unleashed a powerful punch. The blow landed solidly on Alan's chest. Based on Hela's experience, such a strike could cave in steel, let alone flesh. Yet, as the punch connected, Hela found Alan's body much sturdier than anticipated. With a resounding impact, ripples spread outward as Alan's shirt tore apart, revealing the light armor beneath. Upon seeing this armor, Hela nearly choked on his own blood. Although light armor was inferior to Magical Energy Series armors, its composite materials provided remarkable resilience. Hela's punch, while cracking some of the armor's plates, fell short of the devastating blow he had envisioned. Yet, the force of Hela's strike, empowered by source energy, did jolt Alan's insides, causing him to spit blood. Seizing the moment, Alan grasped Hela's fist. With a swift motion, the slaughtering knife rose, sending a spray of blood as he severed Hela's arm at the shoulder. Hela screamed in agony, retreating while clutching the stump of his severed limb. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he suddenly witnessed the ruthless butcher above him pivoting the blade. Tracing an elegant arc, the crescent moon strike, the massive blade swept through the air, severing Hera's head. Beside him, Joe's eyes widened in shock, mistakenly believing that Alan's momentum had waned. However, Alan swiftly transferred the sword to his left hand, adopting a reverse grip, and with a frantic spin, he unleashed another crescent moon strike. Joe, relying solely on his keen eyesight, reached out with his left hand and astonishingly grasped the edge of the butcher's blade. The butcher's weapon, with its square edge, was blunt at the tip, and as Joe pressed down, he effectively halted the force of the blade. Alan appeared momentarily taken aback, while Joe smirked, thrusting the tactical long knife forward until the blade pierced Alan's abdomen. There was no light armor for protection in that area for ease of movement. The tactical suit was insufficient to impede the blade's advance. Only the metal wire mesh within provided slight resistance, granting Alan a moment to tighten his core and prevent the blade from fully plunging in. As Joe observed the wound on Alan's abdomen beginning to ooze blood, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. "It seems my blade is longer than yours," he remarked with a grin. "Not necessarily," Alan replied suddenly, beaming with a dazzling smile. Upon seeing this smile, Joe felt an unsettling sensation, only to witness the intricate patterns on either side of the butcher's blades swiftly illuminate. Following that, a resonating hum erupted, and from the square, blunt tip of the blade, an energy blade sprang forth. The butcher's energy edge activated, and though the protruding energy blade measured a mere 20 centimeters, it was indestructible. Consequently, all 4 of Joe's fingers were severed, and a burning sensation coursed through his neck as the ejected blade sliced through his throat. Joe staggered backward, withdrawing the long knife from Alan's abdomen. As he loosened his grip, the tactical long knife fell to the ground. He reached for his throat, only to discover that blood gushed uncontrollably from the wound, seeping through his fingers and splattering crimson stains upon the forest floor. He attempted to utter something, but only hollow breaths escaped his lips as he weakly knelt, eventually collapsing onto the ground. Just as Alan sighed in relief, he felt an icy chill prick at the back of his head. His body instinctively bristled, He had experienced this sensation before when he had allowed the young Mao to take aim at him with a sniper rifle in the training camp. It was the unmistakable feeling of being locked onto by a sniper's equipment. Chapter 31. Thorny rose suddenly. Alan's body began to sway slightly from side to side, like a flower dancing in the wind. With this motion, the chilling sensation at the back of his head faded, for the sniper could no longer aim at him. After all, the subtle movements of his spinning footwork were excellent counter-sniping tactics. Accompanying this was a sudden rustle of leaves at his feet. And amidst the distant sound of gunfire, the ground erupted into a gaping hole, indicating that the sniper was still too agitated and eager to kill Alan. The brief pauses between shots would grant Alan precious moments to retaliate. Without even time to bandage his abdominal wound, Alan turned and lunged forward. His body leaned ahead, racing through the forest like a lithe snow wolf. The occasional spin in his steps made his trajectory increasingly unpredictable. Although this was exhausting, over a distance of 500 meters, the sniper's next bullet merely blasted a gaping hole in a dense cedar tree. He was drawing dangerously close. Alan burst out of the thicket, where only a few umbrella-shaped trees dotted the rocky ground. Suddenly, the crown of one tree trembled, followed by a figure leaping down and swiftly dashing in the opposite direction. Alan snorted and halted. Snipers possessed this advantage. If they could not trap their targets, they could easily flee before retaliation. Now, Alan was alone, and the relatively open terrain hindered him from catching up to the sniper, leaving him to watch helplessly as the figure disappeared. He pressed a hand against his abdomen, where blood seeped more profusely due to his vigorous movements. Finding a secluded spot, Alan removed his upper body armor and tore his shirt into strips to bind the wound tightly. Fortunately, Joe's long knife had a narrow blade, so this wound could heal on its own even without stitches. All it needed was time. After redonning his armor, Alan returned to the forest. His shirt was utterly ruined, so he simply donned Joe's clothing instead, retrieving the supplies he had prepared earlier. He glanced up to discern the sun's position and then ventured westward through the underbrush. Not long after his departure, two boys arrived at the forest. Upon seeing the bodies of Hella and Joe, one boy with fiery red hair and freckles remarked, "It seems we have arrived too late." The other boy, wearing glasses, replied, "Fortunately, we arrived late." The red-haired boy turned over Hella's body, ultimately abandoning his intention to take her special gauntlets, as not everyone could wield such weapons. As for Joe's tactical long knife, Alan had already taken it with him. The two boys circled around and quickly discovered the supply crate left by Alan. The food inside remained largely untouched, which delighted them immensely. It appeared they had not come away empty-handed. The bespectacled boy, ever vigilant, scanned the surroundings and said, "We can't carry all this. Let's not be greedy. Taking just a portion will suffice." "Do you really need to say that?" His companion chuckled. The supplies left by Alan, like carrion-drawing vultures, were soon divided among the boys who arrived at the coordinates intentionally disclosed by the organizers, leaving only a few empty boxes behind. As for Alan himself, he headed west, towards the rendezvous point with Lucy. No matter where they had scattered, they both moved westward. The highest object visible in that direction would serve as their meeting place, a peak. A sufficiently tall cedar tree, anything prominent would do. Upon leaving the woods, Alan found himself in a vast expanse. A winding creek flowed through the meadow before him, and a large stretch of green grass spread out like a verdant carpet. To the northwest, a dense forest slanted into the prairie, its edge stretching from the north to the west, leading toward a towering mountain on the horizon. The mountain pierced the clouds, its peak still crowned with snow, glimmering brightly under the sun. In the clear blue sky, a flock of birds soared, their melodious calls echoing as they quickly vanished. In the meadow, a group of gentle stag deer was drinking from the creek. Suddenly, the herd grew restless, scattering in a frenzy as a saber-toothed wolf emerged. This third-tier dangerous species was capable of harnessing life force. Unlike Bai Fong, who wielded frost, the saber-toothed wolf's power lay primarily in strength and speed. Its short bursts of speed could reach over 100 kilometers per hour, and its biting force was enough to easily tear apart a human. The appearance of the saber-toothed wolf signified that this seemingly tranquil prairie was, in fact, fraught with peril. Alan inspected his weapons once more. The carnage blade slung across his back, and Joe's long knife in hand. Both would ensure his safety as he traversed this treacherous expanse. He lifted his gaze, locking his sights on the imposing mountain, and began his march into the grassland. Simultaneously, in the distant forest stretching from north to west, Lucy was also making her way toward the same destination. The spirited young lady, with her hair tied in twin ponytails, carried a bulging satchel as she advanced westward. Occasionally, she would climb a tall cedar tree for a better vantage point, adjusting her course before continuing onward. A faint smile graced Lucy's petite face, completely devoid of the tension and pressure that plagued other boys. As night fell, Lucy found an open space to set up camp. Anticipating her arrival at the gathering point by the next day, the young lady cheerfully hummed a tune. Her slightly nasal melody drifted through the woods as she cleared a circle for her campsite and kindled a small fire. Using branches, she fashioned a grill over the flames and laid out strips of instant meat to roast. In no time, the savory aroma wafted through the air. Some faint sounds arose nearby, and Lucy even caught glimpses of peculiar shadows flitting through the distant trees, shimmering with red and blue bioluminescence. The campfire at night would attract certain dangers, yet Lucy remained unconcerned. She was far more preoccupied with the prospect of enjoying a delicious meal. When the meat turned a golden brown, she used her knife to lift a piece, tearing off a strip with 2 fingers to savor it with delight. The rich flavor of the roasted meat filled her mouth, and Lucy nodded contentedly. As she moved the entire grill away from the fire, intending to let the meat cool in the night breeze before eating, 2 figures emerged into her view. "Isn't this Miss Lucy? I can smell the aroma of roasted meat." "What good fortune!" exclaimed a sharp-voiced boy, around 14 or 15 years of age, with soft, light brown hair falling across his forehead. The tall and lanky boy possessed a prominent nose. A black steel spear rested casually across his shoulder, held in place by both hands as he approached with an air of leisure. Beside him stood another boy of similar age, shorter and stockier. His left forearm was encased in a circular shield, while his other hand gripped a short-handled single-edged axe, still stained with blood, a drop trickling from its blade. Clearly having recently tasted flesh. "Shinta, Sam," Lucy acknowledged with a nod. "Well, we've exchanged pleasantries. You may leave now. This forest is vast, and there are plenty of places for you to camp." The tall boy Shinta and Sam exchanged glances before breaking into laughter. Shinta lowered the spear from his shoulder, gripping it in reverse as he stepped closer to Lucy. "I believe you have misunderstood something, Miss Lucy. We have come for you." Lucy smiled sweetly. "You boys better not covet my roasted meat. That would not be a wise idea. No, aside from the roasted meat, we desire you." Shinta suddenly lunged forward, moving from a standstill to a sprint without any preliminary motion. The boy leaned forward, like a gust of wind, arriving beside Lucy in an instant. In his eyes, Lucy barely had time to evade or rise. The girl still seated on the ground appeared utterly unprepared. Shinta could foresee that his spear would pierce her chest in the next moment. Before the long gun could be raised, a golden automatic pistol suddenly materialized in the empty space between the two. The pistol bore intricate rose patterns that extended from the grip toward the barrel, lavish and ornate. A more pronounced smile graced Lucy's face. "Attempting to harm me is clearly a grave mistake." The young girl pulled the trigger, and whether it was an illusion or a mere reflection of the flames, Shinta noticed a few strands of luminescence emanating from the patterns on the grip, while flickers of fire danced within the dark barrel. Shinta desperately attempted to twist her body to evade the impending attack. Yet she remained in her original position until a bullet, engraved with the letter AAT its tip, pierced through her skull. This series of events transpired in the blink of an eye, from Shinta's lunge to Lucy's gun being raised, culminating in the boy's head exploding and his body collapsing almost instantaneously. Before Lucy could finish her sentence, Sam witnessed his companion propelled backward amidst a spray of blood. With a slight pause, Sam bellowed, raising his shield to guard his head and face, charging toward Lucy with determination. Lucy sprang from the ground, raising her gun to fire. Sam was momentarily taken aback, instinctively moving his head aside, feeling a searing rush of air brush past his ear. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld a bullet hole appearing on his shield, had it not been for an inexplicable sense of danger that sparked his instinctive reaction. Lucy's bullet would have surely penetrated both his shield and his skull. Though Sam's shield was not of superior quality, being forged from steel, it should have been impervious to Lucy's automatic weapon. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him. The energy gun. Sam's gaze intensified. If Lucy wielded an energy gun, its worth would far exceed that of her own life. However, Sam's meager knowledge did not encompass the fact that no energy gun could fire live ammunition. In the blink of an eye, Sam had reached the campfire. With a powerful kick, he scattered the flames, sending burning branches and sparks cascading toward Lucy, aiming to distract her. Seizing the moment, Sam swung his axe toward Lucy's chest with merciless intent, showing no regard for her youth. "You barbarian," Lucy protested, swiftly retreating to evade the sparks and Sam's axe. Ignoring her objections, Sam rolled on the ground, advancing while executing a swift strike aimed at Lucy's long legs. He relentlessly pursued her, unleashing all the axe techniques he had mastered, leaving Lucy with no opportunity to retaliate. Lucy seized a fleeting opportunity, raising her gun as Sam's axe exposed a moment of vulnerability. Sam, startled like a startled bird, rolled aside instinctively. To his surprise, Lucy chuckled and turned to flee. It had merely been a feigned attack. Sam's face flushed with anger and embarrassment as he hurled an axe toward Lucy's retreating form. The axe spun rapidly, seemingly destined to strike her. However, the girl suddenly crouched and spun, allowing the axe to cleave into the trunk of a fir tree. In the same motion, Lucy pivoted, aiming her gun at Sam. Sam had not anticipated that Lucy would blend evasion and counterattack into a single fluid movement by the time he considered dodging. The flames of her gun had already erupted forth. With a mighty shout, he raised his shield, channeling his energy to create a faint ripple in front of it. This was a commonly employed defensive technique used in the military, generating an energy shield for protection. Yet, just as he constructed the energy shield, Sam felt a violent jolt to his forehead, and his body became weightless. Gradually, he leaned back until he collapsed, bewildered as to how Lucy's bullet had penetrated both the energy shield and the physical shield, striking him with such precision. It was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 32. Poisoning. Behold, I have long foretold that this was an exceedingly poor decision. The automatic handwheel spun between Lucy's fingers, the intricate patterns on the gun's body gradually dimming, leaving behind two faint golden halos that vanished into the night like ephemeral bubbles. Lucy sheathed the gun at her waist and employed a dagger to lift the previously roasted steak, savoring each bite with deliberate slowness. She consumed the meat meticulously, taking a full 20 minutes to finish a single piece before patting her stomach in preparation to depart. Extinguishing the campfire with mud and sand, Lucy cast a glance at the two corpses before turning away. However, after taking just a couple of steps, she suddenly gasped in surprise, her hand trembling slightly as it rested against the tree trunk. A sharp pain twisted in her abdomen, and a metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. She involuntarily coughed, expelling a few streaks of blood that splattered across her pale palm, glistening with a purplish hue amidst the crimson. Frowning, Lucy realized this was not simply an upset stomach. She had been poisoned, yet she could not fathom when exactly she had been afflicted. As night faded, daybreak arrived quietly. In the early morning, wisps of mist danced in the breeze, like delicate veils flowing between the rocks and trees. The eastern sky lightened, heralding the awakening of all things, as the languid morning light bestowed a platinum sheen upon the foliage. A few rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves of a tall cedar, gradually cascading down to the forest floor. At the base of the tree lay a cluster of bushes, swaying gently in the morning breeze, revealing a deep and shadowy space behind them. It turned out to be a tree hollow. A saber-toothed wolf leaped down from a low slope, lowering its head to sniff the ground with its keen nose. The wolf's elongated fangs scraped lightly against the earth, leaving shallow tracks in the leaves and soil. It approached the thicket, suddenly lifting its head and using its forepaws to push aside the bushes, uncovering a tree hollow tall enough to conceal a person. Inside the hollow, a figure could be vaguely discerned, curled up. Alan suddenly opened his eyes, a profound sense of danger slithering into his consciousness like a serpent. The cold, slick sensation banished any remnants of sleep. Then he beheld the wolf's yellowish eyes gleaming with hunger. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his tactical long knife directly at the wolf's eyes. Regardless of the perilous species, the eyes are invariably one of their few vulnerabilities. The saber-toothed wolf, having just detected its prey, was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Seizing the opportunity, Alan sprang from the hollow, his long knife pointed forward while gripping the hilt of his other weapon tightly. He lowered his body slightly, adopting a stance poised for an immediate assault. This posture felt eerily familiar to the wolf, which suddenly realized that this prey did not resemble a human, but rather felt akin to its own kind. Or perhaps a close relative. It was the posture of a snow wolf preparing to pounce. The saber-toothed wolf, a Class 3 dangerous species, specialized in both strength and speed. Its hollow fangs contained venom sacs that released neurotoxic agents upon biting its prey. Information about this perilous creature swiftly coursed through Alan's mind, derived from the biological compendium that Houston had provided him. Naturally, Alan focused his attention on the wolf's most dangerous weapons, its fangs. The wolf growled lowly, its hunger palpable. In the past week, it had only managed to hunt a single stag. It had been over 5 days since its last meal, and during these days, it had relied on water to stave off starvation. Its fat reserves dwindled rapidly, nearing a critical threshold. If it failed to find sustenance soon, it would inevitably perish from hunger. In the wolf's estimation, this human youth possessed little flesh, yet his physique was well proportioned, and his muscle fibers likely surpassed those of ordinary prey. More muscle fibers equated to the potential for greater energy conversion. Consuming this youth could sustain the wolf for another week. Despite the inherent danger the youth posed, the pangs of hunger outweighed its instincts. Thus, the fur around the wolf's neck bristled, a signal of impending attack. Alan's pupils dilated slightly as he lowered his body even further. In that instant, the wolf lunged forward, its speed surpassing even that of Joe, who excelled with the tactical long knife. Almost simultaneously, Alan swiftly sidestepped, yet his shoulder was still grazed. Blood erupting from the wound as his clothing tore. The wolf, missing its target, nimbly leaped to pursue again, adopting a zigzag trajectory that moved with lightning speed. Another powerful lunge ensued, but this time, Alan executed a spinning maneuver. His body whirled like a top, narrowly evading the wolf's assault. Alan's gaze hardened, and with a flash, his tactical long knife plunged into the wolf's left paw, pinning it along with its pad to the ground. The wolf howled in pain, attempting to break free. At that moment, a dark arc flickered in its eyes, and its fury melted away like snow before the sun. No matter how enraged a beast may be, when its head is severed, it can no longer express its wrath. Alan gripped his weapon with unwavering resolve, delivering a crescent slash with his black blade that cleanly severed the wolf's head. Wolf's blood splattered across Alan, the warmth of the droplets cascading down his face. In his vibrant red pupils, the flames of battle gradually extinguished. Exhaling deeply, Alan sheathed his weapon and withdrew the long knife from the wolf's paw. Approaching the severed head, he extracted the two elongated fangs, each over 20 centimeters long. The wolf's fangs were exceedingly sharp, suitable for use as short knives or for setting traps, particularly the venom sacs within them, which held significant value. He retrieved his pack from the hollow, stowing the fangs inside, and continued on his journey without bothering to wipe away the wolf's blood. The scent of the blood would linger for some time, masking his presence from lower-tier dangerous species, thus sparing him considerable trouble. Pressing on towards his predetermined destination, the forest grew denser. 2 hours later, Alan ascended a low slope, sunlight streaming from behind him, casting golden patches upon the grassy hillside and creating elongated shadows from the trees above. Alan concealed himself within one of these shadows, crouching on the slope as he peered downward, where a familiar figure caught his eye. Lucy, the golden-haired maiden, her hair styled in twin ponytails, rested against a tall tree, her complexion appearing rather pallid, a faint greenish hue gracing her face, and even her grip on the pistol occasionally trembled. Alan furrowed his brow and descended from the shadow, sliding down the slope. Upon hearing the rustle, Lucy instinctively raised her weapon, her reflexes sharp. If not for her complexion, one might not discern her distress. Upon recognizing Alan, she sighed in relief and lowered her gun, offering a strained smile. "You're injured?" Alan inquired as he approached. Lucy shrugged, her palms open. "To be precise, I am poisoned. But you look worse than I do. Are you all right?" The wolf's blood had dried on Alan, forming dark red stains. He examined the wound inflicted by the wolf, which had been treated with a coagulant spray. The wound had begun to close and had long since ceased bleeding. He shook his head. "Just superficial injuries, nothing serious. But you, how did you get poisoned?" "That's the crux of the matter," Lucy replied with a bitter smile. "I can't recall when I was poisoned, let alone who did it. Tell me about your current condition. This toxin is quite insidious. I suspect it was administered during my encounter with those two fools last night. I distinctly remember feeling fine before that. But after the altercation, the poison took effect. It has already infiltrated my bloodstream. I'm using my own source power to suppress it, but I won't last much longer. If the toxin reaches my heart." At this point, Lucy mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. Alan shot her an exasperated look. Even at this juncture, Lucy maintained her carefree demeanor. "How much time is left?" Alan inquired. "Since the onset of the poisoning symptoms last night, I have been tirelessly using my source power to neutralize the toxins. I estimate I can endure for approximately another 15 hours, thanks to the relatively mild potency of the poison. Otherwise, given the limited nature of my source power," Lucy chuckled, a self-deprecating expression on her face. "The assailant dare not employ overly potent toxins. Otherwise, your mentor would catch on prematurely. This is a chronic poison, designed to ensure your demise within the death arena. In such a scenario, that individual would be able to reap the rewards of your demise." Alan rose to his feet and surveyed the surroundings. The adversary must be acutely aware of the timing of the poison's onset. Judging by the timing, they likely would not stray far from you, keeping their distance within a day's journey. However, this raises a question. How would the poisoner ascertain your location? Unless, Alan intoned gravely, they know where you intend to go. Lucy paused. "Are you suggesting Emily?" Ever since Mike orchestrated a scheme to eliminate Alan before the death arena commenced, Lucy had severed ties with her small group, leaving only Emily by her side. Likewise, only Emily was privy to their assembly methods. More crucially, to date, there had been no news of Emily's demise, nor had she made an appearance. Consequently, she bore the greatest suspicion. Lucy found it difficult to believe, but was not naive enough to dismiss the possibility. Although Emily appeared kind-hearted and harmless, representing a district in the death arena, who would assume she was uncomplicated? If she were truly so virtuous, she would have been eliminated during training camp long ago. Yet, Lucy could not fathom how Emily had managed to navigate this. Stay here and do not move. It would be prudent to find a hidden spot to conceal yourself, lest someone take advantage of your vulnerability. Take care of yourself. I will seek out that person, Alan declared. Under normal circumstances, the adversary would still possess an antidote to threaten you when necessary. In truth, your best course of action would be to distance yourself from me. If you become embroiled in this matter, you too may find yourself in peril. Lucy shrugged. Ultimately, our alliance was only meant to last until we eliminated others. Now, it has become exceedingly difficult for me to fulfill the role of an ally. Chapter 33. Anticipation. Have you ever considered that upon witnessing your current state, I might be compelled to take drastic action? After all, eliminating a competitor ranked third would yield substantial benefits for me, Alan suddenly remarked. Lucy pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. I must admit, I hadn't thought of that at all. Precisely. Which is why you chose to come here as per our original agreement. You instinctively placed your trust in me, and thus, I too shall not abandon you. Alan turned, the gentle sunlight casting a warm glow upon his profile. Despite the bloodstains marring his face, it bore no trace of malice. Instead, it radiated a sense of reassurance and trustworthiness. With a bright smile, Alan waved his hand before turning away, ascending the hillside until he vanished from Lucy's sight. Lucy felt a rush of warmth bloom on her pale cheeks as she smiled foolishly. Not going to abandon you? That sounds truly wonderful. Well then, I suppose I must behave and find a place to hide. I cannot afford to be taken down. Lucy leaned against a tree trunk to stand upright. The poison coursing through her veins was not particularly severe, and she was suppressing it with her own source power. Although her physical strength had diminished, it was not to the extent that she could not move. Her steps, however, were somewhat unsteady. After taking a few steps forward, a gust of wind swept past Lucy. Her eyes suddenly gleamed with a fierce light as she raised her handgun, swiftly pointing it behind her. The gun's muzzle revealed a shadowy figure. It is I, Your Highness. A large hand pressed down on the gun's barrel, belonging to a formidable elder with hair and beard as white as snow. His iron-like physique seemed forged from steel, with skin glistening like metal under the sun. He wore a black-fitted suit and brown leather armor, carrying two broad swords crossed upon his back, each adorned with a single wing spreading in opposite directions. Teacher? Lucy's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered. How did you find me? Your Highness, you have acted most recklessly, participating in the Federation's death arena and even bribing officials to impersonate a child. If your father were to discover this, he would surely be furious, the elder admonished, shaking his head disapprovingly. Lucy huffed through her nose. My father has no time to concern himself with me. You are his most beloved, the elder replied, furrowing his brow. Lucy wrinkled her nose. He loves those women. Not me. Yet he bestowed the golden rose upon you. That is because only I can wield the golden rose, Lucy asserted defiantly. But as soon as she finished speaking, a violent cough erupted from her. The elder's eyes brightened, shining like silver flames. Your Highness, you have been poisoned? Without waiting for a response, he grasped one of Lucy's arms and opened her palm. He extended a finger, from which a silvery source power ignited. The light coalesced into a slender silver needle, which he gently inserted into Lucy's palm. Instantly, silvery patterns spread from her palm like a circuit, coursing through her entire body. Fortunately, it is not a potent poison, the elder said as he retracted the source needle and produced a small box from within his armor. He opened the box and retrieved a syringe filled with a blue liquid. The elder injected the antidote into Lucy's arm, pressing all of it into her. After a moment, the pallor on Lucy's face began to fade, a hint of color returning to her cheeks. There we are, within an hour. The toxins within your Highness will be completely purged. However, you must tell me who had the audacity to poison you. The elder's tone now held a hint of menace. Lucy shrugged. That is a question I cannot answer. I do not know who did it. In that case, your Highness, please accompany me, the elder insisted, frowning. I bear the responsibility for your safety and cannot allow you to continue this recklessness. All right. Lucy blinked and wrapped her arms around the elder's hand, shaking it playfully. Teacher, I promise to return with you, but you must give me a little more time. Your Highness. The elder's voice rose slightly, his eyes widening, emanating authority without anger. Regardless, I cannot return with you now, Lucy said, hands on her hips. The elder sighed in frustration. Why is that? Because I made a promise to wait for someone else's return. That little brat? The elder shook his head. Your Highness, he is merely a surface dweller. What could possibly justify risking your life for him? Marquis Metarin, my decision is final, Lucy declared in a tone that brooked no argument. In any case, after the death arena concludes, I shall return with you. The elder's expression froze. Lucy's shift from addressing him as teacher to Marquis indicated a change in her stance. He could only manage a wry smile. Very well, since your Highness has made up her mind, I shall accompany you for your protection. Moreover, Your Highness, this is the first time you have called me by my name. Is that boy truly so important to you? Lucy replied apologetically, I'm sorry, teacher. It's just that he is my friend, and he is someone I look forward to seeing again. Someone worth looking forward to? Matarin mused. Very well, Your Highness. I shall keep a watchful eye to see what merits your anticipation of this boy. Alan suddenly felt a chill creep up his spine. He instinctively lowered his body, hiding behind a thicket, cautiously scanning his surroundings. Just moments ago, he had felt as if a malevolent wolf was stalking him, causing the hair on the back of his neck to stand on end. Yet, the surrounding forest remained eerily quiet, save for the occasional rustle of leaves as the wind passed through. Could it be a mere figment of my imagination? He wondered, shaking his head before rising once more. He began moving towards the northwestern woods. The eastern and southern directions were both open plains, devoid of cover. If someone wished to follow Lucy to seize an opportunity, they would undoubtedly avoid such conspicuous areas. Thus, the dense forest to the northwest presented itself as the most prudent choice. Considering the estimated time of the poison's onset, the distance from the poisoner would not exceed 30 kilometers. Beyond that range, Alan found it difficult to imagine how the assailant could reach Lucy's hiding spot within the limited time frame of 15 hours. In fact, this distance would likely be even shorter, significantly reducing the difficulty of Alan's search. He concealed his tactical knife in the underbrush and climbed to the top of a tall tree. As he emerged from the foliage, Alan beheld a vast expanse of forest. To the east, the sun blazed brightly, while the northern tree limbs swayed with the wind, creating waves of leaves. The forest appeared tranquil, and just as Alan prepared to retreat, a flock of birds suddenly took to the sky from approximately a kilometer to the northwest. Alan swiftly descended from the tree, retrieved his tactical knife, and stealthily made his way toward the direction of the birds. Clearly, there was human activity nearby, which had startled the birds. Regardless of whether it was the poisoner, the close proximity of this activity necessitated verification, and if necessary, decisive action. A kilometer was a mere 5-minute trek for Alan. As he approached the vicinity, he heard a girl's startled cry. Immediately, he halted and climbed to the crown of a nearby ancient tree. Just as he concealed himself among the leaves, he spotted a girl running towards him. Suddenly, a spear was hurled, landing at her feet. The girl stopped abruptly, and with a whoosh, 3 more spears fell, cutting off her escape route. The girl below the tree was none other than Emily. She turned her back to Alan, obscuring her expression, but her rapid breathing revealed her anxiety. Emerging from behind a nearby camphor tree were 2 boys. The boy in the lead had light brown curly hair and a youthful, freckled face. He held a spear in his hand, clearly the one who had blocked Emily's path. Another tall black youth, adorned with a head of golden short hair and a lip ring, gazed at Emily with a mocking expression. Alan swiftly recalled their profiles in his mind. The boy wielding the javelin was Rafi, while the other black youth was Cannon. Both of them possessed abilities that were merely average, yet in Alan's eyes, they radiated a source of power akin to the ethereal morning mist. Within them, for luminous points flickered. Alan had come to understand that not everyone's source of power was perceptible. For instance, he could only see Hutton's power when it was in use, unlike Lieutenant Ron and his companions, whose powers were distinctly visible. Generally, the intensity of the visible light correlated directly with the level of one's power, which meant that a boy like Rafi, possessing only 4 vortices of power, emitted neither a bright nor clear glow. Of course, Alan's own abilities were not significantly superior. 2 individuals with 4 levels of power were manageable, he mused. After all, Joe and Hella were no weaker than the 2 before him. He held his breath, concealing his presence, and observed the unfolding situation. Well, Emily, you cannot escape, Cannon sneered. I wager you wish to rendezvous with Lucy for her protection. Rafi twirled the javelin lightly, his voice cold as he said, reveal Lucy's location, or would you prefer to have Cannon extract it from you through torment? Though I assure you, it would be an unpleasant experience. Are you seeking trouble with Lucy? Emily's voice was melodious, yet her hand, hidden behind her back, quietly slipped a dagger from her sleeve. Rafi and Cannon remained oblivious to this, but Alan caught sight of the dagger, his gaze towards Emily sharpening with caution. I can tell you where she is, and I assure you, you will find it easy to handle her. Emily's voice trembled delicately. She should be struggling to protect herself right now. If you strike, she will have no chance to resist. Oh, why is that? Rafi furrowed his brow. She is a formidable opponent. I do not believe she is so easily dealt with. Even the most formidable adversary is rendered powerless when poisoned, Emily stated boldly. Chapter 34. Machination. Upon hearing Emily's words, Alan, perched in the canopy of an ancient tree, realized that his suspicions had indeed been confirmed. The one who had poisoned Lucy was none other than this seemingly innocent and kind-hearted girl before him. Among the many things Alan detested, betrayal was high on the list. Although every participant in the death arena was fundamentally an enemy of one another, they were allies until the league's relationship was dissolved. As allies, mutual assistance was expected. Yet, Emily not only harbored no intention of helping, but had aimed to eliminate Lucy from the very beginning. However, Alan felt little surprise. In an environment dictated by life and death decisions, human nature or trust was rarely held in the highest regard. His resolve to eliminate the girl only intensified. But that depended on whether Emily could survive the hands of the two boys before her. You say Lucy was poisoned? Rafi laughed heartily as if he had heard a particularly amusing jest. Emily, if you're going to fabricate a lie, at least make it somewhat credible. Before the game began, when did you have the chance to poison Lucy? And after the game commenced, the distance between you two has been too great. You haven't even met yet, let alone poisoned her. So, you see, your lie is riddled with flaws. Emily shrugged off his skepticism. You are mistaken on one point. Lucy was poisoned before the game began. Impossible, Rafi asserted vehemently. Even if your relationship with Lucy were exceptionally close, there was no opportunity for such a thing. Of course, Lucy was no fool. She would never allow anyone the chance to poison her. But what if it was someone she trusted who had betrayed her? For instance, her mentor, Aisha? Emily whispered. Now that is even more absurd, Cannon interjected, pointing to his own head. Emily, are you insulting our intelligence? If Aisha poisoned Lucy and the committee found out, her fate would be dire. I don't know what kind of benefit you could possibly offer Aisha to make her do such a thing. My words aren't finished. The poison was administered by Aisha. But what if she was unaware that it was toxic? Ultimately, Aisha was merely a conduit, a tool. Emily spoke in a calm tone. My mentor, Mr. Hani, is Aisha's lover. I asked him to secretly swap the enhancement potion meant for Lucy with another substance while visiting Aisha. Oh, so Mr. Hani is still obedient to you? Rafi replied with a hint of sarcasm. Of course, it isn't that simple. Mr. Hani simply enjoys the sound of my dulcet tones when I am beneath him. I bring him joy, and coupled with other advantages, he doesn't mind lending me this little favor. Rafi and Cannon exchanged glances. Just as Alan in the treetop had not anticipated the complexity of the situation, realizing that Emily was indeed a girl of profound cunning. Well then, Emily, we believe you, Rafi said, twirling a javelin. But don't you think that eliminating both you and Lucy would be a splendid choice? No, that would deprive you of some amusement. Emily extended her left hand, revealing a rectangular metal box. Inside is Lucy's antidote. This can be used as leverage against her. If she wishes to survive, she will comply with any of your demands. Any, Emily emphasized, adding, as long as you let me go, it is yours. Rafi and Cannon's throats involuntarily bobbed, evidently. It was far more intriguing to have Lucy fulfill their every request than to kill her. Especially when considering Lucy's long, slender legs. Both boys felt their breaths growing heavier. Deal. Put that down, and then get as far away as you can. You should pray, Emily, pray that we do not cross paths again. After exchanging glances, Rafi and Cannon understood each other's intentions. Rafi stepped forward and added, and leave Lucy's coordinates. I do not know the exact coordinates, but if you head in this direction, you are sure to find her. Emily pointed westward, then tossed the box containing the antidote to the ground. She began to retreat step by step, and as she had backed off several paces, she suddenly turned and ran. Just as she moved, a sharp sound came from behind her. Emily screamed as she swept her concealed dagger backward. The clang of metal resounded. She had deflected Rafi's javelin. However, in doing so, she had altered its trajectory, causing her to fall to the ground. Emily was clever, but her physical strength was lacking. Just as she hit the ground, blood erupted from her calf, and a brutal gunshot rang out simultaneously. The shot came from Cannon's rough firearm, which had a bore larger than a typical gun. The bullet tearing a gaping wound in Emily's leg, shattering her bone. You have broken your promise. Emily's face turned pale, her breathing rapid. Rafi approached leisurely, picking up one of the javelins stuck in the ground. He then came to Emily's side, using the gun's tip to lift her chin. What is a promise? Can it be eaten? Emily laughed bitterly. I knew you bastards wouldn't keep your word. I'm not afraid to tell you that the antidote is a sham. Rafi's expression shifted dramatically, and he slapped Emily across the face. Wretched girl, hand over the antidote. Do you think I'm a fool? If I hand it over, will you then kill me? Emily laughed triumphantly. Her smile faded abruptly as Rafi drove a bullet into her right palm, pinning her to the ground. He then began to search her body, saying, Don't get too cocky. Do you think I wouldn't find it myself? You think I would hide it on me? Fool. Emily spat blood at him. Indeed, Rafi searched her thoroughly, even in some private areas, yet found nothing suspicious. Seeing the smug look on Emily's face, Cannon aimed his gun at her forehead. However, Rafi pressed down on the gun's barrel, coldly stating, Emily, you shouldn't provoke us. If you wish to die, that is simple enough, but I want to make your life a living hell. With that, He used the gun's tip to sever her tendons. And Emily's eyes widened in horror. What are you doing? Leaving you here, Emily. Rafi patted her cheek. You should be grateful for our mercy. I won't kill you. But you won't be able to go anywhere, watching yourself slowly perish or be devoured piece by some dangerous creature. No, you can't do this. Emily screamed. For compared to such torment, death seemed a merciful release. But Rafi and Cannon ignored her, gathering their belongings before heading towards the western edge of the forest. As indicated by Emily, once they had departed, Alan descended from the tree and approached Emily. Seeing Alan, Emily was taken aback, her expression quickly transforming into one of eerie calmness. Did you hear everything? Alan remained silent, merely nodding. Save me, and I will give you the real antidote. I have hidden it in a nearby tree hollow. Take me there, and I shall provide it to you. Emily pleaded, clinging to him like a drowning person grasping for the last straw. Alan squatted down, saying, Tell me the location, I will retrieve it myself. He stared intently into her eyes, and Emily's expression shifted. She ultimately smiled bitterly. All right, I was lying to you. Alan nodded, standing up and preparing to leave. Wait, don't you want to kill me? Emily shouted from behind. I do, but I find the idea of those two more appealing, Alan replied candidly. No. I don't want to die like this. Alan, you want to save Lucy, don't you? I will give you the real antidote. I beg you, kill me. Emily cried out in despair, fully aware that Alan would not spare her. For her, death was the only relief from her suffering. Do you think I would still fall for your tricks? Alan furrowed his brow. This time it was for real. The antidote was concealed within my dagger, and the hilt is movable, Emily exclaimed. Alan's gaze swept over to the dagger beside the girl. He approached, picking it up for inspection. Indeed, the hilt was movable, revealing a hollow compartment. From within the hilt slid a glass vial containing a blue liquid, its smooth surface reflecting the girl's visage. Emily said, See, I did not deceive you. Now, please grant me a swift end, I implore you. Stowing away the antidote, Alan crouched down, gently grasping the girl's neck. He shook his head, saying, You should not have done this. Emily smiled faintly. You would not understand, Alan. I hope you survive until the end. But you may find that perhaps dying from the very beginning is a fine conclusion. Her voice abruptly ceased, and as she uttered her final word, Alan snapped her neck. The smile on the girl's face froze. Perhaps she was right. In this merciless battlefield, living did not necessarily equate to greater happiness than death. Yet to live was to harbor hope. Alan would not relinquish hope. He not only wished to survive, but to emerge victorious. As for how to resolve the entanglement between him and Lucy, he was not yet willing to contemplate. Lucy was the first friend he genuinely desired to befriend. It was this girl who had shown him a glimmer of sunlight. If possible, he wished that this ray of light could shine eternally. However, in the present moment, he would not forget the blood-stained memories. The eyes of Bai Fong and his mother's ring constantly reminded him of what he ought to do. If he were ever compelled to make a choice, Alan knew precisely how he would decide. Fortunately, the time for such a choice had not yet arrived. Alan suddenly felt a tinge of gratitude towards Rafi and Cannon, for their presence allowed him to momentarily set aside this troubling dilemma. The two youths were naturally on his list of those to eliminate, a list that remained lengthy. At least, before reaching the name Lucy. Alan had many tasks yet to accomplish. Yet even he could not deny that he could not conceive a method to remove Lucy from that list. It felt like an unsolvable knot. Chapter 35. The hunt. The forest appeared endless. Sunlight reluctantly filtered through the dense foliage, casting delicate beams upon the gnarled roots and scattered stones that littered the ground. The air was thick with the scent of moss mingled with decaying leaves, growing more pronounced as they ventured deeper. One foot stepped onto a flat stone, only to slip upon the moss that clung to its surface. Cannon fell to the ground, and the furious young black boy nearly drew his revolver to obliterate the wretched stone beneath him. A metallic spear suddenly pressed gently against his hand, the cold metal cooling the rising heat of his anger. Rafi quietly cautioned, Don't act rashly, unless you wish to alert Lucy to our presence. Rafi, perhaps that wench has deceived us. She has lied before, Cannon retorted, sheathing his revolver but not without delivering 2 more kicks to the stone in frustration. Rafi shook his head. I do not share your view. Emily is not formidable. You witnessed her fall with ease. She lacks the capacity for self-defense. Yet she ventured here alone. She must be heading to meet Lucy, which means just then, Rafi's peripheral vision caught a flicker of movement. Alert! He turned his gaze to a low thicket approximately 20 meters away. The underbrush suddenly rustled, prompting Rafi to signal Cannon. The two lowered themselves and stealthily encircled the area. Behind the thicket, they found nothing but moss-covered stones and roots protruding from the ground. Cannon shrugged, indicating there was no trace. However, Rafi crouched down, probing into the underbrush. Moments later, he emerged with a torn piece of fabric, its edges frayed as if snagged by branches. Rafi raised his find to cannon, and they continued the pursuit. 10 minutes later, they discovered a shallow footprint pressed into the mossy stones. It seemed their quarry was in a hurry, leaving increasingly evident traces. Following these signs, they arrived at the remains of a dead tree, reduced to a parched trunk with a dark, rotting hole. The surrounding thicket unnaturally parted, as if something had forced its way through. Standing at the entrance of the tree hollow, they peered inside, where a faint silhouette could be discerned in the dim light. Rafi exchanged a glance with Cannon, and they struck simultaneously. A spear flew from Rafi's grip, while Cannon unleashed a volley towards the hollow. Since they could not obtain the antidote and did not expect Lucy to comply with their demands, they resolved to eliminate this third-ranked girl to prevent complications. In an instant, a cloud of crimson mist erupted from within the hollow. The confined space left no room for even Lucy to evade. Still, Rafi was prudent. He ceased fire and instructed Cannon to remain outside while he ventured into the hollow. He leaped forward, traversing the thicket, but as he descended into the hollow, a sharp pain shot through his foot. Looking down, he discovered a cluster of jagged bones embedded in the ground. The shards were razor-sharp, piercing through his shoe sole, leaving him with a mere cut, at worst, a minor injury. Yet, it was evidently a trap, especially as deeper within. His spear had impaled a piece of clothing against the wall of the hollow, and a young fawn lay lifeless on the ground, intensifying the sense of peril. Just as Rafi intended to signal Cannon outside, he suddenly found himself unable to vocalize, his limbs losing control. As he collapsed, he noticed the faint purple glow emanating from the tips of the bone fragments beneath him. Poison? Rafi was horrified, finally comprehending his predicament. Outside the hollow, upon witnessing Rafi's sudden fall, Cannon sensed trouble. Before he could identify the trap's architect, Alan burst forth from a nearby thicket, mere 10 meters away. As soon as he appeared, Alan hurled his tactical knife like a spear toward Cannon. The blade sliced through the air with a sharp shriek. Cannon immediately rolled to the side and fired his weapon. Alan's onslaught was upon him before he could pull the trigger again. Cannon's bullet struck Alan's blade, the impact causing his hand to ache with the force. However, Cannon found himself without the opportunity for a second shot as Alan closed the distance. With a fierce shout, the young black boy aimed a kick at Alan's midsection. But Alan, with a glint of amusement in his eyes, swiftly evaded the attack, leaving Cannon grasping at thin air. In that moment, Cannon felt himself lifted from the ground, the world spinning bizarrely before his eyes. He finally glimpsed Alan and his own lifeless body, decapitated by the very knife he had aimed at his opponent. The entire encounter transpired within mere seconds. Cannon could have fired at least 2 shots, but Alan's preemptive strike with his tactical knife had disrupted him. Had he the chance to relive the moment, perhaps he would have risked being impaled by the knife to shoot at Alan, altering the outcome entirely. Alas, there is no room for what-ifs in this world. Thus, Cannon met his demise while Alan seized his revolver, delivering the bullet that had remained unfired to Rafi in the hollow. Rafi was a cautious individual. This was evident in his reluctance to engage in reckless combat even against a weaker adversary like Emily, preferring to employ cunning from the shadows. Ironically, it was this very caution that led to his downfall. Had he not ventured into the hollow to confirm Lucy's demise, he would not have stepped upon the bone shards laced with Alan's neurotoxin. In exchange for Rafi's life, Alan deemed the transaction worthwhile, contemplating the potential for additional exchanges in the future. The hunt concluded, and as Alan returned to Lucy's hideout, dusk had fallen. The twilight cast a muted yellow glow upon the ground, just as he descended from the grassy slope. A chilling handgun was pressed against his temple in the fleeting moment of light and shadow. The gun was withdrawn as Lucy whispered, "You've returned." Alan shook his head. "Didn't I tell you to hide?" "Hiding is not my style," Lucy replied, shaking her gun. "I prefer combat as my option." "Let your options go to hell," Alan retorted, producing the antidote he had taken from Emily. He tossed it to Lucy. "Drink it." Perhaps it was the shadows that lent her a different aura, but Alan felt Lucy seemed less frail than before. This time, she obediently accepted the vial, pouring its contents into her mouth without hesitation. Alan could not help but interject. "Aren't you going to test it? What if it's poison?" "I trust you," Lucy replied nonchalantly. Those 4 simple words struck a chord deep within Alan's heart, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lucy regarded him quizzically. "What is wrong with you? You're not poisoned, are you?" "Of course not," he stammered. "Why would I be?" "Then why's your face so flushed?" "Oh, I see. Little Alan, are you thinking of something naughty?" "I'm not thinking anything of the sort." "Stop saying that," he protested, brushing aside her teasing hand. "I'm just a bit tired. I took down 3 people this afternoon." He paused, adding, "Emily is dead." Lucy nodded. "I know." "You know?" She was a clever girl, but her intelligence was her undoing. Lucy waved the empty vial in her hand. "She must have hidden this antidote. Since you obtained it, she is undoubtedly dead, regardless of your methods." "Then how did she manage it?" "Mr. Hannibal, Alan hinted succinctly. Lucy's thoughts raced like lightning, and she quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Had they exploited Teacher Aisha? Indeed, they had swapped the enhancement potion you were using. No wonder. Lucy shook her head, dismissing the thought. Let us not dwell on that. What are our plans, my great hero? First, we need to secure some food. Secondly, we shall depart from here tomorrow and find a place to hide for a couple of days. Alan had already begun to clear the nearby grassland, preparing to kindle a fire. Once you are fully recovered, we will seek out trouble with others. I quite like this plan, Lucy exclaimed with a snap of her fingers. As they ignited the bonfire and dined on their evening meal, a metallic sphere descended from the treetops, landing above their heads. From beneath the sphere, several lasers shot down, swiftly constructing a screen. The screen showcased a looping display of several figures, deceased youths. The tournament was broadcasting the entirety of the Death Arena live, and each night, these metallic spheres would appear near the survivors to announce the list of the deceased. Naturally, after revealing the names, the spheres would hastily depart. They flew at an astonishing speed, rendering any youth attempting to track their competitors via the spheres unable to keep pace. After the death list had cycled through 3 times, the base of the sphere closed, and the luminous screen vanished. The sphere ascended into the night sky, emitting several slender blue flames before promptly disappearing into the darkness. The recently announced death toll had reached 14. Out of 22 youths, within less than 2 days, only 8 remained. Historically, this was considered the norm for death arenas. In the initial 3 days, the majority of participants would be eliminated, leaving only the elite. Typically, it was only at this juncture that the death arena would truly reach its climax. For the remaining youths, the real test of life and death was about to commence. The following day, after erasing all traces of their campsite, Alan led Lucy away. They traveled northward, crossing a sprawling plain over the course of the day. By midday of the next day, they discovered a river valley. The valley slope rose at a 45-degree angle towards the sky, with a swiftly flowing river below. A great river meandered in from the northeast, making a dramatic 90-degree turn at the base of the slope, flowing northward, eventually vanishing into an expansive forest. Standing atop the slope, Alan gazed into the distance and remarked, "Let us pause here for a couple of days." Chapter 36, Adele number 1 and No. 2 have arrived at the Urgent Bay Valley. Number 3 has entered the Mustang Fountain. Number 18, number 9, and number 5 have entered the Roosevelt Canyon. Number 13 has entered the Prism Lake Bay. Number 14 has reached the Bad Boy Fire Zone. Report, all coordinates have been confirmed. The vast command center of the Death Arena resembles a grand hall, an expansive space capable of accommodating hundreds, filled with rows of circular intelligent brain units. Each unit is operated by a staff member, while on the command bridge, Altais holds onto the railing, surveying the scene below like a captain. In the midst of all the operational units, a 3-dimensional hologram of Yellowstone Park is generated by the Intelligent Brain S laser. It can summon images from every corner of the competition area as needed, with over 30,000 surveillance nodes ensuring that there are no blind spots in this vast expanse. The movements of each youth are laid bare before the committee's watchful eyes. However, this surveillance system is not infallible. Some powerful individuals can use their source energy to interfere with these surveillance nodes, achieving a form of alternative invisibility. Nevertheless, the highest level of ability among the youths in this area is only level 6. Those who have yet to construct even the first genetic circuit cannot possibly elude this surveillance system known as the Heavenly Eye. Altais gazes at the hologram, where the coordinates of the youths are marked with red light points. He nods and says, "Very well, let these youngsters roam freely for a few days. We shall make further arrangements later. It is only the 3rd day, and we must not hasten the climax." He then inquires about any changes in recent capital injections. Turning to his assistant, a bespectacled fellow with a voluminous hairstyle, the assistant quickly flips through the records on the intelligent brain, reporting, "Overall capital injection has increased by 32. My lord, and specifically, what about our young Master Alan?" Altais casually asks, adjusting his attire in preparation to leave. The assistant follows closely behind, responding, "No. 1's capital injection has increased by over 1 million, but most of it comes from the public betting stations. Overall, aside from BetScod's heavy bet, there have been no substantial capital investments. This is quite normal. Historically, the individual ranked first in the death arena tends to perish the fastest. Our young Master Alan has been performing remarkably well. However, the rest are no ordinary contenders." Altais steps into the elevator, and the assistant hastily follows. "You are quite right, my lord. However, number 3's capital injection has notably increased as well. In addition to Alexander's original 30 million, he now has over 10 million more. This sum comes from those nobles who seem to hold Mr. Main's investment in high regard." A bunch of trend followers, Altais remarks casually. Suddenly, The assistant appears to have made a discovery, exclaiming, "Young Master Alan's account has received an additional bet, a single sum of 10 million. Altai's expression stiffens. "Can we trace the betting account?" "Certainly. Please hold on." The assistant quickly selects a few buttons, and after a moment, he answers, "Found it. The betting account belongs to the Morrison family." "Ah, it's Adele." The assistant looks up. "Adele Morrison, my lord? The third heir of the Morrison family? What is that little enchantress doing here?" Altai furrows his brow, pondering. The Morrison family is also a prominent clan, traditionally allied with the Betsgod family. Perhaps this is old Kate's idea? The assistant suggests. Altai waves his hand dismissively. Perhaps. Who can fathom the thoughts of these noble lords? Just as I cannot comprehend why Old Horn would place a heavy bet on an obscure little fellow. Perhaps that is Old Horn's illegitimate son on the surface? In the afternoon, the sunlight is just right. The brilliant rays cast a golden glow on the open terrace, illuminating a pair of long legs elegantly perched on the intricately carved railing. 10 perfectly manicured toes, painted a striking red, resemble red agate blooming on soft velvet. The straight lines of her legs converge, extending downward, with the roots of her thighs hidden beneath a flowing robe. The hem of the robe brushes the ground, embroidered with a cluster of blooming red roses. Strangely, the embroidery seems to emphasize the thorns of the roses, each sharp spike appearing as if it could pierce one's eyes. The owner of those beautiful legs holds a poetry collection, its dark red hardcover adorned with a delicate golden pattern. The book obscures her face, revealing only a cascade of light brown hair that flows like waves over her shoulders. Under the sunlight, this brown hair shimmers with a dazzling luster. At that moment, a girl dressed as a maid, around 13 or 14 years old, rushes out from the loft behind the terrace. The girl possesses a sweet appearance. Her black and white maid uniform accentuates her well-developed curves, especially the pronounced swell at her chest, which strains against the collar. With beautiful legs clad in black stockings, she is undoubtedly captivating. "Why the rush, my dear little Sophie?" The girl lowers the poetry collection, revealing her youthful face to the sunlight. She slightly furrows her brows, but as she becomes accustomed to the light, her features gradually relax. She is a strikingly beautiful girl, comparable in age to the maid, with exquisite facial features and lips as red as flames. Her black eyes are devoid of any impurities upon prolonged gaze. It feels as though one's soul might be drawn into those abyss-like orbs. The girl raises her eyebrows, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, exuding a wild spirit. Miss Adele the maid rushes to her side, panting as she places her hands on her legs, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of what lies beneath her collar. The girl whistles playfully. "My little Sophie, you are becoming increasingly beautiful. No wonder my brothers always seem to focus on your chest and backside when they look at you." The maid's cheeks flush. "Miss Adele, I have placed the 10 million bet on number 1 as you requested. However, miss, please don't let Sophie do such things again. That's a considerable amount." Before she can finish her sentence, Adele pulls her closer. Sophie gasps, finding herself seated upon Adele's lap. Adele, like a frivolous nobleman, closes her eyes and inhales deeply near Sophie's ear. The rush of air makes the young maid feel unbearably uncomfortable, compounded by the fact that Adele's hand is mischievously exploring up her thigh. "It's just 10 million. Why are you so nervous? However, every time I see you tense up like a rabbit, I find it to be the most amusing thing." Adele giggles, playfully nibbling on Sophie's earlobe. The maid lets out a soft moan, her body becoming weak. She squirms uneasily. "Please, miss, this is too visible. Who dares to look at me? I'll gouge their eyes out." Adele exclaims fiercely, her hands continuing their explorations beneath the maid's skirt. There are no shortage of scandalous affairs among the nobility, and Adele's nature is as wild as that of a boy. As her maid, Sophie has no idea how many liberties she has allowed her mistress to take. But today, she senses that Adele's interest is particularly heightened, her fingers more nimble than usual, rendering her body extraordinarily sensitive. Just as Sophie feels herself on the verge of dissolving into water, and the situation is about to spiral out of control, a knock echoes from the loft. Sophie seizes this lifeline, instantly leaping up. "I'll go answer the door." "Ugh, what a buzzkill!" Adele raises an eyebrow. Sophie, like a startled rabbit, dashes away, returning moments later to report, "Miss, Lord Kate requests your presence in the study." "Understood. Help me change my clothes." Adele rose from her seat and nonchalantly discarded her robe. To her astonishment, she found herself clad in nothing underneath. Sophie, taken aback, exclaimed, "Miss, you must undress inside the room." Adele retorted, "Why? Don't you know the importance of soaking up the sun? Besides, in my domain, who dares to gaze indiscriminately? They would be risking their eyesight." With an air of indifference, Adele sauntered into the attic. Sophie hastily retrieved garments, assisting Adele in donning them. Moments later, the full-length mirror reflected Adele, now adorned in a hunting outfit. A brown leather jacket paired with a white shirt cinched at the waist, complemented by a black tie. The image before her exuded vitality and vigor. Sophie styled Adele's hair high, revealing her smooth forehead. Coupled with the wildness in Adele's demeanor, she resembled a poised young lad. "All right, be good and tidy up while I return. I need to check on grandfather," Adele said, playfully pinching Sophie's chest before departing the attic, leaving the pale-faced maid behind. Upon entering the study, Adele's expression brightened at the sight of several boys her age. She even made a fist gesture, prompting one slightly older boy, Jace, her brother, to clamp his legs together in alarm. A few days prior, in a drunken stupor, he had dared to lay hands on Adele, only to receive a fierce kick to his groin, rendering him sober and bedridden for several days. Observing his granddaughter's crude gesture, old Kate pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation, removing his glasses to say, "Adele, I have heard that you have utilized 1 million in personal funds?" Adele plopped onto the opposite sofa, crossing her legs and casting a sidelong glance at her brother. "Did these two imbeciles inform you, grandfather?" She retorted. "Adele," Jace bellowed, "do not be so audacious. If you had managed to increase the family's profits by 20% in just 2 years as I have, you might be entitled to such audacity. If you lack that capability, then silence yourself, you fool," Adele replied with a roll of her eyes. Chapter 37. A double benefit. Old Kate gazed with a throbbing headache at his exuberant and headstrong granddaughter, Adele, who undoubtedly shone the brightest among the third-generation heirs of the family. In terms of source power, combat skills, and the ability to manage the family, she was the epitome of excellence amongst her peers. If one were to identify a flaw, it would be her wild, untamed spirit, coupled with her position as a woman. Had Adele been a boy, old Kate would have unhesitatingly nominated her as the primary heir. Yet she was not. And old Kate acknowledged that being a woman did not inherently imply inferiority to men. However, it was equally undeniable that they were often constrained in certain areas, not by ability, but by the limitations imposed by gender. Throughout the over 400 years of the Federation's history, there had been several female presidents. However, these women typically served short tenures, often streaking through the political realm like meteors, leaving behind a brilliant mark before fading into obscurity. Thus, in old Kate's heart, he held a deep affection for Adele. Nevertheless, he was resolute that, even if the preceding heirs were lacking, he would not allow Adele to take the reins of the family. Ultimately, her future would be confined to that of an elder, a fate that was all but certain. As for Jace and his brother, they were not as inept as Adele claimed. It was merely that her brilliance eclipsed their own. In old Kate's estimation, either of them could succeed to the leadership. Even if they lacked ambition, they could still maintain the family's legacy. Clearing his throat, old Kate remarked, "All right, Adele, let us discuss the destination of those funds. They are your private assets, yet the amount is substantial enough for me to inquire." "Nothing much, Grandpa. I simply placed a bet with them," Adele replied nonchalantly. "A bet?" Old Kate raised an eyebrow. "On the death arena? Who did you wager on?" "Number 1, Adele declared proudly. "I have a premonition that I will make a fortune." "Number 1. Jace and his brother exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Adele, have you lost your mind? Everyone knows that the top contender in the death arena usually meets an early demise." "That was in the past," Adele countered, lifting her chin defiantly and refusing to meet her brother's gaze. "Your remarks reveal your lack of discernment in investments and your absence of ambition. My dear brother, perhaps you should pay attention to the news. As of yesterday, number 1 is still alive and has already eliminated 6 opponents. Of course, if it were you, you wouldn't manage to take down even one." "You." Jace sprang to his feet, his face flushed with indignation. Adele yawned lazily. "Moreover, have you not heard that Mr. Horn has also placed a substantial bet on this number 1? Does that mean Mr. Horn has lost his senses as well?" Jace was momentarily speechless. "Jace, sit down," old Kate commanded in a stern tone, adding, "The entire Babylon is aware of Horn's betting activities. But, Adele, look, aside from your reckless wager of 10 million, have you seen anyone else placing significant bets on this youth? I find your actions exceedingly perilous." "Grandpa, you are friends with Mr. Horn, are you not?" Adele inquired. "In all the years you have known him, have you ever witnessed him making a losing investment? I have studied Mr. Horn's life, and nearly every decision he makes, every transaction he undertakes, is almost guaranteed to be profitable. If Mr. Horn were as formidable as you suggest, he would not have allowed Bancord to slip from the ranks of noble families a decade ago," interjected another brother, Ted. "Oh, it seems you have also researched Mr. Horn's exploits." Adele raised an eyebrow. Ted puffed out his chest. "Grandpa always says that we must understand every detail of both our enemies and allies. It is nothing. I merely follow Grandpa's advice." "What did you say?" Ted's face turned crimson, as their sister had an uncanny ability to ignite their tempers with just a few words. Adele, sitting on the sofa, completely disregarded Ted's anger, shrugging her shoulders. You are not deaf. Can you not hear what I am saying? Well, I do not wish to argue with you over this matter. Listen, during the not-so-illustrious maneuvers in Alexandria, Mr. Horn was not defeated. He simply chose not to engage. At that time, he was disheartened, paying no heed to the provocations from the Alexandria family, which resulted in his rankings decline. Yet, even so, Bancord's garden remains resplendent. None of our 5 colonial planets have fallen, and numerous commercial chains continue to operate clandestinely, with family profits steadily rising at a stable rate of 5% each year. Bancord's decline was merely in reputation, not in strength. Their foundation has not been affected in the slightest. Adele straightened her posture slightly. Moreover, based on my observations, Bancord has increased its budget for family military power in recent years. This budget has been gradually rising for the past 5 years. What does this signify, my dear brother? It indicates that Mr. Horn is preparing for action, and Bancord will once again showcase its splendor to all who have underestimated it in Babylon. In the foreseeable future, this family is bound to experience a period of flourishing. It is quite possible that Bancord will reclaim its position among the noble families, even setting its sights on the elite. Not only Jace and Ted, but even Old Kate was deeply shocked by Adele's foresight. After regaining his composure, Old Kate remarked, "But all of this is merely your conjecture. Of course, if I possessed absolute certainty, I would be a prophet, Grandpa." Adele waved her hand dismissively. "Yet for me, this is more than sufficient, let alone the fact that we are friends with Bancord. Even if it were merely a matter of investing 10 million to secure goodwill from a family poised to ascend, I believe this venture is worthwhile. Grandpa, do you not think that our Morrison family has lingered too long among the elite, and it is time for us to shift our position?" Old Kate's eyes immediately brightened, and he nodded. "Indeed, it has been too long. It has been precisely 127 years since our Morrison family transitioned from commerce to the ranks of the elite." "Exactly. If we seize this opportunity to latch onto Bancord's impending ascent, even if we do not reach the heights of the elite, mingling with the noble families should not pose a challenge." Adele leaned forward, her body inclined towards her grandfather. "Moreover, Grandpa, are you not intrigued by Mr. Horn's sudden substantial investment? In fact, I happen to know a bit of insider information." Old Kate immediately turned his attention to his granddaughter. Adele deliberately glanced at her 2 brothers, her smile radiant. "But this matter, I wish to share only with you. It is best if outsiders remain unaware." Jace and Ted erupted in fury, both rising to their feet with eyes wide open, their expressions fierce as if they were about to devour Adele whole. Yet, Adele pretended to look pitifully at Kate, knowing full well that her skills would render Jace and Ted powerless even if they combined forces against her. Old Kate subtly shook his head and waved his hand. "You too, leave for now." "Grandpa." Jace's chest heaved as he struggled to voice his thoughts. Yet Ted shook his head, pulling him towards the door. "As fate would have it," Adele added with a smirk, "and please close the door behind you." Once the 2 furious heirs exited, Adele adopted a serious demeanor. "After those youths arrived in Babylon not long ago, Mr. Horn managed to acquire the blood of that boy named Alan through his channels at the training facility. A few days later, he publicly placed a substantial bet on this boy. Grandpa, do you not find it curious that these events might be interconnected? Furthermore, we are all aware of what transpired with the Bancord family a decade ago. If we link these 2 events, Mr. Horn's actions begin to make sense." Old Kate exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that the child is Horn's grandson, the son of Lanny?" Adele nodded and replied, "I can think of no more plausible explanation." A contemplative expression crossed Old Kate's face. Indeed, a significant event had transpired in Babylon a decade ago. However, this incident was confined within the circles of nobility. Horn's beloved daughter, Lanny, had eloped with a common man. This was a profound disgrace among the aristocracy and a severe blow to the reputation of Bancord, leaving Horn despondent. It was well known how dearly Horn cherished his daughter, and he had gone to great lengths to pursue the audacious rogue who dared to covet his treasure. Yet, Lanny steadfastly chose that man. The departure of his daughter devastated Horn, leading to his despair, which allowed Alexander to seize the opportunity. Consequently, Banquard's standing diminished, slipping into the ranks of the lesser gentry. Considering the timeline, Adele's hypothesis was certainly plausible, especially given the implications of blood ties and investments. Old Kate raised her head and said, "So, Horn intends to reclaim his grandson?" "No," Adele corrected. "More precisely, he aims to retrieve the future heir of Bancord. Do not forget, grandfather, that Bancord is currently facing the predicament of lacking a successor. After Horn, none of his sons are capable of shouldering such responsibility. As for the 3rd generation of heirs, they are as ineffectual as my foolish brothers." "Oh, how thoughtless of me. In any case, it is highly likely that Mr. Horn will groom this grandson as a successor, provided he survives the arena of death." "Then we must prepare ourselves," Old Kate nodded. Rest assured, I have already devised a plan. Adele rose, raising her eyebrows, and declared, should Mr. Horn include that boy named Alan in the line of succession, you must arrange my marriage to him, grandfather. With my beauty and abilities, I assure you that Mr. Horn will find no better candidate. Moreover, he would gain the support of our Morrison family. It is essential to recognize that in the resources of a ruler, assistance from the maternal lineage is an invaluable asset. Especially considering the precarious position that young man will face in the future, Mr. Horn would undoubtedly welcome such an alliance. Old Kate nodded once more, contemplating that if Horn were to integrate Alan into the line of succession, it would be no exaggeration to say that he would face adversaries from all sides due to his outsider status. At that juncture, should the Morrison family offer their support, Alan's path to power would be significantly smoother, a prospect that Horn would find most agreeable. Furthermore, this arrangement would conveniently justify the removal of Adele from the succession line. Achieving a dual benefit. Chapter 38. Ambition pushing open the two wooden doors, Adele hummed a tune as she returned to her attic. Perhaps it was her nature, for she had an affinity for heights. Among the opulent rooms of the Morrison family castle, she had claimed the attic located in the right side tower. Inside the room, the maid Sophie was busy cleaning the floor. Upon seeing her mistress return, she curiously inquired, "Why are you in such high spirits, miss?" Adele approached her, playfully caressing her cheek, then seized an apple from the fruit bowl on the table and flopped onto the dark red sofa. She kicked off her hunting boots, curled her smooth feet upon the sofa, and took a bite of the apple, declaring, "Because I have effectively married myself off, dear Sophie. How could I possibly feel otherwise? In fact, I am so elated that I can't help but laugh." Her laughter erupted in a series of melodious peals, leaving the young maid somewhat bewildered. Sophie shook her head and asked, "But why would you do such a thing, miss?" "Because the Morrison family pool is far too small," Adele replied languidly, reclining against the sofa. "Grandfather firmly believes that the patriarch must be a man, despite my capabilities surpassing those of those two foolish boys. Hence, my future could only culminate in a position within the elder council of the family. Perhaps, when the need arises, I might even be wed to some noble heir, forging a powerful alliance through marriage. So I must leap out of this constricted existence, Sophie. Only by doing so can I embrace a broader world. The Biscord family would serve as an excellent springboard. Moreover, I have chosen my intended, who, as rumor has it, once lived among wolves. I am drawn to wild men. He is a creature of an entirely different realm compared to those delicate scions raised in greenhouses. Do you not think it would be utterly fascinating to have such a figure within the aristocratic circle?" Sophie chuckled nervously, inwardly contemplating that the noble circle had already become chaotic with a wild mare like Adele, and now adding a wolf seemed inconceivable. The young maid could hardly fathom such a scene. It surely pertained to the wild, and would not bear any semblance to gentility. Men conquer the world to win over women, and the reverse holds true for us. If he is powerful enough to possess, I would effectively hold dominion over the entire world. Adele propped her legs on the armrest of the sofa, swaying them, causing Sophie's throat to dry. Even if he ultimately remains in obscurity, the connection to the Biscord family would still allow me ample room to maneuver. In conclusion, this transaction is a surefire profit for me. Sophie finally mustered the courage to ask, "Which young master of the Biscord family have you set your sights on, miss?" "The very one I instructed you to place your bets on." "Ah, it is he. But he is not yet. He may not be now, but he could be in the future, provided he survives." At that moment, Adele turned to Sophie, beckoning her with a finger. "Come here, my little Sophie. You know too many of my secrets now. You must find a way to amuse me. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a grave predicament." The young maid was taken aback, knowing her mistress often resorted to playful threats. However, Adele was notorious for her whimsical methods. And even if she did not truly intend harm, the consequences could still be quite disheartening. For instance, being tossed onto some young masteress bed? Fearful, Sophie approached, only to be swiftly pulled onto the sofa by Adele, who teasingly remarked, "Let me see how you've grown, dear girl." Moments later, a gasp escaped Adele's lips. "How could you be so developed?" The exclamation was filled with surprise and a hint of indignation. Meanwhile, Alan remained composed as he faced two saber-toothed wolves. The wolf on the left appeared to be a male, slightly larger, while the female on the right was noticeably smaller but swifter. In the midst of an attack, the more agile female proved to be even more dangerous than her male counterpart. With his tactical long knife and his weapon, the carnage, embedded in the ground, Alan provocatively beckoned the two ferocious beasts. The wolves growled lowly, their hind legs coiling before they lunged at him. Alan's eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity, calm on the surface yet resembling a dormant volcano ready to erupt beneath the serene facade. As the wolves approached, he unleashed a primal roar, reminiscent of his days living amongst the snow wolves, immersed in the ever-present peril of the wilderness. The blood surged within him, mirroring the wolves' fervent desires. akin to Alan's own tumultuous battle spirit that threatened to tear through his chest. With a swift and calculated movement, he kicked the tactical knife, sending it spinning and embedding it between the male wolf and the ground. As the male wolf leapt toward him, the timing of the knife's arrival was impeccable. The blade turned upward, allowing the wolf to effectively impale itself upon it, leaving a long, gaping wound across its soft underbelly. With a mournful howl, the male wolf succumbed to its injuries, its strength draining away along with its blood. The female wolf, however, exhibited a more cautious agility, zigzagging towards Alan, aiming to bite his right leg. Should she succeed, Alan would become an easy target for her slaughter. Unfortunately for her, she miscalculated, her teeth snapping together without finding purchase, leaving her jaw painfully numb. Alan had already pivoted, his body spinning like a top, effortlessly drawing the carnage and sweeping it in a wide arc. The intricate patterns on the weapon glimmered with sudden energy as the blade's edge flashed across the female wolf's neck. Though the blade's brilliance dissipated almost immediately, a tuft of fur floated away, followed by a spray of warm wolf blood. Shaking her head a few times, the female wolf collapsed to the ground, joining her male counterpart in death. Alan stood still, the fervor of battle gradually cooling within him. He took a deep breath, calming the tempest within his blood, and allowed a smile to grace his lips. Having spent 3 days in the valley of the Urgent Bay, he had devoted himself to hunting saber-toothed wolves. By now, he had nearly eradicated them from the area. Initially, he had sustained injuries, but today, he had dispatched 2 wolves in an instant, untouched. This marked a significant advancement. The life and death struggle sharpened his skills far beyond what a month in the training hall could provide. The most notable change was the addition of another source energy vortex, imbued with a taste of bloodlust. Evidently, Hutton had spoken the truth. Relentless slaughter could indeed cultivate source energy rapidly. However, this energy lacked purity and required further refinement. Sustaining oneself through battle reveals no immediate flaws, yet over time, a shaky foundation may emerge, making progress difficult. A towering edifice requires a solid foundation, without sturdy groundwork. How could one aspire to erect grand structures? Thus, Hutton had advised Alan against the path of the berserker. Yet in this moment, Alan found no better alternative. A whistle sounded from behind him, followed by Lucy's voice. Taking on 2 wolves at once? You truly are reckless, boy. I doubt those fellows would pass up the chance to gang up on me for a fair duel if circumstances allowed. Therefore, becoming accustomed to this style of combat is not a bad thing. Turning to face Lucy, Alan queried, "And how do you fare?" Lucy leapt down from a moss-covered stone, exclaiming, "I am better than ever." "Really? Words alone won't suffice. We must test it," Alan suggested, gesturing toward the long knife embedded in the male wolf's belly, indicating he wished to spar with her. With a mischievous grin, Lucy replied, "You little rascal, are you trying to test your sister?" Her words held a double meaning, causing Alan to shake his head in disbelief. Yet Lucy did not press further. She bent down to retrieve the bloodied knife, flicking her wrist to remove some wolf blood before declaring, "Come now, let me see if I can make you cry." With a mischievous smile, Alan refrained from rebuttal, preferring to let his actions speak for themselves. He immediately leaned forward, firmly planting his feet, and launched himself toward Lucy with determination. As he charged, Lucy's smile vanished. With a flick of her wrist, her tactical long knife shimmered ominously, and she unleashed 3 swift strikes aimed at Alan. The blades danced in a deceptive manner, obscuring the true nature of her attack as they threatened his head, face, and chest. Yet, Alan chose to disregard the incoming knife shadows, wielding his weapon, the rampager, in a sweeping arc that cut through the air and collided with Lucy's blade. The sound of clashing steel echoed as Lucy's long knife met the rampager several times. But she found herself overpowered, the force lifting her weapon. With an opening in her defense, Alan's eyes gleamed with intensity. The rampager twisted midair, the arc of its blade returning for a second strike. At this moment, Alan channeled his source energy. Within him, a swirling vortex of energy surged through his veins toward his wrist. Before the first vortex could reach its destination, another vortex surged ahead and collided with the first, amplifying their combined velocity as they raced toward the target in his consciousness. The surge of power was exhilarating. The rampager's blade cut through the air with a deafening roar. Lucy gasped, her mouth forming an O as she positioned her tactical long knife defensively in front of her, pressing down on the spine of the blade while slightly bending her body in a protective stance. Just as the blade was about to connect, Alan altered his strike into a powerful slap, hitting the tactical knife with the body of the rampager. The impact sent Lucy, along with her weapon, sliding backward nearly a meter, her wrist tingling and blood surging. With the rampager resting on his shoulder, Alan beamed at Lucy, his heart brimming with joy. He had been studying the technique of impact barriers taught by Hugh Dunn over the past few days, a method designed to harness the swirling source energy for greater impact. aiming to breach the first layer of the source energy confinement. Although he possessed only 7 swirling sources and could not attempt to breach the barrier, he had successfully employed this technique to amplify his force by colliding the 2 vortices, sending Lucy flying. This demonstrated that understanding the dynamics of source energy is indeed a profound discipline. Mastering effective energy manipulation can significantly enhance one's combat efficacy. Chapter 39. The battle plan. 2 plump cod fish sizzled over the fire, their bodies marked with incisions that allowed the heat of the flames to penetrate, hastening and ensuring a thorough cooking. The fish's fat melted into oil, occasionally splattering onto the fire and sending sparks dancing into the air. Lucy, salivating at the sight of the fish turning golden in the flames, could hardly resist the temptation to reach out and tear off a piece. At that moment, Alan gently swatted her hand away with a twig as they hid near the rapid bend valley. The abundance of cod in this area was notable, especially at the nearly 90-degree bend where the river frequently washed the fish ashore. However, dangerous creatures like the saber-toothed wolves were also drawn to these delectable fish. Alan flipped the cod, removing some of the wood from the fire to temper the flames, allowing them to cook slowly. This method ensured that the fish retained its own oils, resulting in tender, flavorful meat rather than dryness. If seasoning were available, the flavor would be even more exquisite. Yet, they were not camping for pleasure and thus had no seasonings. Still, their meal was far superior to the canned provisions provided by the event organizers. Can we eat yet? I'm about to starve. Lucy gazed at Alan with a look of longing, her eyes sparkling like those of a pitiful puppy. All right, all right. Alan used a clean dagger to slice off a piece of fish, wrapping it in a clean leaf and handing it to Lucy. She immediately took a bite, only to exclaim with tearful eyes, "It's too hot." "Serves you right," Alan chuckled. "Who told you to be so impatient? Just like Lus." "Lus? Who is Lus?" Alan's expression darkened as he continued. "It's nothing. When I was 5, the predators attacked my town. My mother died that night, and afterward, I lived with a pack of snow wolves. Lus was one of them. He was greedy and impatient, but a good fellow. Unfortunately, he too perished, along with the rest." As he spoke, the boy gazed up at the night sky. From Babylon, the heavens appeared exceptionally clear, with the moon hanging in the firmament and the stars cascading like a waterfall, a breathtaking sight. Alan's tilted head revealed a sorrowful profile to Lucy. After a moment, she moved closer, nestling against him. "What are you doing?" he asked, sensing her proximity. "Nothing. I'm just cold and borrowing your warmth," she replied nonchalantly, then inquired. "So what happened next? Did you participate in the death arena?" "Those who killed my wolf pack sold me to a man named Hearn. His son was chosen by the mind of the system and was forced to enter the death arena. Hearn swapped me with his son, but perhaps it was for the best." Alan lowered his gaze, the firelight dancing in his ruby-like eyes. "This is a chance to change my fate, and I intend to seize it. If you emerge victorious in the death arena, what will you do then?" "I will seek revenge on the predators who killed my mother and the hunting group that slaughtered my pack. Moreover, I have something of mine in the possession of their leader. I support you. And what will come after that? After? Perhaps I will establish a hunting group and search for my biological father." Lucy looked up in surprise. "Your father?" "Yes, my mother told me to find him. He should still be alive." "That's good. At least you have family." Alan smiled silently, concealing from Lucy that his search for his father was not motivated by familial bonds, but rather to fulfill his mother's dying wish, to plunge the dagger known as the demon's tribute into that man's body. "Let us not dwell on this. You've recovered. We should leave tomorrow." Lucy nodded, quickly finishing the now-cooled fish and clapping her hands. "Then we need to devise a battle plan. Do you have any ideas?" Alan shook his head, and Lucy sprang up, thumping her chest. "Then I'll take charge of the planning." What followed was a torrent of ideas from Lucy. Her battle plan, an elaborate tapestry of strategies, ambushes, misinformation, and deception, so intricate that it left Alan overwhelmed. After a lengthy exposition, Lucy finally asked, "What do you think of my plan?" "Not good," Alan immediately countered. "Not good." Lucy placed her hands on her hips. "Why not?" "Your plan is as flashy as your swordsmanship, full of embellishments but lacks substance," he replied, shaking his head. "Which training camp did you come from that taught you such things?" "These are my..." Lucy nearly let slip her secret but quickly swallowed her words, then retorted, "What does it matter where I learned? If my plan is flawed, do you have a better suggestion? Tomorrow, we leave here and wander about. If we encounter anyone, we fight. No need for elaborate plans," Alan said, slicing off a piece of fish for himself. "Wander? Just kill at random?" Lucy made a defeated expression. "You really are single-minded. Fine, we'll do it your way. But I ask you, this vast place, where do you expect to run into others?" Alan did not answer directly, but instead asked, "Do you know how wolf packs hunt when they come across a large number of prey?" "Of course, they charge in and bite whatever they catch." "Not quite," Alan replied slowly. "They harass and intimidate their prey, herding them into a specific location before striking. "Oh, but what does that have to do with us?" Lucy asked, shrugging. "You mentioned how vast this area is. We could find a place to hide for days. The organizers wouldn't know if we simply rush out to attack others. We wouldn't know where to start." "So," Alan turned to Lucy. She suddenly understood. "You mean they will treat us like prey? Using various means to herd us together?" "Exactly. That aligns with the purpose of the death arena, does it not? Therefore, there's no need for your complicated plans. We simply need to rest and eliminate anyone we encounter." As night deepened, clouds drifted across the sky, occasionally casting shadows. To the west of Yellowstone, a vast canyon landscape lay. This region bore a nostalgic name, Roosevelt Canyon, evoking the spirit of the Old West and conjuring images of cowboys. However, in this canyon on Babylon, no cowboys roamed. It was the territory of the armored wild rhinos. These Tier 3 dangerous creatures, armored wild rhinos, were as fearsome as their name suggested. They possessed an astonishingly thick armor and were notoriously aggressive, usually seen in small groups, attacking any creature that dared to enter their domain. In Roosevelt Canyon, one could occasionally feel the ground tremble, but there was no need for alarm. It was merely the wild rhinos thundering across the earth. Within a 7-shaped crack in the canyon, a faint glow flickered. A modest flame burned, fueled by the dried dung of the rhinos. This was the cheapest fuel available in this vegetation-scarce region, where finding branches for firewood was nearly impossible. Not far from the fire, a boy curled himself into a ball, wrapped in a makeshift blanket stitched from torn pieces of fabric. This blanket served as his comfort, and with the warmth of the fire and the blanket, he would endure the long, not yet bitterly cold night. Mike kept his eyes closed, yet he did not allow himself to fully succumb to slumber. Merely 300 meters from this location lies a modest spring, one of the few sources of water in this rugged canyon region. Dozens of wild rhinoceroses guard this spring, and it is only during the still hours of the night, around 3 or 4, that Mike can stealthily procure a portion of the pure water when the beasts are soundly asleep. Tonight marks the final opportunity for him to gather sufficient clean water for several days, allowing him to escape this wretched place. His fortune, however, has not been particularly favorable. Upon entering the game, he found himself in the company of other low-ranking youths due to the ranking system. Although he employed cunning to survive, he encountered a swarm of steel-wing eagles en route. These third-tier threats possess aerial superiority, and it is sheer luck that Mike managed to escape, rendering the loss of supplies rather inconsequential. Subsequently, he ventured into Roosevelt Canyon, and upon realizing he was to confront a desolate expanse, Mike contemplated retreat. Unfortunately, a few wild rhinoceroses happened upon him, sensing his relentless pursuit, and thus compelled the young man deeper into their territory. With no alternative, Mike sought another route. Enduring considerable hardship over the past few days, perhaps divine providence has not yet abandoned him. Yesterday, he stumbled upon a solitary young rhino, which provided him with a substantial meal. Now, he has a portion of rhino meat left, its slices grilled and dried, destined to serve as sustenance for his journey out of the canyon. Coupled with the clean water he has stored over the last few days, he need not fear starvation before his departure. Mike remains in quiet anticipation, waiting for the moment the wild rhinoceroses succumb to slumber. Yet tonight appears destined for turmoil. Scarcely has he closed his eyes in feigned sleep when he hears the unsettling sound of shifting stones. This is not the sign of a passing rhinoceros, but rather the approach of someone else. Mike opens his eyes and instinctively lunges towards the fire, desperate to extinguish it. At this juncture, encountering anyone would spell trouble, and he wishes to avoid unnecessary conflict. His current condition is far from ideal. However, time is of the essence, just as he leaps forward. A gunshot rings out from the distance, and the dung serving as fuel for the fire erupts. Sparks fly, splattering Mike's face, igniting his fury. In that moment, laughter echoes from the left fork of the path. Chapter 40. Beast attack. Ah, who do we have here? Mike, it appears to be you, the wretched stray. What is this? Lucy has abandoned you, and you've come here to grovel. The last word hung unspoken, as a boy with crimson hair chuckled breathlessly. He held a firearm in his hand, the smoke still curling from its muzzle. The sudden explosion of the campfire was clearly his doing. Mike squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Wayne. Ranked 9th, Wayne possessed long, powerful hands and was adept at wielding dual firearms. In reaction tests, he ranked just behind Alan and Lucy, a nimble marksman. Beside Wayne loomed a tall, dark figure, the firelight revealing only plump legs and a belly that protruded over the waistband. Among all the youths, there was only one with such a physique. Without needing to see the full figure, Mike already knew who it was. Fatty Listen, a filthy, despicable brute, possessing a strength that was genuinely frightening. Listen stepped forward, his rotund face gradually illuminated by the flickering flames. He squinted at Mike, and when he noticed the meat and water beside the blanket, his smile widened. Mike, Mike, Mike. I hear you're not faring too well. Why not join me like Wayne? Mike spat disdainfully to the side, not interested. Oh, is that so? Then leave your belongings and get lost. Listen continued, his eyes still narrowed. Wayne looked at the hefty figure in disbelief. Let him go? Listen, are you mad? Shut up. Listen swatted Wayne across the face, sending the slender boy crashing to the ground. Mike glanced at Wayne, a malicious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Listen then taunted. What do you say, Mike? Planning to fight us? No, I'm not interested. Mike began to retreat, a military knife slipping from his sleeve into his palm. You can have everything. I'll only take a day's worth of food. That's not too much to ask, is it? Listen chuckled. Dear Mike, have you gone deaf? I said, leave everything behind, and you may walk away. Listen. Don't push your luck, Mike gritted his teeth. Listen suddenly opened his eyes wide, a sinister grin spreading across his face. I believe I've been quite merciful. For a dog. Mike's grip tightened on the knife, his knuckles cracking. After a moment, he inhaled deeply. He nodded, saying nothing, merely casting a venomous glare at the two, before retreating. After backing away several meters, distancing himself from the firelight and the two figures, Mike turned and sprinted into the darkness. Wayne, now clutching his face, rose to his feet. He could have easily taken them down. What is he afraid of, being alone? Listen approached the spot where Mike had been, inspecting the food and water while saying, You really ought to think. That guy's ranking has dropped. His assigned coordinates surely place him close to the others. But he's the only one who has survived. He's a tough one. And look. He has ample food and water. It indicates his stamina is intact, even if he bears injuries. He is more than capable of handling two starving and thirsty individuals like us. I'm indifferent, but you. If it comes to a fight, you might just end up killed by that kid, Listen said, smiling broadly. Wayne's lips moved, muttering something indistinct as he reached for Mike's dried meat. Listen swatted his hand away, still smiling. Food and water are for me to distribute. Suddenly, Wayne sensed malice radiating from Listen's fat face. Mike, seething with rage, traversed the canyon, knowing all too well how desperately he wished to leap upon and eliminate the two. Yet reason dictated that just dealing with Listen was troublesome enough. Adding Wayne into the mix would complicate matters further. They were prepared, unlike the straightforward task of disposing of Coon. His teeth ground together. Mike cast a glance back towards where he had come from, his voice low. Just wait. I will eliminate you both. And the others too. I will have all those who look down upon me kneeling at my feet. Suddenly, Mike shut his mouth and slipped quickly into a crevice in the rocks. Moments later, sand and stones tumbled down from above, dust settling upon his head and face. After what felt like an eternity, the tremors above finally ceased. Mike cautiously poked his head out. Under the moonlight, several wild rhinoceroses galloped away from the canyon. Strange, at this hour, these behemoths should be asleep, Mike mused aloud, just as something crossed his vision. Focusing, he discerned a metallic sphere gliding through the sky. The distant calls of the wild rhinoceroses echoed eerily, suggesting they were more agitated than usual. Furrowing his brow, Mike pondered the implications. Faintly, he caught the sound of wolf howls, waking Alan from his slumber. Glancing at the nearby fire, he noted the flames had dimmed to the point of nearly extinguishing, yet the residual warmth still enveloped the cave, ensuring they would not suffer restless nights in the cold. This cave, nestled at the base of a river valley, was bordered by rocky shores and rushing waters. Even in the night, the sound of the flowing river was ever present. Lucy lay at the opposite end, wrapped in her garments, breathing steadily, perhaps due to the dying flames. She appeared cold, pulling herself tighter into a ball. Alan removed his shirt, revealing a lightweight armor beneath. He draped the warm garment over the girl, then seized his blade and tactical knife before stepping outside the cave. The night was deep, yet the world was not shrouded in darkness. The moon and stars cast silvery light, like a delicate veil draped over the valley. In the distance, the forest lay hidden under the moonlight, its silhouette stretching northward. This evening, the woods seemed unusually restless. While wolf howls were not uncommon at night, tonight the calls of saber-toothed wolves carried an unsettling tone, one that hinted at a primal awakening, frenzied and fierce. Alan frowned as a breeze swept from the forest, bringing with it the scent of fresh wood, yet also a hint of blood. Suddenly, he detected suspicious dark shapes flitting through the air above the forest, darting back and forth, numbering in the hundreds. What could they be? At that moment, a shadow darted from the forest, entering the moonlit river surface, a metallic sphere. It was a monitoring device deployed by the committee in Yellowstone Park, composed of these peculiar eyes forming surveillance nodes. As Alan looked up, he remained unaware that his face was captured by the camera of the monitoring device. With the support of real-time signal transmission, Alan's visage appeared almost instantly on the holographic projector in the command hall of the Death Arena. Of course, the holographic projector was currently displaying thousands of images. and Alan was merely one among the countless visuals. Allsty yawned, leaning against the railing of the bridge while inquiring below, "How is the beast tide operation coming along?" "All preparations are complete, sir." "Excellent, then initiate it. It is time to let our beloved children run free. Isn't the essence of life found in movement?" Allsty chuckled heartily, preparing to depart. For him, the overtime work of the night had been completed, and there was no need to linger in the command hall any longer. The remaining tasks would be left to those below. Just a game, really. This was the entirety of the Death Arena's significance to Allsty. After his departure, the so-called beast tide operation began to activate. Within the myriad images of the holographic projector, the silhouettes of numerous dangerous species emerged. Under the stimulation of a particular wavelength, they became restless and agitated. When the committee altered the wavelength signal, the dangerous species seemed to be guided by an invisible hand towards the targets the committee desired them to reach. At the bend of the river valley, on the sandy shore, Alan's ears twitched slightly. He seemed to have heard something, but the roaring of the river drowned out all clues. A sense of unease stirred within Alan, a primal instinct honed over years of living in the wild and sharing his life with snow wolves. His intuition was akin to that of a beast, deriving signals from myriad sources, sounds, scents, and even the slightest shifts in light. Nature, in its unique manner, conveyed special signals to Alan. Just as he grasped this instinct, he suddenly caught sight of a feral wolf emerging from the forest's edge. At that moment, the wolf should have been in a state of slumber, not wandering in the darkness. More feral wolves began to appear, surging from the woods and frantically racing towards the riverbank. Alan's pupils dilated slightly, and within his crimson gaze, countless shadowy figures, akin to demons, reflected back at him. An uncountable number of feral wolves poured forth from the forest, howling as they plunged into the river, only to be swept away by the swift current. Yet, they pressed on, heedless of their own peril. Their eyes, bloodshot, fixated on Alan, as if they yearned to rend him to pieces. "What is happening?" Lucy rubbed her eyes as she emerged from the river, having clearly heard the commotion. Alan retreated to her side and declared, "We must leave." "No? No." Lucy finally noticed the wolves charging into the river under the moonlight, her complexion turning ashen. They might be able to fend off 2 or 3 of the feral beasts, but facing such a wild horde would surely lead to their demise. At that moment, a howl echoed from the distant forest on the opposite riverbank. The valleys were flanked by dense woods, and at that instant, even the far side of the riverbank where Alan and Lucy stood began to teem with feral wolves. With no barriers to impede their advance. "Run, run fast," Alan shouted, sheathing his weapons and grasping Lucy's hand as they sprinted towards the southern end of the valley, the only direction devoid of feral wolves. Beneath the moonlight, the pack of wolves raced, flooding the valley and closing in on the two. They had never witnessed such a massive tide of beasts, their faces pale with terror as they fled for their lives. Chapter 41. Madness. A low growl reverberated through the air, and as droplets of dew sprang from the serrated leaves of a fern, they were crushed by a savage wolf, its fur a mix of gray and black. The adult male wolf bared its maw, revealing sharp, yellowish fangs, and lunged at Alan with elongated canines. Unfortunately, before it could sink its teeth into him, a tactical longsword pierced through its snout, driving deep into its brain. The force of the blow propelled Alan backward several steps, leaving him no time to withdraw the blade. With a swift horizontal sweep of his right hand, he decapitated another wolf that dared to approach. "Get down!" Lucy's voice rang out behind him, and without a moment's hesitation, Alan ducked. The sound of gunfire echoed through the forest as Lucy fired precise shots, blowing the heads off several wolves that were attempting to scale a low slope. Finally, Alan drew his longsword, gripping the weapon tightly as he and Lucy sprinted out of the thicket. Before them lay a vast prairie, with the forest on their left becoming increasingly sparse. Just a few hundred meters ahead, only scattered trees adorned the gray-white boulders. The edge of the forest met the foothills of a mountain range, undulating and forming a labyrinth of pathways. In stark contrast, fleeing towards the prairie would be tantamount to suicide. Alan immediately pointed toward the mountains. "Quick, run that way." At this moment, dawn was breaking, yet the pair had been pursued by the savage wolves throughout the night. These ferocious creatures seemed to have been stirred into a frenzy, relentlessly hunting Alan and Lucy as they continued their flight southward, momentarily retreating into the forest before veering westward. The wolves pursued them without relent, and though they occasionally managed to shake off a few, they were soon targeted by other packs. In this region, numerous wolf packs, numbering in the thousands, had been driven to systematically herd Alan and Lucy in a predetermined direction. Fortunately, their pursuers had no intention of killing them outright. Whenever the wolves pressed too closely, the signal waves would adjust, causing the pack to slow their advance. Once the distance between Alan and Lucy had widened, the wolves would be urged to resume their chase. Thus, the relentless pursuit continued throughout the night, leaving both man and beast utterly exhausted. As Alan and Lucy entered the mountainous terrain, his throat felt parched, and his heart raced as though it might burst from his chest. These were all signs of impending physical collapse. He climbed a low hill, scanning for a refuge from the wolves. If they continued running, they would soon be too fatigued to fight back, at which point the savage wolves would tear them to shreds. "They're coming," Lucy exclaimed, and behind them, a horde of wolves burst forth from the forest. The leading wolf was less than 200 meters away, but the complex terrain of the mountains hindered their ability to charge directly as they would on the plains. However, it would not be long before they adapted. There, Alan finally spotted a suitable hiding place, a narrow fissure in the mountain, just wide enough for one person to pass through. The wolves would find it difficult to enter in numbers, and they could use this crevice to evade their pursuers for a time. They dashed downhill, and just as they reached the ground, a wolf followed closely behind. Alan swung his weapon, striking the beast on the head and sending it flying, while Lucy swiftly finished it off with a precise shot. They had no time to linger and immediately sprinted toward the fissure. The crevice appeared deep, with rays of sunlight filtering through the cracks above, revealing a space that was narrow at the entrance but widened inside. Both were filled with relief and hurriedly squeezed inside. Lucy, being petite, was the first to dive in. Alan followed closely behind her, and moments later, they found themselves in a dry cave with a rough, rocky floor. Exhausted, Lucy collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Alan leaned against the stone wall, listening intently as the low growls of the wolves echoed outside. He quickly gestured for Lucy to be silent. They held their breath as a pack of wolves passed by the entrance, seemingly oblivious to their presence as they continued their search. Just as Alan felt a surge of relief at having escaped, a brown-furred male wolf stopped at the entrance, sniffing with its large nose before unleashing a frantic howl into the cave. "We've been discovered," Alan said helplessly. Lucy glanced around, noting that their only escape route was the narrow fissure above, but it was too constricted for either of them to crawl through. At that moment, the male wolf began to wriggle its way inside. Despite the narrowness of the crevice, there was enough room for a single wolf to enter. Alan knew he could not allow the pack to infiltrate the cave, or he and Lucy would become mere prey. He lifted his tactical longsword and, like a bolt of black lightning, plunged it into the wolf's eye. The wolf yelped in pain, its ferocity only heightened as it swiped at Alan with its claws. He dodged its attack, allowing its paw to scrape against his light armor, sparks flying from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, he twisted the blade and hacked off a significant portion of the wolf's skull. Wolf blood sprayed forth, and Alan had no time to wipe it away before another wolf squeezed through the opening. With a swift motion, he threw the severed wolf aside, and Lucy's gunfire rang out, dispatching the creature that had entered behind it. Alan nodded in acknowledgement as he stood guard at the entrance with his long sword in one hand and the carnage of the battle in the other. While Lucy expertly picked off wolves from behind him, her marksmanship unerring as she targeted the vulnerable spots of their adversaries. Together, they formed a fragile defense. Alan's slight frame stood firm against the onslaught, like a solitary boat amidst a raging sea, managing to navigate the storm unscathed. Before long, he was drenched in blood, both that of the wolves and his own. At this juncture, even the choice of where to be wounded became a calculated risk. Had he not been rewarded with light armor for his high rank, he would have surely fallen to the claws of the wolves by now. The corpses of wolves accumulated within the crevice, making it increasingly difficult for the pack to mount an assault. Yet, these creatures were not only ferocious, but also cunning. As the bodies piled up, some wolves began dragging their fallen comrades out, charging at the fragile line of defense. Each passing minute felt interminable to Alan, and gradually, the bloodlust within him surged, ignited by the relentless attacks of the wolves. His eyes began to glow with a fierce intensity. In the end, he ceased to evade their strikes, returning each blow with lethal precision. A resounding crack echoed as his tactical longsword broke within the skull of a gray wolf. He kicked the carcass aside and hurled his broken blade into the eye of a black wolf behind it. With a fierce shout, he raised his weapon, unleashing a wave of energy that sliced through the black wolf's head, splitting it in two. At that moment, exhaustion overcame him. The energy blade dissipated. The intricate patterns on his weapon dimmed, and Alan's strength was utterly depleted, leaving him unable to grip his weapon any longer. With a dull thud, the longsword fell to the ground, and Alan sat down, glancing at Lucy, who was now out of ammunition and fumbling for a dagger, ready to fight to the death. They exchanged weary smiles, bracing themselves for the inevitable onslaught of the wolves. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the cave, Medallon gripped the hilt of his massive sword, observing the relentless assault of the wolves. He could see that Alan and Lucy were nearing their breaking point. Although intervening might spark international controversy, he was beyond caring at this juncture. Yet, he couldn't help but admire the resilience and tenacity of the young man who had managed to endure for nearly an hour. Just as Materan was about to take action, the wolf pack seemed to receive new orders, reluctantly retreating one by one, leaving a grim scene of fallen wolves in the mountain crevice. Moments later, they vanished completely, straining to peer out from the heap of wolf corpses. Alan finally breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the pack's retreat. Darkness enveloped him, and he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, in such a perilous place, he refused to allow himself that weakness. Thus, he bit his tongue, using the searing pain to keep himself alert. "Sit down," Lucy urged, helping him lean against the rocky wall of the cave before carefully removing his protective light armor. When she peeled away his tactical suit, she gasped in shock. Alan's body was a tapestry of wounds, small and large, with countless lacerations crisscrossing his frail form. Many were inflicted by the claws of the ferocious wolves, while others were bites that had torn away patches of skin, leaving blood in their wake. Lucy took a deep breath, swiftly retrieving emergency medical supplies from Alan's pack, and began to cleanse his wounds. Watching Lucy work with such precision, Alan felt a flicker of surprise. Was she an ordinary girl? She might have been terrified into tears at the sight of his injuries. But Lucy's hands were steady, methodically cleaning, staunching, and suturing the most severe wounds. For every moment she hastened her pace, Alan felt a fraction less pain. Fortunately, he had thought to bring the emergency supplies, which included a basic set of field surgical tools. Otherwise, Lucy would have been at a loss for how to assist him. By the time she finished treating Alan's wounds, over an hour had passed. As she tied off the final stitch, her hands finally trembled, utterly drained of energy. She managed to drape a coat over Alan before collapsing beside him, exclaiming, "I never would have guessed you could be so reckless when it comes to survival." "If one isn't reckless, one doesn't survive," Alan replied, eyes closed. He knew Lucy would never fully comprehend, despite his youth. His experiences far surpassed those of his peers. Over the past 5 years, he had often needed to fight desperately for survival. Life with the snow wolves was far from easy. Alan had been raised by Baifong as a pup. Among the wolves, even a young pup must hunt and face formidable foes alone. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, failure to survive would lead to abandonment by the pack. Chapter 42. The arena in a rare moment of respite. Alan and Lucy managed to rest after the wolf pack retreated. Between the hours leading to 3 in the afternoon, the two dozed off. Upon awakening, Alan found Lucy peacefully resting her head on his lap. The girl slept soundly, curled up like a small lioness, a particularly apt description considering her usual fierce demeanor. Gentle rays of sunlight cascaded softly upon her, gradually creeping up to illuminate her face. She furrowed her brow slightly, nuzzling her small face and shifting to a shadowed area to continue her dreams. Occasionally, a fleeting smile graced her lips, only to vanish as quickly as it appeared, returning to serene calm. This was a precious moment of tranquility. Alan stretched his arms and assessed his condition. The bleeding from his wounds had ceased, with smaller cuts forming scabs, while larger injuries still required caution against excessive movement. Though stitched by Lucy with care, any sudden action could cause them to reopen. Fortunately, these injuries were situated on less critical areas, minimizing their impact. One of the advantages of selective injury. His physical strength had recovered to about 60 or 70%, and even his source energy had significantly replenished. To his surprise, he discovered that a new source energy vortex had formed, bringing his total to 8. During his instruction, Hutton had provided Alan with a basic understanding of the source energy system. Before the formation of a genetic circuit, the human body resembled a sponge, allowing for a relatively rapid generation of source energy vortices. For someone of Alan's exceptional talent, this speed could only be described as meteoric. However, once the genetic circuit was established, the pace of source energy growth would inevitably slow. This was because the energy equivalent required for the first genetic circuit approached the human body's capacity limit. If it were to continue growing at the previous rate, it could overwhelm the body. Thus, the rate of source energy increase would decelerate. The energy cultivated during this period would naturally be absorbed by the body, enhancing physical capabilities, strengthening organ adaptability, and elevating the body's capacity for source energy. Therefore, Alan refrained from excessive elation, especially considering that his recent life and death struggle with the wolf pack would logically stimulate source energy growth. He needed to form one more source energy vortex to have any hope of breaching the first barrier, constructing a circuit, and forming an imprint. Only by advancing to the rank of an imprinter could he unlock the door to power and be recognized as a talent by the Federation. At that point, he could even aspire to the rank of second lieutenant within the military hierarchy. Otherwise, until he formed his own imprint, a source energy user would remain merely a private, not much more than cannon fodder. "Ah, you're awake? Why didn't you wake me?" Lucy turned over, finally rousing. She yawned, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Alan shrugged, saying nothing in response. Lucy then inquired, "How's your injury?" Better than I anticipated, thanks to you. Alan pointed to a wound on his body, adding, Your stitching skills are quite professional. Of course, I have been trained in battlefield first aid. Lucy replied, her demeanor shifting to one of self-satisfaction as she regained her energy. Alan grew increasingly curious about Lucy's background. As far as he knew, children raised on the surface seldom had the opportunity to acquire knowledge of battlefield first aid, an undeniable aspect of military science. How could an ordinary surface dweller learn such skills? A girl proficient in marksmanship and well-versed in strategy and medical care, her origins must be extraordinary. While shooting skills could be taught, the other two were not easily acquired. Naturally, if Lucy chose not to disclose her origins, Alan would not pry. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and he was not foolish enough to press for answers. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from Lucy's stomach. She glanced at him, her cheeks flushing. What? I haven't eaten since last night. Running and fighting. It's perfectly normal to be hungry. I didn't say anything, Alan chuckled. We may not have much, but we certainly have plenty of wolf meat. Let's roast a few hind legs for a meal. The mere thought of Alan's roasting skills made Lucy's mouth water, and she nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. Alan leaned against the wall to rise, picking up his weapon, intending to tear off some hind legs from the wolf carcass. Just then, he caught a faint sound, prompting him to look up. Sunlight filtered through the crevices of the mountain, casting mottled shadows on the rock walls. From one of those shadows, something emerged from the rock face. It crawled down, soon revealing its glossy black exoskeleton to the sun. It was a scorpion, brandishing its formidable pincers as if to flaunt its menace. The flat body arched high with its stinger poised, a typical display of a scorpion ready for battle. More scorpions began to emerge from the crevices, an unusual occurrence indeed. Scorpions generally preferred the shade, rarely venturing out into the glaring sunlight. But since last night, nothing had unfolded as expected. Alan was nearly certain that these scorpions, like the ferocious wolves, were being driven by some unseen force. It seems our dinner plans may be thwarted, Alan remarked. Lucy glanced up, her expression instantly shifting to one of dread. The girl, who remained unruffled in the face of the savage wolves, now paled at the sight of the swarm of scorpions. It appeared that her innate disposition rendered her fearful, even if a single wolf could easily dispatch hundreds of such creatures. Run, run, Lucy shouted, gathering her belongings and bolting away. They had to navigate around the carcasses of several wolves blocking their path, which proved to be quite the challenge, but fortunately, they managed to evade pursuit. Upon exiting the cave, a chill crept down Alan's back. He turned to see a wolf basking on a large rock, its eerie blue eyes flickering as they locked onto the pair. The wolf rose, shaking its fur, then let out a long, haunting howl that echoed throughout the mountains. Alan cursed under his breath and seized Lucy's hand, propelling them into yet another flight. This escape lasted from afternoon until nightfall, during which they paused briefly near a stream and stumbled upon the body of a young man. From his pack, they retrieved 4 or 5 magazines, all of which went to Lucy, who had exhausted her ammunition in the battle within the cave. After crossing the river, they were driven into a valley by the relentless wolves. Once they escaped the confines of the valley, Lucy spotted a large lake in the distance. The water shimmered under the moonlight, resembling fish scales, but what drew their attention was a violet-blue energy shield at the center of the lake, protecting some unknown entity. At that moment, the wolf pack closed in behind them. Although they knew that without tools, reaching the lakeside would be futile, they had no choice but to proceed. Just as they approached the shore, the ground suddenly trembled. The lake's surface roiled, splashing water everywhere. Right before Alan and Lucy, an iron suspension bridge rose from the depths of the lake, linking the shore to the energy shield's location. What is happening? Lucy exclaimed in astonishment. Whatever it is, it can't be good, but we have no choice, Alan shouted, pulling her onto the bridge. The bridge swayed precariously, having just emerged from the water, and the surface was slick from the splashes. Despite their quick reflexes, they nearly slipped several times while running. The wolves, lacking balance, charged onto the bridge, only to slip or tumble into the lake. As they plunged into the water, shadows appeared beneath the surface, followed by a violent boiling of the lake. The fallen wolves thrashed desperately, but a torrent of blood soon surfaced. Occasionally, 1 or 2 dark shadows would leap onto the surface of the lake, clearly visible under the moonlight. Those massive fish heads, adorned with rows of sharp teeth, could only belong to the bloodthirsty piranhas. The iron chains were treacherous, and the lake was infested with these predators. Nevertheless, an increasing number of ferocious wolves surged onto the suspension bridge. Alan held the rear, while Lucy provided cover. The two coordinated their efforts, retreating amidst the chaos until they finally reached the floating island at the heart of the lake. As soon as they landed on solid ground, Alan shouted decisively, and the intricate patterns on his blade, the bloodthirster, began to glow. Activating its sharp energy, a humming energy blade shot forth from the tip. With a swift swing of the bloodthirster, he severed the iron chains of the bridge in an instant. He then swept across the planks, completely severing the bridge. With a resounding crash, the bridge fell into the lake, casting hundreds of ferocious wolves into the water simultaneously. The lake erupted in a frenzy, as the ravenous piranhas commenced their deadly feast, staining the surface with a crimson hue. Finally catching his breath, Alan scanned his surroundings. The floating island was desolate, adorned only with a few palm trees, and even the shrubs were scarce. At the center lay an energy shield, through its bluish-purple barrier. One could see a square metallic object, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Just then, the sound of splashing water echoed, as several ropes emerged from various directions around the island. Was that Mike? Lucy pointed towards the southern shore of the lake. Alan peered into the distance, and indeed, on the other side of the bridge, Mike and a boy were sprinting across. Behind them trailed a pack of venomous wolf spiders, dangerous creatures of the third tier. They were in hot pursuit of the two boys, beginning to ascend the bridge. A similar scene unfolded on other bridges, where contestants from the death arena were being chased by a variety of perilous creatures. It seemed this was to be their final battleground, Alan remarked calmly. The situation was increasingly apparent. The committee had employed some extraordinary methods to herd the scattered youths to this location. What followed was inevitably a fight to the death. However, only a week had passed since their entry into Yellowstone Park, and it appeared that the death arena had yet to reach its conclusion. One could only speculate the committee's true intentions behind this arrangement. Chapter 43. The Arena, Part 2. What a serendipitous encounter this is. We meet again, Alan. Upon ascending to the floating island, the first, and indeed the only, person to greet Alan was Aunts, the tall, slender boy whom Alan had intended to befriend that fateful day, only to miss the opportunity due to the rotund Lucen. Aunts was also drenched in blood, with his right hand bandaged and stained, suggesting he had fought valiantly to reach this point. The others were either panting heavily from exhaustion or casting venomous glances at Alan, like Mike. His presence here surprised even Lucy. After all, this young man had been demoted after provoking Alan, plummeting to the bottom ranks. One could only imagine the dire circumstances he faced upon entering Yellowstone Park, and his ability to arrive at this moment commanded a degree of respect and caution. Alan nodded towards Aunts as a form of greeting and inquired, "What are your thoughts on this place?" Aunts shrugged, offering a rueful smile. "The arena. We are now the combatants on this stage. Alan, when the fight begins, I hope we can temporarily join forces." "I share that sentiment," Alan replied, extending his hand. Aunts shrugged and clasped it firmly, sealing their agreement. Their actions did not go unnoticed by the other youths, each lost in their own contemplations. Nearby Lucen, alongside the sharpshooter Wayne, two other youths, a boy and a girl, approached him, evidently feeling the threat posed by the trio ranked at the top, eager to ally with Lucen. This left Mike standing awkwardly in the center, feeling quite out of place. Finally, Alan spoke up. "Are you joining us, Mike? I imagine you don't have much fondness for that rotund fellow either?" Recalling the humiliation inflicted by Lucen that night, Mike nodded emphatically, seeing Alan dismiss their previous conflict. Lucy wisely refrained from adding another ally to Lucen's side, harboring disdain for Mike, but choosing silence. Thus, the 8 youths divided clearly into 2 factions. Without warning, the ground trembled. Lucy was the first to exclaim, "The shield is changing." The energy barrier that had previously enveloped the central area suddenly expanded, swiftly spreading outward until it passed by Alan and the others. In that fleeting moment, Alan felt a gentle breeze brush against him, a subtle coolness that bore no remarkable significance. However, as the shield settled over the entire central floating island, the lake began to churn violently. Approaching the water's edge, Alan looked down. Giant shadows swirled within the depths, causing the lake to bubble as if boiling. Ferocious piranhas leaped from the water, attempting to lunge at Alan, only to be repelled by the barrier. This seemingly fragile shield possessed an extraordinary energy density, capable of absorbing and rebounding impacts. "The water is being siphoned away," Aunts remarked, stepping closer and observing for several seconds. Indeed, the water level was receding. It was evident that some sort of pumping mechanism lay beneath the lake, which was not a natural formation, but rather a man-made reservoir designed for a specific purpose. The bridge that had suddenly risen from the depths was merely one arrangement. And now, with the lake drained of both water and its predatory fish, another scheme was underway. As the water level dropped by 2 or 3 meters, Alan and the others could clearly see a massive turbine beneath the surface, spinning rapidly around the central floating island, generating a powerful suction that drained the lake completely. Once the water had vanished entirely, a metallic platform began to rise, shaking the central island as it ascended along its tracks. Aunts' expression shifted to one of alarm. "This is bad. They intend to bring the dangerous creatures here." Alan glanced towards the lake's edge, and indeed, the metallic platform had risen to the same height as the shore. Consequently, even without the bridge, the myriad of threats could cross with ease. Damn it, do these bastards want to kill us? Wayne, the sharpshooter, shouted, nervously gripping his weapons and inching backward until he collided with Lucen. The hefty boy shoved him aside with a sneer, retorting, "What are you so anxious about? Can't you see this energy shield is protecting us? If those committee bastards wanted us dead, they'd have removed the shield by now." Lucen may have appeared foolish, but his thoughts were astutely keen. His words brought a sense of relief to the two other youths allied with him. However, Lucy interjected abruptly, "It won't be that simple. Just wait and see. Look, the dangerous creatures are coming." Leading the charge down the metallic platform were saber-toothed wolves, their inherently aggressive nature disregarding the circumstances. One robust brown wolf leaped into the air, claws bared, only to collide with the shield, emitting a low growl as it was rebuffed, sliding several meters across the platform before crashing into its fellow beasts. The wolves repeatedly assaulted the barrier, yet it remained steadfast, showing no signs of wavering. Meanwhile, a powerful tremor emanated from the direction of Lucen and his companions. Alan turned to witness a group of armored rhinos charging towards them, their crimson eyes blazing. The impact of the rhinos' charge was far beyond that of the wolves, leaving even Lucen pale with fear, not to mention the others. Wayne and the two youths recoiled in terror, while Lucen steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he focused on the shield. He knew all too well that if it faltered, there would be nowhere to escape. As the rhinos closed in, they slammed heavily against the shield, which erupted in a brilliant violet-blue light, illuminating the surroundings like a bulb. In that brilliant radiance, Lucen barely noticed several of the rhinos being repelled. The energy barrier indeed withstood their assault. Following this, venomous wolf spiders and steel-feathered battle eagles joined the fray. The spiders unleashing toxic webs while the eagles used short bursts of acceleration to strike the shield with their claws and beaks. Yet the energy shield remained unyielding, impervious to the relentless onslaught of these menacing creatures, showing no signs of collapse. As the youths began to relax, they suddenly recalled the metallic cube at the center, from which the voice of Alstair resonated. "Ah, it has been a few days since we last met. I trust you are all well." The youths exchanged glances, moving closer to the cube. At that moment, the cube's corners illuminated, and a faint red energy barrier rose from the ground, enveloping it entirely. Once the shield was complete, a metallic arm extended from the cube, brandishing a syringe. Lucen approached the barrier, reaching out to touch it. Instantly, a sizzling sound erupted as his fingers singed upon contact. This shield not only offered defense, but also emitted intense heat. "Best be cautious, especially you, Lucen. I want to take responsibility if you end up roasted like a pig." Alstair cleared his throat and continued, "Now, let's get to the point. Do you see those for syringes? They do not contain medicine, but rather nanobots that emit a specific wavelength to repel the dangerous creatures. Their effectiveness lasts for 48 hours before they naturally decompose and are expelled from the body. Indeed, these little devices could save your lives. See those creatures outside? They are eager to tear you apart. While the energy shield can temporarily fend them off, dear friends, this shield operates at level 6, diminishing one level every 10 minutes. In other words, after 60 minutes, it will vanish entirely. However, as you have observed, there are only 4 syringes of nanobots. Moreover, the shield will only activate when there are 4 of you remaining. So what are you waiting for? You have 60 minutes to ensure that only 4 can escape. The stage is now yours, and I eagerly anticipate your performance." Alstair concluded the communication with a burst of laughter. Simultaneously, a series of numbers appeared at the center of the outer energy shield's dome. The countdown had commenced. Although I harbor a disdain for them, this arrangement is indeed intriguing. The rotund Lucen approached Alan and his companions with a sinister grin, his grip on his weapon making a clicking sound. Behind him trailed Wayne and 2 other youths. "I will handle Wayne," Lucy stated, as he was also adept with firearms, making her the most suitable candidate to confront him. ANS turned his attention to the hefty figure, saying, "Let me deal with Lucen." "No," Alan interjected, shaking his head. "ANS, you assist Lucy. Mike, you confront Lucen." Mike's face contorted with hesitation. After all, Lucen was no trivial adversary, and facing him alone seemed daunting. Furthermore, Mike harbored suspicions that Alan was purposefully sending him to his demise. "You need not kill him, merely delay him," Alan gently urged. "I shall take on the other 2. Once ANS and Lucy swiftly concluded their skirmish, they would aid Mike in subduing Lucen. "Let us proceed." The group, recognizing the reasonableness of Alan's plan, voiced no objections. Lucy, taking the lead, signaled a duel towards Wayne, diverging left from the formation. Wayne chuckled coldly, bending his body to sidestep. ANS discreetly followed Lucy, and sensing the unfolding situation, Lucen huffed, preparing to confront ANS directly. Suddenly, Mike's voice rang out. Listen, you fat pig. Do you dare to challenge me one-on-one? Listen halted abruptly, his fingers clenching with a cracking sound. Turning to face Mike, he spat out a few words through gritted teeth. You seek death. Those familiar with Listen knew that he detested being referred to as a fat pig. Mike led Listen towards the right, away from the central cube. The remaining pair of youths exchanged glances, and the girl moved to assist Wayne. Just then, a wave of black moonlight surged towards them, forcing the girl to retreat. The moonlight continued its advance, enveloping the boy. Armed with a thick-edged alloy combat knife, he immediately clashed his weapon against the moonlight. With a resounding impact, the boy stumbled back 2 steps, feeling a sharp pain in his palms, his heart filled with dread. As the moonlight dissipated, Alan, wielding his blade with one hand, pointed at the two. Your opponent is me. Chapter 44. The blade I know you, Alan. You stand at the pinnacle, winning admiration with your handsome visage. The boy raised his alloy sword, squinting as he spoke. But do you truly believe you can? A piercing whistle abruptly severed his words. The boy's confident demeanor transformed into a scream, panic and rage flashing in his eyes, which were filled with the glint of Alan's descending blade. He had not anticipated Alan's sudden strike, nor did he have the time to finish his thought before the onslaught of ruthless violence surged forth. Alan's gaze was frigid, his pupils radiating a faint glow reminiscent of exquisite rubies. Looking into his eyes was akin to witnessing a flowing crimson liquid, intoxicating like fine wine, yet terrifying as blood. Captivating were his beautiful eyes, yet chilling was the merciless intent of his gaze in that moment. He delivered 3 swift strikes. The sound of metal clashing rang out, loud and clear. With the first slash, the boy staggered back 3 steps. The second left his palm shattered, blood gushing forth. And the third caused a fragment to chip off the alloy sword, fissures spreading across its smooth surface, reflecting the boy's terror-stricken visage. After 3 strikes, the boy retreated 9 steps. His arms ached unbearably, his entire being aflame with energy, as if a wild stallion were rampaging within his veins. At that moment, Alan propelled himself forward, leaping into action. The sword, like a slumbering beast awakened, trembled and emitted a low hum, suddenly accelerating with ferocity. A dark arc swept past the boy. Though he desperately braced himself against the blade, Alan's charged strike forced him back several meters. With each step he took in retreat, blood blossomed in his wake. After staggering back 3 meters, he finally halted. The boy's eyes widened as he gazed down at his sword. A ghastly crack had suddenly extended across the blade. With a sharp snap, the weapon split into 2. Alan's precise strike had severed the alloy sword at its weakened point. The boy swayed, blood streaming from his eyes, nostrils, and mouth. His visage was horrific as he attempted to speak to Alan, but his throat was filled with blood, producing only a few gurgling sounds before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Nearby, a girl stood motionless, witnessing the entire sequence unfold, from Alan's initial assault to the stunning finale that claimed her companion's life, all transpiring in mere moments. The rapidity of the events left her unable to intervene. The boy had been felled by 4 strikes from Alan. Alan regarded the remaining girl with a chilling composure, his recent triumph instilling fear within her as he seized a moment to catch his breath. The seemingly simple attacks had drained his stamina significantly, particularly the final blow, which had sent torrents of energy surging through his arm, leaving his veins numb and swollen with discomfort. His body was still unaccustomed to such immense force, and this was merely the impact of 3 swirling energies. One could only imagine the dreadful repercussions of unleashing 9. The girl finally regained her senses, fear evident in her eyes as she shook her head, pleading, "Please, don't kill me." Alan, having steadied himself, met her gaze with calmness. "You must understand, only 4 may leave this place." "I know," she fervently nodded. "So, look, I can help you eliminate Lucan. Of course, there's one more to consider. If it were up to me, I would choose to slay Mike. You have a history with him, do you not?" "Oh, he doesn't seem to be faring well." As she glanced toward Lucan, Alan, influenced by her words, turned to look at the heavy-set boy. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the girl's expression sharpened. She rushed forward with blinding speed, each hand brandishing a dagger. The first dagger flew straight for Alan's face, as she had anticipated. True to her expectations, Alan's startled expression shifted to anger, and he instinctively dodged the flying weapon. Yet, the girl had already closed the distance, aiming a dagger toward Alan's throat. In that moment of triumph, overwhelming joy spilled forth. "Fool, I say," before she could finish, a chill coursed through her chest, and the surging power within her seemed to dissipate, as if swept away by the icy grip of fate. She glanced down to find Alan's weapon pressing against her. The square blade lacked a point, but the intricate patterns upon it glowed ominously, activated energy slicing through her frail form, severing her veins and organs. The distance between her dagger and Alan's throat was but a breath. It was only then that she realized Alan's eyes bore no hint of panic. "I deceived you as well," Alan whispered softly, retracting the energy, the blade's patterns dimming once more. With a gentle push, he sent her sprawling to the ground. Only then did a crimson line begin to surface upon her chest, blood staining her shirt. A simultaneous scream echoed through the air, originating from Mike and Wayne. Mike had indeed faltered against Lucan, a military dagger embedded in Lucan's shoulder, clearly Mike's weapon. Yet, Mike had landed a punch that knocked Lucan to the ground. The impact leaving the less robust boy momentarily incapacitated as Lucan grinned maliciously, sitting heavily upon him. The weight of Lucan combined with that deliberate attack nearly shattered Mike's spine, prompting a cry of agony to escape his lips. Meanwhile, Wayne had found an opportunity against Ansi. Ansi's arms wrapped around Wayne's neck from beneath, immobilizing him. Lucy seized the moment, delivering a precise shot that pierced Wayne's forehead, splattering blood across Ansi's face. As Wayne succumbed, Lucan emitted a low grunt, twisting Mike's head with a brutal grip. A sickening crack reverberated as Mike's neck snapped, his head drooping lifelessly. This turn of events caught Alan by surprise, prompting him to regard Ansi thoughtfully before reversing his grip on the blade and charging toward Lucan. However, before he could close the distance, a beam of light descended from above, carving a line across the ground before him. The scorching heat surged forth, compelling Alan to halt. The earth bore a 10-centimeter deep, charred scar, from which wisps of smoke rose, signaling the searing nature of the beam. "That is enough," Alistair's voice resonated from the cube once more. "Your performance has exceeded expectations. The energy shield has only diminished 2 levels, and the victor is clear. Indeed, there are 4 who may depart, I assure you. It shall not be 3. So, my young ones, claim your rewards and depart this place. In the next 24 hours, you may rest without fear of danger rearing its head." Reluctantly, Alan sheathed his weapon. His desire for vengeance against Mike was overshadowed by the strategic advantage of eliminating an opponent like Lucan, especially now that the heavy-set boy's energy had waned. It was an opportune moment. Regrettably, the committee would not permit such actions. Lucan mockingly gestured a middle finger toward Alan, laughing as he waved Mike's lifeless head. "Look at this fellow. He is your fate. You should be grateful for the committee's intervention. Otherwise, there would be yet another corpse lying on the ground." Alan coldly retorted, then approached the edge of the cube, retrieving 2 syringes from the mechanical arm. He tossed one to the approaching Lucy, and both injected it into their arms, pushing the nanobots into their bodies. Alan nodded towards Lucy, and the 2 chose to head east. As they exited the energy shield, the surrounding dangers naturally parted, creating a pathway. The nanobots had already commenced their operation, allowing Alan and Lucy to traverse the beast corridor without incident. Upon reaching the lakeshore, Alan cast a glance towards the small island in the lake. ANS waved him goodbye, and Alan shook his head, pulling Lucy away. "Listen." After Alan and Lucy departed, ANS finally picked up his own syringe. Listen had already completed his injection and was preparing to leave when ANS called out to him. "What is it? Do you wish to fight me?" Listen squinted. ANS smiled. "No, I believe it is time for us to join forces." "With you?" Listen scoffed. "Yes, with me," ANS replied, beaming. "You ought to be thankful. If it weren't for my hesitation to strike, Wayne would have already been on his way. By then, Lucy and I would have teamed up against you. Do you truly believe you would have time to eliminate Mike?" Listen's expression stiffened, and he slowly opened his eyes wide. It was as if he was seeing ANS for the first time, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "You are not on Alan's side. Why do you wish to do this?" ANS sighed. "It is a matter of circumstance. As you have observed, Alan and Lucy have teamed up. They make a formidable pair. If I were to eliminate you, I would inevitably have to choose Mike. But to be frank, I have little regard for that fellow. Therefore, you see, with your strength combined with my intellect," ANS tapped his forehead, "the duo of Alan and Lucy would pose little threat. Or would you prefer to take on 3 opponents alone?" Listen smacked his lips. Only a fool would undertake such a task. "Very well, ANS, we shall partner. But should you resort to treachery against me before eliminating Alan, do not blame me for being ungracious." "Of course not," ANS replied with sincerity. Chapter 45. Pursuit. What are you watching? The moon hung high in the sky, revealing only a shy crescent of its form, while a few wispy clouds drifted around it, causing the silver veil cast upon the earth to shimmer intermittently. Alan stood at the edge of a cliff that jutted into the void, where he could utilize the moonlight to see the vast lake nearby, which served as an arena. Lucy sat beside him, having already replaced her magazine. Casting a puzzled glance at Alan, the night breeze lifted a few strands of her hair, which danced in the wind like golden sleeves. "Look over there." Alan pointed to the western side of the lake. "The dangerous creatures have begun to disperse, but they are deliberately avoiding that area." "So what?" Lucy replied. "ANS and Listen have already joined forces." Alan observed. "Indeed, If they split in two directions, the dangerous creatures would avoid another path as well. He took a seat and continued. What do you think of its performance earlier? Quite adept, Lucy succinctly remarked. His movements were agile. Even Vane struggled to target him. And you? Alan inquired. If I exerted myself fully, I could certainly suppress him. Lucy shrugged, her emerald eyes brimming with confidence. Alan nodded thoughtfully. I was considering that perhaps ANS did not exert himself to the fullest in the previous battle. Otherwise, your fight with Vane should have ended sooner. Now that you mention it, Lucy recalled the earlier confrontation. Indeed, ANS had several opportunities to take down Vane, but hesitated at crucial moments. I initially thought he was merely cautious. Now, with your observation, it seems he intentionally let Vane go. What could be his motive? To enable the Fat One to eliminate Mike, Alan replied, shaking his head. Ultimately, it is merely a matter of choice. For have been eliminated, leaving us few. You and I must team up, leaving ANS to choose another ally. Clearly, he has discarded Mike. From his perspective, this is a wise decision. Lucen is certainly more formidable than Mike. Is he merely formidable? Lucy suddenly queried. Alan flashed a bright smile. Of course, merely formidable. He patted Lucy on the shoulder. Come. We cannot afford to waste time here. Where to? She asked. To pursue those two, Alan declared. What? Lucy looked at him in surprise. I thought you might want to rest, considering we have a full day without worrying about the dangerous creatures. Indeed, but you know the nanomachines have a 24-hour limit. Within this time frame, we need not fear being hunted by the dangerous creatures. What better opportunity to pursue those two could there be? And what is your plan? She queried. Alan shrugged. We will track them. Once we locate them, I will deal with the Fat One, and you merely need to contain ANS. After taking care of the Fat One, we can return to confront ANS. Is it as simple as that? Indeed. Let us go. Lingering any longer may cause us to lose their trail. The two figures swiftly departed from the cliff, leaving behind the cold stone beneath the moonlight. This night would prove to be exceedingly long. Soon, Alan and Lucy returned to the lakeshore. They navigated along the shoreline to the west, traversed a sloping gravel slope, and passed through a row of palm trees to enter a dense forest. The light within the woods was dim, and Alan refrained from illuminating any source, wary of attracting the attention of ANS and his companion. He circled the entrance of the forest and shortly discovered a pair of shallow footprints in the ground. Judging by the size of the prints, they belonged to the Fat One. With the footprints as their guide, the subsequent tracking proved to be remarkably smooth. Alan, having spent years living in the wild and learning the art of hunting from snow wolves, possessed a keen instinct for tracking. Lucy observed curiously as he occasionally touched the ground or sniffed around the bushes, leading her deeper into the woods. Meanwhile, approximately a kilometer away, ANS and Lucen had halted. They found a campsite nestled against a few low peaks, near several caves eroded by wind and rain. One cave, nearly a meter deep, appeared suitable for overnight shelter. Lucen entered first, claiming a dry spot deep within the cave. The Fat One plopped down, patting his belly and saying, Do you have any food? I'm hungry. Lucen, occupying nearly half the cave with his bulk, left ANS little choice but to find a wind-sheltered spot to sit. With a wry smile, ANS replied, I was nearly driven out of my pants by those steel feather eagles. I had a bag of compressed biscuits, but it fell on the way. What now? Lucen rolled his eyes. ANS glanced at the darkening sky and suggested, Let us make do for the night and plan for tomorrow. Nonsense. How can I sleep on an empty stomach? You go into the woods and catch a few wild hares or something. I'll handle the fire. Lucen declared, patting his belly. ANS narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. You must understand, I am not vain. Of course, I know you are ANS, Lucen shot back. My point is, I am not your subordinate, do you understand? ANS emphasized. We are in a partnership now. Lucen grinned slyly. So isn't that division of labor? You hunt, and I will make the fire. ANS finally realized how shameless the Fat One could be when he turned into a rogue. Clearly, he was attempting to offload the easiest task onto ANS, and with someone like him, how could their efficiency possibly improve? Yet, now was not the time for confrontation. ANS nodded. Just don't make the fire too large. It's best to keep it within the cave to avoid unnecessary trouble. All right, I know that already. Lucen waved his hand dismissively. ANS huffed and exited the cave. Lucen chuckled softly as he gathered dry branches outside to start the fire. Soon after ANS disappeared into the woods, two bright red glimmers appeared behind a bush. Alan pointed in its direction, and Lucy nodded, crouching low to stealthily depart. Alan remained still, his hand gently gripping the cold handle of his weapon, quietly observing as Lucen gradually approached his position. The wolf's pounce does not require elaborate tactics. Life and death often hinge on a single moment. Alan awaited that moment, remaining still, his breath soft. His body subtly adjusted its position with the shifting moonlight, ensuring he melded seamlessly with his surroundings. Lucen, oblivious to the danger, reveled in his manipulation of ANS, satisfying his petty vanity. Hailing from a family of butchers, Lucien was the eldest son. From a young age, he had to assist his irascible father, who was both ill-tempered and fond of cheap liquor. When he learned he had been selected to participate in this year's deadly arena, Lucien felt as though God was smiling upon him. Finally, he could escape that wretched, filthy room, akin to a pigsty. No longer would he have to rise at 3 a.m. to drag his father from bed to work, nor suffer beatings when his father was in a foul mood. All of this hinged on surviving until the end. Lucien understood what he desired during his time in the training camp, which spurred him to work exceptionally hard. He was not the first to ignite the spark, but he was the only one to emerge from the training camp. Now, he merely needed to eliminate 3 more opponents to live a life akin to paradise. Upon exiting Yellowstone Park, Lucien's first act would be to exact revenge on the man he called father. Perhaps even to kill him? The corpulent figure whistled merrily, inadvertently picking up a bundle of dry twigs. Among them, one was gathered near the bushes where Alan lay hidden. Yet, despite the close proximity, Lucien remained oblivious to the grim reaper lurking in the shadows behind the foliage. As he turned, exposing his rotund back to Alan's gaze while humming a tune from his hometown, Alan knew that the moment he had awaited had arrived. With a blade in hand, he leaped forth, the source energy howling around him. In an instant, Alan's eyes were illuminated by the radiant surge of power. The frenzied butcher trembled violently, buzzing with energy. The patterns etched upon the blade activated and glowed. As the obsidian sword traced a deadly arc behind Lucien, it resembled the scythe of death, revealing its lethal intent. With a sharp hiss, the frenzied butcher unleashed a blade of energy, illuminating Lucien's astonished face as he turned around. "Alan?" the rotund man screamed. Alan struck down with force, the spirals of physical and source energy intertwining and colliding. 5 consecutive spirals clashed, erupting with tremendous power, pushing the frenzied butcher down like a mountain. The dry twigs scattered across the ground as Lucien, in a life-or-death moment, inhaled deeply and summoned his strength. He transformed all his source energy into a protective shield. When the frenzied butcher struck the shield, it felt akin to cutting through a quagmire. Alan grunted, exerting all his might to propel the frenzied butcher forward. Lucien's chubby face turned pale, then flushed with an unnatural hue, finally settling into a ghastly pallor. The source energy shield was cleaved by the frenzied butcher's relentless assault. Lucien shouted, gathering the last remnants of his source energy into a fist, aiming a powerful strike at Alan's chest, determined to bring them both down in a cataclysmic clash. With a steely gaze, Alan advanced rather than retreating. After shattering the energy shield, the frenzied butcher pivoted and arched again, drawing forth another crescent arc. The moonlight swept across Lucien's neck, even as the heavy fist of the rotund man crashed into Alan's chest. A thunderous noise erupted, the light armor crumpled and shattered instantly, and a mist of blood erupted from Alan's mouth and nose as he fell back, the blade slipping from his grasp. Lucien staggered backward, retreating 6 steps before finally halting. With wide, horrified eyes resembling those of a malevolent spirit, he regarded Alan. At that moment, a crimson line appeared across his neck, the flesh splitting apart, gushing forth a jet of blood. Lucien reached for his throat, but midway, he faltered, collapsing powerless. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept that this was his final moment. Chapter 46. The unexpected. Upon hearing Lucien's exclamation, Anston's expression shifted dramatically. He discarded the freshly caught muskrat and dashed back toward the camp. Suddenly, he halted, swaying like a willow in the wind to the left. In that instant, a faint line of fire streaked past, and a bullet hole appeared prominently in the trunk of a nearby tree. Anston immediately ducked behind a camphor tree and whispered, "Lucien?" "Hey, Anston." Lucien's voice rang out from a distance, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. Anston pressed himself against the tree as sparks erupted from the ground beside him, leaving several craters. He forced a wry smile and remarked, "This truly takes me by surprise. I didn't expect you all to catch up." "Indeed. Do you enjoy this unexpected surprise?" Lucien's voice had shifted to a closer position, its volume slightly increased, indicating that she had closed the distance between them. Without hesitation, Anston rolled toward a thicket on his left, just as flames erupted from the tree beside him. He dove into the bushes, continuing his escape to another tree, before stating, "This is a surprise I'd rather not have. But it's hard to say whose surprise it really is. Have you never considered that perhaps Lucien and I intentionally separated to lure you into action?" As he spoke, Anston retrieved a weapon from behind his waist, a trophy he had taken from Vane. At that moment, a nearby thicket began to tremble, as if Lucien's confidence had been shaken, making her unable to maintain her concealment. Anston immediately fired 2 shots in that direction, causing the bushes to explode, yet the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Realizing the peril he was in, Anston swiftly crouched and rolled away. 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, creating a continuous thunderous sound. The tree he had been leaning against now bore a gaping bullet hole, a testament to the precision of the attack. 2 consecutive shots. Anston's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Had he hesitated even slightly, it was likely that his chest would have been pierced by that bullet. At that moment, Lucien's voice echoed. Alan is not as useless as you think. Just watch. He will take down Lucien and come for you. Determining her location, Anston suddenly lunged out, firing his revolver. You should be more concerned about yourself, Miss Lucien. Flames erupted from the barrel as bullets sped forth, spiraling toward the shadows near several ancient trees. Suddenly, a flash of light emerged from the shadows, revealing Lucien's delicate face, flickering in and out of view. A series of metallic clinks resounded as Lucien accurately intercepted Anston's bullets mid-air with her handgun. In the end, she deftly countered, firing back at Anston. Anston swiftly twisted his waist and sidestepped, feeling the heat of her bullet graze his left cheek. 3 meters away, a cluster of flowers and grass exploded, and a cut opened on his face from the bullet's near miss. He felt a sense of helplessness. Lucien's marksmanship far surpassed his own, putting him at a severe disadvantage in this jungle shootout. After retreating until he collided with a tree trunk, Anston paused, wiping his cheek and frowning at the red stains on his fingers. Suddenly, his heart began to race without warning, an overwhelming sense of danger washing over him. Anston's instincts kicked in. He pivoted and spun away, like a top. Behind him, a dark red energy blade suddenly emerged from the tree trunk. Anston quickly retreated, sliding back several meters before halting. From behind the tree, Alan emerged, wielding a bloodthirsty weapon. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a myriad of silver spots upon him, as if he were cloaked in shimmering light. At this moment, Alan emanated a chilling aura, his crimson pupils burning like flames beneath a thick layer of ice. Alan. Anston. They both called each other's names, a silent acknowledgement of their presence. Alan's gaze was fixed on Anston. Any movement from him would provoke an attack. Lucien also stepped out of the shadows, her handgun aimed toward Alan, maintaining a stance ready for immediate action. Faced with 2 formidable foes, Anston dared not act recklessly, offering a faint smile. So, has that fat pig, Lucien, already met his end at your hands? The bloodthirsty weapon trembled slightly, revealing a trace of dark red blood on its blade. Alan did not respond, yet Anston understood. I have a suggestion. Why don't we leave here peacefully? What do you both think? Anston smiled, appearing confident. Alan regarded him and said, I hold no ill will toward you, but you know the rules of the death arena. Therefore, I'm afraid I cannot let this opportunity slip by. I suspected as much. So, are both of you prepared to give it your all? Anston suddenly discarded his weapon, an action that left Alan and Lucien puzzled. Then, Alan noticed the source energy on Anston's body glowing brightly, flowing in a specific pattern. The aura surrounding this tall, slender youth intensified with an ominous energy. Alan couldn't fathom why this was happening. By all appearances, Anston should be at a disadvantage. A spark of inspiration flashed in Alan's mind. He struggled to grasp it, and finally exclaimed, the imprint? Genetic circuit? Have you already? Indeed. Being ranked first does not necessarily mean exceptional talent. Alan, to be honest, I didn't want to reveal this at this moment, but Lucien was rather useless. Otherwise, it would have given you quite the surprise. Anston raised his right hand, revealing several dark purple glows coursing across his skin. The trajectory of the light formed a pattern akin to an electronic circuit on the back of his hand, culminating in a black and purple imprint resembling a swirling vortex. Anston clenched his hand, and suddenly, dark purple mist began to rise around Alan and Lucien. Like a fog, it converged toward a central point, forming a pitch-black core. This core possessed immense gravitational force, continuously drawing Alan and Lucien closer. Alan's expression shifted as he shouted, "Get out of here!" The 2 of them desperately attempted to escape the core's influence, yet it felt as if they were submerged in a deep sea, with powerful undertows pulling them toward the dark center. Alan shouted, activating the energy blade of his bloodthirsty weapon, releasing a segment of dark red energy. The source energy whirlpools clashed violently, with 7 spirals colliding, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that caused Alan's skin to glow unnaturally red, followed by a faint mist of blood. The bloodthirsty weapon emitted a low hum, instantly launching a dark red moonlight. The moonlight collided with the purple-black mist, canceling each other out in an explosion. Alan managed to carve a path through this chaos. Go! Alan yelled, pulling Lucien forcefully toward the opening. And they barely escaped before the mist was completely drawn into the core. As all the mist converged into the core, it illuminated with several purple patterns before erupting in a thunderous explosion, creating a dark purple fireball. The shockwave knocked Alan and Lucien to the ground, leaving the area where the explosion occurred reduced to ash, the earth stained with an eerie dark purple hue, emanating the stench of rotting soil. Alan's expression shifted several times. Anston had already constructed the circuit and activated his own imprint. Based on the abilities exhibited by this imprint, it was clear that upon ascending to the rank of Imprint Master, there existed an insurmountable gap between him and the source energy users. Alan pulled Lucian up and quickly retreated, disappearing deep into the thicket moments later. Anston made no attempt to pursue. He leaned against a tree, panting, and chuckled bitterly. To think you could escape the shadow vortex, Alan, you truly are a dangerous individual. The imprint he activated was called the Shadow Sovereign, capable of harnessing the powers of spatial shadows. In the night or darkness, the imprint's abilities would receive a significant enhancement. The Shadow Vortex was the first ability of this imprint, capable of distorting the shadows in space, creating energy currents that pulled toward the center, ultimately resulting in an explosion. This formidable ability, encompassing both control and attack, is undeniably remarkable, yet it still afforded Alan a narrow opportunity to escape, albeit by a stroke of luck. However, in order to wield this power, ANS had nearly drained his internal source energy, leaving him physically weakened. Had Alan not been wary of his seal, it is conceivable that he would have found himself in dire straits. ANS stood in place for a full quarter of an hour, gradually regaining some semblance of source energy. He picked up his revolver anew and departed gracefully. Once they had both left, a metallic sphere swept across the forest where their confrontation had transpired. Simultaneously, in the command hall of the Death Arena, a screen was replaying the recent encounter between Alan and ANS. Alistair leaned against the ship's railing, his eyes half closed, remarking, "What an unexpected turn of events. I did not anticipate that ANS, this dark horse, had secretly advanced and constructed a genetic circuit. Nevertheless, it is also unusual for Alan to breach ANS's capabilities solely with the strength of an 8th-level source energy wielder. My lord, in your opinion, what are its chances moving forward?" The assistant inquired cautiously, for he too had placed his bets on ANS and naturally hoped for the dark horse's triumph. Alistair chuckled. "The odds are significantly in his favor. After all, seal masters and source energy wielders operate on entirely different levels. Alan's fortunate escape this time may not be replicated in the future." Upon hearing this, the assistant felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, Alan had 2 companions, while ANS was a solitary figure. Judging by numbers alone, ANS was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. However, Alistair suddenly introduced a term that quickened the assistant's heart rate. The financial minister shrugged and remarked, "Alan's talent is commendable. Who knows if he might successfully construct a circuit at a crucial moment, activating an intriguing seal. In such a case, the outcome becomes uncertain." The assistant's expression darkened considerably, but Alistair, seemingly oblivious to his dismay, patted him firmly on the shoulder and said, "But isn't that the very allure of the Death Arena? Until the final moment, no one can ascertain who the victor will be. There are still several days left in the arena. Let us watch it unfold." Chapter 47. The barrier in the crystalline waters of a stream, a cod swam gracefully. To the east, the morning light leapt over the peaks, casting a golden glow upon the stream and the surrounding valley. The cod moved towards the light, drawn to its brilliance, an instinctive yearning for life. However, as it glided into a relatively calm section of the water, an ominous sign emerged. With a flick of its tail, the cod attempted to escape, but it was too late. A sharpened wooden spear suddenly pierced the water, striking the cod with precision. A delicate, pale hand grasped the spear and effortlessly lifted the fish from the water. When it was tossed onto the bank, it still wriggled energetically, while another of its kind lay nearby, utterly drained, barely bubbling. Lucy clapped her hands and quickly constructed a small stone pile with the collected debris. The structure was hollow beneath, allowing for the placement of dry twigs to start a fire. This way, the flames would not be overly conspicuous, and the heat would be mostly contained within the stone pile. She then crafted a simple wooden rack on top, where she could gut the fish, slice it into fillets, and use the warmth from the stones to smoke them, creating a delightful outdoor meal. After placing the fish fillets on the makeshift grill, Lucy washed her hands clean in the stream. She returned to the grill, carefully flipping the fillets to prevent them from burning. The cod gradually released an enticing aroma. Ordinarily, Lucy would have been salivating, but now she seemed burdened with thoughts. The pursuit that night had initially gone smoothly, and barring any unforeseen events, even ANS could have been dealt with. Who would have thought that ANS had constructed a circuit, activating the imprint, causing their efforts to go awry? Following their retreat, they had hidden for an entire day. Continuous battles had worsened Alan's injuries, particularly during the final clash. When Alan had exerted all his strength to breach a rift in his abilities, the wounds he had sustained while battling the violent wolf were torn open anew. When Lucy tended to his wounds, Alan, weakened and nearly drained of his source energy, fainted. It was not until 12 hours later that he regained consciousness. Upon awakening, They immediately left their hiding spot and eventually found rest in this valley for another night. Now, Alan's condition had improved, and his source energy was nearly restored. Yet their chances of victory remained slim. An imprint master, even a novice, wielded the power of the imprint, which distinctly set them apart from source energy users. That night, ANS had demonstrated this truth. The strange vortex of energy had hampered their movements, and even if the resulting explosion did not claim their lives, it would have severely injured them, rendering them nearly helpless, little different from being killed on the spot. They had initially felt assured of victory. Now, the future appeared uncertain. Lucy, frowning as she flipped the fish fillets, heard footsteps approaching. She looked up to see Alan donning his defensive light armor once more, wielding his weapon, the Sanguine Reaper. The left side of his chest plate was already dented and cracked, a testament to Lucian's lethal strike. The hefty adversary had lashed out in his final moments, delivering a tremendous blow. Had it not been for the armor's protection, Alan would surely have been gravely injured. This illustrated the formidable nature of their foe. Had Alan not decisively eliminated Lucian that night, now facing both the hefty man and the imprint-capable ANS, they would have had little chance to prevail. "How are your injuries?" Lucy inquired. Alan moved his arm tentatively and nodded. "I'm getting better. Is the fish ready to eat? I'm famished." Lucy used her dagger to offer him a piece, and watching him relish the meal, she couldn't help but remark, "I'm surprised you can still eat." "Why wouldn't I be able to?" Alan quickly devoured a piece, unperturbed by the heat, reaching for another. "Have you forgotten about ANS? He is an imprint master now," Lucy retorted, exasperated. As Alan began to demolish a second piece, his mouth greased with oil, he replied, "So what if he is? He is not invincible. We will be able to defeat him. Right now, we must fill our stomachs and regain our strength before we confront him." "Are you always this optimistic?" Lucy rolled her eyes, feeling that he was oblivious to the troubles an imprint master posed for them. Alan flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of white teeth. "When I realized that being pessimistic wouldn't change the facts, I understood that optimism was my only option." Lucy paused, gazing at Alan's smile, feeling an inexplicable twinge of sadness. What trials had he endured at such a young age to gain such insights? "Hey, if you don't eat soon, I'll finish it all." Perhaps influenced by Alan's cheerful demeanor, Lucy felt that NS might not be such a nuisance after all. With her mood lifted, her hunger stirred. Noticing the dwindling fish fillets, she suddenly exclaimed and swiftly grabbed a piece to pop into her mouth. After they joyfully finished their breakfast, they packed their belongings and prepared to move again. By afternoon, a tall, slender figure appeared in the valley. He eventually stood at the spot where Alan and Lucy had dined that morning. The stone pile remained, and the stones still held a faint warmth. ANS chuckled. "How far do you think you can escape?" He clapped his hands, circling around, discovering traces nearby on the grassy slope. As he continued tracking, he stumbled upon two sets of footprints. The scattered remnants of evidence led ANS to a forest several hundred meters away from the valley. The woods were tranquil, with afternoon sunlight casting dappled patterns on the ground, and the air was filled with the scent of greenery. Following the trail left by Alan and Lucy, ANS arrived at a hollow tree, from which he could hear a deep, rhythmic breathing. With a cold smirk, ANS drew his revolver and fired several shots into the hollow. The gunfire startled birds into flight, and a commotion arose from within the tree. Just then, two glowing eyes appeared, and before ANS could react, a violent wolf burst forth from the hollow, lunging at him with a ferocious roar. "Damn it, I've been fooled," ANS shouted in frustration, agilely dodging the wolf's attack and shooting it in the head, bringing it down. Just as he caught his breath, a low growl echoed from behind. ANS turned, his expression darkening as at least 7 or 8 saber-toothed wolves emerged from the trees, evidently drawn by the cries of their kin. There must be a den nearby, else so many wolves would not have appeared simultaneously. Frustratingly, after 24 hours, the nanomachines designed to ward off dangerous species had been expelled from his system. Now, these wolves would not fear ANS. They simply sought to rend him apart. "Was that the sound of gunfire?" Lucy asked, lifting her head to listen. Alan grinned. "Looks like my little setup worked. ANS is likely headed straight into the wolf den now. I truly hope he gets torn to shreds," Lucy said earnestly. "That is unlikely. He'll probably just face some trouble. To truly eliminate him, we must rely on ourselves," Alan stated. "Well, this is it." He kicked aside several stones, revealing a deep cave before him. This was a mountainous region south of the valley, with rolling hills and a complex network of trails resembling a labyrinth. Alan had chosen this location deliberately, and even Lucy was unaware of his intentions. Once inside the cave, which extended a good 10 meters, Alan found it dry and cool, with shafts of sunlight filtering through cracks above. He turned around at the end of the cave, confirming it wasn't a nest for any dangerous species before sitting down. "Are you planning to hide here?" Lucy asked. Alan nodded. "At least for now, we need to lay low. Moreover, what I plan to do next cannot be interrupted by ANS, so we must remain concealed for the time being. What do you intend to do? Lucy squatted down, visibly frustrated. Pointing to himself, Alan replied, I want to try constructing a circuit as well. If all goes well, I can activate the imprint too. Then, even if I face ANS head-on, I won't need to fear him. Upon hearing this, Lucy's face lit up with joy as she playfully struck his shoulder and exclaimed, You already possess 9 vortices? Goodness, why didn't you tell me sooner? Had I known, I wouldn't have worried so much. Alan replied with a wry smile. I only discovered it this morning. It seems that Ansie's encouragement that night was quite powerful, sparking the emergence of a vortex. That's splendid. With 9 source power vortices, you can construct the first circuit. Get to it. I'll keep watch for you, Lucy said, brandishing her automatic pistol with a flourish. I'll do my best, Alan responded, aware of the extraordinary challenge before him. Despite having 9 vortices, he still needed to breach the first barrier of source power confinement. Otherwise, constructing the genetic circuit would remain unattainable. Unbeknownst to Lucy, he faced this additional hurdle, yet she continued to cheer him on, patting his shoulder and urging him to give it his all. After that, she stepped out of the cave to keep watch for him. Alan took a deep breath. Although he had been advised against this method, he found himself left with no choice but to gamble everything on this one endeavor. He closed his eyes, relaxing his entire being. Like the day he ignited the spark, he focused on his breathing, allowing his mind to settle and attune to the source power within him. Soon, he could sense it. The source power vortices resembled tiny, swirling nebulae, radiating warmth and light. As his will brushed against them, he felt their comforting essence. He began to activate the vortices, encouraging them to circulate within the veins of his body. After repeating this process 9 times, a subtle feeling of expansion enveloped him. The blood vessels had fully dilated under the stimulus of the source power. This was merely a warm-up. Once completed, he delved into the main task. He consciously urged the source power vortices to chase and collide with one another, leaving faint trails of light in their wake like miniature shooting stars. Under the impetus of Alan's will, the vortices began to collide. With each impact, his entire body trembled slightly. After 9 successive collisions, the vortices nearly converged, transforming from fleeting meteors into a luminous comet, trailing a long fiery tail as it surged towards his heart. The critical moment had finally arrived. As the source power comet crashed into his heart, Alan instantly perceived the existence of an intangible barrier. The two forces collided like a tumultuous wave crashing against an unyielding rock. Though the rock trembled under the wave's force, it did not shatter. For Alan, however, a sudden pain pierced his chest, and he involuntarily coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 48. The blade of the conflagration with the force of the 9 spins. He aimed to strike the heart, a vital organ. The barrier had not yet been breached, yet he had already sustained injuries. Alan forced a bitter smile as he wiped away the blood, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. After resting for a moment, he resolved not to surrender easily and closed his eyes once more, channeling his source power to assault the barrier again. This time, blood gushed from his mouth and nose. On the 3rd attempt, Alan was sent flying. His skin flushed a deep red, and multiple wounds on his arms and chest reopened. However, instead of dampening his fighting spirit, the injuries ignited a fierce determination within him. With a muffled groan, he summoned his source power for a 4th time. The swirling source energy collided violently within him, transforming into a comet of source power that surged towards his heart once again. Gritting his teeth, the comet crashed against the barrier with a resounding impact. In his consciousness, a barrier composed of flowing light patterns appeared before him. This barrier was on the brink of shattering, with many patterns fracturing and breaking apart. As the cracks spread, Alan sensed that beyond this barrier, as Hutton had mentioned, lay 2 more formidable, invisible barriers. Following the impact, the source energy began to dissipate, retreating like the ebbing tide. From the depths of his soul, Alan let out a roar, forcefully drawing the swirling energy to collide once more, unleashing a torrent of source power that struck the barrier with ferocity. After enduring repeated impacts from the torrent of source power, the first confinement barrier finally shattered with a loud crack, exploding into countless points of light that vanished. The torrent continued unabated, crashing directly into his heart, flowing according to a certain rhythm. In Alan's mind, he could discern that the source power had formed a vague pattern. Yet, at that moment, he succumbed to unconsciousness due to his grievous injuries. However, even in his unconscious state, the source power continued to circulate. Consequently, the pattern within his heart grew increasingly distinct, eventually revealing itself as a long sword engulfed in flames. As Alan strained against the barrier and constructed the circuit, Lucy sat at the entrance of the cave. The exit was partially obscured by a patch of wild grass, providing ample concealment from the outside world. Yet Lucy could observe the movements outside, where the atmosphere was laden with desolation. The tawny earth and ochre mountains formed a monotonous palette, occasionally interrupted by the passage of feral wolves, oblivious to the cave's presence. Time gradually passed, and the sun began its descent in the west. As sunlight dipped below the horizon, casting a silhouette of distant mountains, a figure suddenly flashed in a forked path several hundred meters from the cave. Lucy, who had been feeling drowsy, instantly became alert upon seeing the figure. ANS had finally arrived. She glanced deep into the cave, sensing that Alan had yet to complete his circuit. Gritting her teeth, Lucy slipped out of the cave entrance, gathered a few stones for camouflage, and stealthily made her way toward the direction of the figure. After Lucy departed, a tall silhouette emerged among the rocks. But Aaron observed Lucy's retreating form, shaking his head in resignation. The figure vanished again, yet an almost imperceptible ripple followed closely behind Lucy. ANS peeked out from behind a rock, frowning as he surveyed his surroundings. This mountainous region was far more intricate than he had anticipated, with winding paths and numerous forks. Navigating through them felt akin to traversing a labyrinth. He had intentionally led Alan's trail near a den of wolves. And although a few feral wolves posed little threat to him, their increasing numbers compelled him to retreat. After wasting half a day, he finally found a clue and arrived here just as dusk fell. The night enhanced his imprinting abilities, yet the mountains were hardly an ideal battleground. It would be exceedingly difficult to locate Alan in the dark, but ANS was patient, convinced of his ultimate victory. I shall never fail again. The vivid memory of being lashed by the representatives of the Alexander family lingered in his mind, the swirling whips igniting his nerves with pain. All of this would come to an end once he eliminated Alan and Lucy. As long as he could escape, he could return victorious to the Alexander family. Even if only as a family warrior, his abilities would surely allow him to rise above the rest. Perhaps, with enough strength, he could even be absorbed into the Alexander family as a branch member. At that point, his status would be transformed. All of this hinged on the demise of two individuals. ANS glanced westward, squinting his eyes. The last rays of the setting sun were fading, and he climbed onto a larger rock to observe the open terrain, hoping to discern the most likely hiding place of Alan. Just as his gaze inadvertently swept over the cave where Alan was concealed, the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. His heart raced, and his blood quickened, an instinctive sense of danger. He immediately dove behind the rock, just as gunfire erupted from behind him. Bullets grazed the stone, sending sparks flying and showering debris onto its back. Rolling on the ground, ANS pressed himself against the rock and remarked, "What a warm welcome, Lucy. Of course, I wouldn't dare be negligent towards you." The powerful imprinting master, Lucy's voice echoed, shifting from one side to the other. ANS realized she was using rapid movement to confuse his perception, evidently succeeding in her efforts. However, this rapidity would soon deplete her source energy. When she could no longer maintain such movement, it would mark her demise. "I'm quite curious, Lucy. How many bullets remain in your magazine?" ANS suddenly inquired. He was well aware that Lucy could not have many rounds left. In their previous exchange with Wayne, he had seen her expend 2 magazines. Thus, he deduced that she had at most 1 magazine remaining, and it would be far from full. For a marksman, ammunition was their greatest constraint. Once it ran out, even a source wielder would find themselves no better off than an ordinary person, particularly for an imprinting master like ANS. As the last rays of sunlight finally vanished, just before their departure, a flash glimmered among the scattered rocks on the left. ANS keenly spotted this flash and instinctively leapt away from the stone. In the next moment, the spot where he had just crouched erupted in sparks, the thunderous gunfire reverberating through the space. Lucy crouched low, using the cover of the rock debris to circle towards ANS, declaring, "Rest assured, the remaining bullets are more than enough to claim your life." Though her words were confident, in reality, Lucy had very few rounds left. In her magazine, only 5 bullets remained. Another gunshot rang out, and ANS quickly pounced toward the source of the sound. He was unaware that, amidst their chase, he was moving further away from the cave where Alan was hiding. While Lucy distracted ANS, within the cave, Alan remained unconscious. Yet his consciousness lingered in a peculiar space. Alan was unsure of how he had arrived there. He could sense that it was dim, yet undeniably vast. It felt as though he stood in the void of the universe, surrounded by darkness in every direction. Until, at last, he perceived a light rising ahead. Positioned at a great distance, it resembled the world's edge, emerging from the void and emanating a warm, orange glow. It was akin to the dawn's light. Breaking over the horizon, the band of orange light arched upward, forming a perfect curve that spanned the world. Perhaps one day, that light would illuminate this desolate space akin to the depths of the cosmos. But at this moment, Alan's consciousness began to detach from that realm. Then, he heard faint gunfire. Upon opening his eyes, he was first met with darkness, which gradually gave way to the blurred contours of the cave's ceiling. Moonlight replaced the sunlight, casting silvery beams into the cave, preventing the surroundings from descending into complete darkness. Alan moved his limbs, feeling a slight soreness and numbness due to prolonged unconsciousness. Yet his spirit was surprisingly vibrant. As he regained his senses, he recalled that at the moment he lost consciousness, he seemed to have broken through a barrier. He immediately closed his eyes and focused his mind to sense the source of power within him. Instantly, he felt a flickering light of source energy at the location of his heart. As the tendrils of his consciousness delved into that radiance, an image emerged from the glow. It was a long sword engulfed in flames. When Alan sensed it, a name naturally surfaced in his mind: Blaze of the Wilds. This was the seal he had activated. And upon feeling this seal, he suddenly realized that the Blaze of the Wilds was merely the initial imprint. As his mastery of source energy advanced, it would also ascend, thereby manifesting even more formidable capabilities. Upon the Blaze of the Wilds, a tinge of orange light swept across, forming patterns akin to electronic circuits. This was the first genetic circuit constructed from the swirling source energy, endowing Alan with his inaugural ability, combustion. Combustion allowed Alan's weapon to be enveloped in a searing flame of 1,000 degrees, lasting for 1 minute. Due to the imprint of the Blaze of the Wilds, this flame possessed a certain stickiness, meaning it could spread and ignite other materials, such as clothing or even flesh. The flames produced by combustion could not be extinguished by conventional physical means, such as water or sand. Only source energy could counteract and obliterate them. At first glance, combustion might not seem as powerful as Ansie's shadow vortex. However, the true advantage of this ability lay in its duration, a full minute, allowing it to seamlessly complement some of Alan's combat techniques. For instance, when combined with the crescent slash, the power of combustion would unveil an entirely new might. Moreover, as Alan's level increased, so too would the duration of combustion. The abilities and imprints were intricately linked. Their sustainability corresponded to the characteristic of a single spark that could ignite a prairie fire. Much like the imprint, combustion could also be upgraded. Beyond it lay 2 more tiers, scorching and weaving flame. Chapter 49, Fiery Moon. Everything is interconnected. Upon activating his unique imprint, Alan gained a clear understanding of the source power system. At this moment, he finally recognized that source power is the fundamental essence of all things, the driving force behind abilities. The genetic circuit serves as the medium for activating these abilities, where source power flows through the circuit to manifest power. The imprint, in turn, acts as an integrator for the circuits. As more circuits are implanted, the imprint can ascend to a higher level. An upgraded imprint will activate more powerful circuits, thereby unleashing even greater strength. Source power, circuits, and imprints. These 3 are interdependent and indispensable. Alan sprang up from the ground, feeling lighter than before. He noticed that the injuries sustained by his heart during the assault on the barrier had completely healed, and the strength of his organs and blood vessels had been elevated to a new level. This must be the result of the evolutionary node naturally produced by his body upon advancing to an imprint master. At that moment, Alan had lost consciousness, and his body instinctively decided to utilize the node to enhance his internal structures. Thus, Alan was now capable of wielding a more formidable source power without suffering the consequences of self-harm as he had before. With renewed vigor, he grasped his formidable weapon and dashed out of the cave. Outside, the mountain wind howled fiercely, carrying with it the sharp sound of a gunshot. Alan quickly pinpointed the origin of the sound and charged towards it, having not spotted Lucy inside the cave. The gunshot indicated one possibility: Lucy and ANS were already engaged in combat. A shadow arose, illuminated by the silver moonlight that cascaded down from behind ANS, casting a slender silhouette of Lucy. ANS reached out towards the girl, dark purple flames flickering between his fingers, resembling wisps of smoke caught in his grasp. Lucy cautiously sidestepped, causing ANS to strike the rock instead. The smoke dissipated, and the hard rock layer seemed to turn to sand under the corrosive effect of its smoke. ANS swept his fingers, sending a cloud of flying sand directly at Lucy's face. As the sand entered her eyes, Lucy instinctively shut them. ANS launched a kick, and Lucy, hearing the rush of wind, crossed her arms in defense. The kick landed on her hands, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. In her misstep, she tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. She struggled to open her eyes, which were now red and watery, and vaguely saw ANS approaching her. "You cannot escape, Lucy. Just tell me where Alan is," ANS said in a low tone. After Lucy had drawn his attention, ANS pressed the attack. With insufficient ammunition, Lucy was unable to prevent ANS from closing in. The distance between them diminished, placing her in a precarious position. Yet, even at this moment, Lucy proudly raised her head. "I can tell you, but do you dare to believe me?" ANS felt a headache coming on. It was clear that Lucy would not divulge Alan's whereabouts. He was acutely aware of the threat Alan posed, having come to understand the kind of person he was through their interactions. Alan would never abandon Lucy to flee alone. His absence now indicated that he was plotting something. And whatever that may be, it would be detrimental to ANS. With each passing moment, the disadvantage grew heavier. Unbeknownst to him, ANS was losing his composure. He shouted at Lucy, "Tell me now, or you will die. I still have a bullet here. You can try and see who will fall first." Lucy replied defiantly as she rose to her feet. ANS nodded, prepared to eliminate Lucy without hesitation. As the source power began to circulate, intricate patterns of light emerged. Suddenly, the space behind ANS warped slightly. Medallon's figure appeared silently behind him, his hand reaching for the hilt of the great sword at his back. Should ANS initiate his abilities, Medallon would strike him down on the spot. Lucy was aware of this as well, understanding that should Medallon intervene, the battle would be forcibly halted. Given their sensitive identities, the Federation would never allow the death match to continue. At that moment, she could escape unscathed, and Alan would undoubtedly emerge as the sole victor. Yet, Lucy worried whether Alan would still consider her a friend after such an event. Just as ANS was about to act, Medallon seemed to sense something. The elder appeared momentarily surprised. Then a faint smile graced his lips as he vanished like a wisp of smoke behind ANS. Upon Medallon's disappearance, ANS froze in disbelief, staring back. Everything remained unchanged. The crescent moon hung high, and the mountain winds roared. Yet, within his perception, a column of orange fire suddenly surged from the heavens. The celestial flame blazed with an overwhelming presence, akin to the sun reigning supreme. As this perception flickered away, ANS found himself questioning his senses, only to spot Alan. Beneath the starry sky, a figure emerged beneath the silver moon. Alan leapt high, appearing in the moonlight, then descended onto a patch of yellow rock. As he landed, a ripple of air surged outward, propelling him forward, leaving a faint shadow on the silvery ground. Gliding through the treacherous mountain paths, Alan moved like a specter, his weapon casting dark shadows. Yet amidst the darkness, flickers of orange light shone like stars igniting in the night. In an instant, Alan had entered the battlefield. He landed on a massive stone behind ANS and sprang into the air, reaching the apex of his jump just as he unleashed a streak of dark moonlight towards ANS. "Alan!" ANS shouted, retreating hastily. The moonlight grazed past his nose, crashing into the ground and creating a fissure. Alan looked up, his crimson eyes shimmering with intensity. Like flames dancing. "ANS!" Alan called out, pivoting his weapon to unleash the moonlight again, slashing across its chest. ANS retreated, but Alan charged in, his shoulder colliding with ANS's chest. ANS crossed his arms in defense, pushing Alan away. As Alan's weapon lost momentum, he executed a swift rotation, releasing a third streak of moonlight aimed directly at ANS's face. The crescent light flashed repeatedly as Alan executed the technique taught by Ron with precision. The moonlight connected seamlessly, enveloping ANS in a shroud of darkness. After delivering the 25th strike, a sharp pain shot through Alan's wrist, signaling that he could no longer continue the rapid slashes without risking injury. At that moment, he delivered a horizontal slash, infusing it with source power. The blade shimmered with energy, and a dark red energy blade shot forth, catching ANS off guard. In a flurry, he inhaled and slid back, the blade flashing before his chest, drawing droplets of blood. Standing still, Alan breathed heavily, regulating his breath. ANS's chest heaved as well. Had Alan's tempestuous assault continued for just a moment longer, he might have met his demise. The challenge of the crescent slash lay in its relentless nature. Once initiated, it was nearly impossible to find a flaw in the onslaught, leaving opponents with no choice but to defend or evade. Even though ANS had advanced to the rank of imprint master, he could not alter this reality. After all, the crescent slash was one of the 10 military techniques, each refined over centuries of warfare, making it a daunting challenge for someone newly initiated like ANS to dismantle. Gazing at the bloodstains on his chest, ANS nodded, saying, "You are indeed dangerous, Alan." Alan shrugged, slightly bowing his body into a combat stance. "I can be even more dangerous. Do you wish to test that?" "I think not, for the outcome is already decided." ANS raised his hand, dark purple patterns swirling from his arm, forming the imprint of the Shadow Monarch on the back of his hand. Simultaneously, the Shadow Vortex was activated, and an ethereal purple mist began to rise around Alan, revealing a pitch-black core at its center. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. At this moment, both the two steam airships hovering above Babylon and the electronic screens in every household were broadcasting this duel under the moonlight in real time. An enthusiastic male host exclaimed, his words animated and fervent. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is undoubtedly an extraordinary confrontation. From the sudden emergence of our young master Alan to the tempestuous assault that followed. And now as contestant ANS unleashes his engraving ability for a fierce counterattack, I believe everyone, like me, is eagerly anticipating who will emerge victorious. Let us wait and see. The screen shifted to the scene of the duel, where Alan was pulling the intangible gravitational field of the shadow vortex towards the core. An exaggerated female host gasped. Oh my, the situation is quite unfavorable for young Master Alan. Can he mount a counteroffensive? At that moment, millions of eyes across Babylon were fixated on the same image. Horn was no exception. Seated in his study, he wore a grave expression. The wine glass in his hand had remained suspended, untouched, for nearly a minute, while his butler, Hasten, occasionally glanced at the glass. That minute for Horn often represented countless federal coins. Regardless of the tension that enveloped the people of Babylon, Alan remained remarkably composed. He calmly raised his great sword, effortlessly channeling his source power. A vivid orange glow flashed across his body, leaving behind a series of circuit-like patterns. All the light converged at his forehead, resembling a genuine flame roaring upward, as the orange source power formed an image of a flaming greatsword between his brows. The blade of conflagration. In the next moment, true flames entwined around the carnage. The fire illuminated Alan's eyes, mirroring the fervor surging within his chest. It was as if he heard the call to battle, causing his blood to boil. Grasping the flaming sword in reverse, he leaned forward, twisting at the waist. The youth inhaled deeply and suddenly unleashed a thunderous shout. The carnage leapt, tracing an almost perfect arc within the shadow vortex. And the blade instantly drew forth a cascade of moonlight. The crescent formed by the blazing flames signified the complete metamorphosis of the crescent slash from this moment forth. This strike was named Inferno Crescent. Chapter 50. The troublemaker in the midst of a dark purple mist, a blazing fiery moon ascended. The opposing forces of different attributes clashed, causing the shadowy mist surrounding Alan to dissipate significantly, revealing a vast opening. Stepping forward with composure, Alan's presence caused Ansie's pupils to constrict in shock. Impossible. Ansie could no longer contain his panic as he exclaimed, "You have activated the imprint too." Alan remained silent, advancing with purpose. Ansie, witnessing the swirling flames engulfing Alan's weapon, felt a renewed tremor of fear. Alan was employing a sustained ability. Most offensive abilities are characterized by their explosive nature, while some possess enduring qualities. The former excels in delivering substantial instantaneous damage, whereas the latter focuses on longevity. Each type has its merits and drawbacks. However, after expending nearly all his source power, standing before Alan's still-burning flame blade, Ansie's fear was beyond articulation. One was resolute in the quest to slay, while the other was overtaken by trepidation. The disparity in their fighting spirit was immense, even before Alan arrived. Ansie found himself retreating uncontrollably. The fiery moon ascended once more. In Alan's grasp, the weapon unleashed a crescent slice of flames aimed at Ansie's head. Ansie's vision was engulfed by the blazing orb, a torrent of heat crashing upon him, and he could even smell his own hair singeing. With a terrified shout, he stumbled backward, his eyes seared by the passing flames, forcing him to shut them tightly. When he reopened them, he found Alan soaring high into the air. The weapon traced a graceful arc as it circled behind him, and Alan shouted, channeling his source power to propel the weapon through the air. To Ansie's eyes, two moons appeared in the night sky. One, a gentle silver glow, suspended in the heavens. The other, a brilliant inferno, looming before him. The descending fiery moon brushed past Ansie, crashing into the ground and igniting a series of flames that spread outward. Ansie was thrown back, his body engulfed in flames while airborne. He screamed, rolling on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the fire, ultimately resorting to his dwindling source power to quell the flames. However, he was already burned in multiple places, with large portions of his hair singed and half his face charred and disfigured, a sight most tragic. Struggling to rise, he shouted and turned to flee. Upon seeing this, Alan called out, "Lucy, cut him off." Of course, Lucy raised her handgun, steadying her aim at Ansie's head. With the activation of her source power, intricate patterns illuminated the gun's surface, forming a rose motif. As the light vines pointed toward the muzzle, Lucy pulled the trigger. A distinct, clear sound resonated. And amid the gunfire echoing through the valley, Ansie, who had sprinted 100 meters away, staggered and ultimately collapsed to the ground. Thus, the fierce battle concluded. Alan stood up, wiping the blade of his weapon. The flames extinguished, and with 10 seconds remaining before the burning limit, the weapon radiated an astonishing heat. Thankfully, the flames were merely a manifestation channeled through the weapon, shielded by a layer of source power, preventing any damage to the weapon or its inner magical sequence. Approaching Lucy, Alan inquired, "Are you all right?" Lucy shook her head, beaming brightly. "I'm fine, but had you arrived any later, I couldn't guarantee that." "Then let us depart." Alan cast a glance at Ansie's lifeless form, his eyes devoid of triumph over a defeated foe. "Why do you look so glum?" Lucy waved her hand before his face. Alan managed a faint smile. It's nothing, just feeling a bit out of sorts with using the imprint for the first time. Is that so? I thought you were injured. Lucy patted her chest, then took Alan's hand with a grin. Did you not say we were leaving? Why are you still standing there? Under the moonlight. Lucy's smile sparkled like the galaxy, illuminating the world around them. Yet that radiant brilliance pierced Alan's heart, and he was dead. The grim rule of the death arena, wherein only one could emerge victorious, loomed over him like a shadow. Now, only he and Lucy remained. Did this mean he had to kill the girl before him? Alan suddenly halted. What is it? Lucy noticed his change in demeanor. Alan gazed at her, his expression growing resolute. Lucy, let us flee. Flee. Why must we escape? Lucy's eyes reflected confusion. You fool, have you forgotten the rules of the death arena? Alan lightly tapped her on the head. Lucy cradled her head, sticking out her tongue. Oh, so that's what you meant. Then why do you think I want to escape? Alan shook his head, his gaze softening. While I yearn for this opportunity to alter my destiny, to avenge my mother and Bai Fong, you are my friend, a true friend. After all you've done for me, I could never betray you, let alone take your life. With a wry smile, Alan added, thus, the only option left is to escape from here. We must flee Babylon and return to the surface. Lucy looked at him intently, pondering for a moment before asking, and what of your revenge? Of course, I shall seek it, though the path may be fraught with difficulty. But if I were to forsake my principles and harm a true friend for the sake of vengeance, what would that make me? Upon uttering these words, Alan felt a sense of relief wash over him, truly understanding the significance of Ron's parting words when he left the camp. Indeed, some things must be upheld, otherwise, one truly becomes a demon. Do you know, Alan? Huh. Lucy stepped closer. Hearing you say all this makes me incredibly happy. With that, Lucy tiptoed and placed a gentle kiss on Alan's cheek. Suddenly, a strange distortion rippled through the surrounding space, but it dissipated swiftly. After kissing Alan, Lucy linked her arm with his, smiling. Let us go. Even if we must flee, we should plan it well. Who knows, perhaps a miracle will occur tomorrow. Rather than miracles, I prefer to believe in myself, Alan replied. You arrogant fool. This is merely sound judgment. The two drifted further away, and only after their departure did Medallon's figure emerge in the air. The elder stroked his silver-streaked beard, watching them fade into the distance. You should feel proud, young man. To win the friendship of His Highness is indeed fortunate. Now, let me create a miracle for you. As Alan pondered how to escape the floating island, Lucy maintained her carefree demeanor. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the command hall of the death arena was heavy with tension. Yes, replay the previous scene. No, adjust the angle, you imbecile. All right, this angle works. Zoom in. I want it in perfect detail. Alstair bellowed like a raging bear, his unprecedented excitement making everyone in the command hall work diligently, trembling in fear. When the scene Alstair demanded was projected onto the large screen above, he appeared drained. His gaze fixated on the image, his face quivering until it morphed into a bitter smile. The image displayed Lucy as she shot Ansi, the gun adorned with rose-patterned light. The golden rose. The golden rose of destruction. Indeed, it is her. Thus, this Lucy must be that esteemed lady? Alstair shook his head, muttering. No wonder I heard His Highness delayed his visit to the Federation for over half a year. It turns out, damn it, I'm in deep trouble now. His assistant murmured, My lord, who exactly is that esteemed lady you speak of? She was, just as Alstair was about to speak. A piercing alarm echoed throughout the hall. My lord, there has been a surge in source energy intensity in Yellowstone Park, a staff member stammered, his complexion pale. The energy level is at 26. Alstair felt a throbbing pain in his head and shouted, Then hurry and display the source energy reaction area. After a flurry of chaotic operations, an image appeared on the screen above the hall. The scene revealed towering mountains, and on the highest peak stood a figure resembling an iron tower, causing Alstair's brows to furrow. As the image zoomed in, the face of Meteran came into view. Upon seeing this face, Alstair forced a smile. Lord Meteran, he is indeed the tutor of His Highness. This means Lucy truly is. Alstair's corpulent body suddenly felt light, and he bellowed at the staff below, The death arena is over. Contestant Lucy has perished. Do whatever you must, but by tomorrow morning. This news must be released without arousing public suspicion. Furthermore, I do not wish to hear any rumors about tonight's events. Otherwise, beware for your lives and those of your families. He then shouted at his assistant, Now connect me to the president's private line. The assistant hesitated, But sir, the president must be asleep by now. Then wake him. Trust me, if he learns of this in the morning, your head will part ways with your body. Alstair's fury was palpable, his nostrils flaring as he exhaled heated breaths, nearly striking the assistant's face. As you command, my lord, I shall attend to it immediately. The assistant screamed as he rushed out. At that moment, Alstair shook his head, recalling the numerous rumors surrounding His Highness and the myriad of exasperating titles attributed to him, such as the Calamity of Ida, the Cunning Pearl, and so forth, each one making Alistair feel as if the harbinger of disaster was beckoning him. In contrast, the troubles caused by Adele, known as the Fairy of the Mosin family in Babylon, hardly seemed significant. After all, the troubles brought forth by His Highness were always grandiose in scale. Chapter 51. Unforeseen Victory at 5 in the morning. Amidst the coniferous woods near the western edge of Yellowstone Park, Alan swiftly descended from a towering tree, pulling Lucy, who had been dozing against the trunk, to her feet. Lucy blinked her sleepy eyes and yawned. Why must we flee before dawn? I just want to sleep a little longer. At such an hour. When vigilance among people is at its nadir, their chance of escaping Yellowstone hinged on this moment. Hurry up, Alan urged, exasperated by Lucy's languid demeanor as he dragged her onward. The end of the forest was in sight, and Alan could already discern a line of electric fences standing at the edge. Just as they burst from the trees, beams of light suddenly illuminated the ground. Converging upon them, Alan's expression changed. Not good, we've been spotted. This way. He pulled Lucy out of the light's reach, but 2 more beams followed, still casting their glare upon them. In that instant, the rumble of an energy ship's engines reached his ears. Alan looked up to see a crescent-shaped vessel descending, expelling blue flames from its engines. Damn, it's the Destiny. Alan recognized it immediately as the ship that had transported them, the participants of the death stage, to Yellowstone. Accompanying the Destiny were 3 smaller ships, 2 of which were Hawk-class escort vessels, slim at the front and broad at the back, known for their speed albeit moderate firepower. Their appearance turned any attempt at escape into a mere jest. The 3rd ship was uniquely designed, its silver body adorned with shimmering golden patterns that pulsed with energy, a stark contrast to the Federation's pragmatic military aesthetics. As all the ships landed, Alan shielded Lucy behind him, drawing his weapon, the Beast Slayer, and slightly crouching. Do not fear, I will not allow them to harm you. The Destiny's landing deck descended to the ground via a tractor beam, revealing Alstai and several fully armed Federation soldiers. Upon seeing Alan, Alstai displayed a peculiar expression, followed by his signature smile. Congratulations, Mr. Allen. You have qualified as the victor of this death stage. What? Alan thought he must have misheard. I trust there's no need for repetition? Given the fact that the last contestant, Lucy, has already perished, you are undoubtedly the sole survivor and, by extension, the victor of the death stage. Alstai stated with impeccable poise. Alan glanced back at Lucy. Are they all blind? Lucy shrugged innocently. Now then, Mr. Allen, put down your weapon and come with us. There is still a bit of time before dawn, and you need to prepare to receive the public's enthusiastic celebration. Alstai beckoned. Alan was no fool. He did not lower his weapon. What is going on? I will not let Lucy out of my sight. If you're quite the stubborn child, Alstai remarked, shaking his head as he snapped his fingers. A metallic sphere flew before Alan, displaying the freshly updated death list. Within it, Alan saw not only ANS but also Lucy. Yet Lucy stood right behind him. Alstai gestured. You see, the list is now synchronized with all public information stations across Babylon, meaning the entire city is aware of your status as the victor of the death stage. They also know that that young miss has passed away. As for why this is being handled in such a manner, I cannot disclose the truth based on your clearance. Consider it a miracle bestowed by the divine. After all, you would not wish to see this young lady harmed, would you? Trust me, this is the best outcome. Alstai insisted, then motioned. Now, come with me. Fine, but Lucy must leave with me. You're such a cautious little one. Rest assured, we will not harm her. Her escort has arrived. Alstai glanced towards the magnificent silver ship. Only then did Alan notice the door of the silver vessel opening, revealing a luminescent pathway to the ground. A formidable elder emerged, appearing human but with notably elongated ears. At that moment, Lucy gently embraced Alan from behind, whispering, It's all right, Alan. That's my teacher, Medalon. You go with them. I'll come to find you later and answer all your questions. She released Alan, taking a few steps towards the silver ship before pausing to glance back, winking. We are friends, so please trust me, all right? Alan then sheathed the Beast Slayer. Nodding at Lucy, watching her board the ship, he finally stepped onto the Destiny's landing deck. Alstai patted his shoulder and snapped his fingers once more, activating the tractor beam that raised the deck to merge seamlessly with the ship's hull, filled with a myriad of questions. Alan returned to the training building where it all began. As he disembarked from the ship, he surveyed his surroundings, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Out of the 22 who embarked, he was the only one returning. Aside from Lucy, 20 youths remained forever in that place. The training building was starkly quiet. Despite the bright lights, few awaited him inside. However, as soon as Alan stepped down, the silence was pierced by the exuberant voice of Tonus. Alan, darling. Tonus nearly screamed as he rushed towards him, still clad in flamboyant attire, his face adorned with eyeliner and gloss. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed as he dashed to embrace Alan, enveloped in a cloud of an unidentified brand of perfume. I knew you would come back. You were truly my lucky boy. One could not deny Tonus's uncanny charm. Despite being one person, he filled the atmosphere with warmth, leaving Alan no time to dwell on the recent emotional desolation. Just as Tonus's glossed lips approached Alan's face, he instinctively reached for the grip of the beast slayer, feeling a surge of the urge to dispatch the flamboyant figure. Lieutenant, Alstai timely intervened, clearing his throat. Take Mr. Allen back. Remember, you only have 3 hours to prepare. Tonus immediately clasped his face, exclaiming, I almost forgot. Quickly, darling, we don't have much time. Seizing Alan's hand, the lieutenant dragged him towards the elevator. They ascended back to the 13th floor, and upon entering the hall, Alan was taken aback. The room was filled to capacity, all of Tonus's assistants present, including Ethan, whom he had met on the transport ship. Today, however, Tonus had summoned nearly all his staff, including several stunningly attractive women. As they laid eyes on Alan, their eyes sparkled, as if they wished to devour him whole. The beast slayer had somehow been handed to Tonus, who pushed Alan towards the group of women, commanding, quickly, you all are tasked with cleaning up our darling Alan. He must emerge spotless, without a trace of blood. Ethan, the lieutenant called out again, prepare Alan's outfit. Damn it, if I see a single wrinkle, you better watch your back. Alan was pulled and tugged by the women toward the room, amidst their playful touches. His vision filled with towering silhouettes. He finally managed to poke his head out and called to Tanasov, Lieutenant, do you know about Lucy? Upon hearing Lucy's name, Tanasov gestured, prompting the ladies to halt. The lieutenant approached, gently patting Alan's cheek, saying, listen to me, darling. I know you and Lucy were dear friends, and I deeply regret her death. However, rules are rules, and no one can defy them. So, you might as well forget this experience. A brighter world awaits you. Without allowing Alan any room for dissent, Tanasov forcefully slapped one of the ladies on the backside and commanded, quickly now, girls, make sure to clean our darling Alan thoroughly. Alan remained silent. If even Tanasov was unaware of the truth behind the death arena, it meant Lucy's identity must be kept strictly confidential. Who exactly was she? Ultimately, Alan was ushered into the bathroom, where 4 or 5 alluring women stripped him bare. The entire bathing process was as intense as a battle, though this struggle was not for life or death, but for the sovereignty of his own body. When this chaotic washing concluded, all that lingered in Alan's memory were vivid images associated with fullness and wet garments. After this shocking journey of the soul, the young boy, filled with frustration, pushed himself before Tanasov. At that moment, the lieutenant was ready with a change of clothes for Alan. Soon, Alan donned a distinctly military-style outfit. When he was presented before the full-length mirror, a strikingly handsome youth appeared in its reflection. In the mirror, his silvery hair stood erect, enhancing the masculine contours of Alan's face. From the military-style stand-up collar to the waistline that accentuated his figure, and those deep black boots adorned with golden patterns, all emphasized a decisive aura about him, especially as he had just emerged from the death arena. The murderous intent in his eyes still palpable, making this aura uniquely pronounced. Gazing at his reflection, Alan had to admit that Tanasov indeed possessed exceptional skill in image design. The lieutenant not only understood how to showcase his essence, but also knew how to cater to the tastes of the people of Babylon. From his initial arrival at the floating island to this moment of appearing as a victor, the transformation in his style alone was a testament to that. Standing behind Alan, Tanasov rested his hands lightly on Alan's shoulders, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Do you see? Darling, I told you that you would become a superstar. Now, you have achieved it. In 2 hours, you will be the idol in the hearts of the Babylonian elite. They will cheer for you, and they will go wild for you. Chapter 52. The alien noblewoman. As morning dawned, the Babylon floating island shed its nocturnal veil and awakened beneath the brilliant sun. Millions of nobles flooded the streets, eagerly claiming the main thoroughfares. Thus, as Alan sat in a specially prepared stretch magic-powered vehicle, he gazed out the window, witnessing a resurgence of the fervor he had experienced upon first arriving at the floating island. People cheered exuberantly along the roadside, while 2 steam airships hovered above the city, replaying highlights of Alan's remarkable performances in the death arena. Each time the fiery manifestation of the flame moon was shown during his duel against NS. A chorus of delighted screams erupted from the crowd of girls. As the vehicle glided onto Golden Wing Avenue, heading towards Dawn Square, thousands of white doves were released. A flock of these ethereal birds soared into the azure sky, circling above the square before dispersing to other parts of the floating island. Just as the doves departed, 5 escort airships swept through the sky, trailing colorful smoke as they executed daring aerial maneuvers, before lining up in formation and shooting straight up into the clouds. The sound of a band resonated from the direction of the square, with stirring battle songs prompting the crowd to join in. In an instant, the air in Babylon was filled with music, creating an electric atmosphere. Alan marveled in silence at the grandiosity of the awards ceremony for the victor of the Death Arena. At that moment, Tonus, seated beside him, handed him several pages of notes. "Dear, you have 10 minutes to memorize these lines. I have meticulously crafted them for you. They will surely win the audience's applause." Tonus spoke with unwavering confidence, and Alan could only shake his head in resignation as he began to read the lines. Fortunately, his remarkable memory allowed him to retain the content with ease. In less than 5 minutes, he had committed the words to memory. Dawn Square serves as a public area in Babylon, built to commemorate humanity's ultimate victory in the Dawn War. The square is as large as a sports arena, with 9 bronze pillars at its center, each intricately carved with the heroic deeds of 9 human champions from the war, serving as a bronze tableau that narrates the epic tale for future generations. The square also features an opera house, where the awards ceremony would take place on the open-air stage. The magic-powered vehicle brought Alan and Tonus to the rear of the theater, where they quietly entered through a green passage, making their way to the backstage of the open-air stage. As the magic clock in the square struck 8, the orchestra ceased playing, and a flamboyantly dressed host hurried onto the stage, immediately eliciting cheers from the audience below. "Babylonian ladies, I adore you. Of course, I also hold great respect for every gentleman present. So rest assured, my earlier statement was merely jest. The clever Bacons would never grant you or me the opportunity for a duel." With a humorous opening that drew light laughter from the crowd, the host continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you share my excitement. Just last night, the 211th death stage came to a quiet conclusion, with our victor hailing from Surface District 13, a remarkably talented youth. Speaking of this young man, I believe you all have a vivid impression of him. Upon his arrival in Babylon, his noble demeanor took our breath away, and during the brutal competition, he showcased both courage and wisdom. Indeed, he is none other than Alan." The host suddenly turned, gesturing towards the backstage. "Now, let us welcome the victor of the new Death Arena, Mr. Alan. Alan, Alan, Alan." The square echoed with the unified shouts of the audience. Tonus gave Alan a gentle push. "Go on, darling. Let them cheer for you." Alan took a deep breath and, with a warrior's spirit, stepped out from backstage onto the open-air stage. As he looked out at the sea of faces, he was momentarily rendered speechless by the overwhelming spectacle. On either side of the square, enormous screens displayed his image, and as the camera zoomed in for a close-up, the girls in the audience erupted into frenzied screams. Listening to the enthusiastic cheers pouring from the crowd, Tonus closed his eyes in blissful reverie, as if he were the one receiving the warm welcome rather than Alan. The host raised a hand for silence and called Alan closer. "Alan, I hear you had the opportunity to leave and avoid this grueling competition. Is that true? So, may I ask, why are you standing here?" "Because," Alan's mind flashed back to his mother's parting gaze, "because I seek the chance to alter my destiny. Thus, I gain the strength to effect changes that are profoundly significant." What a remarkable resolve. The host continued to pose questions, and Alan recited Tonus's lines dutifully. Yet, as he spoke, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. To him, this was merely a performance, one that even filled him with distaste. However, he understood that sometimes, a splendid display could ease his path forward, providing him with ample resources. Therefore, he suppressed his minor aversion to accommodate the expectations of the audience. After a series of cheers erupted from the audience, the awards ceremony finally reached its conclusion. Having triumphed in the Death Arena, Alan was to receive a generous reward from the federal government, which included a complete set of magical armaments, a vial of advanced physical enhancement serum, 200,000 federal coins, and residency rights on the floating island. All these rewards were encapsulated in a small electronic magnetic card, allowing Alan to claim his prizes at any time. Following the ceremony, a regular band performance commenced, accompanied by dancers, further heightening the celebratory atmosphere. Yet, by this point, Alan had little more to do on stage. He tucked the reward card securely on his person and descended from the stage alongside the host, Bacons, who, renowned in Babylon, handed Alan a business card, suggesting he might visit his company if he had any interest. Bacons boldly asserted Alan's potential to become a star, a sentiment echoed by Tonus. However, Alan had no desire to pursue fame. After stowing the card for less than 5 minutes, he casually discarded it into the theater's trash bin. "Mr. Alan." Just as he returned to backstage, Alstai, who had been conversing with Tonus, called out to him. The Chancellor, with his round belly, approached warmly, clapping Alan on the shoulder. "Come, I will introduce you to someone." Alstai led him through the backstage area and into the Grand Theater. Upon opening the door, a curtain of darkness enveloped them, The Chancellor gently pushed Alan inside, smiling as he closed the door, leaving Alan engulfed in shadow. After a brief moment of darkness, a beam of spotlight illuminated the stage, followed by a second and a third. Ultimately, 5 beams converged upon the stage. In the radiant light stood a silhouette, a slender and familiar figure that made Alan's heart race. "Lucy?" he called softly. The figure stirred and slowly turned to face him. In that instant, it was as if the stars themselves twinkled, and a magnificent nebula unfolded before Alan, showcasing the epitome of beauty. Lucy was adorned in splendid attire, her golden hair elegantly styled atop her head, embellished with a crown encrusted with numerous jewels. The graceful curve of her swan-like neck extended down to her alluring collarbone. A necklace composed of star and crescent moon-shaped gems adorned her otherwise bare decolletage, while her proud bosom was partially revealed, a delicate valley vanishing beneath her form-fitting gown. The gown was exquisitely crafted, accentuating the graceful curves of a young maiden, with an opulent train cascading behind her, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its feathers. The base of the dress shimmered in a silvery hue, adorned with delicate golden lines that wove intricate patterns, resembling a profound celestial tapestry. It appeared akin to a starry night sky, sprinkled with diamonds of various sizes, each glimmering like distant stars beneath the warm glow of the lights. Even if Alan were oblivious to its value, he could discern that this gown alone must have cost a fortune. Lucy, lifting the hem of her dress, twirled gracefully. The myriad of diamonds sparkled vibrantly, as if 1,000 fireflies had taken flight, scattering gently. With a soft smile, the young girl inquired, "Do you find it beautiful?" "Indeed. I hardly recognize you," Alan replied with a nod. "Yet, I feel this attire is not truly my style. However, the teacher insisted I wear it. And it is utterly uncomfortable," Lucy exclaimed, her noble demeanor momentarily collapsing, only to revert back to the familiar self that Alan knew. With a lack of poise, Lucy leaped down from the stage, just as all the lights in the theater illuminated, casting the interior in a brightness akin to daylight. She shook her head and removed the lavish crown, allowing her golden locks to cascade down like a flowing dawn. "Do you have any idea how heavy this thing is? It's unbearable to wear," she remarked, her expression one of exasperation, prompting Alan to finally chuckle. This was the Lucy he recognized, lively and exuberant. Like a blazing fire in July, casually tossing the crown aside, she approached Alan and unexpectedly enveloped him in a warm embrace. His heart skipped a beat, and after a moment, he closed his eyes, returning the embrace of her delicate figure. "Alan, the truth is, I am not one of your earthly humans," Lucy said, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her pointed ear, revealing an elfin trait that echoed the legends. "I am an Idaho star being. It matters not. All I need to know is that you are Lucy," Alan replied, stepping back to regard her earnestly. Lucy nodded vigorously. "So, you do not find me strange?" "You are indeed peculiar," Alan chuckled, "but that has nothing to do with your origins." Lucy exclaimed, "So you are referring to my personality?" She soon joined in laughter. Once her mirth subsided, she spoke softly, "I must take my leave." Her words instantly stirred a gentle melancholy within Alan's heart. Chapter 53. 3 years. Alan indeed felt a sense of loss. In his life, Lucy could be considered his first true friend. After they shared a brief yet thrilling journey together, the girl had etched an indelible silhouette in Alan's heart. Now, as she ventured far away, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no sadness. He was still a boy, and despite the hardships of life forging his spirit into something akin to tempered steel, there remained tender and warm places within him. Suddenly, 3 fingers waved before Alan's eyes as Lucy exclaimed, 3 years. Alan, I will return to find you in 3 years. She awkwardly scratched her head and stuck out her tongue, adding, I may have caused quite a stir this time. The old man will surely ground me. But it doesn't matter. I will definitely come for you in 3 years. Just make sure no one takes you out beforehand. That will never happen. Alan's eyes gradually brightened as he replied, You too. Don't let anyone take you out. Lucy laughed heartily, an Idaho star. No one has been born who could take me down. Yet, despite her jovial demeanor, a faint sorrow lingered in the corners of her eyes. After pausing, she gently removed the pendant from around her neck and said, This is the tear of Alusha. Alusha is the moon goddess we revere. I'll entrust it to you for the time being. On nights when the moon shines, place it in the moonlight, and you will see me within the moonstone. Lucy took Alan's hand and placed the pendant in his palm. He could feel the warmth of her presence still radiating from it. At that moment, the theater doors swung open, revealing Metaran standing at the entrance, stating in a low voice, Your Highness, it is time. Understood, Lucy replied, lowering her head to hide her reddened eyes from Alan. She embraced him tightly and then picked up the crown that had fallen beside her before departing. When she had distanced herself sufficiently, she turned back, winking and smiling. I'm leaving now, Alan. See you in 3 years. Absolutely. Alan affirmed with determination. Lucy nodded and walked out of the theater with Metaran. Alan could still hear their conversation as Metaran gasped for breath outside. Your Highness, what about the tear of Alusha? It's entrusted to Alan, Lucy replied. That is the tear of Alusha. Oh, it's just a pendant. You're overreacting, teacher. That is not an ordinary pendant. It is. Their voices faded into the distance, prompting a smile from Alan. He opened his hand, gazing at the pendant resting in his palm, and sat down on a nearby theater seat. The craftsmanship of the pendant was exquisite. From the carving of the crescent-shaped gemstone to the intricate patterns of the fine silver strands, all hinting at its extraordinary nature. Alan held it gently, vowing to personally return it around Lucy's neck 3 years hence. Truly an extraordinary young lady, isn't she? A voice suddenly interjected nearby. Alan felt a jolt of electricity course through him, causing him to leap up. Although his mind was preoccupied with Lucy's departure, he wondered when his vigilance had diminished to such an extent that someone could approach him unnoticed. If the individual harbored ill intentions, he might have already found himself a lifeless body. In an instant, he leaped onto a row of chairs in front, crouching down and slipping the pendant into his pocket, ready to spring into action. It was then that he noticed a silver-haired elder beside his previous seat, dressed in a finely tailored suit. The man sat with his hands resting quietly on his knees, his poised demeanor revealing him as a true gentleman. I apologize for startling you, the elder said, looking at Alan earnestly. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Hoenn Bethcord. Alan, the boy replied. The elder nodded, smiling. So, Mr. Alan, do you intend to remain crouched while conversing with me? That is rather impolite. Embarrassed, Alan sprang from the chair, and the elder gestured for him to sit. Do not be nervous. Please, have a seat. Let us chat casually. At this moment, Alan remained unaware of the significance of Bethcord, nor did he comprehend Hoenn's true identity. He complied, moving to sit beside him. Little did he know that sitting next to this elder was no simple feat. Even members of his own family would require considerable effort and arrangements to gain such a rare opportunity to meet Hoenn. If they discovered that Alan had so casually taken a seat beside the elder, they would likely be furious. I must thank you, Mr. Alan, the elder said calmly. You have won the competition and, in doing so, brought me significant returns. Alan nodded. You're welcome. He had heard that participants in the death arena would become objects of investment, and he assumed that this elder had made a financial stake in him, reaping rewards as a result. What he did not realize was that even with Bethcord's substantial wealth, winning 50 million federal coins overnight was no small fortune. This was due to Alan's top ranking, with the odds being 1-to-1. Otherwise, Hoenn's gains would have been even more substantial. Hoenn smiled slightly, not elaborating, and continued. You see, Mr. Alan, while our Bethcord family is not the largest in Babylon, we possess some renown. Your performance in the death arena was commendable, and my family would be pleased to welcome someone of your talents. I wonder if you would consider accepting an invitation from an old man to join our Bethcord family. Alan was taken aback. Although Tonis had mentioned that the champions of each death arena had opportunities to attract the favor of certain families, he had not anticipated such an invitation arriving so swiftly. However, he had no immediate intention of joining any family. There were 2 matters he wished to accomplish on his own first. The young man shook his head. I greatly appreciate your invitation, Mr. Hoenn, but, please do not be hasty in your refusal. Perhaps after you see this, you will reconsider. The elder suddenly pulled a pocket watch from his pocket, opening it to reveal a faded photograph inside. He handed the watch to Alan. Confused, Alan accepted it, his gaze falling upon the photograph. It depicted a stubbornly beautiful young girl, her features bearing some resemblance to Alan. Upon seeing the image, Alan felt a gentle shock. Meanwhile, the elder beside him spoke. I have 4 sons and 2 daughters. The girl in the photograph is my youngest daughter and my favorite. If possible, I wish to give her everything. I want her to know how much I love her as a father. Yet, I am also a father to my other children and cannot show favoritism, which has caused me to remain stern. Perhaps it is this very reason that she gradually distanced herself from me, allowing a man to take advantage of the situation. My child, whom I cherished, was taken away from me. Hoenn gently closed his eyes, his face etched with anguish. If I could turn back time, perhaps I should have spoken with her rather than hastily disowning her from the family, condemning her to never return to my side. You may not yet comprehend how painful this is for a father. Hoenn then looked at Alan, his gaze softening. I once thought I would never hear from her again until this death arena began, and I saw you on the live broadcast. Alan, do you know? I believe that was divine guidance, leading you to Babylon. So, can you tell me if your mother's name is? Lanny? Alan trembled all over, the pocket watch slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. He stared at Hoenn, breath quickening, and exclaimed, You are my grandfather? Hoenn extended a trembling hand, caressing Alan's face. Yes, my child. Your mother, Lanny. Her full name should be Lanny Bethcord. My heavens, my child, how is she? Is she well? Alan's vision suddenly became blurred, the black snowfield and silver ring flickering before his eyes. He ultimately found himself at a loss for words. Lowering his head to conceal this moment of vulnerability, even when faced with his own grandfather. Horn closed his eyes, his chest heaving with intensity, and after a long sigh, he murmured, "She has indeed left us, hasn't she? I thought as much. Otherwise, she would not have allowed her child to participate in the arena of death." 5 years prior, a predatory clan had attacked the town where we resided. My mother. Alan picked up the pocket watch from the ground, gazing at the photograph of his mother, who was of similar age to him. On that day, she left me forever. The predatory clan. Horn's eyes widened with fury, radiating intensity. Very well, I shall make them regret their existence in this world. No. Alan leaped up, exclaiming, "This vengeance I shall exact with my own hands, using my own strength." Horn scrutinized the child before him. The old man sighed softly. "Indeed, you are Lanny's child, equally stubborn and relentless. You may seek vengeance on your own, but tell me, child, do you possess the strength to do so?" Locating the predatory clan is no trivial task. The surface is vast, and the resources required are far beyond what you currently possess. If you wish to avenge personally, I suggest you return to your family. To my side. Horn's voice grew louder. "I cannot bestow upon you immense power or wealth immediately, but I can pave the way for you. Lay down a path to the pinnacle of power. When you become the head of the Bestcord clan, you will have the authority to command the family's resources to pursue your desires. Just remember, to seek from the family, one must contribute. This is the duty of every clan leader. Of course, this path will not be easy. I can even tell you that once you accept the invitation, you will not immediately gain power, but will instead acquire numerous adversaries. I cannot instantly place you in the line of succession. I can only offer support, while much will depend on your own efforts." At this point, Horn took a deep breath. "Now tell me, Lanny's child, even so, are you still willing to accept my counsel?" Alan did not ponder for long. He looked at the elder with solemnity and declared, "I am willing." Perhaps he was unaware of what this statement would signify for him until many years later, when he would reflect on the past. Only then would Alan understand that these simple 3 words utterly transformed the course of his life. Volume 1. If Only I Were Young Then, End, Chapter 54, The Song of Dawn. "Boss, pour the drinks," shouted Tonisfew, slamming his hand on the table. "Tonight, we shall drink until we can drink no more." The hour was late, and Alan found himself in a bar on Babylon's Golden Wing Street, a place known as the Blade. The bar's name, steeped in military flair, was reflective of its reputation for strong spirits and its ownership by a retired brigadier general, often serving as a gathering spot for federal soldiers. The Blade was simply adorned, yet every corner and decoration echoed the crisp, clean ethos of the military. It was a realm dominated by men and potent alcohol, and Alan was somewhat taken aback when Tonisfew had brought him here. For Tonisfew's demeanor seemed at odds with the establishment. "Alan, I am absolutely thrilled." The lieutenant's voice interrupted Alan's contemplation of the bar. Tonisfew had somehow produced a handkerchief, which he clutched tightly, his voice choking with emotion. "I have guided 5 generations of death stage contestants, yet only you have triumphed. From now on, who will dare to say that the lads Tonisfew brought forth are mere weaklings?" His words incited laughter from the other soldiers nearby. Seizing a recently delivered glass of liquor, Tonisfew raised it high. "Let us toast to Alan." To Alan. Downing a full glass of brandy, Tonisfew remained exuberant. He even leapt onto the bar stage, embracing a dancer who was lost in the rhythm, and took the microphone. "Today is a day worthy of celebration, and I cannot resist the urge to sing a tune." However, before he could begin, a voice from the crowd interrupted. "Please spare our ears, Lieutenant. Indeed, your voice reminds us of a clucking hen." Laughter erupted once more, and Alan joined in, amused. A young waitress approached, likely around 16 or 17, her brown hair cascading around her shoulders. Her daringly low-cut attire revealed a fair expanse of skin. Some soldiers whistled at her, and one brazenly slid a tip into her cleavage. The girl scolded them lightly but discreetly tucked the tip into her pocket. As she passed by Alan, she placed a beer in front of him and lightly brushed her chest against his arm. "This one's on me." "Hey there, miss," Tonisfew called out with the microphone. "Don't think you can lure our young master Alan to your bed with just a beer. I tell you, he is the rising star of the Bestcord family. Indeed, this morning, Lord Horn personally invited our young master to join the Bestcords. His future is limitless. He may very well become a brigadier general one day. So kindly shift your assets aside. That spot is reserved for other noble maidens." The soldiers joined in a raucous cheer, and the girl flushed crimson, hurling a curse at them before walking away in defeat. As Tonisfew had proclaimed, Alan was indeed part of the Bestcord family, specifically invited by the family patriarch, Horn. Ensuring his standing within the family would not be trivial. For someone of his stature, The company he kept would likely consist of at least the daughters of ordinary nobility. Certainly not a common waitress like her. In Babylon, class distinctions were far more severe than one might imagine. If one lacked the power to claim what was not rightfully theirs, death was the least severe of punishments. The girl could not bear the thought of some noblewoman discovering her fleeting interest in Alan, only to find herself mysteriously dead in a secluded alley one day. After this small interlude, Tanisfu, undeterred by the jeers from the soldiers, began to sing with a raspy voice. The morning sun awakens me, and the birds on the windowsill sing their song. I thought it was just another ordinary morning, but their arrival changed everything. The shooting star that blazed across the sky did not bring tidings from heaven, but rather revelations from hell. The ocean churned with great waves. Mountains crumbled under cannon fire. Cities turned to infernos, and laughter faded, leaving only the whispers of demons. Gradually, soldiers began to join in, softly singing along as they clapped their hands in rhythm. Daylight has been supplanted by night, and the world is left with blizzards and gales. But a voice calls out, urging humanity to resist. So we gather our belongings and leave our familiar villages behind. Ahead lies endless darkness, and we know not where the path home leads. Yet we must charge forth into the snow, toward the tempest. Charge! Charge! The tempo quickened, and nearly every soldier in the bar joined the chorus. No matter how formidable the enemy, we shall not retreat. Even if the fates have cast us aside, we will rush towards the unknown battlefield, tearing apart the darkness and letting the dawn's light illuminate the distant horizon. Where the countless soldiers point, there is glory beyond measure. If I must fall, I shall ensure that the enemy trembles in fear. We are the blades of dawn. We are the shields of hope. Upon the monuments of the valiant, our names shall be etched forever. What followed was a series of repeated melodies, and the soldiers sang with increasing fervor. The rapid tempo and stirring lyrics stirred Alan's blood, even though he was no soldier. Unbeknownst to him, this was the Song of Dawn, composed in commemoration of an epic war, known to all in Babylon and especially cherished by the military. When the soldiers belted out the final note, the song came to an abrupt halt. The sudden silence left a profound void, resonating deeply within the soul. Drink! Someone shouted, and soon everyone was clinking glasses. Even Alan, stirred by the ambience, indulged in a few more drinks. Having never consumed so much alcohol before, he quickly felt the effects, the world around him becoming a hazy blur. At last, the youth succumbed to his intoxication, collapsing onto the table, his head resting on a cup. In contrast to the Blade, the Twilight Bar exuded an air of opulence. Located at the southern end of Golden Wing Street, adjacent to the bustling Hutton Commercial Avenue, it attracted either the wealthy or the elite. Twilight emphasized a restrained kind of luxury, aligning with the aesthetic standards of the contemporary aristocracy. Entering through an archway adorned with stars and walking down a red carpet led to a simple partition, with the only decoration being a mural crafted from mosaic tiles. Yet, upon turning the corner, one was met with a vast expanse in deep blue that would astonish the senses. This was the Hall of Twilight, featuring a dance floor, bar, public areas, and secluded booths. The bar sparkled with stained glass walls, stone sculptures, and crystal chandeliers, even boasting a small fountain as a partition before the performance stage. In terms of scale and clientele, Twilight far surpassed the Blade. Those who frequented the establishment were impeccably dressed and carried themselves with poise, epitomizing a microcosm of high society. However, Twilight did not exclusively cater to the aristocracy. It welcomed the wealthy bourgeoisie, lower-tier nobles, and the younger branches of noble families. The true elite held little interest in lingering in such venues. Nevertheless, an insurmountable class distinction persisted within Twilight. For instance, the elegant private booths were exclusively reserved for the nobility, while even the wealthiest commoners could only linger in the public areas. At that moment, laughter erupted from a booth, drawing the attention of those nearby. Inside were 7 or 8 adolescents, all around 15 or 16, evidently the scions of notable families. Among them, a robust boy with slick, chestnut hair and a face speckled with freckles stood out as the focus of attention. He animatedly recounted the tale of his fierce battle with the 2 family guards, his exaggerated expressions and grand gestures capturing the audience's attention. In the end, with a soaring kick, I brought Megan down, he declared. And what happened next? Naturally, I celebrated with Yanni and her friends. Don't ask where we went. I can only say those girls were exceptionally alluring. A shared understanding sparked a ripple of laughter among the crowd, and a boy raised his glass, proclaiming, "Let us toast to the promising future of young Master Vincent." Cheers. After several rounds of toasting, someone remarked, "Vincent, I heard that your family has just recruited a fellow named Alan. Isn't he the champion of this year's death arena?" Vincent dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand, responding, "He is merely a commoner, of little significance." At best, he will be just another family warrior. However, before he could finish his statement, a voice from a nearby booth interjected, "I beg to differ." Vincent's expression shifted instantly as he rose, coldly asserting, "Do you know who I am? I do not require your judgment on my words." The individual chuckled softly, "Cousin Vincent, what an imposing demeanor you possess." Taken aback, Vincent approached the booth where a slightly older youth sat, flanked by two stunning women. The youth had a chiseled face, his deep brown hair cut short, exuding an air of competence, while his bright, penetrating eyes seemed capable of seeing into one's soul. Upon recognizing him, Vincent quickly donned a cheerful expression, exclaiming, "Ah, Cousin Keter, what brings you to Twilight?" "Just wandering about out of boredom. I found this place rather enjoyable," the young man replied, nudging one of the women aside to make room for Vincent. Without hesitation, Vincent sat down and poured a drink for Keter, inquiring, "What did you mean by that earlier statement?" Keter, swirling his glass, smiled and said, "It is quite evident that the fellow named Alan will not merely serve as a family warrior. Do not forget, he was personally invited by Grandfather." "Do you truly believe Grandfather would take the time to invite someone destined to be just a family warrior?" Chapter 55. Turning point. Every family that ascends to the upper echelons of society undergoes the test of time. These families can be traced back at least a century, while venerable nobility such as the Bethcords boasts a glorious history exceeding 200 years. These ancient aristocrats form the backbone of the Federation, and such families are often colossal entities. Their genealogies are intricately woven, resembling the sprawling roots of ancient trees, extending deep underground for unknown distances. The Bethcords are no exception. Like many families, they typically categorize their numerous members into direct descendants and collateral branches to ensure the family's prosperity. The position of patriarch is usually held exclusively among direct descendants. However, during certain tumultuous periods, there have been instances of collateral branches seizing the patriarchal position. Although such occurrences are rare, and even when successful, the family often suffers significant losses. After all, the majority of the family's power and wealth resides within the direct lineage. Much like a beehive, the vast family structure delineates roles between direct descendants and collateral branches. After the dawn of war, this division became even more pronounced. Generally, the family business and relatively moderate tasks are entrusted to the collateral branches, which handle most of the family's commercial dealings, akin to worker bees accumulating wealth for the hive. Meanwhile, direct descendants bear the responsibility of expanding the family's enterprises and embarking on expeditions to foreign battlefields. They must establish more colonial planets and create secure and stable trade routes between these colonies and Earth, thus generating profit for the family. In simple terms, the collateral branches manage the operational aspects of the family business, while direct descendants seek additional sources of wealth. In this framework, the likelihood of a direct descendant's downfall is considerably higher. Yet, each direct descendant who manages to establish a foothold on the foreign battlefield is undeniably formidable, and their status within the family hierarchy remains unassailable. Ultimately, their achievements are earned through valor and prowess. Vincent belongs to a collateral branch of the Bethcord family, overseeing the operations of more than 2 commercial chains on the surface. In a bid to distinguish his son among other collateral branches, Vincent's father spared no expense in enrolling him in the prestigious Dawn Blade Academy, exclusively for the scions of noble families. Vincent did not disappoint his father's expectations, achieving outstanding results at the academy. The evaluation of the younger generation stems from various aspects, among which academic performance at the Dawnblade Academy is paramount. If Vincent graduates successfully, a position as the External Affairs Manager will likely be his, although he cannot compare to direct descendants in terms of resources afforded by the family. The position of External Affairs Manager is still highly coveted among the collateral branches. Aside from the common arrogance and haughtiness shared by noble offspring, Vincent possesses a keen and adaptable mind. Thus, upon hearing Kedorf's words, he was immediately stirred. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you suggesting that Patriarch Horn intends to cultivate this fellow named Alan for an important position? How is that possible? He is merely a commoner. Have you seen what Alan looks like?" Kedorf suddenly asked. Vincent scoffed disdainfully. "Why would I concern myself with how a commoner appears? As far as I know, he bears some resemblance to one of my aunts." Kedorf leisurely replied, "I heard from my father that Grandfather was particularly fond of his youngest sister, Aunt Lanny. 10 years ago, Aunt Lanny suddenly left the family and has since vanished without a trace, causing Grandfather immense sorrow and regret." At this, Kedorf fell silent, having provided ample hints. "Indeed," Vincent exclaimed, so upon seeing Alan's appearance, the patriarch was reminded of the past and intends to welcome him into the family to fill the void left by his lost daughter. Do you think that is implausible? Even if Alan is not a direct descendant, Who can guarantee that grandfather wouldn't groom him to become the foremost among the collateral branches, given his visage? Kedorf patted Vincent's shoulder, saying, I see you've been working diligently these past 2 years. It would be truly regrettable if an external affairs manager position slipped away due to someone else's looks. Vincent nodded vigorously, a hint of ferocity crossing his face. Thank you for your reminder, Kedorf. I shall not forget your guidance. Not at all, I merely spoke casually. Now, I must wander elsewhere. These 2 beauties are rather demanding, Kedorf said, laughing heartily as he stood and embraced 2 alluring women, departing from the booth. Vincent lingered for a moment before emerging, when his companions invited him for drinks. He shook his head, excusing himself hastily, leaving the others bewildered. Ultimately, someone called out, Vincent has left. Who is picking up the tab tonight? Thus, the youth began to grapple with a new dilemma. Observing Vincent disappear into the shadows, Kedorf smiled subtly. He too sat in a luxurious mana-powered vehicle, with 2 enticing women kissing his cheeks and earlobes. Yet, Kedorf appeared unfazed, as an older man in his 50s, sporting a beard and sharp gaze, spoke up, Young master. Leave the probing of that Alan to me. There is no need to burden Vincent with such trivial matters. Robert, you should understand, he was invited by grandfather. This indicates that, regardless of the reason, grandfather holds this young lad in high regard. Therefore, it is best that we do not involve ourselves in such thankless tasks. Let Vincent handle it, Kedorf finally responded, reaching out to grasp one of the women's ample curves with a grin. Let us merely observe the spectacle. There is no need to get our hands dirty, is there? He added, drive on. These 2 little felines can hardly wait. The 2 women giggled, one of them already kneeling at Kedorf's feet, launching a fervent assault. The elderly man named Robert remained cold-eyed, seemingly oblivious to the fervent scene unfolding within the vehicle. When Alan awoke, he found that dawn had long since broken. His face felt sticky. He absent-mindedly wiped it, only to discover it was covered in sweat, reeking of alcohol. Looking around, he noticed that Tony and the other soldiers, having partied until dawn, were still fast asleep. They sprawled across tables and sofas, some even lying on the floor, clutching empty bottles. Recalling the battle songs they sang the previous night, Alan realized that not everyone in Babylon wore a false mask. These are troublesome fellows. A voice chimed from the bar area, where a few small lights illuminated one end of the counter. There, a burly yet well-dressed elder was polishing the bar. With his head bowed, he said, but I like them. Seeing these rascals reminds me of my younger self. Apologies for unloading my old man-esque grievances on you. My name is Yuki, and I have known that old coot, Hutton, for quite some time. I hear he has guided you? Yes, thanks to Mr. Hutton's guidance. I suppose I wouldn't be standing here otherwise, Alan replied as he rose, a tinge of disappointment crossing his features. He also mentioned that I could seek his assistance in designing the Rubik sequence if I was interested, but I haven't seen him since the competition. He came last night, while you all were asleep. In fact, Yuki produced a note from his pocket. This is the address he left for you, suggesting you visit him whenever you wish to learn that nonsense. Oh, and he mentioned you should bring good wine. Otherwise, that damned old drunkard won't let you in. Alan took the note from Yuki, which indeed contained a line of address. He looked at the elderly man earnestly and said, Thank you, Mr. Yuki. You're welcome. Just remember to come and support when you have time, Yuki replied, glancing outside and murmuring, It should be about time. About time for what? Alan inquired. The person coming to pick you up should be arriving shortly, Yuki stated as he set down a polished wine glass. In Babylon, there is nothing that Bethscord is unaware of. No sooner had he finished speaking than the bar door swung open, and the steward, Hyson, entered. He glanced at Alan and said, Young master, please come with me. The master has sent me to fetch you. But it's all right. I have already packed your belongings, and there is no need to return to the training center, Hyson replied attentively. Alan shrugged and said, Very well then. He turned to Yuki and added, Please convey my farewell to Lord Tonus. I will visit him when I have the opportunity. I will certainly pass on your message. Alan and Hyson exited the bar, where a flying carriage emblazoned with the Bethscord family crest awaited them on the street. The emblem prominently featured a shield adorned with the image of a griffin, surrounded by symmetrical patterns of long swords. The colors predominantly showcased black and yellow, strikingly vivid. This crest symbolized the head of the Bethscord clan, while other family emblems varied in design but were based on this foundation, with certain elements being restricted for use. For instance, the griffin and the long swords were identifiers reserved solely for the clan leader. Once Alan's name was inscribed in the line of succession, he too would possess his own emblem, a mark of identity and a calling card within the aristocratic circles. However, at this moment, Alan had yet to claim anything within the Bethscord realm. As they boarded the magical flying carriage, Alan watched as it departed from Golden Wing Street, heading eastward. Gradually, the buildings on either side of the road began to fade, replaced by rolling hills and verdant trees. The sun was rising from the east, its brilliant rays akin to a divine blessing, casting a golden glow over all of Babylon. A new day had dawned, and for Alan, this marked the onset of the most pivotal turning point in his life. Chapter 56. Aspirations among the nobility, particularly those of esteemed lineage. Each family has been allocated a territory by the Federation in Babylon, serving as both the foundation of their legacy and a symbol of their status. Upon witnessing the lands of the Bethcord family, Alan was rendered speechless. As the airship descended the slope, a quaint town appeared at the heart of an expansive valley. The town, though not grand, exuded a refined elegance. The architectural style predominantly featured Gothic elements, with distinctive buildings such as clock towers and churches adorned with stained glass facades, grand bay windows, and winding corridors. The corners of these structures boasted intricate stone carvings of angels and foliage, each unique in its artistry. A wide, smooth thoroughfare traversed the town from east to west, at its center a magnificent fountain surrounded by benches for respite. Flanking the main road were cobblestone sidewalks, shaded by towering trees. The town bustled with life, showcasing a variety of shops, awnings, signboards, and potted plants. Pedestrians flowed through the streets, radiating vitality. Behind the town loomed a majestic mountain range, its peaks soaring towards the clouds, their summits capped with eternal snow. Below the snow line, lush forests sprawled, their verdant patches merging into the rolling foothills, ultimately meeting the valley floor. Nestled at the base of the mountains was a grand castle, its dark walls commanding attention, with towering spires and the family crest fluttering from the highest point, a testament to the grandeur and heritage of this ancient lineage. This was Lewin Town, home to several collateral relatives, yet predominantly inhabited by those who served the extensive Bethcord family, maids, servants, artisans, chefs, and guards among them. The Ugal Castle was the residence of the lord and the direct family members. The castle itself resembled a fortress, encompassing towers, bastions, barracks, storerooms, armories, command halls, and living quarters for the esteemed. With an intricate network of hidden passages, it could take newcomers months to familiarize themselves with its layout, lest they lose their way. The steward, Heeson, elaborated on the Bethcord territory's overview, his face glowing with pride as he spoke. The castle was constructed by the first patriarch, Lord Ugal, and for over 2 centuries, it has retained his name. With a gentle sigh, Alan mused, do all great noble families possess such vast lands? If such resources were utilized for the surface. Hence, young Master Alan, Heeson interjected, this territory and the wealth of the Bethcord family are rightfully theirs. You have not grown up within this family, so you remain unaware of the contributions Bethcord has made to the entire Federation. But worry not. These matters will gradually unveil themselves to you. Indeed, like Bethcord, those grand nobles granted independent territorial rights have made significant contributions to the Federation and humanity. Thus, they possess this privilege. The size of their lands naturally correlates to their contributions. Do not be astonished. Some affluent families even own their own floating islands, though their orbits are far above Babylon, rarely seen. Alan struggled to grasp the concept of floating islands atop other floating islands. Babylon was already so opulent. What grandeur must those noble exclusive aerial islands possess? It was no wonder that the disparity between the surface and the floating islands remained unresolved, an insurmountable chasm that a mere biannual death tournament could never bridge. As the airship glided into Lewin Town, the streets were alive with the hustle and bustle of townsfolk, with children laughing and chasing one another, their faces radiant under the sun's warmth. Alan could not help but envy their fortunate birth in Babylon, recalling that at a similar age, he had to traverse perilous wilderness alongside snow wolves to hunt for sustenance. According to Heeson, the town boasted a population of 2,000, with nearly 1,000 belonging to the Bethcord family guard. Such strength within Babylon underscored the formidable power of the Bethcord family. As for Ugal Castle, it loomed like an ancient beast lying in wait at the mountain's base, poised to strike. Despite its antiquity, the castle was equipped with modern technology and facilities. Beneath the castle lay a magic energy furnace, powering both the fortress and Lewin Town. The rapid-fire particle guns and ion cannons stationed within the towers and bastions further exemplified its might. Any invader underestimating its power due to its ancient facade would pay dearly. After all, Ugal Castle housed 2 Hawk-class escort ships, a rarity in Babylon, particularly for attack vessels, which were heavily regulated. Upon the airship's arrival at the castle gates, the doors opened automatically to reveal a cobblestone courtyard. At the center stood a fountain with a statue of the first patriarch, Ugal, fully armed. Family guards patrolled the perimeter, ever vigilant, ready to respond swiftly should the courtyard come under attack. As Alan disembarked, Heeson guided him across the courtyard and into the castle's interior. The interior featured numerous long, winding corridors, illuminated by bright wall sconces, ensuring the space remained as luminous as day, even without sunlight. The corridor floors were carpeted, and every 10 meters, the walls were adorned with murals or suits of armor. Yugal Castle, with its majestic exterior and exquisite interior, radiated the essence of noble heritage. Yet, there were minor drawbacks. For instance, elevators were conspicuously absent, as certain layouts could not be altered, and installing one in a castle seemed decidedly out of place. Hence, Alan followed Heeson up the spiral staircase of the main tower. Eventually, Alan was led to Horn's study. Upon entering, he found Horn standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the castle grounds and Lewin town. Heeson gently closed the door behind them, and Horn turned, offering a warm smile. "Come here, young one." Alan approached, and Horn nudged him towards the window, saying, "Tell me, child, what do you see?" His gaze first fell upon the woods between the castle and the town, then shifted to the vibrant life within Lewin. As his eyes ascended, he was enveloped by the vastness of the sky, sensing an infinite expanse stretching before him. Seeing him gaze skyward, Horn nodded. "A person's aspirations dictate their achievements, Alan. You have the capacity to encompass a world, rather than being confined to a castle or a town, which is admirable. Countless youths have visited the castle, lingering over ancient artifacts, their joy found in mere trinkets, oblivious to the narrow-mindedness that renders them unfit for greater responsibilities. But remember, within Becord, you are not the only one who gazes at the heavens. There are those who can encompass the entire cosmos." Horn patted his shoulder, adding, "I have already initiated an investigation into the whereabouts of the marauding tribe that attacked your town years ago." Alan looked at him in surprise, and Horn spoke calmly. "You wish to avenge your mother. As a father, I too desire to avenge my daughter's blood. However, I will respect your decision. When we uncover their trail, I will pass all information to you. As for the expenses incurred, consider them in advance." Grandfather Alan hesitated, awkwardly uttering the term. "May I ask you to investigate another matter?" "Oh, what is it?" Horn raised his eyebrows. "I seek a hunting group. The very ones who sold me to a man named Hearn, so he might use me as a substitute for his son in the arena of death." Alan spoke in a low voice. "I have something stored with them, and now it is time to reclaim it. However, I am unaware of their group's name." "No matter," Horn scoffed. "It has only been half a year. Uncovering information on such a hunting group should not prove difficult. I am also curious to discover which fool dares to trade my grandson." His evident anger filled the study with an indescribable pressure. Horn let out another grunt. Calming his fury, "I will have Heeson inform you when I receive news. I shall handle these two matters for you. Now, I hope you will heed my counsel." "I am listening. Regarding your situation, I will make it public within the family shortly. Yet, even so, it cannot place you directly in the line of succession. After all, I expelled Lanny from the family years ago. If you wish to return, you must demonstrate the strength to persuade the Council of Elders. Winning the arena of death is one aspect, but it is insufficient. Therefore, I intend to arrange for you to attend the Dawnblade Academy, an institution dedicated to cultivating talents among our noble offspring. If you can graduate successfully from there, it will serve as a significant testament to your capabilities in the eyes of the family." Horn paused, then chuckled. "Moreover, as a leader of the family, mere combat prowess is not enough. Alan, there is much for you to learn." Alan nodded. "Indeed, there is a great deal I must study. So do you agree?" "I find no reason to refuse," Alan replied, shrugging his shoulders. Horn laughed heartily, nodding. "Excellent. In this regard, you are far more straightforward than Lanny. Heaven knows how much effort I expended to secure her place in the academy." Unintentionally mentioning her name cast a silence upon the grandfather and grandson. Fortunately, a knock on the door shattered the room's heavy atmosphere. "Come in," Horn commanded. Heeson entered, nodding. "Sir, they have all arrived." Horn acknowledged with a hum, placing his hand on Alan's shoulder. "Let us go. I shall introduce you to your mother's brothers and some of our old friends from Bikord." Chapter 57. Family. On the fourth floor of the main building lies a grand banquet hall, reserved for family gatherings or significant feasts. To the south of the hall, there is a versatile side room that connects to a terrace overlooking Lewin town. Occasionally, small family gatherings are hosted here, where one can admire the enchanting view of the valley town under the twilight sky. To the north, a series of lounges, including secluded private spaces, cater to the varying needs of guests. While infidelity may be one of the purposes, the primary use is for clandestine meetings. Today's gathering, despite being attended by some immediate relatives and important friends of the Becord family, is taking place in the side room rather than the banquet hall. Alan follows Horn, guided by Heeson, through a lengthy corridor to the side room. As the door opens, whispers and laughter drift into their ears. However, upon their entrance, all sounds abruptly vanish, as if severed by invisible scissors. Peering over Horn's shoulder, Alan observes that there are not many people in the hall, merely a dozen or two, predominantly men, with a few women among them. Most are adults, though 3 or 4 youths of Alan's age are present. The reactions from these individuals upon seeing Alan vary. Some display indifference, others surprise, some apathy, and a few harbor barely concealed resentment. One boy stands out, his expression the most pronounced. Upon sighting Alan, he resembles a raging bull, his eyes reddening with fury. Absorbing their reactions, Alan maintains an impassive demeanor. Nevertheless, his gaze frequently drifts toward middle-aged men, whose facial features bear a striking resemblance to his mother, Lanny. They are likely Horn's sons. Old friends, it has been quite a while. An elderly gentleman, well-dressed and with bright eyes, approaches first, embracing Horn warmly. Horn pats his back and introduces Alan, saying, "Allow me to introduce Mr. Kate, the patriarch of the Morrison family, who are our esteemed friends. Kate and I have known each other for decades. The Morrison family is renowned for their trade. Alan, you should seek Mr. Kate's counsel in business matters." "Nonsense. Our trade volume pales in comparison to yours, so how could we be deemed renowned?" Mr. Kate humbly replies. "Ho Horn, who is this handsome young lad? You haven't introduced him to me." A vibrant voice interjects. Horn chuckles heartily, while Kate displays a pained expression. Suddenly, a beautiful young lady squeezes into their midst. Her light brown hair is styled high, revealing a smooth, full forehead. Her dark eyes, akin to exquisite gemstones, reflect the world around her. With delicate features and full, crimson lips, she is clearly a budding beauty despite her youth. Remarkably, she is clad in hunting attire, a brown leather jacket over a white shirt with lace cuffs, black trousers accentuating her long legs, and knee-high hunting boots that exude a wild charm. Her brows are slightly thicker than usual, adding an air of arrogance when they arch in unison. This is Adele, Kate's granddaughter, the jewel of the Morrison family. "Alan, should the opportunity arise, you may wish to get to know Adele better," Horn remarks casually. Adele scrutinizes Alan intently, running her tongue lightly over her lips, and meaningfully states, "There will be opportunities." Alan feels an uncomfortable sensation, as if this unique girl is appraising him like a delectable piece of cake. Heaven knows why he feels this way. Following this, Horn continues introducing friends associated with the Bescord family. While these individuals may not hail from noble lineages, they are nonetheless prominent figures in Babylon. Yet, Horn's enthusiasm wanes in comparison to his earlier warmth with Kate. Many introductions are brief. Lastly, Horn introduces his 4 sons. The eldest, Rhodey, at 42, towers over 2 meters with a robust physique, rendering him somewhat ludicrous in a finely tailored suit, akin to a bear in clothing. However, the fierce aura he emanates is no laughing matter. With a beard resembling steel needles, he gazes at Alan with a penetrating stare, as if attempting to pierce him with his gaze. Alan meets his eyes head-on, and even as Rhodey's unwavering stare begins to pale Alan's complexion, he refuses to flinch. Moments later, Rhodey's face breaks into a hearty smile. "Well done. It has been ages since a young one dared to look me in the eye. Lanny's son, welcome back." With that, he claps Alan on the back with such force that it nearly sends him flying. Alan is taken aback, while Horn has not publicly acknowledged it. They seem already aware of his identity. Soon, Alan learns that Rhodey is a seasoned warrior of Bescord, his hands stained with blood, and the lethal glint in his eyes is not something the faint-hearted can withstand. Next is the second son, Hark, who stands in stark contrast to his brother Rhodey. While Rhodey is imposing, Hark is slender and frail, his pallor suggesting ill health. Indeed, he often coughs lightly during conversation. Hark's delicate constitution prevents him from engaging in the same battles as Rhodey. Instead, he manages administrative affairs. He speaks with elegance and grace, yet his eyes are devoid of life. In his gaze, Alan sees neither himself nor anything at all. The third son, Bell, is tall and handsome. However, to categorize him alongside Hark as frail would be a grave error. He possesses a distinctive presence that chills the air around him, making Alan feel as though he stands atop a snow-capped peak. Bell's striking blue eyes do not reflect the azure of the sea or sky, but rather an icy hue that can freeze one's very soul. He engages Alan in polite conversation, expressing regret upon mentioning Lanny. Yet Alan detects no sincerity in his eyes. Bell is a man whose heart is as cold as ice, leaving a harsh impression on Alan. The youngest son, Hydrick, is a remarkably handsome gentleman, bearing the closest resemblance to Horn among his brothers. At just over 30, Hydrick is only 2 years older than Alan's mother, his handsome face perpetually adorned with a hint of melancholy, reminiscent of a poet, due to his close bond with Lanny. Hydrick's demeanor towards Alan is notably warmer than that of his brothers. He is the only one of Horn's sons who reveals a profound sadness when speaking of Lanny, though he expresses this grief silently, leaving a more lasting impression. Finally, Alan's siblings are introduced, while the mention of their wives is conspicuously absent. a reflection of the patriarchal norms prevalent among the nobility. This introduction consumes an entire hour, comprising merely the core members of Best Court. Beyond them, Horn's own brothers, the family elders, and a multitude of distant relatives, of which Horn himself seems unaware, remain unaccounted for. Alan senses that familiarizing himself with the family lineage will soon become an essential endeavor. What a headache this is. After the introductions conclude, Horn addresses the gathering. All right, my friends and sons, today, I have summoned you all here to convey an important message. Lanny's son, Alan, shall be rejoining us at Beth Court. However, as the patriarch of Beth Court, I cannot contravene the regulations I have established. A decade ago, it was I who personally expelled Lanny from the family. Now that Alan returns, he cannot simply receive preferential treatment due to our blood ties. Therefore, I am only disclosing his identity to those closest to me present here today. For the outside world, I prefer that this news remains undisclosed for the time being. To them, Alan will merely be regarded as a newly admitted outsider to the family. Ultimately, whether Alan can officially reclaim his status as a direct descendant and be integrated into the line of succession will depend on the assessment of the Council of Elders. Horton paused before inquiring, "Do any of you have objections to my decision?" Horn has always been the final authority within the family, and this so-called inquiry merely serves as a formality. Those familiar with him are well aware of this fact, and regardless of their personal sentiments. From the moment Horn led Alan into the hall, this aged yet formidable patriarch had already conveyed his stance through his actions. The announcement and Alan's evaluation are merely procedural formalities. 10 years ago, Horn could cast out his beloved daughter from the family, and 10 years later, he can just as easily reinstate his daughter as child. Everything simply requires a bit of time. Thus, even those who internally dissent must acquiesce to Horn's decision. Yet at that moment, a voice filled with indignation cried out, "I oppose." Horn's expression immediately darkened, while Rhodey smacked his forehead in disbelief, and a faint smile appeared on the faces of Bell and others. Alan, intrigued, turned toward the source of the voice, which belonged to the large boy who had previously exhibited overt hostility toward him upon entering the hall. Among Alan's siblings, he was the strongest, standing nearly 6 feet tall, indistinguishable from an adult. The boy exhaled sharply through his nostrils, his hair bristling with agitation. Ignoring the attempts of a tall, slender youth beside him to restrain him, he boldly advanced, declaring, "Grandfather, this boy hails from the surface. Even though he shares Aunt Lanny's bloodline, who knows who his father is? Do you intend to dilute the blood of Bethcord with the tainted lineage of some surface wretch?" Chapter 58. The hall was enveloped in an eerie silence, all eyes fixed upon Horn. His expression was as dark as stormy waters as he slowly turned to face the audacious boy who had spoken out. Years ago, Lanny had eloped with a mysterious man, fleeing from the floating island, which had incited Horn's wrath and led him to disown his most beloved daughter. Now a decade had passed, and the once painfully raw wound had gradually healed. The return of Alan had brought Horn solace, prompting him to nurture this grandson as a potential heir, driven by a sense of compensation and the boy's inherent capabilities. Yet, this bold lad had reopened Horn's old wounds, while the 4 lowborn individuals had rubbed salt into them. The mere mention of Alan's father was a taboo for Horn, and now, the boy had brazenly uttered it aloud. "Grandfather, didn't you once say how stringent the family rules of Baithcourt are? I don't see it that way. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" A voice chimed in, belonging to Adele of the Morrison family. With an expression of innocent curiosity, she turned to Kate and remarked, "Look, a mere child can question Grandfather Horn's decisions, and this is what you call strict family rules." "Adele," old Kate groaned, his head aching as he glanced at his granddaughter. "Just do me a favor and silence that troublesome little mouth of yours." Simultaneously, the large boy who had spoken up earlier, along with Roddy, cast their gazes toward Adele. Roddy's eyes were wide with fury, a terrifying sight indeed. Adele stuck out her tongue and darted behind old Kate, saying, "Uncle Roddy, don't look at me like that. Adele knows nothing. Please don't take my words to heart." Roddy, in a fit of rage, forced a laugh. The Morrison family sprite, despite her tender age, was already entangled in managing family affairs. How could she be as naive as she pretended? Anyone who mistook her for a simple, carefree girl was truly deluded. "Raina, your family budget for the second half of the year is cut in half. Now, leave my sight." Horn's calm voice rang out, turning his attention to his eldest grandson. "Roddy, perhaps you should teach him what manners entail." "I apologize, father." Roddy grimaced, turning to face his son with a visage twisted in anger. "Raina, don't you dare linger." "But father, leave." Roddy nearly spat the command, his voice a low growl, barely restrained from a full-blown roar. Mindful of the presence of outsiders like Kate, Raina shot a furious glance at Alan, as if he wished to slay him on the spot. Alan met his glare with calmness, which only fueled Raina's irritation further. As he brushed past Alan, he muttered in a low voice, "Just wait, my brother." Once Raina departed, Horn announced a period of free activity, transitioning into a social hour. It was Alan's first foray into high society, and he was utterly at a loss as to what to do. However, Roddy and the others did not neglect him, engaging him in conversation one after another. Roddy, despite having just punished his son, maintained a jovial demeanor, laughing and joking with Alan as if the earlier incident had never transpired. As for the guests, aside from Kate, several others extended friendly gestures toward Alan. Each of these individuals, esteemed as guests at Horn's table, was no ordinary figure. Observing Horn's firm stance, they surmised that Alan would soon be a focal point of Baithcord's cultivation, eagerly vying for conversation with him. They understood that if they did not seize this opportunity to forge a friendship with the fortunate youth now, it would be challenging to penetrate his circle later. Among them were even those who hinted at potential matrimonial alliances, leaving the boy from the surface at a loss. In truth, Kate harbored similar intentions. However, he knew better than to broach the subject overtly while Alan had yet to enter the line of succession. After all, both Morson and Baithcord were noble houses. It was not a matter to be taken lightly to marry off a woman from their lineage. The kind of event they were hosting today hardly necessitated the presence of these external guests. Horn's arrangement served two purposes: to assert his position among friends and to promote Alan. Additionally, he aimed to leverage external influences to balance the internal dynamics of the family, thereby reducing potential obstacles in Alan's future. Old Kate observed everything with keen awareness, harboring his own plans. Finally, when the guests released Alan from their attention, he breathed a sigh of relief. Gazing at the brightly lit room, he realized that although he thought he had acclimated to Babylon's opulence, he was still dazzled by this moment's grandeur. He quietly retreated to a corner, suddenly feeling the sensation of being watched. Turning toward the source of his intuition, he beheld a grotesque demon's head looming before him. This monstrous visage was suspended from the central wall of the hall, supported by metallic branches. Alan approached it for a closer inspection. The skin of this head was a dark red hue, possibly altered by some process, or perhaps its original state, glimmering with a metallic sheen under the lights. Resembling a piece of crimson iron, numerous black bone spikes protruded from its forehead, while the pronounced cheekbones created deep-set eye sockets that cast large shadows beneath. Within those shadows, a pair of eyes gleamed like ice shards, twinkling in the light. At first, Alan imagined it to be some sort of artwork, but looking closer from below, he could see a small section of vertebrae protruding from the neck. This was a blade demon, one of the most perilous extraterrestrial beings from the chaotic realm of Yotan. A voice emerged from behind Alan. Turning around, he encountered a handsome boy, around his own age, with a sunlit countenance and sea-blue eyes. The boy bore a resemblance to Belle, especially in the color of their irises. However, while Belle's eyes evoked images of ice-laden oceans, this boy's eyes conjured visions of a clear sky. "I'm Rias," the boy introduced himself, extending a hand, and Alan then noticed that he held a long sword in his other hand. Alan, after shaking hands with this seemingly amicable young man, Alan humbly inquired, "What is a blade demon?" "A creature that harbors a deep-seated hatred for all life. Their bones possess a hardness akin to metal, and certain parts of their bodies can extrude blade-like bone shards. Notably, their blood is as flammable as oil, making it suitable as fuel," Rias explained, pointing to the head on the wall. "That is the head of a demon general named Havoc, slain by my grandfather during his youth in the Yotan realm, a remarkable feat at the time. After all, aside from the Federal and Idastar armies, we of Baithcord were the first noble family to venture into that chaotic battlefield. The achievements of my grandfather at that time drew the attention of even the aristocracy. It was, without a doubt, the family's most glorious era." Rias's face radiated reverence. "I hope to one day follow in my grandfather's footsteps, to venture into Yotan and slay those filthy creatures." Hearing this, Alan glanced toward Horn. At that moment, Rias added, "I heard you are the champion of the death arena?" "Indeed," Alan confirmed. Rias nodded. "I have seen footage of your battles. Your swordsmanship is impressive. We should spar sometime." He tapped Alan's chest lightly with his sword. Alan gently pushed the sword away. "I would be delighted." Rias broke into a smile. "I'm beginning to like you, Alan. None of the others dare to challenge me. They're simply inept." With that, the young boy wandered off in another direction. Alan smiled in return, feeling no aversion toward Rias. Despite his youth, Rias was already showing signs of brilliance, and in his eyes, Alan glimpsed a vast expanse of sky. Perhaps this boy was indeed the one Horn had spoken of, a youth who could contain a universe within himself. Just then, a soft voice echoed, "If it were me, I wouldn't agree to spar with that little madman, Rias." As Alan looked on, a tall, impeccably dressed young man approached, holding a glass of wine, and handed one to Alan. With an air of elegance, he introduced himself. "I am Cordov, the son of Hydric." So, my brother, I believe I just heard you agree to duel with Regis? Is there an issue? Alan inquired as he accepted the glass. Cordoff shrugged. Do you know why we refrain from sparring with that little rascal? Because he is a complete madman. What he calls a duel is more akin to a death match. So, if you decide to fight him, do not entertain thoughts of mercy. Otherwise, he gestured across his throat ominously. Alan gazed at him in contemplation, prompting Cordoff to laugh heartily, patting young Alan on the shoulder. All right, I was merely jesting. Although that little madcap can be quite a headache, he is not entirely reckless. You can safely engage him. You startled me, Alan replied, patting his chest. He was not afraid of Rage's ferocity. He merely recognized that if it came to blows, he too would have to resort to equally ruthless tactics. And the outcome could be dire for either party. You are quite amusing. I would relish the opportunity to hear your tales of the surface world. In return, I could impart the secrets of becoming a true man, Cordoff winked, adding, I know quite a few girls. Is that so? Then why have you not introduced any to me? Interjected a flamboyant voice belonging to Adele. Upon hearing her, Cordoff's expression shifted to one of dismay. The enchantress of the Morrison family. No, I cannot bear to face her. She gives me a headache. Alan, I must take my leave. With a lack of decorum, he abandoned Alan, exchanging a hasty greeting with Adele, and retreated with the awkwardness of a mouse encountering a cat. Adele approached Alan, snatching the glass from his hand and downing the remaining wine in one swift motion. That was. Alan felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that Adele's actions, having consumed from his glass, were akin to an indirect kiss. Adele raised an eyebrow. What? I dealt with Bethcord's Tyrannosaurus and Snow Lizard for you. You ought to thank me. What's wrong with inviting me for a drink? Chapter 59. Love and Hate Confronted by the Unabashed Young Lady. Alan found himself at a loss for words and inquired, who are the Tyrannosaurus and the Snow Lizard? Adele picked up a piece of cake from the table, took a bite, and cream smeared across her lips. With a flick of her tongue, she devoured it, her actions exuding a captivating sensuality that left Alan breathless. After savoring a morsel of strawberry cream cake, Adele blinked and replied, The Tyrannosaurus is Rena. You have witnessed his temper firsthand, a mirror image of his father's. The Snow Lizard is Cordoff. Believe me, he is a vile and shameless character. Alan felt a twinge of embarrassment, as the subject of her critique was his own brother, and the terms used were far from complimentary. What? Do you truly consider them brothers? Adele suddenly leaned in close, her face almost touching Alan's nose. The young man instinctively stepped back, while Adele began to scout for new snacks. Do not be fooled by their amiable demeanor towards you. They would relish the opportunity to devour you. Imagine, suddenly faced with a rival for your inheritance. Such matters are vested in interests. And even father and son could turn on each other without mercy, let alone brothers. Thus, we so-called nobles are, at the end of the day, merely monsters clad in human guise. Adele bit into a fireberry, her words somewhat muffled, including myself. Alan gazed at her in astonishment. Her sharp, even cruel choice of words was striking. It was rare to meet a girl who applied such incisive commentary to her own identity as a noble. Yet, it must be said, her observations were remarkably astute. Alan nodded and said, When my grandfather invited me, he mentioned that upon my return home, I would gain many enemies. Yet you dare return? Your courage is commendable, young man, Adele remarked, playfully resting her hand on Alan's shoulder, nearly accompanied by a whistle. Alan shrugged. What does it matter? I know they will not submit to me. Once I have subdued them all, there will be no dissent. Such a simplistic and brutal logic, Adele commented, before adding, Yet, it is one way to approach the matter. When power is sufficiently overwhelming to crush all opposition, dissent will cease. Like an elephant oblivious to the cries of ants. Should one overstep, they will be crushed underfoot. Alan chuckled, saying, I am not like you all. I have not been raised with such a formal education. So I lack the intricacies you possess. However, when it comes to dealing with others, I do have a friend who is quite cunning. Alas, she is not here. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly have a myriad of ingenious ideas. He recalled that night in the Grand Canyon of Yellowstone, when Lucy had been so eloquent about strategies to deal with rival competitors. He wondered if she had returned to her planet by now. Oh, if you get the chance. Do introduce me to her, Adele yawned, stating, I must take a nap. Should you wish to ambush me, feel free at any time. I will be in your lounge number 3, little dear. The young lady whispered boldly in Alan's ear before waving goodbye. Do not casually bestow nicknames upon me. Alan replied helplessly. He would not truly pursue her, and he began to understand why Cordoff had looked pained when speaking of this girl. Indeed, Adele was quite a unique character. The banquet continued, with Horn and Kate nowhere to be seen, while Roddy and his companions engaged in conversation with foreign guests. The topics revolving around war and women. As for Alan's brothers, Rena had been expelled before the banquet even began, and Regis and Cordoff had already vacated the hall. leaving the remaining few to exhibit hostility toward Alan, which he could not be bothered to counter. For him, these individuals were all enemies. The only distinction lay in the degree of their threat. Undoubtedly, Rena and his group posed the greatest danger. However, that was of little concern. As long as they were enemies, he would systematically eliminate them. Once all foes were vanquished, dissent would naturally dissipate. Alan suddenly felt as though he had returned to the arena of death, yet this arena was evidently more expansive than Yellowstone, with opponents far more formidable. As night fell, Bugle Castle grew increasingly lively, with more flying vehicles arriving on the roads leading to the castle, revealing that a grander family banquet awaited. However, Alan was excused from attendance, as Hasten escorted him to the 4th floor of the North Tower. This vast space, exceeding 300 square meters, was to be Alan's residence, comprising a hall, a bedroom, a study, a bathing area, and an open terrace. This had once been Miss Lanny's abode, and upon preparing for the return of the young master, the Lord had ordered it to be tidied up. "You will find this place to your liking," Hasten assured him. He placed Alan's scant belongings on the floor and continued. "There is a training ground and a gravity room behind the main building, but it is too late now. I will introduce them to you tomorrow when I show you around the castle." "Thank you, Mr. Hasten," Alan nodded. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, as I need to attend to matters at the banquet. I will have dinner sent to you shortly. Should you require anything, feel free to inform me directly." Hasten smiled before departing. Once he was alone, Alan stood contemplatively in the living room. He closed his eyes, feeling as though he could hear his mother's breath in this place where she once dwelt. Had she also sat on this very sofa during leisurely afternoons, sipping red tea while perusing a collection of poetry? Had she stood on this terrace, leaning against the intricately carved railing, gazing upon the night view of Laven on clear, starlit nights? Unbeknownst to him, a deep ache began to swell within his chest. He opened his eyes to find the world slightly blurred, his eyes brimming with hot tears. "I have returned, Mother." Alan reached for a glass frame atop a round table, revealing a photograph of a youthful Lanny. Gazing at the image of his young mother, he inhaled deeply. "I shall reclaim all that once belonged to you and fulfill your wishes with this strength. Please watch over me from the heavens, Mother. I swear I will make that man, who caused you such sorrow, pay dearly." Seeing Bethekerd, the Bugle Castle, and even this room, Alan could envision how his mother could have lived a life free from want. Yet she chose that father, whom she had never met, willingly abandoning her noble identity to boldly pursue love. She believed she had found true love, only to have that man abandon her and their child upon her giving birth. Just as Alan felt discomfort upon his arrival in Babylon, his mother must have felt an unease with life on the surface. Yet, she stubbornly chose to dwell above ground, applying the skills she had learned in her family to survive, raising herself with unyielding determination. Yet who could say if she harbored a glimmer of hope, waiting for that man to return, only to die without ever seeing him again? Thus, that profound love morphed into an unspeakable sorrow, transforming into a lava-like hatred. Witnessing his mother's life, observing Horn, Alan could grasp the depths of such hatred. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming empathy. It was the sorrow of abandonment, akin to the chilling winds of winter sweeping through a hollow soul, echoing with a stifled resonance. Alan lifted his head, refusing to let the hot tears fall. This moment of defiance mirrored the girl in the photograph. After he regained his composure, a knock echoed at the door. It was a maid delivering dinner. The meal was lavish, featuring golden brown roasted meat, fresh and delicious vegetable salad, and freshly squeezed juice. Alan devoured every morsel, and only when his stomach was full did he find solace from the intense flames of hatred that had consumed him. The maid looked at him in astonishment, for it was quite rare to encounter a nobleman like Alan who consumed every morsel of food on his plate. Such etiquette typically dictated that they leave a substantial portion uneaten as a display of grace. Once the maid had cleared the table and departed, the vast room was left with only Alan. However, it wasn't long before two maids of similar age arrived with a change of clothes, offering to assist Alan with his bath. Alan, having previously experienced the peculiar scent of several women during a similar endeavor, felt a wave of apprehension and promptly declined their offer. He hurried into the extravagantly large bathroom to wash himself, then handed his soiled garments to the two girls. After they giggled and left, Alan finally found a rare moment of tranquility. He changed into loose, comfortable attire, his bare feet pressing against the wooden floor. As he turned to a cluttered shelf in the living room, he noticed a basket woven from vines, in which the tears of Alusha lay upon a pristine satin fabric of azure hue. Alan's gaze softened as he reached for the pendant and made his way to the open balcony. The balcony extended nearly 3 meters outward into the void beyond the castle, supported by an iron frame, its edges adorned with a flower bed filled with flora whose names Alan could not recall. Wicker chairs and a table graced the balcony. The exquisitely crafted table, holding a petite bonsai brimming with starry flowers, creating an atmosphere of gentle warmth. Seated in one of the chairs, Alan lifted the moonstone pendant, allowing the luminous moonlight to illuminate it. A wondrous event transpired. From the moonstone, a mist-like vapor began to rise, and gradually, images emerged within it. A girl of 6 or 7 years, hands on her hips and laughing triumphantly, appeared. With her golden hair and emerald eyes, who else could it be but Lucy? The images within the moonstone played like a slideshow, shifting every 5 seconds to reveal a different scene, each depicting Lucy at various ages. In these scenes, she displayed a spectrum of emotions: anger, joy, sorrow, each frame a microcosm of those cherished years. Gazing at these images felt as though Lucy were right before him. "I will come to find you in 3 years. Remember our promise." Her words echoed in his mind as she departed. Alan smiled faintly, placing the pendant around his neck and concealing it beneath his garments. He resolved to safeguard this treasure for Lucy, promising to return it to her when their paths crossed again. Chapter 60. The ocean of source power. As the night deepened, Alan found himself wide awake. Perhaps the events of the day had overstimulated his senses, leaving them in a state of heightened excitement. He returned to his bedroom, a spacious 30-square-meter haven, featuring a grand 3-meter-wide bed against the wall by the window, illuminated by a softly glowing crystal lamp. Above, a retractable glass wall allowed for a view of the resplendent starry sky on clear nights. The room was adorned with a charming bookshelf, a wardrobe, a television wall, and potted plants. A floor-to-ceiling window at the entrance revealed the picturesque landscape outside the castle. Settling onto the floor by the window, Alan resolved to seize the sleepless night for source power training. Like physical fitness, source power required relentless practice to enhance. Although there were rare moments when one could tap directly into the depths of their genes, drawing forth source power akin to igniting a spark, such opportunities were indeed scarce. Therefore, the most orthodox method was to consciously drive the source power, allowing it to circulate and evolve, thereby generating new power. He began by calming himself through rhythmic breathing, dismissing all external distractions from his mind. In doing so, his perception sharpened. Soon, he became aware of the source power within him. Since forming the imprint, the source power no longer swirled chaotically, but flowed like a gentle stream through his veins. In a state devoid of willful guidance, the source power remained dispersed, akin to delicate red serpents scattered throughout his bloodstream. Without focused awareness, it was nearly imperceptible. Alan consciously began to direct this power, guiding it through his veins toward his heart, following the natural circulatory pattern. As numerous red serpents coalesced within his heart, a luminous circuit pattern emerged in the void of his consciousness. These light patterns separated and swiftly reassembled into the image of a blazing blade. This imprint hovered in the air, slowly rotating. As Alan observed intently, he discerned that each detail and curve contained an unfathomable wealth of information. He sensed that this vast reservoir of knowledge hinted at more advanced abilities. The genetic circuit served to integrate this information, manifesting capabilities. Yet, the realm of will was ephemeral, dissipating like dust in the wind. With his current strength, Alan could not linger in that domain for long, let alone unravel the mysteries of the imprint. His focus remained anchored in his heart, where all source power had converged into this vital organ. The once separate red serpents now fused into a luminous orb emanating a soft crimson glow. Alan initiated the flow of this source power from his heart, allowing it to surge rhythmically through his veins, resulting in a subtle sensation of expansion throughout his body, a consequence of his blood vessels accommodating the influx of power. During this process, a minute fraction of the source power would detach from the orb, reinforcing the strength of the vessels. Simultaneously, with each complete circuit, the total amount of source power would incrementally increase. While the gains were minuscule when accounting for the energy expended to enhance his physique, Alan understood the wisdom of cumulative effort. After consciously circulating the source power 5 times, he no longer felt the need to focus on it intentionally. The orb of source power established a momentum of its own, roaring through his veins autonomously. Under this rhythmic motion, Alan entered a state that hovered between wakefulness and slumber, his consciousness drifting into a tranquil depth. A refreshing coolness occasionally washed over his chest, drawing his mind deeper into a serene state. Unbeknownst to him, the moonstone pendant, tears of Alusha, upon his chest, radiated a shimmering blue light akin to a veil of water. This resonance with the surrounding source power allowed tendrils of cosmic energy, matching the moonstone's attributes, to seep into the gem and subsequently into Alan's body. The dual influence of the source power's rhythmic flow and the moonstone's energy caused Alan's consciousness to descend further into the depths. The underwater realm was dark, yet at the bottom glimmered a faint light, compelling his will to gravitate toward it. After a sensation akin to passing through a curtain of water, Alan beheld the vast ocean of source power. This marked his second entry into the depths of genetic source power since igniting the spark. Unlike his previous urgency to extract the ubiquitous life source, he now took the time to observe this celestial expanse. He noticed that the source power within this starry ocean followed its own set of rules. Luminescent particles, reminiscent of stardust, orbited around colossal orbs of source power, akin to a ring of satellites. All the radiant sources spun in unison, forming an independent system in harmony with the source stars. Though these stars appeared fixed in the sky, they were indeed in slow motion, detectable only through intense concentration. As his consciousness extended toward the nearest luminescent source, a sudden impulse caused him to redirect his focus toward a higher-tier source star. However, as he crossed the luminous ring, a searing pain struck him, as if his consciousness had plunged into a sea of flames, relaying the agony back to him. Alan promptly withdrew, opting instead for the luminescent sources. This experiment revealed that he lacked the strength to claim the star-like life source, compelling him to first gather from the glowing particles. Upon igniting the spark, he could only extract a single luminescent source. Now, however, he effortlessly claimed 4 or 5, as he withdrew from the boundless ocean of stars. These life source luminescences quickly merged with his own power, resulting in an immediate 4 increase in his total source power, equivalent to 4 days of training. As Alan opened his eyes, dawn broke outside, having silently ushered in a new day. He stood, stretching his limbs and performing a few simple combat movements before retreating to the bathroom for a warm shower. As the soothing water cascaded over him, he contemplated the necessity of improving his chances of entering the realm of life's source. It became evident that once he succeeded in accessing the ocean of source power, even a mere handful of glowing particles would yield significant benefits. The prospect of directly extracting power from the stars or the nebulous clouds filled him with anticipation. Such an achievement would redefine the speed of his growth. Yet, at this moment, Alan remained unaware of the profound legacy within his genetic source, pondering the extraordinary life that had traversed eons to pass down such immense power to him. At 7:30 a.m., his butler, Hasten, accompanied by 2 maidens, delivered breakfast to Alan. As he savored his meal, Hasten presented him with a velvet box. Upon opening it, Alan discovered a silver ring adorned with the insignia of a griffin, elegantly embellished with graceful curves on either side. This delineates the permissions you possess within the ancient castle. Hasten elucidated the function of the ring, which serves as a symbol of identity and signifies the authority of its bearer. Depending on the level of authority, the areas accessible within the castle vary. Such permission rings are categorized into 5 tiers: copper, silver, gold, jade, and crystal. The silver ring in Alan's possession represents the rights associated with the second level of authority. To hold second-tier permissions within the Ugale Castle is tantamount to the status of an external affairs supervisor or a notable figure from a collateral clan. Naturally, as Alan's stature ascends, the ring will be replaced, thus granting him even greater privileges. While assisting Alan in donning the silver ring, Hasten recounted the benefits that accompany this level of authority, which encompass a myriad of supports from the family, armaments, and resources, totaling no fewer than 100 items, leaving Alan in a state of bewilderment. Ultimately, Hasten succinctly summarized that anyone possessing a silver ring is entitled to receive an annual allocation of 1 million federal coins or equivalent resources from the family. The areas of the castle corresponding to second-tier permissions include all public zones, along with the standard training rooms located behind the main building, as well as 2 hours of access to the gravity training room each day. Hasten further noted that the time allocated for the gravity training room can be accumulated and redeemed in one instance, with the total not exceeding 10 hours. After breakfast, Hasten escorted Alan on a tour of the castle, guiding him through the areas relevant to his current level of authority. Even the public areas of the castle left young Alan somewhat disoriented. To prevent him from inadvertently trespassing into restricted zones and incurring unnecessary complications, Hasten succinctly advised, "Just remember, you are free to explore any area below the 3rd floor of the main building. Should you need to venture above the 3rd floor, it is advisable to notify me first. The other annexes and towers are exempt from this restriction." This presents a straightforward classification. Areas above the 3rd floor are not accessible to Alan's current level of permissions. Chapter 61. Usurpation. The lower level of the castle primarily consists of 2 plazas, a barracks, a family warehouse, and a training ground. Under the guidance of Hasten, Alan spent nearly the entire morning exploring these communal areas. The gravity chamber, however, required a secondary level of access for entry. When Hasten led Alan to the entrance of the gravity training zone, an elderly man was bellowing with remarkable volume. "Make sure to clean this up, you lazy worms. If you don't finish these tasks before mealtime, I will dock half a day's wages from all of you." The workers, busy with their tasks, erupted in complaints, but none dared to cease their work. Instead, they hastened their pace. The old man snorted, You worthless scoundrels. Fox. Hasten called with a smile. The elderly man turned slowly, a pipe clenched in his teeth, his eyes slightly rolling as he regarded Hasten. What brings you here? This is young Master Alan. Hasten pushed Alan forward and said, he has just arrived at the castle, and I thought I would show him around. Just so you know, young Master Alan's access to the gravity chamber has been activated today. Make sure to register and calculate the accumulated time. Fox glanced at the silver ring on Alan's finger and nodded. I got it. But whose brat is this? Did you bring him? Hasten stepped closer and whispered in the old man's ear. He is the child of the second miss, just returned. Fox's body twitched slightly, nearly dislodging his pipe. Only then did he scrutinize Alan, taking him in from head to toe before nodding. In that case, he does bear some resemblance to the second miss in her youth. Removing his pipe, Fox clasped his hands behind his back and headed towards the administration room. I have matters to attend to, so I won't keep you. Feel free to explore. Hasten, unperturbed, led Alan into the training area. Upon entering through the grand doors, they found a passageway connecting to a modest rest hall. The hall was circular, furnished with several rows of seating for relaxation, and adorned with potted plants beside the supporting columns. A series of individual gravity chambers lined the perimeter, numbered from 1 to 9. At this time, all gravity chambers displayed a green vacant status. Each chamber's door was equipped with an electronic screen that displayed the name of the user and a countdown timer when occupied, allowing those waiting to be informed. According to Hasten, the gravity chambers in Yugal Castle could achieve a maximum power of 50 times gravity. On the usage record, Horn had once trained under 26 times gravity. Holding the record, following him was Rhodey, with a record of 15 times. Other records ranged from 8 to 13 times. While no one had reached the theoretical maximum of the gravity chamber served as an effective means of high-intensity physical training, enabling practitioners to achieve excellent fitness results without excessive equipment. Naturally, the higher the activated gravity multiplier, the more source energy was required from the user to counteract the pressure. Thus, training in the gravity chamber could also be seen as a form of honing one's source energy. After leaving the training area, Hasten remarked, young Master Alan. The Federation's rewards have been distributed, and I have registered them for you. You can collect the physical rewards from the family warehouse this afternoon. The silver ring you wear serves not only as a symbol of identity, but also contains a recording chip. This chip allows access to all relevant information, including resources under your name. Just present your ring to the warehouse supervisor, and after a brain scan, you can retrieve the appropriate rewards. As for the Federation currency, your father has set up a private bank account for you. During lunch, I will hand over the key and related items. Please keep them secure. Alan had no objections to the meticulous arrangements made by the old steward. After parting ways outside the training area, Hasten needed to attend to some family affairs, while Alan wandered back to his quarters. As he crossed the plaza, the passing servants and guards cast him glances filled with various meanings. The maids' gazes were bold and fiery, especially from the younger and more attractive ones. In their eyes, even if Alan were merely a distant relative, he was still capable of altering their fates. The guards, though respectful, harbored a hint of disdain, yet they all offered their greetings with the proper decorum. Alan keenly sensed that their reverence was directed more towards the silver ring he wore than to himself, and even more so towards the Beckford name behind him. Lunch arrived punctually, accompanied by Hasten, who delivered the documents and key for the private bank account. The electronic key, engraved with the Beckford crest, would allow Alan to access his bank account from any terminal brain and perform a series of related operations. After a brief demonstration, Hasten taught Alan how to use the key to enter his account before taking his leave, reminding him to remember to collect the other rewards in the afternoon. Following Hasten's demonstration, Alan accessed his account via the brain interface and was met with a staggering display of 200,000 in bank deposits. To him, this was an astronomical sum, considering that the annual expenses of ordinary families on the surface typically amounted to just a few thousand. Just a string of numbers laid bare the vast chasm between the floating islands and the surface. After lunch, Alan made his way to the family warehouse, located on the west side of the main building's lower level. It was a large storage platform where vehicles arrived and departed daily, transporting all necessary resources for the castle from the outside world. The family warehouse featured several dispatch windows, one of which was specifically designated for private family members. Materials within the warehouse could be directly purchased with money, in addition to being allocated through family distribution. This private dispatch window was established for this very purpose, allowing family members to withdraw or purchase the materials they desired. The inventory provided by Beckford was astonishingly extensive, ranging from physical enhancement potions to weaponry, from ordinary brain terminals to high-grade modular components, and even magical energy vehicles. The richness of the stock was jaw-dropping. However, To procure large quantities of military supplies or war-grade resources like magical airships, one would need to source them through other channels, as these were not items a single-family warehouse could supply. Upon Alan's arrival, he found a group of youths gathered at the private dispatch window, where a supervisor was apologetically addressing a robust boy of around 15 or 16. "Young Master Vincent, this really isn't in accordance with the rules. You see, these items have already been designated for specific individuals by Butler Hasten and cannot be sold to you." The dispatch supervisor wiped the sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile. The boy named Vincent seized the supervisor by the collar and retorted, "Nonsense. Since these items are in the family warehouse, they should naturally be available to family members. We haven't stolen or robbed them. Why shouldn't we be allowed to purchase?" "Rick, stop talking back. Don't forget that you asked my father to get your eldest son into the Shield of Hope Academy. If you keep being so unreasonable, I'll have my father withdraw his support." On Babylon, there were 2 academies, the Blade of Dawn, which only admitted children of noble families to cultivate elites in various fields, and the Shield of Hope, which catered to the general populace on the floating islands, admitting many young students with the aim of nurturing them for the Federation military, continually supplying fresh blood to the vast army. For commoners, gaining admission to the Shield of Hope meant that even if they graduated without distinction, they could at least secure a position as a non-commissioned officer. Those who excelled might catch the eye of noble families and be absorbed as foreign kin, representing a shortcut into high society. The dispatch supervisor evidently had a favor to ask of the Vincent family, and upon hearing this, he could only smile wryly, finally conceding, "Fine, I'll turn a blind eye." Although the batch of supplies was personally stored by Steward Hushin and registered under an individual named Alan, this person is rather obscure and likely not of significant stature, perhaps merely a relative of the steward. For someone without substantial power, it would be entirely feasible for him to absolve himself of any responsibility, claiming ignorance while allowing Vincent and others to make the purchase. At most, he could present a scapegoat, and the matter would be conveniently overlooked. Vincent chuckled slyly and exchanged glances with a few other boys, signaling them to accompany the supervisor into the warehouse for the withdrawal. However, the logistics manager was puzzled as to why Vincent happened to arrive at the family warehouse just after the goods, which had an owner, had recently been stored. Unbeknownst to him, Vincent had received a tip-off from Kedorf that morning, indicating that Alan's rewards had been dispersed, while the monetary bonus had already been transferred to Alan's private account, beyond Vincent's reach. Other items had been allocated to the family warehouse, thus presenting him with an opportunity. This was intended to undermine Alan, and the list of rewards contained several items that genuinely piqued Vincent's interest, such as a set of Tier 2 magical armaments or those advanced physical enhancement potions. Such resources are typically reserved for direct blood relatives of the family, making them unattainable for someone like Vincent, a side branch of the family. Consequently, Vincent had his eyes set on these items. But as he could not consume them all alone, he sought out a few close acquaintances to pool their resources for the purchase. As the supervisor opened the warehouse doors, a calm and composed voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "Pardon me, but I believe I just heard that a batch of supplies was registered under Steward Hushin." The logistics manager froze, pondering the uncanny timing of someone arriving just as they were about to retrieve the goods. He turned around to find Alan standing there. Alan raised his finger adorned with a silver ring and stated, "If all is as it should be, that batch of supplies belongs to me. I am Alan." The supervisor was immediately beset by a sense of dread, not solely due to the principal party arriving to collect the goods, but because of the silver ring on Alan's finger. That ring signified a Tier 2 authority holder, embodying a status that was beyond the supervisor's capacity to offend. As for Vincent, his eyelids twitched in surprise, his gaze also fixated on that silver ring, for he possessed a similar one. He could hardly believe that a newcomer to the family could share the same standing as himself. Chapter 62. The jester Alan appeared oblivious to Vincent and his companions, striding directly towards the dispatch supervisor, Rick. Suddenly, a tall and robust youth blocked his path. Vincent chuckled awkwardly and said, "I'm afraid you're late. I've already purchased those items with a few friends. Of course, you can collect the amount we paid from Rick." The red pupils of Alan brightened, as if flames danced within. A flicker of anger crossed his heart as he muttered, "Those are my possessions. However, they resided in the family warehouse, thus belonging to the family. We're merely adhering to the rules," Vincent remarked with a smile at the other youths. Naturally, the surface-dwelling savages wouldn't comprehend such matters. So you should be grateful. Today, I've imparted upon you a valuable lesson. Turning back, Vincent approached Alan, their noses nearly touching. Yet, he soon realized that this seemingly frail youth did not retreat like the others he had intimidated before. Alan simply gazed back, his vividly crimson pupils devoid of warmth, growing increasingly frigid. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, Alan turned to Rick and said, "Please summon Butler Heeson." since he registered these reward items. I believe he can provide an explanation. Rick nodded and began to leave, but Vincent bellowed, "You are not permitted to go." Vincent understood that once Heeson arrived, not only would he gain nothing, but he might also face punishment. Heeson was not like Rick. He was a figure Vincent could not threaten. The old butler, renowned for his fairness, managed the intricate affairs of the vast Horn family and was impervious to wealth or power. Moreover, as a mere side branch scion, Vincent had nothing of value to entice the old butler. These items, having been delivered to the warehouse by Heeson and registered under Alan's name, could not simply be bought without the owner's consent. Vincent was essentially taking advantage of Alan's naivety as a newcomer, hoping he would be intimidated by his status as a side branch noble. Initially, he believed that Alan, a surface dweller favored by Horn to join Bestcord, was fortunate. No matter how ignorant of the rules he would not dare to confront Vincent. However, Alan not only stood his ground, but also exhibited a resolute attitude, adeptly bypassing convoluted issues to strike at the heart of the matter, which left Vincent at a disadvantage. Now, cornered and unable to retreat, he was acutely aware that several family scions were observing him. If he could not handle this wild brat, how could he maintain his standing in this circle? Vincent raised his eyebrows, widened his eyes, and sneered, "Listen, today I am claiming these items. You will sell them, whether you like it or not. Do you understand? You surface-dwelling lowlife?" With that, he cast a triumphant glance at his companions. However, when he turned back, he was met with a rapidly approaching fist. A powerful blow struck the left side of his face, sending Vincent staggering back several steps before his companions steadied him. "You dare to hit me?" Vincent roared, shaking off the hands of two youths. "I'm not so magnanimous as to endure insults without retaliation," Alan replied coldly. "You're mistaken if you think I would tolerate such behavior." Vincent nodded, pointing at Alan. "What are you waiting for? Beat him." Instantly, several youths surrounded Alan. He smirked, drawing upon his source energy, which coursed around him, forming luminous circuits. As the engraving of the flame blade ignited at his brow, a wave of searing energy radiated outward, causing the youths to pale in fear. They exchanged glances, instinctively retreating a few steps. Though they had ignited their own sparks, they had yet to activate their engravings. A source energy wielder against an engraver reveals the disparity in strength. Even if Alan was merely a level 10 flame bird engraver, he was not someone these youths, averaging levels 5 or 6, could contend with. Vincent grunted, "What is so impressive about being an engraver? I'm not someone to be trifled with." He too summoned his source energy, a circuit of earthy yellow light converging towards his chest. Alan was taken aback. This seemingly spoiled youth had activated an engraving. The depth of Bestcord's heritage was evident. Just as Vincent's engraving was about to take shape, a voice interrupted. "Enough, Vincent." Vincent turned towards the voice, spotting a youth with a longsword entering from the warehouse door. His sea-blue eyes mirrored the vastness of the sky, reflecting his own sense of inadequacy. "Cousin Regez?" Vincent exclaimed. "Shut up. Don't call me cousin." Regez snapped, visibly irritated. "You, a mere distant relation, come to flaunt your connection. Your audacity is appalling." Vincent's face flushed red, unable to voice his anger. The disparity between direct and side branch family members was glaring. Regez then turned to Rick. "I seem to recall that items with an owner in the family warehouse are not to be sold. What is your name?" "Rick, Sir Regez," Rick replied. Regez nodded. "Very well, Rick. You have quite the nerve to disregard family protocols. Haven to you?" Rick's expression darkened, and he stammered, "Sir Regez." This is because Vincent shot him a threatening glare, the implication clear, causing Rick to swallow the words he had intended to speak. He forced a smile, ready to shoulder the blame when Regez shifted the conversation. "What are you staring at, Vincent? Don't think I'm unaware this was your scheme. Otherwise, a mere dispatch supervisor wouldn't dare to act on his own. Did you really think I was a fool? Now, disappear from my sight. Or perhaps I should ask grandfather when a side branch scion gained such authority to alter family rules at will." Vincent's face turned ashen, glaring at Alan with resentment before signaling to others, departing like a whipped dog. Once they had left, Regez addressed Rick. "Consider this a warning. If it happens again, don't expect me to be so forgiving." Rick expressed his gratitude, and Regez instructed him to retrieve Alan's reward items from the warehouse. As the dispatch supervisor busied himself, Regez turned to Alan and said, "Don't blame me for not standing up for you. In truth, you initiated the conflict, which puts you in the wrong. Regardless, I must admit your punch was quite impressive. I've longed to hit that insufferable brat, but the opportunity never presented itself." Alan had dissipated his source energy and shrugged. "You can't fault me. I'm new here and unaware of your customs. Besides, he is just a jester. What is the harm in striking him? If I can't even deal with him, how will I navigate the future?" Alan replied nonchalantly. Regez regarded him earnestly and, after a moment, remarked, "You're more cunning than I imagined. What a delightful ignorance of the rules. Setting that aside, I've helped you out. Shouldn't you express some gratitude? Alan looked at him quizzically. Do you covet my belongings as well? Regez erupted like an irate pup. Don't conflate me with the likes of Vincent. Besides, your possessions are of no use to me. Then how do you wish for me to thank you? Perhaps you could join me for dinner. It would be my treat. Regez scoffed. Alan, you penny-pinching miser. What difference does it make where we dine? And don't forget, you promised to spar with me yesterday. I haven't forgotten. Then let us do it now. Regez exclaimed excitedly. I noticed you activated your engraving earlier, which is splendid. Our strengths are comparable, and it should be quite entertaining. At that moment, Rick approached with a simple cart, laden with several boxes, saying, Mr. Allen, these are your belongings. Regez did not wait for Allen's response and interjected. Have these items delivered to Allen's residence. He is currently occupied. Grasping Allen, he exclaimed, Come, we shall proceed to the training grounds. Allen felt a throbbing headache. As he watched Regez take Allen away, the scheduling supervisor couldn't help but ponder the origins of Allen. After all, Regez, the young master, was hardly what one might call affable. His temperament was only marginally more agreeable than that of the notoriously fierce Reyna. In the training grounds, Allen examined the tactical long knife he held in his hands. The blade was dulled to prevent injuries, a standard-issue weapon devoid of any distinctive features, though its quality surpassed that of common fare. In terms of both length and weight, it was far from the ferocity of a true slaughterer, leaving Allen with a rather insubstantial feeling as he wielded it. Meanwhile, Regez set aside his ever-present sword and picked up a training knife identical to Allen's. Let it be known, I shall not employ my engraving, Allen declared preemptively, for should I resort to using it, our match would cease to be a contest and instead devolve into a life-or-death struggle. He had only recently activated his engraving and had yet to master its control. That would not be amusing, Regez grumbled, albeit reluctantly conceding. Very well, we shall forego the engraving. However, Allen, you must not hold back, otherwise you shall come to regret it. A twitch of Allen's eyelid foreshadowed an ominous turn of events. Indeed, as the duel commenced, Regez let out a loud cry and charged forward. The long knife created an almost imperceptible ripple as he swung it toward Allen with unadorned ferocity. Although he had not invoked his engraving, Regez had already harnessed his source power. The blade, though dulled, would shatter stone upon impact, let alone Allen's head. Now, Allen began to grasp why both Kodov and Adele referred to this rascal as a madman. It seemed that the individuals from Bescord were somewhat unconventional. Allen thought with a hint of malice. Nevertheless, he remained unyielding, raising his long knife to meet Regez's strike head-on. Chapter 63. The Black Widow. The training ground is a public area where guards frequently practice and spar. At this moment, the air is filled with the sound of clashing blades, drawing the attention of onlookers. They gather in small groups around the perimeter, observing two young men engaged in an intense duel in the center. The guards are no strangers to Regez, the young master who has long been passionate about martial arts, often rallying some of his kin to the training ground for contests. Occasionally, guards would step in to spar with him. Despite his youth, Regez has already attained the rank of a level 10 inscriber and possesses considerable talent in swordsmanship. He has bested many opponents, though it is suspected that some skilled guards may have deliberately allowed him to win. The boy sparring against Regez today is a newcomer, initially met with indifference by the spectators. However, as the duel progresses, the onlookers begin to regard Allen with growing seriousness. From the very start, both combatants engage in a fierce exchange of attacks. Regez wields his blade with speed and ferocity, yet Allen holds his ground, matching his pace and countering with increasing proficiency. The two tactical long swords clash, sending sparks flying in all directions. After another exchange, Allen suddenly exerts force, shifting his weight onto his blade, which pushes Regez back repeatedly. While Regez demonstrates impressive talent, Allen's combat experience is formidable, honed through life-and-death encounters, and his strikes carry an underlying lethal intent. He aims to force Regez out of the designated sparring area, but Regez swiftly plants his feet, retreating several meters with a deft maneuver, evading Allen's thrust. With a mischievous grin, Regez employs a unique footwork technique, creating a shadow in the air as he approaches Allen, only to abruptly shift sideways without warning. Allen is taken aback, struggling to track Regez's movements, a situation he has not encountered before, showcasing Regez's astonishing speed. As Allen instinctively turns to catch Regez's motion, the boy has vanished from sight, reappearing to Allen's right, positioned in his blind spot. In an instant, Regez delivers a decisive strike, anticipating a clean hit. Yet Allen remains unfazed, raising his right hand to block with his sword. The clash rings out, thwarting Regez's attack. How is this possible? The boy exclaims in frustration, quickly retreating on his toes. Sliding back several meters, Regez raises his blade, directing its tip at Allen's chest. Suddenly, he shouts, propelling himself forward like a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Alan. Alan feels a surge of danger, his instincts on high alert. He snorts coldly, grounding his sword, twisting his waist, and thrusting forward with force. His tactical long sword carves a swift arc, colliding with Regez's blade. A resounding clash echoes through the training ground, creating a ripple of invisible shockwaves that reverberate like distant thunder, causing the surrounding spectators to step back in surprise. Both boys' weapons shatter simultaneously, sending fragments scattering, forcing them to retreat and defend themselves. For a moment, an unusual silence envelopes the training ground. Zheng observes Alan, while Regez sheepishly scratches his head. Apologies. I think I may have overdone it just now. Gazing into his clear eyes, Alan recognizes the innocence behind it, managing a wry smile as he shakes his head. I nearly thought you were trying to kill me. He adds, strange, what footwork are you using? Your speed is remarkable, don't you know? I saw you using the crescent slice earlier, right? That footwork is one of the 10 sliding steps in the military, allowing for rapid movement through high-frequency footfalls. When combined with rotation, it enables multidirectional rapid movement. However, it can be quite exhausting, Regez explains, blinking excitedly. How about I teach you? Consider it an apology for my earlier mishap. Then I shan't hold back. Would you like to learn the crescent slice? Your attacks seem predominantly linear, which offers decent speed and power, but can be easily anticipated. The arc of an attack, however, is much less predictable. Alternatively, you could blend these two combat techniques with your original footwork. That way, I would find it much more challenging to contend with you, Alan elaborates. Regez's eyes light up as he enthusiastically nods. All right, it's a deal. Let's start with the sliding step. First, you need to practice high-speed leg kicks. Thus, the two boys spent that afternoon exchanging their techniques and sharing practical combat experiences, finding immense benefit in their interaction. Alan grasped the rudiments of the sliding step, while Regez acquired numerous practical skills from Alan. It was not until dusk that they parted ways, returning to their respective quarters. Upon returning home, Alan felt his leg muscles twitch incessantly, a residual effect from the sliding step practice. The rapid sequences of leg kicks had taken a toll on him. He filled a bath with warm water, soaking his legs for half an hour to alleviate the fatigue in his muscles. Afterward, his legs felt as heavy as lead, indicating that acclimatizing to the kicking frequency required time. The rewards retrieved from the family warehouse were piled at the entrance of his living room, with a list resting atop 3 boxes. After confirming their contents, he opened the boxes. The first was a small black case containing an electronic magnetic card, serving as Alan's identification. With this card, he gained residency rights in Babylon and the privilege to relocate specified surface residents to Babylon, a quota of 15. Originally, such privileges were reserved for the families of victors, but due to Alan's unique circumstances, the committee had waived this limitation for him. For the time being, this right held no immediate value for Alan. However, should he establish a hunting group, he might consider recruiting members from the surface, who could then leverage this privilege to return directly to Babylon, thereby saving considerable costs. Next was a silver-gray briefcase secured with a password. Following the federal guidelines provided with the case, Alan unlocked it. Upon opening, a rush of cold air escaped, revealing a temperature-controlled chamber. Inside lay a vial of serum and a disposable injector, alongside an instruction manual. This was an advanced physical enhancement serum, theoretically capable of doubling one's physical capabilities upon first injection. Subsequent uses would yield diminishing returns, and excessive injections could irreversibly damage certain organs. Generally, a normal person could safely use such a serum up to 3 times in a lifetime. Following the instructions, Alan loaded the iridescent blue serum into the injector and swiftly administered it into his arm. Shortly thereafter, he felt his body temperature rise, enveloped in warmth akin to soaking in a hot spring, as an inexplicable heat surged from the soles of his feet, spreading throughout his body. His muscles began to quiver, particularly those in his legs. This process lasted a full minute, and Alan was soon drenched in sweat. The sweat, a pale yellow tinged with a faint metallic odor, indicated that the serum was expelling accumulated toxins through his perspiration. The serum remained active, with the enhancement process spanning 24 hours, followed by several days for Alan to adapt to his newly elevated physical state. After washing away the sweat, Alan opened the final box. Inside was a complete set of Tier 2 magical armaments, including a full ensemble of light defensive armor known as Silent Guardian, which, when activated via its built-in magical sequence, could generate a shield absorbing 20 of energy impacts. As for the weapon, it is a straight sword, with both the hilt and scabbard adorned in a sleek black finish. The grip features subtle crimson spiral patterns to prevent slippage. Alan drew the blade, its edge gleaming like a pristine autumn lake. The spine of the blade bore rugged, angular markings, exuding a raw simplicity. Though the blade was not as broad as the cleaver, it certainly felt comparably weighty in hand. Alan wielded it effortlessly, executing a few slicing motions, appreciating the balance and comfort it provided, even more so than the cleaver. This straight sword, named Dark Ruin, could unleash a power known as Shadow Tear upon activating the cube sequence, generating ephemeral energy blades that followed the trajectory of his strikes for multiple attacks. Gazing at the Dark Ruin and the Silent Guardian, Alan's face radiated joy. The reason for the upgrade from the first to the second tier of weaponry was likely an attempt to curry favor with Beastcord. Moreover, the price differences among the magical armaments from tiers 1 to 5 were negligible. A slight elevation in tier was hardly a significant issue. Soon, dinner time arrived, and as two young maidens delivered the meal, a boy slipped in behind them. "Reyes, what brings you here?" Alan inquired, astonished. "You promised to treat me to a meal. Besides, I want to challenge you." Reyes unabashedly took a seat at the dining table. "What do you intend to compete in this time?" Alan sighed, already feeling a headache at the mere mention of the word. "Let's see who can eat faster." "I want tea hold back," Reyes declared, seizing the knife and fork from the table and eagerly attacking a piece of steak drizzled with herb sauce. Alan hastily joined the fray, aware that the maidens had only brought a single serving for each, and if he dawdled, the mischievous boy would surely devour everything. In the following days, Alan and Reyes were rarely apart, frequently spotted together in the training grounds. Initially, their camaraderie drew the attention of the guards, but soon it became a commonplace sight. During this time, Vincent attempted to confront Alan on several occasions, but upon seeing Reyes present, he ultimately refrained. One day, as Horace was enjoying his breakfast, Hasten entered. Noticing the steward, Horace remarked, "I hear Alan and Reyes have become quite close lately?" "Indeed, sir. It seems Reyes and young Master Alan share a strong rapport." "That is good. They are of similar age. If they can forge a friendship, it will ease Alan's path considerably." Horace nodded. Hasten hesitated before continuing, "Sir, we have news regarding the hunting party that young Master Alan is investigating." Horace looked up, and the steward elaborated. "It is the Black Widow, a notorious dark faction." Chapter 64. Before departure, the so-called Black Guild refers to the hunting groups that are not registered under the federal institutions. These hunting guilds are unofficial adventuring parties that accept various commissions, ranging from the escorting of objects to the protection of important individuals, and even participation in warfare. The federal government has a rigorous management system for these hunting guilds. As per federal requirements, hunting guilds must register with the governing bureau, and the identities of all members must be documented. Each year, the bureau conducts assessments of formal hunting guilds, determining their rank and status. Over centuries of operation, hunting guilds have developed their own classification system, with the federal government evaluating their worth through a star rating. Typically, guilds rated below 3 stars can only accept commissions within the planet, while those rated 3 stars and above may take on assignments from the federal government or noble families concerning external battlefields. Once a guild achieves sufficient star rating and pays a fee, they can even acquire coordinates for a certain outer planet from the federal government, thus obtaining development rights for that planet. Hunting guilds established under the names of nobles begin with a 3-star rating. However, this privilege is typically reserved for established aristocracy. After all, family hunting guilds primarily serve to develop colonial planets, and the federal government facilitates this process. Formal hunting guilds must pay certain taxes to the federal government annually, and in return, the governing bureau provides various services. Conversely, unregistered hunting guilds, or black guilds, evade taxes, allowing them to charge lower fees. These groups accept all manner of tasks, and in the eyes of the federal government, they are often associated with criminal activity. At noon, Alan received the information about the Black Widow. This particular guild is currently undertaking a commission in the surface area of Sector 13, tasked with cleansing a small town. But they are facing stiff resistance, resulting in a stalemate in their conflict. After Alan perused the information, the butler, Hasten, remarked, "The civilian transport spacecraft to Sector 13 will not depart for 3 days. The master has instructed me to purchase a round-trip ticket for you. His intention is for you to prepare during these days and ideally select a few capable guards from the family to accompany you. As for the expenses, they will be deducted from your personal account." Alan nodded. "Please assist me in selecting 5 guards, Hasten. By the way, do we have any masters in the field of the magic cube sequence within our castle? My level 2 magical equipment requires some adjustments to be immediately usable. Of course, I will cover all costs." Hasten shook his head with a smile. "Young Master Alan, you may not be aware, but masters in the design of the magic cube sequence are exceedingly rare on Babylon. Most of them are under the control of the federal government, and even noble families cannot access such resources. Not to mention masters, we must regularly borrow technicians from the federal technical department to maintain our magical equipment. So we do not have such talents in the castle." In that case, I will have to visit Mr. Houghton, Alan frowned. If there were no experts in the castle regarding the magic cube sequence adjustments, he would have to seek Houghton to modify his equipment's magic cube sequence to reduce its reliance on source power. Otherwise, with his current strength as a level 10 engraver, he would not be able to operate level 2 magical equipment. Mr. Houghton, speaking of which, he was once your mentor, Hasten noted. Indeed, Mr. Houghton has considerable expertise in the magic cube sequence. However, his resident Hasten chuckled. Mr. Houghton is not a hospitable person, and few know where he lives. If you wish to inquire, it may not be something you can learn within 3 days. Alan shook his head. That won't be necessary. He has given me his address. I only need a driver and a vehicle. Houghton provided you with the address? Hasten was astonished. Yes, because he promised to impart knowledge regarding the magic cube sequence to me. Hasten gasped. If that is the case, I must report this to the master immediately. Young Master Alan, please come with me. Upon returning to Hohen's study, the patriarch of the Bethcord family was deeply engrossed in a mountain of documents. Hearing Hasten's request, Hohen looked up, removed his glasses, and asked in surprise, You say Houghton has agreed to guide Alan on the magic cube sequence? This is what the young master told me directly, and Mr. Houghton even provided the address of his residence, so it should not be false, Hasten replied. Hohen laughed heartily and clapped. Excellent. Have Alan come in. A moment later, Alan entered the study. Hohen regarded him and said, Listen, Alan, this is a rare opportunity. You must diligently learn from Houghton. Talents in sequence design are also exceedingly scarce within the Federation and are highly sought after by every family. You need not become a master. Possessing the potential of a technician is enough for the family to invest in you. Furthermore, graduating from the Dawnblade Academy ensures your future is secure. At that point, ascending to the line of heirs will be a given, and your rank will rise to the top. Once you come of age, you will also hold a position within the Council of Elders. Thus, you see, it is imperative to seize this invaluable opportunity and strive to be a worthy student of Houghton. 15 minutes later, a flying vehicle departed from the Yugal Castle, heading towards the city of Babylon. Hohen did not accompany them, but instead indulged Alan with a bottle of his prized wine, Blue Moonlight, which would undoubtedly be a tempting allure for the old wine connoisseur, Houghton. Following the address provided by Houghton, the vehicle arrived at a 3-story building on the southern section of Rio Avenue 2 hours later. In Babylon, where land is as precious as gold, the most prosperous areas are around Dawn Square and Golden Wing Avenue, along with the sprawling urban expanse radiating from them. In these bustling districts, the exorbitant costs of living are beyond the means of ordinary citizens. Thus, they serve as a hub for merchants and the affluent, while commoners reside in areas like Rio Avenue, distanced from the city center. However, retired generals like Houghton certainly have the means to reside in the city rather than being confined to the common districts. Alan did not dwell on such thoughts. He picked up his equipment case and the fine wine gifted by Hohen, traversing the garden in front of the small building and approaching the front door. Mr. Houghton, are you in? It's Alan. His voice was not particularly loud, but at that moment, Rio Avenue was remarkably tranquil, allowing Alan to be certain that anyone inside could hear his call, should there be anyone present. Sure enough, a flurry of hurried footsteps erupted from within, followed by the sound of a door slamming shut, and then silence reigned. Alan stood there, perplexed, pondering why Houghton would hide from him. Alan, an elderly voice called from behind. Alan turned around to see Houghton emerging from the garden, wearing a straw hat and holding a pair of scissors, resembling a gardener. Mr. Houghton, I thought you were inside, Alan remarked, gesturing toward the building. I heard some commotion just now. Houghton glanced at the building and chuckled. No worries. It was probably just my foolish dog causing a ruckus. Alan considered this. If a dog understood how to close doors, it could hardly be deemed foolish. Clearly, Houghton wished to keep certain matters from him, and he refrained from asking further. This is a gift, he said, presenting Hohen's Blue Moonlight. Houghton's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as he tossed the scissors aside and dashed towards Alan with surprising agility for his age. Alan barely had time to react before the wine bottle was in Houghton's hands. Houghton uncorked the bottle and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, Blue Moonlight. Is it truly Blue Moonlight? Good heavens, where did you procure such a treasure? As Alan recalled, Horn had cautioned him against mentioning his name, so he chuckled sheepishly and remarked, I bought it from the family warehouse. Houghton glanced at him with skepticism. When did Bethcord start selling liquor in the family warehouse? Fortunately, Houghton refrained from probing further and ushered Alan into the small building. Houghton's home was not particularly opulent, and even its decor was less lavish than Alan's residence. However, it boasted excellent lighting and warm-toned decorations, imparting a sense of homeliness to the living room. As he carefully placed the bottle of Blue Moon into his wine cabinet, Houghton's demeanor suggested he feared Alan might change his mind and reclaim it, prompting him to hastily conceal the exquisite wine. His gaze then fell upon the weapon case in Alan's hand. I knew the wine wouldn't be free, kid. Do you want me to assist you in calibrating the cube sequence? I had intended to wait until my abilities met the requirements before employing this set of gear. Alan replied, opening the weapon case to reveal the Silent Guardian and Dark Destruction. Hutun glanced at them and nodded. Tier 2 equipment. Those committee members certainly know how to curry favor. So, do you need to use them now? I must make a trip to the surface, Alan stated casually. Grabbing Dark Destruction, Hutun inquired, visiting family? No, to kill. Just to reclaim a few things that belong to me, Alan replied calmly. Hutun squinted and chuckled. You're quite straightforward, aren't you? Fine, give me an hour. It won't be difficult to lower the usage requirements for these two items. However, the effectiveness will be compromised. I understand, Alan acknowledged. Hutun set aside the straight-edged Dark Destruction, his smile fading as he said, Now, let us discuss serious matters. You've come to learn cube sequence design from me. Haven to you? That bottle of Blue Moon, given your recent affiliation with Bethcord. You certainly wouldn't have acquired it without reason. Let me guess, it's Lord Horn's private collection? Alan was momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed Hutun was not so easily deceived. He could only awkwardly reply, The clan leader instructed me not to mention him to you. He underestimates people too much. Would I refuse you simply because of his connection? After all, it was I who promised you. Even though I never truly believed you would survive, Hutun remarked somewhat irresponsibly. Alan's expression transformed, revealing that Hutun had not believed in him at that time, thus merely feigning generosity. Chapter 65. The Guardians from Heaton's words. It was evident that he was acquainted with Horn, possibly harboring some grievances. Otherwise, Horn would not have insisted that Alan remain silent regarding the origin of the blue moonlight, perhaps fearing that Heaton would refuse to offer guidance upon learning the truth. Moreover, Heaton's previous comment seemed to be merely a jest, which left Alan's heart in a state of turmoil. Observing Alan's hesitance, Heaton rolled his eyes and said, all right, I was indeed joking before. However, since you have survived the death arena, I am not so shameless as to deny this small promise. Otherwise, why would I provide you with the address? Upon hearing this, Alan felt a surge of joy. Hold on, Heaton interjected. The cube sequence is not an easy subject to grasp. Even if I am willing to teach you, there is no guarantee that you will master it. Therefore, I must first assess whether you possess the requisite qualifications. Alan nodded in agreement. That is only reasonable. Let us discuss this further once you return from the surface. Perhaps you'll have eliminated me by then. Haha. Heaton casually remarked, noticing Alan's exasperated expression. He waved his hand and chuckled lightly. I was only joking. Now, let us examine these two items. Go fetch me the toolbox. It's over there. Pointing to a corner of the living room, Heaton had already taken up the Dark Destruction and was examining it. Alan retrieved the toolbox for him, and Heaton proceeded to dismantle the components of the Dark Destruction. Upon extracting the cube sequence chip, he glanced at it and remarked, So, this is the work of that old coot, Lawrence. No, wait. These source point arrangements are a bit convoluted. It seems to be a mimicry by one of his students. Alan inquired curiously, Mr. Heaton, can you identify the designer of the sequence? That is not difficult. Every individual has a distinct technique, especially those who consider themselves masters. They often leave behind their own signatures. Take Lawrence, for instance. The number 13 is his hallmark. For example, a sequence could be activated with just 10 source points. Yet that old man tends to increase it to 13. Conversely, if a powerful sequence requires 16 source points, he would reduce it to 13. Consequently, the former sequence would waste more source energy, while the latter would fail to achieve its intended potency. Naturally, Lawrence has his own explanations. He is one of the few masters in this field. Who would dare challenge his authority? So you see, this fellow is merely a charlatan, unlike me, who possesses a good reputation. Heaton had already picked up several tools and began modifying the cube sequence of the Dark Destruction. Look, by eliminating these excess source points and simplifying the energy conduction circuit, we can lower the usage standards. His words seemed effortless, yet it took over an hour to complete the reconfiguration of this second-tier armament. After reducing the source energy requirements, the Dark Destruction diminished from 5 source energy blade shadows to 3. As for the Silent Guardian, its energy absorption capacity only decreased by 5%, reducing its defensive power by a mere 25%, thus maintaining an admirable cost-performance ratio. Once the equipment was repackaged, Alan took his leave, arranging to visit Heaton again upon his return to Babylon. After bidding farewell to Alan, Heaton returned to the living room, looking up at the corridor on the second floor. In the shadows of the passage, a black skirt had appeared unannounced, and beneath it, a pair of pale bare feet rested on the floor. The unnatural pallor hinted at a certain frailty. From the graceful curvature of the toes and the lines of the legs, it was clear that it was a girl. Vera. The guest has departed, Heaton said softly. The girl in the corridor murmured a low acknowledgement. Heaton sighed and spread his hands. What do you think of that boy? The girl did not respond. Her pale feet retreated into the shadows, accompanied by the gentle sound of her footsteps gradually fading away. Heaton nodded. All right. Your silence suggests you do not dislike him, does it? What a fortunate lad, having passed the most significant hurdle. Vera, shall we have potato stew for dinner? Heaton called up the stairs again, yet still received no response. He shook his head. Not refusing is tantamount to agreement. When will this child emerge from the shadows? Upon returning to the Yugal castle that evening, Alan had dinner before commencing his source energy training. However, today was evidently not as fortuitous as the last, as he struggled to enter the sea of source energy smoothly. After completing 36 cycles of energy manipulation, even his body, enhanced by stamina potions, began to falter, prompting Alan to halt and stretch his limbs to relieve the aching veins. This night's training yielded only a meager one increase in total source energy. The following morning, Alan arrived at the training ground to continue practicing his sliding steps. With only 2 days remaining before departure, he was determined to perfect this skill to maximize its effectiveness in combat. After practicing for half an hour, Hasten brought a few individuals over. Young master, these are the guardians I have arranged for you. Alan glanced up, observing a group of young guardians. The eldest among them appeared no older than 25, while the youngest looked to be around 17 or 18. Hasten clapped the shoulder of the oldest guardian, saying, "This is Barney. Do not be deceived by his youth. He has fought on the outer battlefield for a year. Barney is a versatile combatant, and I have appointed him as the captain of this temporary team. The other members will be introduced by him." With business to attend to, Hasten departed. The man named Barney had wiry, curly hair and a sharp profile. His physique well-proportioned and exuding an aura of explosive energy. He flashed a sunny smile and extended his hand to Alan, saying, "It is an honor to serve you, sir." "Just call me Alan," Alan replied. "Very well, Alan." Barney did not hesitate, treating Alan as merely a minor scion whose identity was not yet public. He began introducing the other team members. To the left was Jason, followed by Diamond, Arno, and finally Marlene. Jason, a demolition expert and firepower specialist, was young yet remarkably muscular, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with veins prominently visible beneath his shiny skin. Wearing sunglasses, he incessantly chewed gum. As Barney introduced him, Jason flashed a bright smile and shook Alan's hand. However, Alan felt Jason's grip tighten considerably. Alan smiled slightly and reciprocated the pressure. Their hands, despite the size disparity, made a cracking sound, indicating a covert struggle for dominance. Barney watched with a hint of concern, fearing Jason might inadvertently hurt this young master. Yet, he noticed Jason's expression shifting dramatically. Initially smiling, his demeanor gradually turned serious, and now he was grimacing, as if Alan's grip was quite formidable. "Your hand is very steady. I believe it packs greater power when wielding a gun," Alan remarked, releasing Jason first. Jason awkwardly withdrew his hand, standing tall as he declared, "Of course, young Master Alan. You will find that Jason is quite the fierce soldier." The others glanced at him, observing his hand trembling behind his back. Seeing this incessantly shaking hand, the remaining guardians adopted a more serious demeanor, no longer appearing as carefree as they had upon entering. Alan had secured their fundamental respect through a simple display of strength. Next was Diamond, a scout, described as lean and notably fast on his feet, adept in camouflage and concealment. Arno was a close-quarters combat expert, carrying a tactical machete at his waist, with 2 daggers strapped to his legs, and rumored to conceal several throwing knives, suggesting a competent fighting ability. Lastly, Marlene, a woman with deep brown skin indicating extensive outdoor experience, sported short hair and a serious expression. She was a sharpshooter, capable of serving as a firepower specialist when the situation demanded. Barney also provided Alan with a document indicating that he himself was a level 10 engraver. As for the other team members, they were source power users of varying levels, ranging from 6 to 7. Even within the vast Biscode family, these guards exhibited commendable skills, each possessing their unique strengths. It appeared that Hasten had indeed made a thoughtful selection of talent. Naturally, their fees for undertaking missions were not insignificant. For this particular task, Alan was required to pay them a salary of 50,000, with Barney claiming 20,000 for himself, while the remaining 4 would share the rest equally. This did not account for the costs of additional equipment, ammunition, and other expenses incurred during the mission. On the final page of the document was a payment invoice. Upon glancing at the figures on the invoice, Alan suddenly felt that his federal bonus was not as substantial as he had previously imagined. "Have you arranged suitable guards for Alan?" In the main hall of the castle, Hasten briefly reported Alan's situation to the clan leader in Horn's study. "Yes, my lord. Here is the information on the guards." The old steward also handed Horn an identical document. After scanning it, Horn nodded and remarked, "With such strength, They should be sufficient to confront a black brigade. You have done well, Mr. Hasten. Then I shall take my leave. After the steward exited, Horn lifted his head, contemplating, and said, Anna, you should accompany them as well. However, under no circumstances should you intervene. After all, this is Alan's own battle. In the shadow beside the window, the air distorted unnaturally, gradually revealing a slender figure, followed by a slightly raspy female voice. As you wish, Master. I will keep a close watch on young Master Alan. Horn nodded, leaving the matter of Anna's judgment regarding the limits of intervention outside his consideration. On the third day at breakfast, a Hawk-class escort ship transported Alan and his team directly to Liberty Harbor. 30 minutes later, the Azure Sky transport airship would depart from the harbor. Heading to Surface District 13, Alan and his companions entered the waiting lounge through the green channel designated for family members, and as they settled into their seats, two familiar voices rang out behind them. Alan, Little Fawn. Chapter 66. Unexpected companions, how did you get here? Alan turned around to find Reggie and Adele. Reggie was clad in magical energy defensive light armor, a bright yellow ensemble complemented by a pure black tactical outfit, adorned with silver-white energy patterns. The half-armor was lightweight, designed primarily to safeguard the chest and back, indicative of a first-rate magical arsenal. He still held on to his long sword, grinning as he said, I heard you were heading to the surface. Let's go together. I'm not going for a vacation, Alan replied, feeling a headache coming on. Honestly, what is so entertaining about the surface? The sunlight is so intense it could tan your skin. Adele raised her wild brows and retorted, if it weren't for the little madman saying you were going to chop someone, I wouldn't bother coming along. She remained in her hunting jacket and long whip, but had changed her inner attire to a dark red ensemble with black patterns in defensive leather. Given Adele's status in the Morrison family, her leather armor was undoubtedly a form of magical gear. Instead of a long sword, she carried a silver-gray suitcase, resembling a young lady preparing for an extended journey. Alan, don't underestimate us. Although we lack experience in battling outside realms, we possess some practical combat skills. Moreover, this time, Grandpa has given his consent, Reggie boldly asserted. Invoking the name of Horn, Alan turned to Adele, who lifted her chin defiantly, stating, Grandpa must listen to me. Then, lowering her voice with a hint of menace, she added, if you dare disagree, I shall sleep in your room every day. At this, Jason couldn't help but whistle. Captain Nick promptly pressed his head down, while Adele seemed unfazed, winking at the guards with an air of triumph. Reggie chimed in, bringing us along is certainly a wise choice. We are all level 10 engravers, capable of self-defense. Moreover, with Adele by your side, she'll devise some cunning strategies for you. Who's being cunning? Adele retorted, playfully punching Reggie on the head. I am the innocent and kind Adele Morrison. Alan and Reggie nearly spoke in unison. Yeah, right. You two are really tempting fate. In the end, Alan reluctantly accepted the duo's unexpected addition to the journey. At that moment, the boarding announcement echoed through the waiting room, indicating it was time for passengers to check in. As they utilized the green channel, they bypassed the crowded ticketing window and proceeded directly to the boarding area. The Azure Sky was a transport airship that had been in operation for 30 years, boasting a capacity of 300 seats, sufficient to meet the passenger demands between the floating island and the surface across 6 routes. Civilian flights between each administrative district on the surface and the floating island occurred approximately once a week, facilitating the residents' commutes. The inhabitants of the floating island engaged in various industries, with most employed by the family's companies or factories on the surface. They typically returned to Babylon only during holidays or significant festivals, spending most of their time on the surface. The transport airship existed for this very purpose, alongside cargo and business airships, which operated with even greater frequency. After over a month of absence, Alan finally embarked on his journey back to the surface. A flicker of excitement danced in his heart upon their arrival. An external affairs officer would meet them to arrange their temporary accommodations and provide detailed intelligence on the Black Widow. When mentioning this, Butler Hayes had remarked, "You will encounter someone unexpected, young master." Alan pondered, who could this contact possibly be? 2 hours later, after a lengthy flight, the Azure Sky finally landed at the official helipad of District 13 on the surface. Due to Babylon's perpetual orbit around the planet, the travel distance between the two locations varied with the seasons. This journey took 2 hours, yet the return might take 3, depending on the orbital path of the floating island. Conversely, if the floating island happened to pass near the destination, the journey could be as brief as half an hour or even less. During the flight, they encountered turbulence twice, causing the fearless Adele to experience motion sickness. Upon finally touching solid ground, she staggered, her pale face betraying her discomfort, remaining speechless for a good 10 minutes. Once Adele regained her composure, Alan and the others exited the airport. Just outside, a A formidable figure immediately caught Alan's eye. A man stood with his back to them, hands clasped behind him, posture straight as an arrow, exuding an air of strength. Nick and several guards wore solemn expressions, yet joy illuminated Alan's face as he exclaimed, "Lieutenant Ron." Hearing Alan's voice, the man turned, revealing himself to be Ron, their training camp's chief instructor. Today, however, he was dressed simply in a tank top and jeans, devoid of military garb. A smile broke across his rugged face. "White-haired kid, you did it." The lieutenant approached, embracing Alan in a robust manner. Alan felt as if he had been embraced by a bear. Ron's steel-like arms nearly crushed his waist, yet the sincerity of the man's joy was palpable. Releasing Alan, Ron surveyed him from head to toe, nodding in approval. "You've made significant progress. If not for your mission, I would have challenged you to a spar." It was then that Alan realized, surprised, "You're still working for Beth Scott?" Ron laughed heartily, draping an arm over Alan's shoulder. "Kid, the pay in the military is hardly substantial. I need to supplement my income somehow. But I'm quite surprised you've managed to associate with Beth Scott." He glanced at the others behind Alan, his gaze passing over Jason's group of soldiers without much thought, but it grew serious as it moved to Nick, Reggie, and Adele, each receiving a weighty regard. Finally, Ron whistled, "You've brought along some impressive company, especially this little rascal and the young lady, both at level 10. Quite remarkable." Alan replied awkwardly. "Reggie is the son of Beth Scott, and Adele hails from the Morrison family. They are my friends." Ron grinned, "I'm just a rough man. So please don't hold it against me, young ladies." Outside the airport, an armored vehicle awaited them, spacious enough for the guards and Reggie. Alan hopped into the passenger seat while Ron took the wheel, calling out to the others, "We don't have any luxurious magical vehicles here, so it might get a bit bumpy. Hold on tight." Initially, the group dismissed his warning, confident that even if the ride was rough, they could withstand it given that everyone was at least a level 5 source user. However, Ron soon proved them wrong, steering the armored vehicle forcefully into the mountainous terrain, where smooth roads were a rarity. Had it not been for the vehicle's superior performance, a regular car would have long since broken down. The ride felt akin to a roller coaster, the vehicle swaying violently, leaving Adele's complexion even paler. When the armored vehicle finally came to a halt, everyone leaped out as if escaping a disaster, only to find themselves on a hillside platform. Behind them loomed a steep mountain cliff, while the flat surface ahead opened into an expansive, desolate wilderness. The stark barrenness felt like arriving at the world's end, a stark contrast to the vibrant life of Babylon. On the platform stood a row of makeshift shelters constructed from iron frames and wooden boards, appearing quite rudimentary. Ron gestured for everyone to enter, saying, "Welcome, this is my safe house. Confidential operations are often conducted here." Upon entering what appeared to be an office shed, I was surprised to find two young men diligently engaged in their tasks, operating advanced intellect devices while remaining oblivious to the presence of the others behind them. "Welcome to my office," Ron remarked, "though it pales in comparison to what you might find in Babylon. However, trust me, here you can obtain any intelligence from District 13, provided you are willing to pay the price." It became evident that he was involved in the clandestine trade of information. "Hey God," Ron called out to one of the men, "fetch the latest dossier on Black Widow, will you?" Shortly thereafter, a tablet was handed to Ron, the screen displaying the emblem of Black Widow, a grotesque spider lurking in a web. Ron passed the device to Alan, leading them to another room while explaining, "This is a criminal syndicate. Its membership has doubled in just 6 months, expanding from 3 to 6 members." Alan tapped the screen of the device, and as the insignia of the hunting group faded, the first profile to emerge was that of the leader. When Andy's familiar visage appeared, Alan's expression remained impassive, yet a glint of lethal intent flickered in his eyes. Leader Andy, an 11th level engraver. This cunning and treacherous man bears multiple charges and is listed on the Federation's most wanted list. Of course, there are far more dangerous criminals that warrant immediate attention, which is why this man continues to roam free. Ron opened another shed, revealing only a simple bed, but the environment was relatively clean. He gestured to the guards, saying, "Gentlemen, this will be your sleeping quarters for the night." Then, pointing at the tablet, he added, "Guna, a 10th level engraver. A woman with perverse inclinations, promiscuous to the core. A crucial detail to note is that all men who share her bed mysteriously end up dead, and their valuables often vanish without a trace. As for their fate, well, I prefer not to speculate. It is simply too grotesque." The screen of the tablet turned to a new page, revealing a bald woman adorned with eyeliner. Alan recalled her vividly. She was the one who had nearly taken his life, if not for Andy's intention to sell him off. Chapter 67. Dog Bites Dog. The third member of the Black Widow, Sam, and the fourth member, Bren, are both level 10 engravers. The distinction lies in their skills. Sam excels in combat, while Bren's abilities lean towards support. The final two members are merely level 7 source users, comparable to Jason's guards. Nevertheless, with 4 engravers, the Black Widow has demonstrated formidable strength. In fact, according to Ron's intelligence, the Black Widow's reputation in the industry has rapidly ascended over the past 6 months, which has facilitated the swift recruitment of Bryn and the other 2 members. At this moment, they are employed by an individual named Sabello, who has hired a roughly 20-man armed force to launch an assault on a small town named Foreign. However, this town possesses a complex background, as it is supported by a mining area. This mining site is affiliated with black ore, owned by a notorious figure in the underground world known as Bloodhand, an 18th-level assassin. Prior to the conflict, Sabello seemingly had several encounters with Bloodhand. Although the clues are scant, Ron has managed to piece together some threads indicating that Sabello and Bloodhand are competitors. And this confrontation appears to have arisen from an inability to reach a mutual agreement regarding certain cooperative ventures, driven by conflicting interests. The town of Foreign is also under the control of an 11th-level assassin, a middle-aged man named Diggo, who is a prominent figure under Bloodhand. He commands 2 level 10 engravers and a 50-man guard. While they hold a numerical advantage, their equipment pales in comparison to Andy's. However, Diggo's geographical advantage has allowed Foreign to withstand Andy's relentless assaults without succumbing. Thus, this incident represents a case of black eating black, a rather commonplace occurrence in the surface world, as Ron concludes. Reyes and Adair display an air of nonchalance as core members of their family. They are acutely aware that not all business dealings are meant to be above board. Some are inherently intertwined with darkness and bloodshed. Ron pulls up a chair and sits down, inquiring, "So tell me, Alan, what are your intentions? Will you target only Andy, or the entire Black Widow?" Alan meets his gaze steadily and replies calmly, "I have no desire to leave loose ends. Thus, the Black Widow must be eliminated." "I would do the same," Ron shrugs. "What plans do you have?" Before Alan could respond, Adair interjects eagerly, "It's quite simple." All eyes turn to her, and Adair relishes the attention, smiling coyly. Since the Black Widow is clashing with Foreign, why not intensify their dog-eat-dog battle? For instance, we could feed some information about the Black Widow to Foreign while simultaneously eliminating a key figure from Foreign to provoke them further, inciting a more ferocious conflict. Once they engage in a fight to the death, we can then turn our attention to the Black Widow, as nothing pleases my sister more than kicking a dog when it's down. As she speaks, Adair bursts into a fit of high-pitched laughter. Alan turns to Reyes and states seriously, "Your assessment is remarkably astute." Adair's laughter halts abruptly, and she gazes at the 2 young men with curiosity. "What are you discussing?" In that moment, Alan clearly perceives the devilish glint in Adair's eyes. Subsequently, he and Nick convene for a brief tactical meeting, largely adhering to Adair's suggestions, while Nick and Alan flesh out the details and assign specific tasks to each guard. Ron listens in, occasionally offering military insights that refine the plan further. As the meeting concludes, Ron, preparing to leave, advises, "You all should rest well today. Tomorrow morning, I will escort you near Foreign. However, I shall not partake in your operation. Maintaining a neutral stance is imperative in my line of work." Alan nods in comprehension. Before dawn the next day, an armored vehicle rumbles into the desolate outskirts, 50 kilometers from Foreign. As the doors swing open, Adair is the first to leap out, her pale face casting a fierce glare at Ron, as if she might devour him whole. Ron, smoking a cigar, shrugs apologetically, indicating that the bumpy ride was unintentional. Once Alan and the others disembark, Ron states, "I will wait for you here. I wish you a successful mission, as the sun has yet to break the horizon." Alan leads the group, swiftly advancing towards Foreign using the electronic map provided by Ron. Regardless of Diggo's preferences, daybreak inevitably arrives. At 9 o'clock, sunlight stubbornly pierces through the tightly shut windows, bathing Diggo's face, rousing him reluctantly from slumber. In his bed lies a naked woman, entwined around him, her beauty still lingering despite her advancing age. In a small town like Foreign, she qualifies as a beauty, especially since her figure remains largely intact. Diggo, reflecting on the previous night's escapades, feels a stirring desire once more, disregarding whether the woman is awake. He rolls her onto the bed, throws off the covers, and mounts her. Moments later, faint moans fill the room, soon escalating to cries audible even to the guards outside. Half an hour later, Diggo emerges from the room, thoroughly satisfied, while the woman remains sprawled on the bed, likely unconscious until noon. "What is the situation?" Diggo casually inquires over breakfast. A burly man adorned with a fearsome black dragon tattoo grins and replies, "Those damned Black Widows harassed us again last night, but we fought them off. They retreated to a small grove 10 kilometers away." He gestures a throat-slitting motion. Diggo shakes his head, cautioning, "Moffin, do not underestimate that cunning fellow Andy. This could easily be a trap, luring our main forces out for a potential ambush. But we've been at this with the Black Widows for several days now. Bloodhand is growing impatient, Moffin reminds him. I know, Diggo replies, crossing his hands under his chin pensively. Dear Moffin, you see, I am no longer young. In this line of work, I am quite aged. My agility pales in comparison to the youth. Yet Bloodhand still entrusts me with this position in Fulren. Do you know why? Precisely because I am older, I am more cautious. Fulren needs not a nimble yet impulsive assassin, but rather someone prudent and steady like myself. Diggo smiles. Reinforcements from the company will arrive in no more than 3 days. By then, you need not worry about dealing with those Black Widows. Moffin chuckles, his laughter causing the black dragon tattoo on his chest to appear to writhe, increasing its menacing presence. When the time comes, I shall take care of that female spider. You mean Guna? Diggo chuckles. Damn, you have peculiar tastes, fancying that female spider. I know she is a twisted woman, but that is what makes it exhilarating. Moffin's breath quickens, and he visibly stirs with excitement. Today is destined to be a calm day. The Black Widow's absence after several days of relentless pursuit has granted the soldiers in Fulren a moment of respite. In the preceding days, skirmishes of minor scale have been incessantly occurring. The Black Widow intermittently harassed and occasionally launched fierce assaults, employing a tactical approach that kept the soldiers of the town in a state of perpetual tension. Fortunately, Diggo steadfastly adhered to a strategy of holding the line. Regardless of whether the enemy's actions were harassment or full-on attacks, he relied on the town's original fortifications to repel wave after wave of assaults. As time passed, although both sides suffered casualties, the losses inflicted upon the Black Widow were notably more severe than those of Fulren town. Should the enemy fail to secure reinforcements, Diggo could simply outlast the Black Widow. A tranquil day provided the soldiers of Fulren town a respite, but as night descended, a heavy atmosphere once again enveloped the town. The number of soldiers at the entrance had noticeably increased compared to the daytime, and 2 rapid-fire machine guns had been mounted on the already soot-blackened town walls. The previously bombarded sections of the walls were hastily rebuilt with sandbags, and all-night watch soldiers were in position, their powerful searchlights casting beams into the desolate wilderness ahead, rendering any ambush attempts laughable. The patrolling soldiers had also seen an increase in number, while the miners were hastily sent back to their quarters. Forbidden from roaming the town at such a precarious time, Fulren town had entered a state of alert. In this tense environment, a figure stealthily approached Fulren town, skillfully utilizing the cover of trees and rocks. The scout, Dima, reached the western side of the town, pushing himself upward with his legs until he grasped the top of the wall. With a strong pull of his arms and a deft maneuver of his toes against the wall, Dima effortlessly vaulted over. He landed softly, akin to a falling leaf, rolling to quickly conceal himself in the shadow of a nearby large tree. 2 patrolling soldiers quietly conversed as they passed by the tree, and only after they had moved on did Dima emerge from the shadows. He crouched low and swiftly darted across an alley, climbing through a window into a household. His landing spot was the kitchen, from where he silently slipped into the darkened living room, crouching beneath the window. Peering through a corner of the window screen, he observed his intended target across the street, the supply warehouse of Fulren town. Chapter 69. Under the night sky, Diggo stood atop a clock tower, the tallest structure in the quaint town, rising 3 stories high. He gazed through his tactical binoculars at the desolate wilderness beyond the town. Under the night vision function, the landscape was tinged with an unsettling azure hue, allowing Diggo to discern any movements within the wild, such as whether the loathsome black spiders lurked behind a massive boulder. Yet, there was nothing. The wilderness remained eerily tranquil. Shifting his focus, he adjusted his distance to observe a grove 10 kilometers away. The trees formed an irregular circular shape, adjacent to a low range of hills that provided a natural barrier, beyond which lay the undulating mountains. It was from these mountains that the black spiders had emerged, catching the town of Fulren completely off guard at the onset of their assault. However, Andy had never anticipated DGE's meticulousness. He resembled a turtle ensconced within its shell, reluctant to take risks. Even when Andy deliberately exposed vulnerabilities, Diggo refrained from seizing the opportunity. Otherwise, the conflict on both sides would have concluded long ago. Presently, the black spiders concealed themselves within the grove. The flickering flames were clearly visible through the binoculars. Diggo lowered them, stroking his stubble, pondering Andy's intentions. Without warning, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. The shockwave nearly knocked Diggo off the clock tower. He gripped the stone railing tightly, waiting for the wave to subside before turning around. His pupils dilated as he beheld a fiery inferno rising from the town. A fireball accompanied by thick smoke that illuminated the night sky in a vivid crimson hue. What on earth is happening? Diggo bellowed. Gunfire erupted in the distance, accompanied by the distant chant of "Long live the Black Widow." Just then, Marfin rushed over, shouting from below the clock tower. "Boss, it's those damned black spiders. They've blown up our supply depot." "What?" DGE's expression darkened considerably. The supply depot housed not only the town's provisions for several days, but also a shipment that had yet to be transported back to headquarters. He could already envision Bloodhand's reaction. Digu would not emerge unscathed. "Damn those black spiders!" Digu roared with the ferocity of an enraged lion. His hair standing on end. He shouted down to Marfin, "Rally all the brothers. I intend to exterminate every last one of those black spiders." Marfin grinned wickedly. "I've been waiting far too long for that command." In the grove, 10 kilometers from Foreign Town, the Black Widow had established a temporary camp. After several days of relentless fighting, the original contingent of 20 mercenaries had dwindled to merely 13. After failing to breach the town, Andy had retreated into the woods to devise a new strategy. At that moment, near the camp, a bald woman was kicking a wooden post with her long leg. This drew the attention of the patrolling soldiers, who found it hard to resist glancing at her leg and letting their eyes wander upwards, hoping to catch a glimpse beneath her remarkably short leather skirt. "How suffocating," Guna muttered, kicking the post again to vent her boundless energy. Her attire was provocatively revealing. The leather corset clung tightly to her curves, while her ample bosom seemed poised to escape its confines, the deep cleft nearly ensnaring the souls of onlookers. Her flat abdomen tapered at the waist before dramatically flaring out, creating a breathtaking S-curve. The narrow skirt barely covered her hips, and with any significant movement, it risked revealing more than intended. Her alluring legs were encased in black knee-high leather boots. The stark contrast between her fair skin and the dark boots creating a striking visual that suggested a multitude of colors to the nearby soldiers. Noticing the soldiers' lingering gazes, Guna lifted her head, her crimson tongue darting out to moisten her lips as she teased. "Hey, looking for some fun?" The soldier gulped, lowering his head. "Miss Guna, I'm on duty and can't leave my post." "Who cares? That iron turtle Digu wouldn't dare attack right now," Guna declared, striding towards the forest beyond the camp. "Are you coming? If not, I'll find someone else." The soldier glanced around, noting the absence of others, and finally succumbed to temptation, following her into the woods. They ventured into a grove not far from the camp, and as the soldier panted, ready to pounce, Guna unexpectedly struck him with a punch, sending him sprawling to the ground. Embarrassed and furious, he attempted to rise, only to find Guna's foot pressing down on his shoulder. However, the angle allowed him an unintended glimpse beneath her skirt. "This is my domain," Guna declared, leaning down to kick the soldier's shoulder forcefully. "Now please me." The soldier, aroused by her provocations, grasped her thigh and began to explore, kissing as he ventured towards her upper thigh. Moments later, Guna tilted her head back, releasing a soft moan. Just then, a flicker of movement caught her eye. A shadow darted past a nearby thicket. "Who goes there?" Guna demanded sharply. The figure, startled, fled in the opposite direction of the camp. Could it be from Foreign Town? Guna speculated, suspecting an enemy scout. "Stop. We have important matters to attend to." The soldier, caught in the throes of passion, refused to relent. Infuriated, Guna slammed her head against the soldier's nose, causing him to stagger back, blood gushing from his injury. With a huff, she disregarded him and pursued the shadow. The Black Widow's encampment was situated not far from the edge of the woods, and with Guna's relentless chase, she soon broke free from the dense foliage. Under the night sky, she could now discern that the figure was a man, sprinting desperately towards Foreign Town like a panther. Guna smirked, quickening her pace. Simultaneously, two figures appeared within a scope. Approximately 800 meters away, atop a low hill, Marlin lay prone against a rock. Before her was a sniper rifle, meticulously set up. Beside her stood Adele, carrying a briefcase, who squinted and remarked, "Look, the female spider has been lured out." "I know," Marlin replied, chambering around, adjusting her breath, and aligning her sights on Guna's anticipated path. As Guna unwittingly entered the crosshairs, Marlin swiftly squeezed the trigger. Almost simultaneously, Guna felt a chill run down her spine, abruptly glancing towards the direction of the shot. In the dim light of the night, a flash of fire illuminated the distance. Guna screamed, channeling her energy to form a protective shield. As the sniper's bullet penetrated the shield, it slowed and ultimately veered off course, merely grazing her right shoulder, prompting a sigh of relief from Guna. That was close. They actually deployed a sniper. Such a special force had not been present in previous skirmishes. Guna resolved to abandon the chase and return to the camp to inform Andy. However, as Marlin's shot fell short, Adele let out a soft hum. She input a sequence on the briefcase's combination lock, causing it to tremble momentarily before disassembling and reconfiguring. Under Marlin's watchful gaze, the ordinary briefcase transformed, revealing a sleek, silver-gray hand cannon. The barrel of the hand cannon was adorned with deep, black energy conduits, revealing it to be a magical energy hand cannon. In truth, what Adele held was a newly developed magical weapon from the Moma family's armory, the Pandora series P1 conceptual hand cannon. Adele infused it with source power, activating the built-in cube sequence. The intricate patterns on the hand cannon illuminated rapidly, eventually unleashing an orange fireball the size of a blue sphere towards Guna. Just as Guna was about to retreat, she suddenly froze. Her eyes were illuminated by the brilliance of the fireball. She had recently withstood a distant sniper attack, and her source power was severely depleted. At that moment, another sphere of source power hurtled towards her, leaving nothing but terror in her gaze. She let out a piercing scream, but her voice was swiftly drowned out by the ensuing explosion. The fireball detonated, erupting into a towering pillar of flame, accompanied by concentric rings of radiant source energy that spread outward. A shockwave followed, along with splattering flames. Meanwhile, Adele stood some distance away, her complexion pale and her limbs trembling. That fireball had nearly drained her of all source power. At the Black Widow camp, Andy was examining an electronic map of Fuluin town in the main tent when a sudden explosion reverberated, startling both him and Sam. They hurriedly rushed outside, and upon reaching the explosion site with their soldiers, they beheld a charred expanse of ground spanning several meters. In the center of this scorched earth lay Guna's lifeless body, shrouded in black. A wooden plank had been thrust into the ground, inscribed with the words, "This is the price you pay for attacking Fuluin town. Spiders." Andy bellowed in fury, kicking the plank aside, his eyes bloodshot as he exclaimed, "Damn you, Deitch. I will make you pay. I swear." His feelings for Guna were not particularly profound. She was merely one of his crucial subordinates. Nevertheless, such an act was undoubtedly a provocation, a humiliation he could not simply overlook. Just then, a light flickered in the distance. Sam quickly raised his binoculars towards the source and shouted, "Not good. It's a convoy. The Fuluin town convoy is coming. They're attacking, Commander. Damn it." Andy gestured for those behind him to retreat. "Fall back into the woods. We cannot contend with Deitch and his men here." First, Guna had been killed, and now Deitch had abruptly abandoned his previous cautious demeanor, choosing this moment to strike. Andy suddenly regretted having accepted this mission. It appeared far more formidable than he had anticipated. Chapter 70. The third party on the battlefield under the moonlight. The desolate wilderness remains as barren as ever. The vast expanse of land is gradually being reclaimed by humanity as the environment improves, yet compared to the world before the Dawn War, the current human population is woefully sparse. According to the incomplete statistics from the Federation, there are barely over 100 million humans worldwide now. A stark contrast to the 7 billion that once existed prior to the Dawn War, a staggering 70-fold disparity that renders the surface of the Earth perpetually lifeless. Only on the floating islands, or in a few heavily fortified cities, can one catch a glimpse of the former splendor of human civilization. Over 90% of the land is synonymous with desolation and solitude. Diggo is not a poet, and thus the desolation of the wilderness does not significantly affect him. In fact, he relishes this emptiness, as it mirrors his dominion over the solitary town of Fuluin, where he reigns as the sole ruler. Here, he is akin to a deity. He embodies everything. However, now, Andy's Black Widow has shaken the very foundation of his authority. As Diggo himself admits, he understands patience, knows his limits, and is acutely aware of his bottom line. When Andy detonated his supply depot, that was crossing the line. Diggo can no longer wait for reinforcements from headquarters to rectify this situation. He must eliminate Andy before they arrive. This way, he can redeem himself in the eyes of the Blood Hand. Otherwise, he would be left with nothing but blame, devoid of any merit. In that case, he would wish for death. The name Blood Hand is not without reason. Even though the Dark World is vast and populated by formidable individuals, the Blood Hand is certainly not among the elite. Yet an 18th level assassin is enough to instill fear in Diggo, capable of haunting his dreams and provoking screams even in slumber. Kill them. Slay those damned Black Widows. Diggo roared upon spotting signs of Black Widow members near the forest's edge. He stood atop his off-road vehicle, swung around, and grabbed a heavy machine gun from the back, unleashing a barrage of fire in the direction of the woods. Around his vehicle, modified motorcycles zipped by, their riders paired, one steering while the other unleashed gunfire. The convoy from Fuluin town surged toward the Black Widow hunting party like a pack of wolves under the moonlight. All of this was observed by a pair of keen eyes. Alan lowered his tactical binoculars and spoke into the already tuned communication device. The forces from Fuluin town seem rather numerous. Once they enter the forest, help them divide their forces. Roger that, young master. We are all in position and ready to act, came Jason's response over the radio. Alan nodded at Regis, who was perched on a rock, sword in hand. Let us go. It's time for us to take our positions. With a jubilant shout, Regis leapt up. I've been waiting so long my bones feel ready to rust. That madwoman, Adair has already fired a shot, and I haven't even drawn my sword yet. It's maddening. You'll have your fun soon enough, Alan replied, shaking his head. It was a simple yet effective plan. They would have Scout Dima accompany Jason to destroy Foreign Town's supply depot, forcing Diggo to take the initiative. Meanwhile, Barney would lure out any Black Widow member, leading to an ambush by Marlene and Adair, framing Foreign Town for the attack, thus intensifying the animosity between the two factions. The first half of the plan had been executed successfully, and now the two sides were engaged in combat. The second half aimed to balance the strengths of both parties. After allowing them to tear at each other like dogs, Alan and his team would seize the opportunity to profit. Soon, Alan and Regis had infiltrated the woods, poised to act. Unbeknownst to Diggo, who was filled with rage as he approached the forest's edge, a third party had quietly intervened in this conflict. The terrain in the woods was complex, making it impossible for the off-road vehicle to enter. Diggo dismounted, pulling a peculiar large blade from his vehicle. It was not quite a knife, for its edge bore small serrations, nor was it a saw, as it featured a crescent-shaped blade welded onto it. Thus, this weapon seemed somewhat unorthodox, crafted with rudimentary workmanship and mediocre materials. Its only advantage was its size and weight. Yet it lacked any magical enhancements and could hardly be considered a finely crafted weapon. Dragging this bizarre blade, Diggo strode into the forest. Before him, soldiers from Foreign Town had already charged into the woods on their motorcycles, and the sound of gunfire echoed as both sides commenced their skirmish. The Black Widow camp was not far from the forest's edge, and before long, Diggo spotted the tents set up in an open area. With a sinister grin, he prepared to charge forward. Suddenly, flashes of light erupted, and his ears were assaulted by the painful blasts of explosions. Upon hearing the explosions, Marlene stood up, steadying her sniper rifle. From the hilltop, she observed bright trails of fire emerging from the woods, the handiwork of Jason, while Barney led the enemies into the woods. Jason had strategically placed his explosive devices along a predetermined path. At the press of a button, they could incinerate the forces within that area. As the flames erupted, Marlene realized she had more work to do. She glanced at Adair, who hesitated to speak. Adair shrugged. Go on without me. I can sit here for a bit longer, and we'll be able to move on my own soon enough. Please be careful, Marlene urged as she departed. Adair had exhausted much of her energy after taking down Guna and now felt weak and feeble, left to wait for her strength to recover to at least 10%. Even if she could not enter the woods to fight, she could still defend herself or flee. In the woods, Diggo shook his head. The ringing in his ears indicated that his eardrums had been damaged by the sudden explosions. Scanning the area, he noticed several riders had been blown off their motorcycles. A figure, resembling a demon, was taking advantage of the chaos to strike them down. It was none other than Andy, the leader of the Black Widows. Andy, Diggo shouted, charging forward with his blade. The sight of his nemesis ignited a fierce rage within him. He was eager to flay Andy alive. Without further hesitation, he summoned his energy, and the strange blade flew toward Andy. Once a skilled assassin, Diggo had been limited by his talents, only reaching the threshold of the 11th level by the age of 30. After a period of intense training, he found himself unable to progress further and began to succumb to despair. Later, when he joined the Blood Hand, he enjoyed a period of glory, but a mission gone awry nearly cost him his life. Though he escaped, he sustained hidden injuries that left him without hope of advancement. The Blood Hand, seeing his decline, deemed him unimportant, and Diggo retreated to the second line, managing impoverished towns like Foreign. At his peak, Diggo wielded dual blades, employing a swift and agile fighting style. However, as he aged, his agility waned, and he abandoned that technique for a more powerful and forceful approach. Coupled with his 11th level energy, he became unrivaled in a desolate place like Foreign. Moreover, he had invested considerable effort into mastering this peculiar blade, and now it felt as though it could suppress Andy. Diggo's strikes were fierce, and due to the unique design of his blade, his attacks were both long and short. For a time, Andy found himself unable to counterattack effectively. He had no choice but to remain calm, relying on his agile movements to navigate through Diggo's onslaught. Occasionally, Andy would feign an attack to create openings, but more often than not, he appeared to be striking at empty air, leaving Diggo perplexed. However, from 300 meters away, Alan discerned the underlying tactics. Just as he had observed during the assassination of Bai Fong, Andy was weaving strands of energy from his fingertips. Compared to that day, Andy's energy strands were now more numerous and vibrant, indicating that he had made significant progress since 6 months ago. Andy was crafting a web, a spider-esque web. He resembled a cunning venomous spider, while Diggo remained blissfully unaware, ensnared in the web, relentlessly swinging his large blade. Yet, Diego's blade was imbued with primal energy, which neutralized some of the threads of power as he cleaved through Andy's strands. However, the sheer volume of the web soon began to take its toll. Diego felt his weapon grow increasingly burdensome, his movements gradually losing their fluidity. At last, Andy seized a rare opportunity. With a piercing cry, he surged forward, exploiting the brief lapse in Diego's momentum. His fist struck with relentless speed and force against Diego, each blow landing with a thunderous impact akin to torrential rain upon foliage, causing blood to flow from Diego's nose and mouth in a grotesque display. Nevertheless, Diego remained a worthy adversary, sharing the same caliber as Andy. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his energy. The strange blade was yanked back, tearing through countless webs as he slashed towards Andy's neck with its curved edge. Andy retreated, simultaneously thrusting his leg against Diego's chest. The two figures abruptly separated, Diego's robust form hurtling backward, colliding with the trunk of a tree, which trembled violently under the impact. Fissures rapidly appearing. He finally collapsed to the ground, his weapon slipping from his grasp as he coughed up blood, rendered momentarily incapable of continuing the battle. Andy, too, faced his own trials. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal strike to Diego's throat, he still bore a wound across his neck and chest. Initially, the injury seemed inconsequential, but the flesh around the wound took on a deathly gray hue, dark purple veins writhing as they spread relentlessly. This was the manifestation of Diego's ability, Venomous Touch, capable of injecting toxic energy into his foes upon infliction. In a decisive moment, Andy resolved to counteract the poison with his own energy while retrieving a dagger from the small of his back. He immediately excised the affected flesh, the blade slicing through skin to reveal a cascade of black blood. Only when the blood transformed from black to crimson did he cease his grim task. He then plunged the dagger into the nearby flames, heating it to a fierce red before pressing it against the wound, instantly cauterizing the flesh. The searing pain elicited a cry from him, but with no medical supplies at hand, this agonizing method proved to be a means of staunching the bleeding. Observing from a distance, Alan could not help but admire Andy's decisiveness and ruthlessness. After halting the blood flow, Andy's complexion turned ashen. He scanned the surroundings, noting that the Black Widow and the forces of foreign town were still engaged in fierce combat. Just as he contemplated dispatching Diego, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from behind their ranks. Several figures emerged, unleashing a hail of bullets that decimated a significant portion of his mercenaries. Andy was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Diego had orchestrated such a setup. Chapter 71. The gleam of the wind following the sudden ambush from behind the Black Widow did not come from Diego's men, but rather from Jason and the other guards. Led by Barney, they surged onto the battlefield, with Jason brandishing a compact rotary machine gun, bellowing, "Take my bullets, little spiders." He had been eagerly awaiting this moment, and was now exhilarated to engage in the fray. His muscular arms were defined like steel cables, and thanks to Jason's considerable strength, he wielded the rotary gun with ease. The weapon discharged at a rapid rate of 60 rounds per second, sending forth flames that illuminated Jason's excited visage, even causing his eyes to redden slightly. However, the potency of such a weapon came at the cost of rapid ammunition depletion within mere seconds. A belt of bullets was exhausted. Jason felt a twinge of embarrassment, having come ill-prepared with insufficient ammunition. Nevertheless, his initial barrage had felled numerous mercenaries, even taking down some soldiers from foreign town along the way. "Some of them have already wilted," Arnold remarked impassively, as he deftly wielded several flying knives, dispatching a few soldiers charging towards them. He then drew a machete from his waist and rushed forward, seizing one of the advancing soldiers by the throat, lifting him off the ground before slamming him down. With a swift thrust of his machete into the man's chest, he cleanly claimed another life. Jason, his face flushed, threw the machine gun to the ground and unsheathed a dagger to join Arnold in the fray. Meanwhile, Barney shook his head from the rear, darting towards one of Black Widow's team members, Bryn. The situation was dire for the Black Widow. Witnessing the betrayal from behind, Andy's expression darkened. He feared that Bloodhand's reinforcements had arrived earlier than expected. Regardless, this mission seemed destined for failure. The mercenaries had already suffered heavy losses, and 3 newly joined members were entangled in combat. Only Sam remained, engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Diego's men. With a sigh, Andy called out, "Sam, stop fighting. Come with me." Sam, currently restraining a soldier from foreign town with his arm, nodded in acknowledgement. With a powerful grip on the soldier's throat, he choked the life out of him before discarding the corpse and swiftly joined Andy, as they chose to retreat from the battlefield. Just as they were about to escape, a nearby thicket exploded violently. A glimmer of cold light shot forth, causing Sam's heart to race. He instinctively pushed Andy aside and, with a swift motion of his palm, struck downwards, channeling his energy to create ripples that clashed against the cold light. A resounding impact echoed as Sam staggered back, yet the gleam also twisted and faltered, unable to advance further. As the light dissipated, a youthful figure emerged, his ocean blue eyes fixed intently on Sam. It was Regez. Andy was taken aback, pondering when Bloodhand had recruited such a young member. However, he wasted no time and lunged at Regez, intent on eliminating the boy quickly alongside Sam. But just as he moved, a chill coursed through his brow. He sensed the unmistakable targeting of a sniper's rifle. Without hesitation, he retreated abruptly. In an instant, the ground where he had stood erupted in a spray of dirt, leaving a shallow crater as the sniper's bullet had plowed through the earth. Gunfire rang out from the forest, and judging by the sound, the sniper was positioned some 500 meters away. With a resigned sigh, Andy abandoned Sam and fled. With the sniper present, his own life was at stake, leaving no room for concern for Sam. After all, at level 11 of energy manipulation, he could not withstand the sniper's assault unscathed. Furthermore, having sustained injuries after severely wounding Diego, his energy and physical strength had significantly diminished. In his current state, survival was already a challenge. Yet Sam appeared oblivious to Andy's departure, grinning maliciously at Regez. Not bad, kid. What was that move just now? It didn't seem like a stab. It's a technique combining stabbing and sliding, which I call the flash, Regez replied, raising an eyebrow. Flash? That is quite fitting. But unfortunately, it won't take me down. Sam sneered, adopting a boxing stance as he charged forward. As he approached Regez, the boy showed no hesitation. Swinging his longsword with a swift arc, the blade sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle. Just as the sword aimed to cleave Sam, he suddenly pulled back, employing an unusual evasive maneuver, before lunging forward to unleash a powerful blow. Sam's fist struck with the rapidity of a machine gun, forcing Regez into a defensive stance. The longsword, named Steel Cleaver, was a composite weapon, with titanium alloy forming most of its body, and its dual edges crafted from advanced nanomaterials capable of slicing through iron and steel. Yet, Regez found that his attempts to strike Sam's fists were often thwarted by the dense energy concentrated at the tips of Sam's punches. Regez, youthful and brimming with vitality, had seldom faced adversity, save for his bond with Alan. As he became increasingly entangled with Sam, he let out a grunt. With a swift retreat akin to a gliding fish, he felt the energy within him surge. As his energy flowed, a pattern resembling a leaping cheetah entwined with swirling winds materialized on his back. This was Regez's imprint, the Windfang King. Upon its manifestation, Steel Cleaver became enveloped in a tempestuous azure wind. With a fierce determination, Regez dashed forward, transforming into a streak of emerald wind. Sam roared, stepping forward, contracting his shoulders, and delivered a punch. The fist, now radiating a conical wave, struck the point of the azure whirlwind. An immense force surged through Sam's body, causing his pupils to dilate. He realized that the energy within his fist was being shredded by a spiraling force, propelling him into the air, spinning uncontrollably. When he finally hit the ground, his body was riddled with wounds, blood gushing from countless lacerations, as if a swift cheetah had torn him to shreds. The technique that had felled Sam combined the Windblade with the Flash, greatly amplifying its power, a skill Regez dubbed the Windfang Flash. Standing firm, Regez took a moment to steady his racing heart and the energy coursing through him. The Windfang Flash was indeed formidable, yet it exacted a considerable toll on his body. The surge of energy left him feeling both inflated and hollow, an unpleasant sensation. While he and Alan stood on equal footing in terms of energy levels, Regez felt inferior in physical prowess, a difference born from their disparate life experiences rather than inherent talent. Having returned to his previous hiding place to retrieve his sheath, Regez scanned his surroundings and emitted a sharp whistle, a signal to retreat. At the sound, Barney had just incapacitated Bren, sustaining a few wounds of his own. The other two team members, however, had perished at the hands of Diego's imprint master. Barney gestured towards Jason and the others, and the trio quickly exited the battlefield. Meanwhile, Marlene, who had been lying in ambush, had already departed from her hiding spot, continuing to trail behind Andy. Andy navigated swiftly through the woods, making his way toward the mountainous region. Once he entered the mountains, Diego's men would find it difficult to pursue him. He had even devised a simple plan: to escape for over 100 kilometers and find a secluded spot to hide for 3 to 5 days, allowing his wounds to heal before departing from the mountains. As for what lay ahead, Andy was reluctant to contemplate. The hunting group is virtually defunct, and given that he has bungled this mission, Spurlow will not let him off with a mere penalty fee. The forces behind that man are no less formidable than those of the Bloodhand. Andy has already made plans for a complete transformation. Yet all of this must wait until he is far from this place. He has burst forth from the small grove, faintly hearing voices and barking dogs, indicating that D-Good does not intend to let him escape unscathed. Andy grunted in frustration, casting aside all thoughts as he raced back along the path he had come. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his brow. Andy's expression changed. The sniper had indeed followed him. He had no choice but to alter his course, encountering signs of being targeted 2 or 3 times, yet he managed to evade them all. At last, he slipped into a mountain path that ascended steeply, where the starlit sky was visible at its end, brimming with vibrant life. A surge of joy filled Andy's heart. Salvation was within reach. However, just as he took a step forward, his movements froze. Beneath that starry night, a figure had unexpectedly appeared. It was a silver-haired, red-eyed youth, clad in dark indigo undergarments and charcoal black armor, adorned with silver-gray patterns, brandishing a long blade that barred his way. Andy's pupils constricted, without even mentioning the long knife. The energy conduits unique to the boy's armor indicated that it was a set of magical protective gear. Such magical armaments are seldom found on the surface, even among the most rudimentary of equipment. Glancing at the youth, Andy gasped, "It's you. You actually returned." He certainly could not forget that this boy was the one he had captured during an attack on a pack of snow wolves. He had sold the boy to a man named Hearn, intending for the boy to take the place of Hearn's son in the deadly arena. Prior to encountering Andy, Alan had envisioned how he would react. Yet, standing before Andy now, he felt an unusual calm. To intercept Andy, ultimately kill him, and reclaim the demon's tribute felt entirely natural. Thus, he spoke in an equally composed tone. "It is I. I told you I would return. I also mentioned that I would reclaim what you have kept safe." "You mean that?" Andy asked, drawing a dagger from behind his waist. The dagger's spine bore a ring of golden patterns, and the pommel was adorned with a gem carved in the shape of a demon. Indeed, it was the relic that Lanny had entrusted to Alan, the demon's tribute. "Excellent. You haven't lost it. That saves me a great deal of trouble." Alan nodded. Andy narrowed his eyes. "So, you have come to seek revenge? Is that even a question?" Alan chuckled, spreading his arms apart, one hand resting on the hilt of his straight sword. "I have waited long enough for this moment." Chapter 72. The Return of the Possessions. Young man, do not presume that defeating the arena of death grants you the power to slay me. You desire to reclaim it. Thus, I shall place it here. Should you manage to kill me, feel free to take it." Andy jeered, plunging the demon's tribute into the ground beneath him. With a smile, Alan replied, "Your bravado is quite pronounced. Are you perhaps frightened?" "I noticed your gaze linger on my armor for a good 2 to 3 seconds, shifting from confusion to seriousness, indicating your awareness that it is infused with magical energy. Knowing this, you must also comprehend that to utilize such enchanted armaments, my source power must be at least at level 10. And what of you, the level 11 engraver? Weary and injured, with equipment inferior to mine. Do you truly believe that a mere level difference is so vast?" A chill ran down Andy's spine. This silver-haired youth was at ease, observant, and had effortlessly unveiled his own level, as if he possessed comprehensive knowledge of Andy's every detail. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The events surrounding Guna's death were rather suspicious. The site of the explosion bore traces of a faint source power aura. Initially, he had assumed it was the residual energy from Guna's defense against an attack, but now he mused that it resembled the aftermath of being struck by a certain magical weapon. Looking at Alan's magical armor, Andy was struck with understanding. "So it was you who orchestrated all of this?" The sudden ambush by Digger, Guna's demise, the sniper forcing me onto this mountain path. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Digger was also devoid of magical weaponry. Otherwise, he would have revealed it during their earlier skirmishes. Alan cheerfully remarked, "At last, you display some intelligence. At the very least, you can die with clarity." With that, he ceased further conversation, bending forward as he descended the mountain path. As he moved, the source power surged. The sheath of the dark destruction blade was sent flying, colliding toward Andy. Andy dodged, but as he turned, his pupils constricted sharply. Every contour of the dark destruction blade shimmered with orange-yellow source power. Alan charged forward, his upper body nearly parallel to the slope, his form seamlessly merging with the terrain, creating an inseparable whole. As he lunged, Andy felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. A surge of alarm coursed through him. He realized in that instant that all the prior setups by Alan, including his psychological tactics, had taken effect. Coupled with the environment amplifying his momentum, it effectively suppressed Andy's fighting spirit, instilling within him a sense of futility as if he were battling against the entire world. Although he despised this realization, Andy found himself powerless to alter the situation, letting out a roar as he braced himself for confrontation. The dark destruction blade arced through the air, tracing a perfect trajectory toward Andy's throat. Simultaneously, the blade's edge conjured 3 source power blade shadows, each leaving fragmented crescent shapes in their wake. The blade in Alan's hand cleaved through the air, enveloping Andy in a relentless onslaught of crescent slashes, each interlocking flawlessly, creating an unstoppable tide of attack that left Andy silently lamenting. In the eyes of the Black Widow's captain, the mountain path, the night sky, and even Alan had faded into oblivion. The entire world had been reduced to a cascade of fragmented moonlight. As the moon waxed and waned, Andy found himself navigating through this luminous tempest like a ship amidst a furious sea, where a single misstep could lead to his ruin. In mere moments, his body bore numerous cuts from the sharp blade and its ethereal shadows. Yet, he would not succumb to despair. His fingers deftly launched invisible threads of source power, weaving them around Alan's blade like a spider spinning its web. Before long, Alan sensed the weight of his blade increasing, each swing feeling as though he were submerged in water, battling against immense resistance. Ultimately, the seemingly endless dance of crescent moons came to a halt. Elation surged through Andy as he realized his quarry was ensnared in his web. It was time for the hunt to commence. However, as his gaze met Alan's, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Alan's eyes bore no trace of fear, but rather a faint smile. Suddenly, it dawned on Andy that this boy was at least a level 10 engraver. What, then, would be his engravings and abilities? The answer arrived swiftly. Threads of orange-yellow light danced across Alan's form, emerging from beneath his magical armor, coalescing into intricate patterns resembling circuitry. In an instant, they converged at his forehead, intertwining to form the image of a colossal sword engulfed in flames. Flameblade. The straight blade erupted into a burst of fiery brilliance, the bright orange flames swirling violently, incinerating all threads entangled upon it. The source power threads ignited and shattered, sending a shower of sparks into the air. Alan leaned forward, twisting his waist, gliding gracefully as he swung his blade. Every motion flowed seamlessly, the blade vibrating with a thunderous roar, resonating through the surrounding space like a series of rolling thunderclaps. Amidst this cacophony, a blazing orange crescent emerged in Andy's vision. The blade carved a tension-filled arc through the air, the flames tracing its trajectory, creating a fiery crescent that slashed horizontally across Andy's side. The fiery crescent shattered upon impact, the explosive shockwave unleashing a torrent of searing heat that sent Andy hurtling backward, crashing to the ground like a comet. The infernal flames, reaching thousands of degrees, rapidly consumed Andy's clothing, scorching his hair, skin, and flesh with merciless tongues of fire. He screamed in agony, only to find himself enveloped in a delicate web of purple threads. The threads constricted, extinguishing the flames that ravaged his body. However, Andy's form was left charred, his exterior a charred crimson, with plumes of smoke rising from his body, the air thick with the scent of roasting flesh. Though he felt on the brink of unconsciousness, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. Raising his head, he gazed upward. The moon hung high in the night sky, but another figure emerged from it. Alan, with the blade still enshrouded in flames raised above his head, he prepared to strike downwards. A fiery arc of orange light tracing through the air. In a desperate bid, Andy spread his fingers wide and thrust his hand toward Alan. Countless purple threads intertwined in his palm, forming a radiant cocoon, which, under his guidance, surged toward Alan's chest. Almost simultaneously, the blazing crescent sliced through Andy's chest, the residual flames scorching a path 3 meters before dissipating, leaving a charred mark upon the ground. The cocoon then pressed against the dark armor covering Alan's chest, compressing, deforming, and ultimately bursting. From within, countless spider-like sparks erupted, racing across Alan's upper body, flickering briefly before exploding. In the wake of the violent detonation, purple flames erupted, the expanding waves of source power sending Andy tumbling. As he hit the ground, he struggled to rise, only to suddenly feel his entire body ablaze. This was no mere sensation, it was genuine combustion. Within the depths of Andy's eyes, flickering sparks began to emerge. As the flames intensified, searing pain coursed through his mind, and he clutched his head, screaming in agony as 2 jets of fire erupted from his eyes. Concurrently, every wound upon his body exploded forth with flames. The power of the flame crescent erupted in full force, engulfing Andy in flames. In the inferno, Andy transitioned from screams to moans, ultimately succumbing to silence, while the flames continued to rage. On the other side, as the purple flames extinguished, thick smoke billowed along the mountain path. Emerging from the haze, Alan bore no scars, but he was not unscathed. Andy's final desperate strike wielded significant force. The simultaneous explosion of hundreds of sparks could have obliterated him had it not been for the energy absorption of the Silent Guardian, combined with the protection of his armor and the counteraction of his own source power. Were it not for his growth over the past 6 months, this very attack would have shattered him. Now, however, he bore only superficial wounds, bloodied but far from fatal. Retrieving the sheath, he returned the Dark Destruction blade to its rightful place, picking up the dagger, the demon's tribute, which Andy had embedded in the mountainside. He finally reunited it with its owner after more than 7 months apart. With one last glance at Andy's lifeless body, Alan sheathed his dagger and turned away. Sonda town remained ablaze with light beneath the dimming night sky. Situated not far from the encampment of the 3rd Battalion of the Ground Defense Army's Howling Wolves in District 13, the town's populace mostly consisted of soldiers' families. Over the years, the population had burgeoned to over 4,000. Among the few towns within a 500-kilometer radius, Sonda town could indeed be deemed prosperous. Most residents served the military district, while some earned their livelihoods in the nearby mines. By nightfall, several bars in the town were packed to capacity, with both the local inhabitants and soldiers from the barracks filling them to the brim. The Blaze Bar, in particular, was perpetually bustling, with patrons struggling to find a seat if they arrived even slightly late. The Blaze was the largest bar in town, adorned in a style reminiscent of the Old West. Its 2 main attractions were oversized goblets, nearly the size of barrels, and the sultry performances of exotic dancers. The bar's specialty drink, the Volcano, was a favored choice among men. True to its name, the Volcano was fiery and potent, with a single glass capable of incapacitating even the bulliest of men. Thus, when Alan managed to down a Volcano without immediately succumbing to inebriation, he earned the respect of the men surrounding him. In their world, they honored 2 types of individuals, those with a formidable fist and those who could hold their liquor. Particularly, being able to withstand a Volcano without faltering marked one as a true tough guy. Though Alan was not fully intoxicated, he hovered near that state. The dancers on stage, performing their sultry routines, appeared to multiply in his vision. He shook his head, attempting to regain clarity, but to no avail. "How's it going, kid? Strong stuff, isn't it?" Ron laughed heartily, giving Alan a hearty clap on the shoulder. Alan managed a wry smile. Ross had merely mentioned bringing them to the bar for some fun, without disclosing the lethal nature of the specialty drink. After successfully taking down the entire Black Widow hunting group, Ron had brought them to Sonda town. With some time to spare before returning to Babylon, he decided to indulge in revelry around the town. Over the past 3 days, they had nearly explored all the bars, with the Blaze Bar being their final stop before departing for Babylon the following day. Chapter 73. The Peril of the Tarmac. Alan, what are your plans upon returning? The bar was exceedingly boisterous, and even Ron's loud shouts barely reached Alan's ears. Struggling against the effects of intoxication, he managed to slur, study, improve, penetrate the family ranks, establish a hunting team, and venture into the outer realms. That's about all I can think of for now. Sounds quite appealing, Ron said, draping an arm over Alan's shoulder. Babylon is a splendid place, and Bethscord is steeped in history. You must seize this opportunity, believe me. A true man must venture into the outer realms. Those like me, who merely scrape by on the surface, have no future. The battlefield of the outer realms is a veritable goldmine. Of course, without strength, one not only fails to unearth gold, but risks becoming a pile of foul bones within the mine. Alan nodded unsteadily. In truth, he knew little more than the surface of the outer realms. What lay beyond was still an enigma to him. He understood it to be a means of colonial expansion, with every prominent family simultaneously opening several battlefronts in those realms. Thus, engaging in warfare beyond the familiar seemed to be the most assured path to power and influence. By the way, Lieutenant, Alan burped, could I ask you to inquire after someone for me? Who? If they're in District 13, I could locate even a mouse. Provided it has a name, Ron replied, slightly inebriated, his voice wavering. Archimedes. I only know that name. The rest is unclear. Ron waved his fingers aimlessly. Archimedes? The one who claimed he could move the earth with a lever? Alan shook his head. I'm certain it's not him. It's likely just a coincidence of names. Regardless, that person is indeed called Archimedes. Well, whether he aims to move the earth or something else. If he is in District 13, I'll find him for you. I'll notify you through Bethscord's channels. At that moment, the bar's stage erupted with sound, and a girl began to sing in a bold, unabashed voice. Hey, old men, look at my life. I'm just like you. Alan managed to lift his head. On stage, the tipsy Adele sang a slow tune with a nasal tone. She swayed, one hand clutching a bottle, the other a microphone. Lacking any semblance of a refined lady, Regis climbed onto the stage, and Adele hooked her arm around his shoulder, the two harmonizing. The road ahead is long, yet we live in a lonely paradise. An increasing number of patrons joined in the chorus, with Jason and Diamond leaping onto the stage, laughter and drinks in hand, following suit. Ron squinted, saying, it sounds as if they're singing just for me, you know? Seeing them is like looking at my younger self. Time flies so swiftly, and I've achieved nothing. Alan, seize every opportunity in life. Do not wait until you're like me, filled with regrets at this age. Come, let us drink another toast. He raised his glass, only to discover that the youth had finally slumped over the table, fast asleep. When the door was kicked open, Lieutenant Ron shouted for the lazy ones to rise. And Alan, for a moment, thought he was back in the training camp. He blinked awake, propping himself up, only to realize it was merely a fleeting dream. Shaking his head, Alan felt the effects of alcohol fading. Yet, for Regis and Adele, the inebriation seemed to linger. The entire process from grooming to breakfast left them in a daze. As Ron drove them to the official airport in District 13, the bumpy ride nearly made Adele retch. However, this ordeal seemed to revive her somewhat, though her face remained pale. "Well then, I want to accompany you inside," Ron said, cigar in mouth, waving goodbye before hopping back into the armored vehicle and departing. By the time they returned to Babylon, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Upon arrival at the tarmac, Alan noted that Adele still looked ghostly, while Regis was already lively. Alan couldn't help but smile. This little imp, so fearless and troublemaking, was unexpectedly prone to motion sickness, something few would anticipate. Catching Alan's gaze, Adele gritted her teeth and said, "You must not tell anyone about this." Alan understood she referred to her motion sickness. He shrugged, "It's merely a trivial matter." "Trivial?" Adele scoffed, shaking her head. "You haven't grown up in a family like mine, so you wouldn't understand. Every little thing can be twisted by those with ill intent, turning what seems trivial into a lethal weapon before you even realize." Alan paused, realizing his ignorance in such matters. Observing Adele, he noticed a fleeting emptiness in her eyes, as if she were shrouded in a misty valley, exuding an inexplicable sorrow that starkly contrasted with her usual demeanor. "Adele." Alan looked at her and said, "I may not comprehend what you've mentioned, but if you ever find yourself troubled and need someone to talk to, you can approach me, just like ordinary friends. We can vent and complain." "Friends?" Adele's eyes brightened with a mischievous glimmer. "You must know that others wish to flee upon encountering me. For I am not like other girls who are easily managed, and you will never know if I am using you from behind. So you see, you wish to befriend me? That takes some courage. Perhaps they simply do not understand you, or rather, the true you. Of course, I do not understand either. But if you wish for me to know you, I would gladly welcome you as a friend." Alan seemed to recall something, turning his face away as he said, "I once lived with snow wolves for quite some time, a considerable duration. Though they accepted me as one of their pack, I am human. And being among wolves brings with it a solitude that is hard to express." That feeling was profoundly lonely. Adele's heart quivered softly at this revelation, and she hurriedly lowered her head to mask her vulnerability. Just then, an announcement echoed through the cabin that they were to disembark. As Alan stood to leave, Adele dared to lift her head. He had taken a few steps forward, but paused, turning to smile at her. "What I said earlier remains valid forever." With that, he truly departed, a smile gradually spreading across his face. Adele rose, regaining her spirited demeanor. "You're the one choosing to leap into the fire. Just don't regret it later. Of course,